Chapter 1. My ninjutsu has turned dark. Have I actually traversed dimensions? And not just to any place, but to the world of Naruto. Awakening from slumber, Mufong found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he had merely taken a brief afternoon nap, only to discover upon waking that he had inexplicably entered the Naruto universe as a young student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. In the midst of his shock, Mufong surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, several students, around 7 or 8 years of age, were seated at their desks. Mufong began to observe his classmates. There was no familiar Naruto or Sasuke in sight. However, that adorable girl with a sweet smile and purple doodles on her face sheet bears a resemblance to Noera Rin, doesn't she? And beside her, the little girl with ruby red eyes must be Yugao Yuzuki? Wait a moment. That boy with goggles, looking all brash and arrogance, none other than Uchiha Obito, the future big boss of the ninja world. And those over there seem to be Asuma, Sarutobi, and Guy. Oh my goodness, I've actually traversed into the Naruto world, and am in the same class as Obito. Mufong's eyes widened, his mind swirling with disbelief. Yet, at that very moment, a sharp pain pierced his head, and fragmented memories flooded in. Mufong absorbed the memories of the original owner. Uchiha. My full name is Uchiha Mufong. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. As he embraced this new identity, a flicker of excitement shone in his dark pupils. However, that glimmer quickly faded, replaced by a deep-seated worry. Indeed, being reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan was something to celebrate. The powerful Sharingan, a bloodline limit, was enough to inspire envy in other ninjas. Yet, what troubled Mufong was the specific timeline to which he had been transported. Anyone familiar with the original story knew that during the time when Obito, Guy, and others were studying at the Ninja Academy, the entire ninja world was embroiled in the Third Great Ninja War. The major ninja villages Konoha, Suna, and Kumogakure were locked in bitter conflict. As the focal point of the war, Konoha had undoubtedly suffered immense losses during this period. In the original narrative, even Obito and Kakashi faced peril under the protection of the fourth Hokage. One could only imagine the fate of the others. Moreover, it was well known that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's higher-ups was fraught with tension, ultimately leading to the tragic Uchiha massacre. In his previous life, Mufong had been an avid fan of Naruto, and he had certainly delved into the study of the Uchiha massacre. In Mufong's view, the primary catalyst for that incident was likely the Third Great Ninja War. That old man, the third Hokage, appears honorable on the surface, yet his heart must be shrouded in darkness. Mufong muttered to himself, feeling increasingly apprehensive about his future. Uchiha Mufong. This character did not exist in the original story, indicating that the original owner possessed average talent. If he were to graduate from a ninja academy and find himself on the battlefield, wouldn't that spell disaster? The more he pondered, the more dire his situation seemed. This is truly unfortunate. Why did I have to arrive at this moment in time? I possess the Uchiha bloodline, yet I wish I had been granted a bit more time. Ruffling his tousled black hair, Mufong felt a sense of distress. However, just then, next, Uchiha Mufong. A cold, commanding voice suddenly rang in Mufong's ears. He looked up to see a teacher holding a clipboard. In that instant, it dawned on him that the moment he had traversed to was indeed the day of the Ninja Academy's assessments. With no time to dwell on his thoughts, he stood up. At that moment, Mufong, it's your turn. Mufong, you can do it. We're rooting for you. The girls beside Mufong cast him encouraging glances, their expressions shy yet earnest. Go for it, Mufong. Rin Noera chimed in cheerfully. Best of luck, Mufong. On the other side, Yugao Yuzuki raised her tiny fist, cheerfully cheering him on. Seeing the support from his peers, Mufong pushed aside his worries about the future. There was certainly some time before the onset of the Ninja Wars. For the time being, the priority was the Academy's assessment. He turned his gaze to the podium, his heart pounding with nerves. The content of the Konoha Ninja Academy's assessment had always been the 3 basic techniques, and today's focus was on the most fundamental, the clone technique. However, Mufong had barely arrived a few hours ago, and the original memories he had absorbed were fragmented at best. In other words, he currently had no grasp of the clone technique. If he were to step onto the stage, he would only embarrass himself. To debut in such a manner, especially in front of a group of children, would undoubtedly make him a laughingstock among the ranks of transmigrators. Mufong felt a surge of anxiety, his mind racing with complaints. Yet, the situation demanded action. Under the teacher's stern gaze, Mufong felt as if he had returned to his elementary school days. Reluctantly, he steeled himself, clenched his fists, and trudged toward the stage. But just then, ding! A sudden mechanical voice echoed in Mufong's mind. Detecting strong emotional fluctuations in the host, the super darkening system has been autonomously bound. System. Mufong's eyes brightened with joy. Haha, to receive a golden finger upon traversing truly. Novels do not deceive me. In the following moment, before Mufong could inquire about the system's functions, a melodious voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! System binding successful. Ding! Your clone technique has been darkened. Congratulations, your clone technique has successfully darkened, upgraded to perfect level, and has autonomously evolved into multiple shadow clone technique. You have learned multiple shadow clone technique. Your substitution technique finds you too weak, unworthy of the host's identity, and has darkened. Congratulations, your substitution technique has been upgraded to perfect level and has autonomously evolved into body flicker technique. You have learned body flicker technique. Your transformation technique deems you too weak, unworthy of the host's identity, and has darkened. Congratulations, your transformation technique has reached perfect level and has autonomously evolved into seduction technique. You have learned seduction technique. Ding! Your seduction technique and multiple shadow clone technique have attracted each other. Congratulations, you have learned harem technique and reverse harem technique. Ding! Your eyes. Chapter 2. The number 1 little brother, Uchiha Obito. Ding! Your eyes have been affected and have awakened darkness. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sharingan Onetamo. Inside the ninja classroom, a series of notification sounds echoed in Mufong's mind. What the heck? Mufong's expression turned ecstatic as he uttered a quintessential phrase from Blue Star. What kind of divine system is this? Ninjutsu has autonomously darkened, and its level has increased, and it can even evolve into advanced ninjutsu. The Sharingan awakened directly? This is incredible. Wash away weakness by 7 points. Darken to become 100 times stronger? This darkening system is fantastic. The sudden appearance of the system and the unexpected enhancement of his ninjutsu filled Mufong with elation, instilling a newfound confidence within him. With this, I might actually have the chance to become a formidable figure in the ninja world. Clenching his fists, Mufong felt a surge of ambition. He glanced at the teacher at the podium. Assessment? Embarrassment? That was no longer a concern. Although Mufong still lacked a full understanding of what the system's perfect level truly entailed, the term itself suggested greatness. Passing the assessment would be an absolute breeze. Moreover, in addition to the enhancements to the 3 techniques, Mufong had also mastered the body flicker technique and a multiple shadow clone technique. The multiple shadow clone technique was Naruto's signature jutsu, a bona fide rank technique. While the body flicker technique may not have been of high rank, its potential was terrifying and could be used for self-preservation. Among the original owners, Uchiha Shursui was renowned for his mastery of the body flicker technique, and during the Ninja Wars, he had established the name of Shursui of the body flicker. Furthermore, the 4th Hokage's legendary Flying Thunder God technique, while categorized as a space-time ninjutsu, was essentially an advanced development of the body flicker technique. Now that he had awakened the system and learned the fundamentals of the body flicker technique, could the Flying Thunder God be far behind? Upon further reflection, the future held great promise. Among the 3 techniques, the only aspect Mufong found unsatisfactory was the transformation technique. Why did it evolve into something so trivial? Did it really have to become the seduction technique? And to think that the multiple shadow clone technique and a rank ninjutsu would be attracted and fused with the seduction technique was utterly shameless. Disgraceful, Uchiha Mufong. Just as Mufong was lost in his thoughts, the assessment teacher's voice broke the silence. Now, Mu Feng felt no hesitation and confidently stepped onto the podium. Bang! With his hands forming seals, a cloud of smoke erupted around him. In the next moment, a shadow clone appeared beside Mu Feng, with tousled black hair and strikingly handsome features. His pair of eyes was particularly captivating, distinctly black and white, glimmering with a certain charm that seemed to carry an enchanting magic when he smiled. The Uchiha's looks are indeed impressive, absolutely infatuated. No wonder the girls in class are so eager to greet him. Gazing at his reflection, Mu Feng's first reaction was to acknowledge his own handsomeness. If it's solely based on looks, even the second pillar can't compete. Moreover, as a member of the clan, if I can prevent Itachi from annihilating our family, the second pillar will have to call me bro. 96 points. Not bad. Truly outstanding. You must have practiced a lot during this time. At that moment, the assessment teacher announced the score, his gaze towards Mu Feng filled with a measure of satisfaction. Then, the teacher cast a glance at Obito and the audience, as if to say, "You're both from the Uchiha clan, look at him, and then look at yourself. He's so handsome. Mu Feng is incredible. With 96 points, he must be first place." As soon as the teacher announced the score, a group of girls below began to excitedly discuss among themselves. Surely Mu Feng won't graduate early like Kakashi. He must have worked really hard, he must have endured quite a bit behind the scenes. Listening to his classmates, the other boys merely scoffed. What's so great about that? Exactly, what's so impressive? It's just a shadow clone technique, who can't do that? Still just an Uchiha. It's nothing extraordinary. One's unqualified, and the other can only do the clone technique. Don't forget, Kakashi is already close to becoming a Jonin, right? Being from a big family isn't that remarkable. During the discussions, several boys glanced at Obito, who, due to Mu Feng's influence, was also caught in the guilt by association. Prior to Mu Feng, Obito had completed the assessment, but unfortunately received an unsatisfactory score. Listening to the chatter around him, Obito felt a surge of anger, his gaze towards Mu Feng shifting slightly. Just moments ago, when he saw Lin approach Mu Feng, he began to harbor resentment. Now, hearing the comments from his peers, his discontent towards Mu Feng grew stronger. All right, the assessment is concluded. This time, I would like to commend Mu Feng for making significant progress. Additionally, the following 3 students need to practice diligently, otherwise they may not graduate. Uchiha Obito. At that moment, the middle-aged teacher spoke from the podium. As his words settled, the teacher departed from the classroom. Watching the teacher leave, the tension among the students eased, and Mu Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, at that instant, the girls around Mu Feng began to stir, moving closer to him. But just then, a figure dashed in front of all the girls. Obito leaped out from his seat, striding purposefully amidst the shouts of several classmates, making his way directly to Mu Feng's desk. Smack! Obito slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing with intensity as he glared at Mu Feng. Uchiha Mu Feng, I challenge you. With that declaration, the entire class fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Obito and Mu Feng. Mu Feng was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what madness had overtaken Obito. But in the next moment, a smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips as he regarded Obito across the table. Uchiha Obito. He was destined to become the great villain of the ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, a character of unparalleled caliber among the Hokage. Yet now, Obito, still in the Ninja Academy, was someone Mu Feng genuinely didn't regard highly. You challenge me? Mu Feng retorted. Indeed, I, Uchiha Obito, officially challenge you, Uchiha Mu Feng. If you lose, you'll have to acknowledge me as your elder brother, and keep your distance from Lin. As he spoke, Obito glanced at the astonished and bewildered Lin. And if you lose? Mu Feng stood up. I will not lose. If I were to lose, I would become your underling. But Lin, I still cannot let her go. It's a fair competition. Obito's face flushed as he shouted. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Feng agreed to take Uchiha Obito as his underling. Before his reincarnation, Mu Feng had never even contemplated such a notion. But now, he was astonished that Obito had presented this opportunity to him. In the classroom, upon hearing Mu Feng's consent, the other students' eyes sparkled with excitement. A duel between two Uchiha clan members was bound to be entertaining. Chapter 3. The Three Tomo Sharingan. Let's go outside and fight. In the classroom, Obito pointed towards the door, addressing Mufong. No need, this place is sufficient. They'll let you have a few moves, come on. Mufong waved his middle finger dismissively. Having perfected the body flicker technique and mastered the shadow clone technique, Mufong felt confident that there was no reason he should be unable to defeat Obito at this point. As Mufong's words fell, Obito gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In the next moment, Obito launched his attack. A straight punch aimed directly at Mufong's face, accompanied by a rush of wind. Mufong, focused on Obito's fist, did not underestimate the situation, although Obito was not at the level he would eventually attain. The physical prowess of a child in the Naruto world should not be underestimated. A full-force strike could easily overwhelm an untrained adult. Having just acclimated to the original Bota's capabilities, Mufong was still unfamiliar with its resilience. He instinctively evaded Obito's attack. Why? How can you prove that what you say is true? Sarutobi Hiruzen evidently reacts the same way as Minato Namikaze that we are currently amidst the Third Shinobi World War, so let us not digress too far. Instead, let us discuss the imminent battlefield situation, and you will soon come to realize that I speak the truth. I possess the ability to foresee the future. Liu Dong proceeded to articulate the enemy's forthcoming actions and battle strategies, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of skepticism. If you still harbor doubts, feel free to inquire. I remember every individual that has come before me, and I am aware of their deeds. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated momentarily, prompting Liu Dong to continue speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, born 9 years prior to the establishment of Konoha, was appointed as the third Hokage during a crisis by the second Hokage, Shinji Tobirama. As Liu Dong spoke in one breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly serious, his eyes reflecting shock akin to being struck by lightning. You are not Kakashi. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately adopted a defensive stance, and Liu Dong perceived through his Sharingan that chakra was coalescing within him, ready to form hand seals at any moment. I am indeed not Kakashi, though one might say I am a version of him, specifically, not the original Kakashi. While closely monitoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements, Liu Dong explained his own circumstance of transmigration. Ding! New ninjutsu detected. Would you like to activate the analysis function and attack the enemy? The system evidently sensed the murderous intent emanating from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Calm down. I am quite interested in analyzing this ninjutsu, but I had no intention of killing him. Understood. Commencing analysis. This time, the system complied with Liu Dong's request without any hindrance, much to his satisfaction. Are you saying you are from another planet? The flow of chakra within Sarutobi Hiruzen slowed, allowing Liu Dong to breathe a sigh of relief. Had a battle ensued, he might not have been the victor. Even with the ability of the Kodowa Mitsukami, he was still uncertain of the extent to which he could wield it. More importantly, this ninjutsu could only be used once every several years unless one possessed chakra akin to Senju Hashirama's, allowing for its use again in a short period. Indeed, while I am unsure of how I transcend it, the situation is as it stands, and thus I possess knowledge of all future events. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he regarded him, remaining silent for a long moment before finally speaking. I will tentatively accept what you say. But as you mentioned, Uchiha Madara's objective is to create the infinite Tsukuyomi. Since he can summon the outer path deity, he will certainly not allow us to find him easily. I am well aware of this. However, his current physical state is insufficient for him to enact any plans. He can only rely on Obito to realize his ambitions. Yet at present, Obito does not heed his commands, Liu Dong asserted with conviction. What do you intend to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as he took a puff from his cigarette. For now, I merely wish to meet Orochimaru. I have yet to formulate a concrete plan. Liu Dong did not fully disclose his thoughts to Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Orochimaru was his disciple, and it was ultimately his moment of weakness that allowed Orochimaru to escape, leading to the latter's assault on Konoha and eventual demise. Ding. Analysis complete. Reward. Analysis level 1. Maximum mental power 1. Bonus. 1 bottle of forgetting pill, 10 doses. Effect description of forgetting pill. A special pill that, when combined with chakra and genjutsu, can rewrite memories permanently. Alright, truly, wishes do come to fruition. Liu Dong mused, relieved that Sarutobi Hiruzen's character would likely refrain from bringing this matter to the higher echelons of Konoha, and with the forgetting pill in hand, he had no reason to worry. However, How does this effect bear such resemblance to Kodo Amatsukami? It seems the system is not as dreadful as I initially thought. As long as it is utilized, it yields enhancements. I can arrange for you to meet Orochimaru. But he is currently out on a mission, so I will need to trouble you to wait for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made up his mind and addressed Liu Dong that no problem. But I would prefer this matter to remain confidential, as it sounds rather implausible. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded without further comment, yet Liu Dong discerned something more in his eyes. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned. What lay ahead was not merely training, but also the resolution of the bothersome Danzo. Upon exiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Liu Dong immediately spotted Minato Namikaze waiting in the corridor. This young man, soon to be the fourth Hokage, was also the only Hokage to meet an untimely demise. Kakashi, how goes it? Teacher, rest assured, the Hokage is already informed and will make a decision. Liu Dong replied dismissively, having clearly perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions before his departure. It was inevitable that Umbu would soon be dispatched to surveil him. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. A person capable of foreseeing the future, should they defect from the village, would pose a catastrophic threat to Konoha. That is good that I have tasks to attend to. You should rest well. After Liu Dong concluded his conversation, he bid farewell to Minato and returned home alone. Upon reaching his doorstep, he found Lin waiting for him at the entrance. Kakashi, where have you been? Lin looked at Liu Dong with concern. The third Hokage summoned me. Is there something you need? Liu Dong glanced at her absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied with his forthcoming plans. I feel you are somewhat different. Obito would certainly not wish to see you like this. So please do not be disheartened. Liu Dong paid little heed to Lin's words, engaging in trivial pleasantries before entering the house. The deepest secrets within the girl's heart remained unspoken. Chapter 4. A Name Upon Returning Home. Liu Dong devised a rigorous training regimen to defeat that old coot, Danzo. His current abilities were insufficient, especially considering that Danzo's direct organization, Root, was filled with elite assassins. He was no match for them. System, come forth. That night, Liu Dong sat on his bed, frowning as he gazed into the pitch blackness beyond the window. Host, please issue your commands. The system, obediently summoned, eased Liu Dong's furrowed brow considerably. When will the analysis function allow for the replication of bloodline limits? Liu Dong recalled the previous malfunction of the system and harbored doubts regarding its reliability. Currently, only ordinary ninjutsu can be analyzed. High-tier forbidden techniques cannot be analyzed at this time. Moreover, analysis can only be conducted on ninjutsu from individuals the host has encountered. Upgrading will enable the analysis of high-tier forbidden techniques and even the breakthrough of bloodline limits. The method of upgrading is based on the host's own training accumulation. In short, the more it is used, the more effective it becomes. Only those who utilize it will understand. The system's awkwardly humorous tagline elicited a sigh from Liu Dong. Why did others possess impressive systems upon their transmigration, while it seemed rather lackluster? You are the one who is lackluster. Your entire family is lackluster. I have a name, you know. The sweet voice suddenly transformed into a shrill outburst, nearly causing Liu Dong's head to explode. Then what is your name? Yao Yao Zi. Liu Dong could not suppress the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Was this foolish system attempting to be Risku? Yagura. It is Yao Yao Zi. Liu Dong had grown accustomed to the system's erratic tonal shifts. Wakakura, understood. It appeared he needed to expedite his upgrades. Otherwise, he would be unable to thwart Uchiha Madara, a man capable of summoning the outer path deity, whose strength could not be underestimated. The atmosphere outside seemed to weaken slightly. But Liu Dong paid little attention. Once he secured an alliance with Orochimaru and erased his prior statements from Sarutobi Hiruzen's and Minato's memories, he would then deal with Danzo. This way, during the Third Shinobi World War, the tide could be turned, significantly reducing unnecessary casualties. Having clarified his thoughts, Liu Dong swiftly drifted into slumber. Amidst the hazy moonlight, a shadow darted past, heading towards the Hokage building where Sarutobi Hiruzen was stationed. Third Hokage, all is normal. This afternoon, I exchanged a few casual words with Lin, after which Kakashi remained alone in his room and did not venture out at tea that moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in a state of contemplation. Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin he had nurtured, a talent beyond reproach. However, why did he specifically request to meet with him? That boy was undoubtedly concealing some vital information, unable to find clarity. Sarutobi Hiruzen opted to send his subordinates out, continuing to monitor Liu Dong's every move. The next day, Liu Dong rose early. Given his current physical condition, His primary focus was on enhancing his mental power and chakra extraction. He had prematurely activated his Manjiki Sharingan, and the chakra consumption was considerable. It was likely that he could not even sustain a single battle. After breakfast, Liu Dong stepped outside. "Kakashi, come duel with me." Just a few steps out, a male voice called from behind, its Chinibyu flare prompting him to roll his eyes. "Kai, you are quite idle." Liu Dong did not even turn to look back that a sudden gust of wind rushed towards him, and he merely sidestepped, easily evading it. Indeed, it was Kakashi, and he effortlessly dodged the attack. "Take this." Might Guy, undeterred, executed yet another spinning kick, to which Liu Dong merely lifted his eyelids and raised a hand to block. "Guy, I have matters to attend to. Please do not impede my training." "Training? Combat is the finest form of training. Kakashi, duel with me." Liu Dong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why was this person so exuberant so early in the morning? "Look, a monster!" Liu Dong suddenly shouted, pointing at the sky. Where? Seizing the opportunity while Might Guy was distracted, Liu Dong swiftly slipped away. Such clumsy theatrics were likely only to fool this fool. Truly exasperating. Every move Liu Dong made was observed by the Umbu, who reported in real time to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was aware that he was being tailed by Umbu operatives, and he seized this chance to test their capabilities. Upon reaching an open area, Liu Dong drew a kunai, feigning to launch it at a wooden post. Bang! In the next moment, another kunai he had shot to the side was deftly intercepted, producing a crisp sound of impact. "Come out. I know that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen sent you," Liu Dong stated coldly, gazing ahead. The surroundings fell silent for half a minute before a masked man revealed himself. Ding! New ninjutsu detected. "Would you like to utilize the analysis function?" "Yes," Liu Dong silently responded in his mind. "Received. Analysis complete. Would you like to enter attack mode?" No. Under the watchful eye of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was unwise to prematurely reveal his strength. The analysis of ninjutsu was merely a means to accumulate resources for future use. Truly a genius ninja. "Kakashi, have you discerned my actions so swiftly?" The masked man spoke with a hint of disdain in his tone. Although the man appeared indifferent, Liu Dong knew it was mere posturing. The reality corroborated this. The selection process for the Umbu was exceedingly rigorous, comprising battle-hardened ninjas tasked with handling intricate missions. Yet, it was surprising that such a 12-year-old boy had seen through him. Relay a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "My existence is a boon to Konoha, and if you continue to provoke me, I would not hesitate to demonstrate my capabilities." Upon finishing, the man remained silent and vanished into thin air. With the annoying flies gone, Liu Dong could finally commence his training in earnest. Ding! Reward. Analysis Level 1. Maximum Mental Power 2. Chakra Storage Function activated. Yao Yaozi. How does one store chakra? Liu Dong felt a surge of excitement regarding this new function. For ninjas, aside from those like Might Guy, whose skills predominantly relied on pure physical prowess, most techniques required chakra consumption. Thus, the amount of chakra directly influenced a ninja's endurance in battle. With this function, could he not exhaust his enemies into submission? Kakashi, currently chakra storage can only be refined and stored from oneself. With a maximum capacity of 120 this function upgrades. Not only will the limit increase, but later on, you will also be able to extract and store your opponent's chakra. Liu Dong nodded, realizing that he now possessed chakra equivalent to that of both himself and Kakashi. Kakashi was a rare talent, endowed with 7 chakra attributes, but his primary limitation was the inadequacy of his own chakra. Coupled with the Sharingan bestowed by Obito, he had to meticulously manage his chakra in every battle within the original narrative, which directly constrained his offensive capabilities. "Hey, Kakashi, at last, I have found you." Just as Liu Dong was about to extract chakra for storage, that overly dramatic voice echoed again, causing him to involuntarily twitch his mouth. "Guy, I am truly busy. The third Hokage is looking for you. It seems he has something urgent to discuss." Might Guy's words eased the furrow in Liu Dong's brow. Evidently, that old man had received his message. "Understood. I shall go at once." Liu Dong stowed away his kunai and proceeded to the Hokage building. Inside the office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was puffing away at a cigarette, while his esteemed disciple, the legendary Orochimaru, stood beside him, the very person Liu Dong was eager to meet. "Is it you, this little brat, who wishes to see me?" As Liu Dong pushed open the door, Orochimaru regarded him with a mocking expression, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, sending a chill down Liu Dong's spine. That Orochimaru's obsession with immortality surpassed that of ancient emperors. Liu Dong's intent to meet him was to leverage his research for personal gain. Certainly not for anything as grotesque as implanting a dozen Sharingan into his own arm like Danzo. Indeed, Liu Dong collected his thoughts and turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I need to speak privately with the third Hokage for a moment. Could you kindly wait outside for 10 minutes, Orochimaru? The two exchanged glances before Orochimaru nodded. Youngster, do not keep me waiting too long. With that, Orochimaru exited the office. Kakashi, what is it you wish to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Liu Dong cautiously. Third Hokage, it is nothing of great consequence. Merely a request for you to take a nap. Liu Dong smirked, retrieving a forgetting pill from his system inventory, infusing it with chakra, and combining it with the genjutsu he learned at the Ninja Academy. He hypnotized Sarutobi Hiruzen in mere seconds. Logically, such a high-level ninjutsu should not be capable of hypnotizing a ninja of Sarutobi Hiruzen's caliber, but the forgetting pill provided by Yao Yaozi was inviolable and applicable to all ninjas. A white mist enveloped the office, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared vacantly at Liu Dong, entirely in a state of unconsciousness. Remember, I am Kakashi, Obito perished in battle. And I am deeply saddened. It seemed quite reminiscent of a hypnotic technique. Liu Dong mused silently. Half a minute later, the white mist gradually dissipated, and focus returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Kakashi, what is it you need? Third Hokage, you summoned me. Have you forgotten? Liu Dong inquired tentatively, aware that Yao Yaozi's erratic system was not always reliable. You are the mad one. Your entire family is mad. Liu Dong, could you refrain from prying into my thoughts? I relish it. Liu Dong, very well, very well. Women are indeed troublesome. Huh? Oh, then it seems there is nothing to discuss. You may return, for I cannot recall at the moment. After pondering for a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not remember what had transpired earlier. Upon regaining his senses, Liu Dong concluded that the forgetting pill was indeed effective. All right, Third Hokage, farewell. You little rascal, be polite and address me as Third Hokage. Liu Dong. Indeed, it seems that the items bestowed by the erratic system can also make one erratic. That wakali maasaita. I understand now. With that, Liu Dong exited the office. First floor of the Hokage building. You are too slow, little brat. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of impatience. It was a first for this child to keep him waiting. Apologies, I had some personal matters to attend to. Liu Dong's calm demeanor surprised Orochimaru, piquing his interest further. Although you are rather annoying, you are quite intriguing. Orochimaru smirked with a hint of charm. Let us find a quieter place to converse. This location is inconvenient, as there are bothersome flies about. That as Liu Dong spoke, he walked ahead, referring to the root members, Danzo's subordinates. Ever since his arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village, he had sensed he was being followed. Even more stealthily than Umbu operatives. You little brat. Orochimaru grumbled behind him, though his outwardly rude demeanor belied an appreciation for the boy's rare audacity. At merely 12 years of age, the two arrived at a secluded grove, where Liu Dong finally halted. To be on the safe side, I would appreciate it if you could set up a barrier, Orochimaru. Liu Dong surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a faint chakra presence, it seemed relatively secure. You little brat. I despise being told what to do. Orochimaru's tone was displeased, yet he was surprised that this young boy could detect the chakra of root ninjas. I am indifferent, however, should our conversation be overheard. It might pose risks to you, believe it or not. Liu Dong replied nonchalantly. After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru formed hand seals, swiftly establishing a barrier impervious to outside eavesdropping. All right, troublesome brat, speak quickly. First, I am not a little brat. I am Hitaki Kakashi. Second, I know you are conducting human experiments, and I am aware of your dealings with Danzo. The words of Liu Dong caused Orochimaru's expression to darken increasingly. This matter had been conducted in secrecy. And apart from Danzo, those privy to the details had been silenced forever. How did this child come to know? You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge, nor should you entertain thoughts of killing me. Since I have dared to approach you for negotiations, it is evident that I am fully prepared. You will not be able to take my life. Liu Dong wore an air of arrogance that irked Orochimaru greatly. Is that so? Then allow me to see just how capable you truly are. As he spoke, Orochimaru swiftly began hand signs. Ding. New ninjutsu detected. Would you like to analyze it? Analyze and enter attack mode. Analysis complete. Analysis level 1. Analysis attributes 1. Mental capacity limit 1. Chakra limit 3. Immediately entering attack mode. Liu Dong calmly observed Orochimaru's movements, even refraining from using his Manjiki Sharingan, his body instinctively following Orochimaru's hand signs, even executing them a step faster. What? This is impossible. Orochimaru felt his chakra rapidly depleting within him, and before he could complete his hand signs, Liu Dong had already unleashed his shadow snake hand. Chapter 6. The 300 Articles of Agreement. In a moment of distraction, Orochimaru found himself bound by the snake summoned by Liu Dong, leaving only his head free to move. Orochimaru, I have stated before that I came well prepared. And I am not here to fight. I merely wish to discuss a collaboration. Liu Dong approached Orochimaru slowly, his gaze sharp, emanating an inexplicable sense of pressure, causing Orochimaru to frown slightly. This youth is no simpleton. His tone is quite distasteful. Collaboration? The premise of such an agreement should be equality. Binding me in this manner is hardly courteous. Orochimaru smirked, but before Liu Dong could speak again, he suddenly transformed into a scarecrow. While a gust of wind surged from behind him. Little brat, you talk too much. Liu Dong's heart raced, and he swiftly dodged. Although he narrowly escaped Orochimaru's lethal attack, his face still bore a gash. It seems there is no room for negotiation. Liu Dong wiped the blood from his face. He had initially intended to utilize the Edo Tensei that Orochimaru had developed later, but it appeared that opportunity was lost. Ninjutsu, Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Orochimaru wasted no time, unleashing his ninjutsu simultaneously. Though both were prodigies, Orochimaru's greater combat experience gave him the upper hand, and as such, only a small portion of his clothing was singed. While Liu Dong found himself ensnared by a multitude of snakes, their tongues flickering across his face, rendering him immobile. Little brat, do you have any last words? I will grant you the opportunity to speak. That is a sentiment I should express to you. Liu Dong regained his composure, his left eye gradually transforming to a crimson hue, the pupil morphing into a windmill-like shape composed of 3 sickles, his Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan? Impossible. Orochimaru paused, unable to contain his astonishment. Seizing the moment of Orochimaru's distraction, Liu Dong immediately cast an illusion. Typically, a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber would not fall for such a simple genjutsu, but Liu Dong's timing coincided with Orochimaru's moment of uncertainty, allowing the illusion to take hold easily, and the bindings on Liu Dong were subsequently released. Break. Orochimaru quickly realized he had fallen victim to the genjutsu and freed himself before Liu Dong could launch his next attack. Little brat, you have indeed surprised me. Now tell me, how shall we collaborate? Huh? I told you, you cannot defeat me, at least not at this moment. Liu Dong scoffed, having prepared several strategies along the way, though Orochimaru was stronger than him. With the system draining his chakra, Liu Dong was not convinced he stood no chance. Intriguingly annoying. Orochimaru licked his lips, a smile creeping across his face that sent shivers down one's spine. Let us discuss the terms of our collaboration. As you are quite bothersome. Liu Dong smiled, casually sitting down and retrieving a scroll from his pocket. Hey, little brat, I will not sign anything, leaving behind evidence. Orochimaru turned to leave, yet Liu Dong was in no hurry. Resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated, could this fellow truly be a snake? I detest the slimy residue and scales of snakes. They are utterly repulsive. However, speaking of which, does he find it convenient to fight while wearing clothes? Wouldn't they become tattered and unsightly? After walking several paces, Orochimaru noticed Liu Dong had no intention of stopping him. Turning back, he found Liu Dong staring at him with a foolish grin, which made him feel ill at ease, prompting an involuntary shiver. Hey, little brat, what are you staring at? Orochimaru returned, squatting before Liu Dong, waving his hand in front of Liu Dong's face with a disgruntled expression. What material is your clothing made of? Is it sturdy? What if it tears during transformation? Such a waste. Liu Dong poked Orochimaru's arm. It was firm, suggesting he was indeed human. What? Orochimaru was tempted to pry open Liu Dong's skull to see what thoughts lay within. As he spoke words he found incomprehensible. He has hands, feet, and muscles. He is certainly human. Liu Dong continued to squeeze Orochimaru's bicep before asking, do you secrete slime when you transform? The kind that is utterly disgusting? You have gone too far. Orochimaru, whose pallid skin was already somewhat sickly, flushed with anger, resembling a sinister, doll-like figure from a horror tale. Smack. Liu Dong unexpectedly slapped Orochimaru, moving back with irritation. Just because you look ugly is no excuse to frighten me. Standing so close and startling me is unacceptable. Orochimaru, am I being humiliated? Kakato, you are attacking me without honor. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Before discussing collaboration, we must establish 3 articles of agreement. Liu Dong completely disregarded the furious Orochimaru. busily unrolling the scroll he always carried, rambling on about various points, only to realize that 3 articles were insufficient and that 300 would be more appropriate. Refusal. Liu Dong concluded his reading, and Orochimaru curtly stated his position in 2 words. Refusal is invalid. Orochimaru. Refusal. Liu Dong. Invalid. Orochimaru. Refusal. Liu Dong. Invalid. Damn it, refuse again, and I will kill you. This is a decisive battle. After several rounds of back and forth, Liu Dong was incensed, tossing the scroll at Orochimaru's face, pulling a 30-meter-long steel blade from the system shop and placing it against Orochimaru's neck. Look at you. Still resorting to violence. If we are to establish 3 articles of agreement, then let us do just that. You truly do not recognize humor, little brat. Orochimaru chuckled, pinching the steel blade between 2 fingers and pushing it aside. Liu Dong glared at him, setting the blade aside, resuming his seat with an impassive expression as he picked up the scroll, brushing it clean before handing it to Orochimaru. Take care of it. Hang it up at home for decoration. Orochimaru, little brat, I am in a good mood today, and I will not stoop to your level. The terms of collaboration are simple. I want to know all of your research findings. Liu Dong wore a look of entitlement, showing no willingness to negotiate. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. That's it. That's it. Did you not say we were to collaborate? Where is the collaboration in this? Orochimaru was left speechless. The audacity of this child was simply intolerable. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin, the steel blade as a form of exchange. Consider it a gift, a memento. Liu Dong patted Orochimaru's arm and then walked away, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, in Danzo's office, Kakato and Orochimaru were meeting privately. What did they discuss? Danzo kept his eyes closed, not even glancing at his subordinate. Chapter 7. Just kidding. The two had set up a barrier, and the subordinates dared not approach closely, leaving the contents of their conversation a mystery. However, it appeared that they were at odds, having engaged in a contest. With Orochimaru emerging even with Danzo as soon as the words left his lips, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a smile. Even? Did you see clearly? I saw clearly. It was indeed even. That boy's chakra is quite extraordinary. The subordinate's words piqued Danzo's interest profoundly. Quite extraordinary, you say? Continue to follow. After Danzo spoke, the man in the mask vanished into the darkness. Come in. After the man left, Danzo casually uttered a few words towards the doorway. It seems you are already aware, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru slowly entered the room, a colossal 30-meter-long steel blade in hand, which he unceremoniously thrust into the ground before Danzo. What did the brat say to you? Nothing of consequence. He seemed quite intrigued by our experimental results, but I am far more interested in his physical form. Orochimaru licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes. Then let us absorb him and put him to use. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, then with a single hand, shattered the immense steel blade. Oh dear, you've damaged the gift the brat sent me. What a predicament. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation and exited Danzo's office. Meanwhile, on his way home, Liu Dong was suddenly confronted by 2 ninjas bearing the insignia of a Wagakure, boldly blocking his path. The Wagakure, are you quite audacious? Liu Dong halted, coolly appraising the 2 before him, like corpses awaiting burial. Brat, hand over your Sharingan. Unfazed by the murderous intent emanating from Liu Dong, one of the men stepped forward, speaking with a tone of disdain. If you want it, come and take it yourself. Liu Dong chuckled lightly, stepping back a half-pace and adopting a fighting stance, clearly dismissing the 2 as threats. Seeking death, are we? The man bellowed angrily. Swiftly forming hand seals, Doton, heart-cutting technique. In an instant, 2 hands burst forth from the ground, dragging Liu Dong down until only his head remained above the surface. Is that all you can muster? The head on the ground smirked derisively, causing the man's expression to shift as he turned to flee, only to find Liu Dong had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his lower back. Fool, you can't even manage a shadow clone. It's a wonder how Danzo came to value you. Liu Dong dusted off his hands, having employed no chakra, merely relying on the taijutsu he pilfered from Guy to subdue one of the ninjas. And you? Do you wish to join him? Liu Dong maintained his combat stance, beckoning the other man with a flick of his fingers. When did you see through me? The man reverted to his true form. Gazing at Liu Dong with newfound respect, this youth was no ordinary opponent. Quite simple. Your initial words betrayed you. Aside from a few high-ranking officials in Konoha, only a Wagakure would know of my Sharingan. And those individuals have long since met their demise at my hands. With the pretense dropped, Liu Dong lost interest in further combat and stood tall. Danzo wishes to see you as expected. The old fox could not remain patient. Liu Dong mused silently. The man on the ground reverted to his original form and stood upright. Brat, you are too soft-hearted. Liu Dong remained non-committal. He did not recall the members of Root well. Hence refrained from killing them, as some might still be of use to him. Let us proceed. Lead me to Uncle Danzo. The trio made their way to a secluded grove, where Danzo was indeed waiting. Having set up barriers for caution, Kakadong, you have not disappointed me. Upon hearing footsteps, Danzo slowly turned, his grotesque visage devoid of emotion as he scrutinized Liu Dong. Flattery, Danzo. I am quite disappointed in you. Why not discuss matters in the Hokage Tower's office instead of this desolate locale? What an honor it is for me. Liu Dong seated himself slowly, having anticipated Danzo's summons, but not expecting his impatience. He had yet to devise a plan for eliminating this old wretch. Are you so clever that you cannot deduce my intentions? Danzo settled into a seat across from Liu Dong. Their gazes locked in a silent contest of wills, neither willing to yield that I surmise you wish to silence me, and, in the process, acquire my body for your research. A most advantageous scheme indeed. Although Liu Dong feigned nonchalance, upon seeing Danzo, he had already readied himself for battle. Not be hasty, brat. My purpose in summoning you is to recruit you into Root, to gather intelligence for the village and undertake missions that others cannot complete. Surely you do not wish to linger forever in the shadow of your father, Shikaku Hatake. Danzo had conducted his research, fully aware that Liu Dong's father's suicide held profound implications. However, Kakadong was no longer the boy he once was and would not be swayed by mere words that I refuse. Liu Dong's rejection was decisive, leaving no room for Danzo to respond. Ding! New ninjutsu detected. Would you like to analyze? Yao Yaozi, are you quite sluggish in your reactions? It took you ages to respond. Hurry up with the analysis. Liu Dong could not help but vent his frustration, inadvertently inciting Danzo's ire. You dare to criticize the system? Yao Yaozi retorted. Mood status, unstable, imminent shutdown. Please wait an hour before using the system again. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I was merely jesting. You cannot utilize the analysis function today. Hee. After delivering her quip, Yao Yaozi fell silent. No matter how many times Liu Dong called out in vain, this old trickster, Liu Dong cursed inwardly. To Danzo, Liu Dong's apparent stupor for half a day had provoked his anger. Focus, Danzo shouted, flinging a shuriken directly at Liu Dong, who deftly dodged it with a swift sidestep. Liu Dong frowned slightly. With the system in disarray, he realized he would likely not survive an encounter with Danzo without its support. Do not be upset. Joining is not out of the question, but I require time to consider. Liu Dong's demeanor shifted with remarkable swiftness, causing Danzo to pause in his hand seals yet again. 1 day, 10 days, 3 days, agreed. Liu Dong, wary of Danzo's potential change of heart, ceased haggling and settled on 3 days. Regrettably, he thought, that was too lengthy. 2 days would suffice. Danzo simmered with frustration, his right arm subtly aching, causing him to furrow his brow, a detail Liu Dong noted with keen insight. Old man, at your age, it would be prudent to return to a life of leisure rather than engaging in senseless violence. It ill befits you. Chapter 8. The old lecher. Although Liu Dong harbored a strong desire to eliminate Danzo, the current state of the system and his own limitations prevented him from acting, leaving him to merely engage in verbal sparring. You are quite the worrywart. Danzo waved dismissively, eager to rid himself of Liu Dong, who was pushing him to the brink of violence. Upon exiting the grove, Liu Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yaozi, are you feeling better now? Ding! Restart complete. Yao Yaozi, since I did not use the analysis function yesterday, may I have a complimentary analysis today? Is it possible to analyze Danzo's ninjutsu? Yes, but should you continue to meddle in my affairs, I will swiftly teach you a lesson. Very well, commence analysis. Analysis complete. Mental capacity limit increased by 1. Liu Dong wiped his brow, checking his information. His current analysis system level was too low to fully comprehend Danzo's techniques, particularly the forbidden arts, necessitating urgent training. The optimal approach was to continue undertaking missions, but he had to ensure the safety of Noera Rin to persuade Uchiha Obito in due course, trailing not too far behind him. The tail of his adversaries lingered. Liu Dong had effectively antagonized both Orochimaru and Danzo, It was likely they were already conspiring to deal with him. The first order of business was to find a way to sow discord between the two. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, and with a little maneuvering, they could be left to battle each other to the bitter end without his intervention. Kakadong, let us duel. Engrossed in his thoughts, Liu Dong was startled by the sudden appearance of Might Gu wide no time. Liu Dong shot him an exasperated glance, continuing on his way home. Have you given up so quickly? Kakadong, flying saucer. Where? Liu Dong concentrated, channeling chakra into his feet, and within moments, he had sent Guy flying several dozen meters away. Although Might Guy was one of his few friends, he could be rather bothersome at times. Liu Dong spent the next 2 days recuperating at home, during which Noera Rin visited him daily. He could see that she was struggling with her feelings regarding Obito, yet she maintained a faade of strength to comfort herself, which stirred something within him. Rin, tomorrow I intend to accompany teacher Minato on a mission outside the village. You must stay here and not venture out. Liu Dong found himself unusually verbose with Rin, who seemed taken aback but quickly shook her head. Kakadong, I want to accompany you. We are a team, and as a medical ninja, I can be of assistance. I will not be a burden. No, you must remain in the village. I promised Obito to protect you. Liu Dong refrained from commenting on the girl's obstinacy, feeling that she was cut from the same cloth as Yao Zi. Is she truly more formidable than I am? Do not dare to compare you lowly beings with the system. All right. Refrain from complicating matters. Liu Dong irritably shut the system's control panel. Kakadong, I will take care of myself. Trust me. Yuan Lin, without hesitation, grasped Liu Dong's hand. Who could refuse such a gesture? Liu Dong ultimately could not withstand her insistence and relented. You old lecher. I'll take that as a compliment. Fake smile. In the afternoon, Liu Dong summoned Bo Feng Shui Min to his home. Kakadong, is there something urgent that necessitated my presence? Bo Feng Shui Min had just returned to the village that morning. Having completed his report, and before he could catch his breath, he was whisked away to Liu Dong's residence. Teacher Shui Min, it is nothing of great consequence. I have resolved to continue executing the mission. As Liu Dong spoke, he poured a glass of water and handed it to Bo Feng Shui Min. It is permissible, yet I hope you will take a bit more time to rest. Bo Feng Shui Min, without a hint of caution, drank down a couple of sips. Teacher, I apologize. Liu Dong's gaze shifted, and he swiftly formed a hand seal. The forgetting pill he had ingested took immediate effect. You are Teacher Shui Min, and you have come to my home to discuss the continuation of the village's mission. After completing the illusion technique, Liu Dong leisurely settled down, waving his hand in front of Bo Feng Shui Min. Teacher Shui Min. Bo Feng Shui Min felt as if he had just awakened from slumber, suddenly alert. What has transpired? Teacher, what is amiss? You arrive at my home abruptly and then fall into a daze without uttering a word. Is there a matter at hand? Liu Dong feigned innocence. Acting innocent, how shameless. I thank you, but could you kindly silence yourself? Liu Dong was nearly choked by Yao Zi's retort. I am here to inform you about the upcoming mission. Currently, only you and Lin remain in the team, and we must arrange for another member to ensure everyone can exert their utmost combat prowess. Teacher, who is the new addition? To Liu Dong, it mattered little with whom he teamed. What he truly cared about was encountering more enemies, specifically, more ninjas. His name is Sanai Yabiki. Liu Dong, initially lost in thought, suddenly froze upon hearing the name. This was a formidable character, indeed, and a member of the Umbu. Teacher, why the sudden inclusion of an Umbu member? Liu Dong did not perceive this matter to be as straightforward as it appeared. The third great ninja war was underway, and the Umbu were exceedingly active. Executing missions fraught with peril. It would be a pity for such elite ninjas not to serve as spies gathering intelligence. This mission pertains to our task of retrieving a captive. He is the finest interrogation expert. Should we find it impossible to escort the captive back to the village, we shall interrogate him on site. Bo Feng Shui Min briefly outlined the mission, and Liu Dong nodded. It was no wonder such a ninja was assigned to their team. However, he harbored reservations, as Danzo was the Umbu leader, and he felt the need to remain wary of Sanai Yabiki. When do we depart? Liu Dong did not inquire further. Retrieving a captive presented a valuable opportunity. Tomorrow morning at the village gate. After Bo Feng Shui Min departed, Liu Dong immediately disposed of the remaining half-glass of forgetting pill-infused water and opened the system panel. Yao Zi, why was there no charge when I purchased the large sword last time? Why is there now a clear price? I forgot last time. From now on, it will be cash on delivery. This shop operates on a tight budget and does not offer credit. Liu Dong glanced again. He was not mistaken. The prices were indeed marked in real currency. What madness is this system up to? Real currency is of no use to her. You are the one who is mad. If you lack funds, hurry up and earn some, or simply refrain from buying that I need to make more money so I can purchase beautiful clothing when I go out. Chapter 9. The expert come out? Where do you emerge from? Can you even emerge? What on earth are you? A barrage of questions surged through Liu Dong's mind, shattering his previous understanding. First, the system bound to you is a vessel. I require energy to manifest. It was precisely due to insufficient energy that I randomly selected you. Secondly, I am not an object. I am an intelligent life form, which you may simply refer to as an expert. Your manner of speaking indeed suggests you are not an ordinary being. Truly remarkable. Do you dare to insult me? I have not. You claimed yourself to be an object. Are you perhaps an object? You are not an object. The store has hiked its prices. Hey, please, do not. You are a scheming merchant. No matter how Liu Dong called out to the system, Yao Yaozi remained silent, as if lifeless. While the prices in the store continued to soar, far beyond his current meager savings, the following morning, Liu Dong awoke early, and after breakfast, he made his way to the village gate. Upon arrival, he encountered Yuan Lin. Ohio, Kakadong. Ohio, Lin. Liu Dong's only resemblance to the characters in the original story was his aloof demeanor, at least on the surface, so he maintained his cool facade, responding in a frigid tone. Kakadong. Teacher Shui Min mentioned that our team would be joined by a new member. Did you know? As they walked, Yuan Lin spoke to Liu Dong in a soft voice, but he was preoccupied with thoughts of when in the original narrative Sanai Yabiki had been captured. I am aware. I heard he is an Umbu member. Yuan Lin added, but Liu Dong merely nodded. Having already spotted the Umbu member, Liu Dong had yet to provide a definitive answer regarding Danzo's threat to have him join the route. Time was running out. He understood that even if he left the village to execute a mission, that old man would undoubtedly send someone to shadow him. He remained uncertain whether Danzo had assigned any other tasks to Sanai Yabiki. Hence the need for caution. Ohio, Kakadong. Lin. Bo Feng Shui Min arrived early as well and greeted the two. Ohio, Teacher Shui Min. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sanai Yibichi. Bo Feng Shui Min glanced at Sanai Yabiki, who, though only slightly older than Liu Dong, appeared significantly more weathered. However, this was understandable, considering the Umbu served as Konoha's elite assassination organization, akin to a spy agency. Its members were inevitably stained with blood and had witnessed the depths of darkness. As did the root. Ohio, I am Isu. I am Sanai Yabiki. I look forward to working with you. I am Hataki Kakadong. I am Yuan Lin. After the three introduced themselves, Bo Feng Shui Min began assigning tasks. Liu Dong, Yao Yaozi, come out and analyze. Wait until I wake up. Cease your chatter. If you call me again, I shall bite you. Liu Dong, it is my first time hearing that the system requires sleep as well. After the task allocation, Bo Feng Shui Min asked, do you have any questions? Liu Dong quickly shook his head. The captive will be retrieved from behind enemy lines. Our team will meet him near the Kamizukabashi Bridge. And we only need to provide support there. The three hastened towards the Kamizukabashi Bridge, yet Liu Dong remained distracted, his mind consumed with thoughts of Sanai Yabiki's ninjutsu that had yet to be analyzed. Wait, halfway along the journey, before reaching the Kamizukabashi Bridge, Sanai Yabiki suddenly halted, and Bo Feng Shui Min did the same. What is the matter? Yuan Lin nervously scanned their surroundings, instinctively leaning closer to Liu Dong. Liu Dong, however, was rather unconcerned. Nonetheless, to maintain his persona, he feigned anxiety and glanced around. What is happening? Fools, you have fallen into an illusion that it seems we are in a precarious situation. We have been going in circles, indicating we are ensnared in an illusion. Yao Yaozi and Bo Feng Shui Min simultaneously stated, Liu Dong, ancestor, have you finally woken? Spare the nonsense. There is at least one squad of enemies. Which one do you wish to analyze? Yao Yaozi's languid voice resonated, and Liu Dong felt an unusual lack of tension regarding the impending battle. Her tone was far too suggestive, leading his thoughts astray. You old lecher, focus on the matter at hand. Liu Dong. Oh, very well. Shall we analyze Sanai Yabiki then? Have you lost your mind? Liu Dong. Hey, are you not Japanese? Why are you using Shanghainese to scold me? Kakadong. Be wary of your surroundings. The enemy approaches. Liu Dong was engaged in a verbal spar with Yao Yaozi when Bo Feng Shui Min's voice snapped him back to reality. Teacher, you all go ahead. I will hold the rear. The mission is paramount. Liu Dong's expression grew serious. If he did not disperse the three, it might hinder his performance. No, that would be too risky. Without a moment's hesitation, Wufeng Shuimin declined. Teacher, this is presently the best course of action. Rest assured, I managed to handle those adversaries last time, and this small squad consists of merely a few individuals. I shall have no difficulty. Although Liu Dong felt displeased internally, he maintained a serious demeanor outwardly. Wufeng Shuimin hesitated for a brief moment, exchanged a glance with Senai Yabiki, and then acquiesced. Kakashi, be cautious. Yawahara Rin cast a worried glance at Liu Dong. The illusion technique, while not the weakest, was certainly not formidable, and it was easily dispelled by Wufeng Shuimin. He then proceeded with Yawahara Rin and Senai Yabiki towards the Kamikaze Bridge, leaving Liu Dong standing alone in place. Come out. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to play with you for too long. Once assured that Wufeng Shuimin and the others had moved far enough away, Liu Dong addressed the tree. No sooner had he spoken than several figures emerged. Little brat, your companions have departed, and no one is here to hear your boasts. Why not surrender and divulge the information you possess? Perhaps I shall grant you a chance to survive. One man sneered, descending from the tree with an air of contempt directed at Liu Dong. Enough with the idle chatter. Shall we all attack together, or will you be the first to come at me? Such bravado for a mere child. One of me is sufficient to deal with you, the man declared, charging at Liu Dong while rapidly forming hand signs. What a fool. Yaozi could not help but exclaim. And in the next moment, the man was swiftly dispatched by a lightning strike, Liu Dong barely having moved a muscle. Indeed, the weakest dogs barked the loudest. Next, Liu Dong yawned, and the remaining three descended from the tree. These three are not to be underestimated. They are significantly stronger than that previous fool. Be cautious. Chapter 10. With one hand Liu Dong. Yaozi, your concern for me is heartwarming. May I request that we tackle them together? I merely remind you that only one can be analyzed, the others can be archived. After all, the reward for this mission appears quite generous, does it not? If you fall behind, I shall incur a substantial loss. Liu Dong, little brat, distractions on the battlefield can lead to death. Just as Liu Dong deliberated on which analysis to select, a man's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Upon turning, he found that only two individuals remained in the spot where he had been standing. Ding! Danger detected for the host. Automatic analysis initiated and attack mode activated. Analysis complete. Analysis level 1, mental strength -1, mental strength cap 1, chakra cap 3. The man watched in disbelief as his own kunai pierced his body, while Liu Dong remained utterly unmoved, not even turning his head. Liu Dong. What the hell? You nearly scared me to death? Underestimating the battlefield can also lead to demise. Liu Dong slowly turned to face the man, who was now on the brink of collapse, and flashed his signature grin. What the hell? I'll take you down. You scared me. You're insane. The other two stood frozen, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before them. What manner of ninjutsu was this, that one could kill without forming any hand signs? All right, let us all attack together. I will permit you one hand. Having vented his frustrations, Liu Dong turned to the two and declared. The two exchanged glances, finally acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. Liu Dong. Yaozi, I leave the next steps to you. The black man. Confused look. Liu Dong. I recall that when danger arose last time, you were able to eliminate so many enemies. This is merely that I have faith in your abilities so. I'll wait until you're nearly beaten to a pulp before I intervene. Remember this. Don't flaunt unless necessary, or you might attract lightning. Liu Dong. The two opponents fixed their gazes upon Liu Dong for a few seconds before suddenly moving .1 charge directly at him, while the other swiftly circled behind, aiming to limit his movements. In an effort to protect his handsome face from becoming bruised, Liu Dong could not resist striking back. He activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and rapidly formed hand signs. Earth style, decapitation technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two men were indeed stronger than the previous ones, yet they remained no match for Liu Dong. In mere moments, one lay on the verge of collapse, while the other found himself immobilized in the ground. Didn't you say you'd only use one hand? The man, trapped in the earth, glared at Liu Dong with indignation, wishing he could peel his skin from his bones. That was merely a tactic. Don't take it literally. Liu Dong smirked, for he had indeed intended to use one hand, but the system had proven merciless. He had no desire to take a beating. Despicable, shameless, scoundrel, the man had only his head exposed above the soil. Unable to utilize ninjutsu, and resorted to verbal attacks, managing to rant for 10 minutes without repeating himself. Liu Dong. Yaozi. Excellent. I have learned much. Well, time is running short. I must seek out my companions. If fortune smiles upon you, perhaps your two companions can still be saved. Do come to Konoha for a visit. I shall teach you how to defeat enemies with one hand. Despicable, shameless, scoundrel, Liu Dong, Yayayoshi. Yes. Quite well learned. Liu Dong paid her no further heed and hastened towards the kamikaze bridge, aware that even if he did not deal with those weaklings, the root members trailing behind would step in to handle them, thus rendering his own involvement unnecessary. Meanwhile, Wufeng Shuimin and the others were taking a moment to regroup, primarily to await Liu Dong's arrival. Kakashi, Liu Dong quickly caught up with the trio, and before he could speak, Yawahara Rin leaped into his arms, exclaiming, I'm so glad you made it back alive, Liu Dong. Must you be so enthusiastic? Is this not inviting trouble? Ugh, old lecher, shameless. Kakashi, are you all right? Have the bodies been taken care of? The typically taciturn son Nayabiki also inquired upon Liu Dong's return. All is well. I entrusted the disposal to the Umbu. Liu Dong offered no further details, and the other three refrained from pressing. This was the period of the Third Great Ninja War, and the Umbu's activity was to be expected. Furthermore, the corpses of shinobi could reveal significant information, including ninjutsu. So it was crucial to dispose of the bodies promptly to prevent any potential leaks of sensitive information to the enemy. Kakashi, are you injured? Let me have a look. Yawahara Rin released Liu Dong and scrutinized him from head to toe. I'm unhurt, merely a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. Liu Dong inhaled deeply, the unique fragrance of Yawahara Rin lingering in the air. Ugh, old pervert. As Liu Dong indulged in his thoughts, Yayayoshi's voice abruptly interrupted his daydreaming. Here, take this. It's my homemade soldier pill. Consuming it will quickly replenish your stamina. And it's more effective than what you'd find in stores, Yawahara Rin explained, producing several brown soldier pills resembling dog food from her pack and handing them to Liu Dong. Having just activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, he was indeed somewhat fatigued, and without hesitation, he popped two of the dog food-like pills into his mouth. They were sweet and tasted quite pleasant. How is it? I feel invigorated, Liu Dong replied instinctively, only to realize how reminiscent it was of a certain chocolate advertisement. Rin, have you named this? Is it just called soldier pill? How will it be distinguished from regular soldier pills? Liu Dong's question left Yawahara Rin momentarily stumped. She had indeed not considered this aspect, at least not until now. What should we call it to differentiate it from the ordinary? How about calling it Great Strength Soldier Pill? It is sweet and quite tasty. Liu Dong smacked his lips. While this concoction was indeed quicker in restoring stamina than the ordinary soldier pill, it still paled in comparison to the chakra pills provided by the system. Though he was reluctant to part with them, given the system's miserly offerings. All right, we shall name it Great Strength Soldier Pill as you suggest. Yawahara Rin nodded, distributing some to Wufeng Shuimin and Senai Yabiki as well. After a brief respite, the four of them continued their journey towards the kamikaze bridge. Given the circumstances, it seemed they would arrive before nightfall, for the darkness served as an excellent cover, facilitating both stealth and movement. Throughout the afternoon, the four-man team was relatively fortunate. Aside from the small group of enemies encountered in the morning, they faced no further attacks and arrived near the kamikaze bridge without incident. Teacher, what shall we do next? The group found a quiet spot to conceal themselves and began deliberating their upcoming strategy. Chapter 11. Deceived tonight. Our team will escort the prisoners of war to the vicinity of the kamikaze bridge. At that time, the three of you will be responsible for protection, while I will cover the rear. Should any unusual circumstances arise, we will conduct immediate interrogations. Wufeng Shuimin detailed the operation plan, and the other three expressed no objections. Thus, they rested in place, awaiting the appointed hour to commence their actions. Kakashi, I feel you've been acting strangely of late. Are you still mourning over Obito? During a moment of private respite, Noera Rin hesitantly gazed at Liu Dong. As if she had something to convey, he immediately comprehended her intent. No, I'm perfectly fine, Liu Dong replied nonchalantly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with deliberations concerning Shimura Danzo's request for him to join the root organization. Kakato, I know you simply wish to conceal your sorrow from others, thereby striving to appear normal, but in truth, you are even more distressed, Noera Rin continued. Liu Dong, bewildered by her line of thought, responded absent-mindedly. I am fine. Kakato, actually, Obito has always held affection for you. Liu Dong snapped back to attention, realizing that Noera Rin was about to confess her feelings. He quickly interjected, for he harbored no deep feelings for her. In the original narrative, his sentiments toward her were merely those of camaraderie. Yet, he genuinely wished to protect her, for her demise would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. But Rin, please refrain from speaking. I will ensure Obito's safety. Nothing more. Now, I need to attend to something. I shall return shortly. With that, Liu Dong left the girl standing alone as he ambled towards the nearby thicket. That fellow is about to make a move. If I don't intervene, it could lead to dire consequences. Who knows what schemes that old fox, Danzo, might concoct. This madman is notorious for exploiting any means to coerce those he covets into joining root, even orchestrating familial slaughter, as exemplified by the Uchiha massacre. More infuriatingly, Obito, that fool, was complicit in it. Come out, Liu Dong murmured to the air, deep in thought. Have you made up your mind? Lord Danzo awaits your response. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from behind him. Liu Dong, though unaccustomed to such dramatic entrances, suppressed the urge to strike and slowly turned to face the intruder, forcing a smile that lacked warmth. What do you think? You do realize the consequences of refusal, don't you? The masked individual, evidently in no mood for banter, spoke with a chilling tone, their chakra swirling with increased intensity. Well then, I'm curious to see what those consequences entail. Liu Dong's expression hardened, his own chakra flaring as he began to channel his energy. He was well aware of Danzo's tactics, which typically involved leveraging what was most precious to threaten individuals. However, as someone who had traversed from another world, to him, this realm was but a mere comic, and currently, he possessed nothing that could be used against him. You will come to regret this. The masked figure, sensing the oppressive atmosphere and murderous intent, was taken aback, astonished that a mere 12-year-old could exude such a formidable presence. Return and inform Shimura Danzo that I will only act according to my own will. No one shall compel me otherwise, or they may find themselves facing dire consequences. Liu Dong retracted his menacing aura, gazing at the masked figure with indifference. The latter ceased any further dialogue, swiftly departing. As soon as the masked figure vanished, Minato Namikaze and Senju Ibiki leaped into the thicket. Kakato, are you unharmed? I sensed an unusual presence here. Did it escape? Minato inquired, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings for any sign of the masked figure's retreat. No need to fret. It was merely a lowly minion, and I frightened it away. Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, prompting Minato to relax his defensive stance. As time passed, the appointed rendezvous moment arrived, with the four of them lying in wait nearby. Ever vigilant of their surroundings, they've arrived, Kakato. After waiting for approximately 3 minutes, they indeed observed 2 Leaf Village ninja escorting a shinobi from a Wagakure, the latter's chakra flowing chaotically, clearly indicating he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. You all stay here. I will handle the exchange. Minato glanced at the trio before decisively springing forth. Fools, you've been deceived. The moment Minato leapt into action, Yao Yaozi immediately interjected. Liu Dong. These 2 ninjas are not to be underestimated. Your yellow flash will undoubtedly require considerable effort to subdue them. Liu Dong, you articulate your analysis so well. Why didn't you voice it earlier? I didn't want to, Liu Dong replied. Thank you for your hard work. I shall take it from here. Approaching the hostage, Minato addressed the 2 leaf-clad ninjas. Now, I entrust this to you. The 2 exchanged glances before relinquishing the captive to Minato. Watch out. Be careful, Minato and Liu Dong exclaimed in unison. Just as explosive tags detonated with a resounding blast. With the explosion, Liu Dong and the others leaped from their hiding spots, while the so-called hostage was rendered unconscious. Fortunately, Minato had reacted swiftly and sustained no injuries. You 2 can't be from the Leaf, can you? Liu Dong regarded them coldly. Little brat, how did you figure it out? The 2 men sneered. Now that you've seen through us, you certainly can't be allowed to leave alive. Let us see about that, Liu Dong replied with indifference. Yao Yaozi, can you analyze once more, quickly? I need to prepare for battle. I can't. Yao Yaozi responded. Liu Dong, Minato-sensei, please ensure Rin's safety. I will handle these 2. Liu Dong raised one hand behind his back and then addressed the 2 men. You may come at me together. I will only use one hand. Kakato, don't overestimate your capabilities. We should retreat to avoid drawing more pursuers. Minato hoisted the barely conscious hostage, showing no intention of engaging the foes. Fleeing is not my style, Minato-sensei. They cannot best me point 2 or 10. I will slay them all. You need not concern yourselves with me. Besides, in this situation, even if we fled, we would still be pursued. Leave it to me. Have faith. Liu Dong's poised demeanor surprised both Minato and Senju Ibiki. In that case, I shall stay as well. Senju Ibiki assumed an offensive stance. Liu Dong hesitated. While this was not an unreasonable choice, it would hinder his opportunity to shine. No need. Minato-sensei, you must protect Rin while carrying the hostage. That would be too taxing. You all should leave. I will catch up soon. Chapter 12. War of attrition as Liu Dong continued to insist upon his decision. Minato ceased to argue, swiftly resolving to depart with the hostage and the other two. TCH, I detest such reckless and obstinate little brats. I'll finish you off in 2 minutes. The two men exchanged glances, smirking with disdain. Is that so? Then let us see if you can even touch a single hair of mine within those 2 minutes. Liu Dong took a step back, adopting a stance as if to charge forward, his chakra remaining notably stable with no indication of release. Little brat, you have quite the audacity. Prepare to die. The two men charged at Liu Dong from opposite directions, aiming to strike him. The moment they were about to make contact, he swiftly concentrated chakra in his feet, leaping aside. The two men, thwarted in their initial attempt, quickly formed hand seals to unleash new jutsu. Yet Liu Dong continued to evade effortlessly, refraining from counterattacks, akin to walking a dog. Little brat, if you have the ability, then stop running. The two men found their chakra diminished by a third, appearing somewhat winded as they yelled in frustration. Baka, if you're capable, then come chase me. Liu Dong taunted, sticking out his tongue at them. Although he had mentioned using one hand, he had never stated he would engage in combat. With a reserve of chakra stored in his system and sufficient energy of his own, he intended to exhaust their chakra before delivering a decisive blow. Stop right there, you bastard. The two men, infuriated, gradually lost their composure, launching relentless attacks in a desperate bid to land a hit on Liu Dong, who deftly led them around by the nose. Fools, come chase me. If you have the guts, don't run. After several exchanges, Liu Dong emerged unscathed, while the two men appeared utterly exhausted. So, what's the verdict? Do you want me to let you use the other hand? Liu Dong inquired, stepping before the nearly depleted foes, a playful smirk on his face as he also tucked his other hand behind his back. Shameless, despicable, and vile. Liu Dong, why are you all so fond of insults? Liu Dong shook his head in exasperation before executing a leaf whirlwind technique he had learned from Might Guy, knocking both men unconscious. Sigh, why can't I find an opponent worth my time? That's because you lack any shame. Yao Yaozi delivered a decisive blow, Liu Dong observed. Meanwhile, on the other side, several individuals including Bo Feng Shui men arrived at a secure clearing, where Lin provided medical assistance to the captive. Shui Min Sensei, his injuries are too severe. I have exhausted all my efforts, and no matter how hard Yen Lin tried, her attempts were futile. Cough, cough. At that moment, the captive stirred awake, weakly glancing at the three beside him, and immediately became agitated. You, cough, cough, you are the yellow flash. Indeed, it is I. Bo Feng Shui Min glanced at Sanai Bai Shi, signaling him to commence the interrogation without delay. I am a member of the Konoha Ambu, serving as a spy in Awagakure. Cough, cough. Once discovered, they could extract no valuable intelligence from me. Cough, cough. Thus they sought to infiltrate the village under the pretense of escorting captives. You must be cautious, the man on the ground uttered with his last vestiges of strength before he breathed his last. The trio, having grasped the situation, were still processing their grief when they sensed a presence approaching, prompting them to hide immediately. Come out. It is I. Liu Dong entered the clearing, sniffing the strong scent of blood that lingered in the air, and unceremoniously tossed two unconscious captives onto the ground. Kakadong! Yuan Lin exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. Wait, Lin, you cannot be so unguarded. Liu Dong retreated a step, wary of Lin's exuberance leading her to tackle him. Indeed, Lin, in such circumstances, we must first verify the identity of the other party. Otherwise, it could be perilous, just as it was moments ago. I was careless, Bo Feng Shui Min added as he stepped forward. I apologize, Shui Min Sensei. I shall remember. Yuan Lin pouted, visibly feeling aggrieved. These two fellows have been drained of chakra by me and will not awaken anytime soon. Liu Dong remarked, glancing at the two ninjas lying unconscious on the ground. Well done, Kakadong. Let us hasten back before the pursuers arrived. Liu Dong nodded, moving aside, unwilling to engage in the physical labor of carrying them. Observing this, Bo Feng Shui Min exchanged glances with Sanai Bai Shi, and each took up one of the captives. The trio journeyed through the night, finally returning to the village with the captives after 2 days. Under the stern interrogation from Sanai Bai Shi, both ninjas confessed everything. Kakadong, thanks to you, we managed this. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, his face lined with wrinkles, but Liu Dong felt no joy. The thought of the impending Third Shinobi World War and the Third Hokage's willingness to forego reparations in favor of a peace treaty with the Tsuchikage left him feeling frustrated. Although it had yet to transpire, given the Third's timid character, it seemed inevitable. He found himself in agreement with Shimura Danzo that as they invaded, They should demand compensation. Lord Third, did you summon me merely to commend my efforts? Liu Dong regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen with a cool gaze. Based on his experience, he knew that the old man only adopted such a demeanor when he had unpleasant news to deliver. There is indeed another matter. According to reports from the Umbu, during your combat, you inflicted severe injuries upon one of the enemies without performing any hand signs, and the other two ninjas, purportedly stronger than you, were effortlessly defeated by you. Moreover, in subsequent battles, you vanquished the two from a Wagakure using solely taijutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze intently on Liu Dong, wary of missing even the slightest change in his expression. And what of it? What jutsu did you employ, and when did you learn it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grave, as though interrogating a criminal. What does Lord Third mean by that? Liu Dong sensed something amiss in his words, his expression darkening. With a formidable enemy at hand, the greatest folly was to suspect one's own, yet it appeared Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed a concrete conclusion. Otherwise, he would not have summoned him directly. To put it plainly, Hatake Kakadong, I now suspect you of colluding with the enemy, or to be more blunt, you are a spy sent by them. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen left Liu Dong momentarily stunned, only to burst into boisterous laughter. If he were a spy, how could he sit here so comfortably? What are you laughing at? Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction with Liu Dong's demeanor was palpable. Old man Sarutobi, had I been a spy or an agent sent by the enemy, you would have perished countless times by now. Chapter 13. Conspiracy. Liu Dong's words were audacious and self-assured. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could overpower Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he had discovered yet another flaw in the system. What did you uncover this time? Liu Dong queried that if I truly clashed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, you would undoubtedly intervene, for you would not wish for my demise. Just as you did when I eliminated the pursuers last time. You are quite the clever one, Liu Dong replied. Thank you for the compliment, and I also know that this flaw cannot be rectified. Otherwise, why not bind a more formidable host instead of choosing me, shameless, despicable, and vile? Liu Dong retorted. Kakadong, your tone is rather bold, but I fear you may lack the capability to back it up, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded. At which point two Umbu members materialized behind Liu Dong, one brandishing a kunai against his neck. Look at you, taking it seriously. I was merely jesting, Liu Dong thought to himself, feigning a smile as he pushed the kunai away from his neck. Finally exhaling in relief. All these jutsu were learned during my battles. Didn't Obito gift me a Sharingan? Then how is it that you could kill without hand signs? Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly doubted Liu Dong's claims, reasoning that even with a Sharingan, his victories seemed excessively effortless. Jinjutsu. Old man, you wouldn't be so oblivious as to not know that, would you? I am well aware that in that case, you may return for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Liu Dong with skepticism before dismissing him. Liu Dong refrained from further comment, exiting through the door, only to have his expression fall the moment it closed behind him. Yao Yaozi. Do you sense it too? Yes, that old man is lurking inside. That I knew my instincts were correct. What good does that do? You still cower, don't you? Cower. That I've noticed you possess quite the knack for insults. Has confinement in the system rendered you desperate for validation? I understand. You understand nothing. Get lost, Liu Dong retorted. Meanwhile, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Danzo, you are being overly dramatic. Kakadong is our village's newly promoted jonin this year. I believe he is no spy, but rather a prodigious talent. It is precisely your leniency that leads to so many unnecessary sacrifices that I firmly demand that Kakadong be detained and subjected to strict interrogation. Shimura Danzo's unwavering stance glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, consistent with his habitual approach. If he could not have it, he would resort to destruction. Danzo, mind your attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted defiantly. The two remained locked in a standoff until a knock echoed from the office door. At which point Danzo sheathed his aggression, casting a cold glance at the third before exiting. Outside the door stood Sun Nai Ibaishi, bearing the urgent interrogation scroll that as Danzo passed by. He inadvertently caught sight of the scroll in Ibaishi's hands. Lord Third, this contains intelligence regarding a Wagakure obtained from the two captives. Sun Nai Ibaishi entered the office, closing the door behind him without sparing Danzo a glance. What do you think of that boy Kakadong? Did anything seem amiss during the journey? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hasten to open the scroll, but instead rested his chin on his hand. Contemplating Danzo's remarks while observing Sun Nai Ibaishi, there was nothing unusual, though his strength seems to be above average among the jonin. Sunai Baishi relayed his observations to Sarutobi Hiruzen before taking his leave. Liu Dong had been waiting outside the Hokage building, and it was not long before he spotted Danzo emerging, his expression instantly turning icy. Danzo felt a surge of intense killing intent directed at him. Following the sensation, he turned to see Liu Dong, whose eyes bore no malice, leading him to believe he was merely being paranoid. "Lord Danzo, it has been a few days. I hope you have been well." Liu Dong approached, a smile plastered on his face that did not reach his eyes. "Brat, I received your message, but I must inform you that you will regret this decision." Danzo's eyes radiated disdain, his demeanor as unappealing as his countenance. "Perhaps, but I believe you will regret it first." Liu Dong's words caught Danzo off guard, but he quickly regained his composure, convinced that Liu Dong could not possibly know of his machinations to frame him as a spy. "Huh, it seems that the Leaf's White Fang has taught you well. You are merely a blusterer, a person of no real capability." Tanza Shimura let out a cold laugh, instantly provoking Liu Dong's ire. Although he had traversed into this world and shared no paternal bond with Tsukumo Hatake, he believed in the principle that the deceased should be honored. Moreover, given that he was currently assuming the role of the man as son, he felt compelled to express his respect. "Old man Tanzu, my reluctance to engage in a direct confrontation with you does not stem from fear. However, should you utter such words once more, I assure you, I will render you incapable of ever speaking again." Liu Dong exuded an overwhelming aura, and Tanzu Shimura once again sensed the menacing intent emanating from him, even more intense and terrifying than before. "You insipid child, you are no match for me. Your father was a worthless fool, leading our village to immense losses. His suicide was a mercy." Throughout the encounter, Tanzu Shimura had never regarded Liu Dong as a worthy opponent. Even in the face of Liu Dong's formidable killing intent, he remained unperturbed. "How infuriating! I shall kill you!" An impulse surged within Liu Dong, rendering him incapable of rationally processing his emotions. That he acted impulsively, as if the remnants of the original host's emotional consciousness had taken control. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Liu Dong seemed to have lost all sanity, while Tanzu Shimura adopted a defensive posture, refraining from attacking and attempting to lead him into a more populated area. He recognized that something was amiss, yet he was powerless to rein in Liu Dong's assault. "Fool, you've fallen into my trap. Wake up." Just then, the voice of Yaozi echoed in Liu Dong's mind, and he felt as though he had suddenly awoken from a nightmare, halting his assault immediately. "What is happening? Is this an illusion?" "No, you have unwittingly fallen under the influence of his chakra, hindering your cognitive processes. Thus, your actions will increasingly escape rational control. If this continues, you will inevitably fall completely into his snare, becoming mere meat on the chopping block." At the mercy of others, Yaozi's words instilled a sense of dread in Liu Dong. He had unknowingly succumbed to such a ninjutsu. Fortunately, he had the system's oversight. Otherwise, a disaster would have surely ensued. Allowing Tanzu Shimura to solidify his identity as a spy, burying Liu Dong without anyone caring. "Little brat, why have you stopped? Are you conceding?" Tanzu Shimura remarked, noting Liu Dong's withdrawal from his aggressive stance, his expression momentarily faltering, tinged with irritation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Whether I speak nonsense or not is irrelevant. What truly matters is that we have forged a grudge. I wager you will not survive the conclusion of this ninja world war. Let us see if my prediction holds true." Liu Dong's confidence gnawed at Tanzu Shimura, yet he found himself unable to retaliate, as numerous villagers were now watching. To act against Liu Dong openly would invite scorn. "Kakashi," Liu Dong's declaration was abruptly interrupted by the voice of Might Guy from the crowd. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, old man Tanzu." Liu Dong sighed and swiftly leaped onto the rooftops, soon vanishing into an alleyway. Why did he flee? Is he afraid of being defeated by me? "Ah, youth," Might Guy mused aloud, watching Liu Dong's disappearing figure, inciting a desire in Tanzu Shimura to curse him for his foolishness. Liu Dong made his way home, swiftly traversing the rooftops. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual presence, causing him to furrow his brow. "Orochimaru, do you seek another round of being sliced?" Liu Dong yelled towards the wall. Having nearly suffered a setback with Tanzu Shimura, and now finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration. "Little brat, your temper is excessively volatile." Soon as Liu Dong's words fell, a head materialized on the wall, followed by the rest of Orochimaru's body, eliciting a sense of revulsion. "Could you appear in a more normal manner next time?" Liu Dong poured himself a glass of water, and just as he took a sip, He sensed Orochimaru's presence drawing near and instinctively brandished a kunai, not even glancing in his direction. Hiss. The sound of the kunai piercing flesh coincided with Orochimaru's sharp intake of breath. Liu Dong inadvertently turned to look. Witnessing Orochimaru's gaping maw with the kunai lodged in his tongue, a sight both terrifying and grotesque. Without hesitation, Liu Dong delivered another strike. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." With 2 wounds on his tongue, Orochimaru struggled to articulate. His speech becoming slurred, Liu Dong mused that he could now be dubbed Big Tongue. "You lunatic! What possessed you to bite me? You deserve to be stabbed." Liu Dong endeavored to erase the image he had just witnessed from his mind. "You are the first to reject my power." Orochimaru glared at Liu Dong, his face a mask of discontent. "Do not think I am unaware of the consequences of your bite. It is akin to being bitten by a rabid dog, slowly devouring my body, leaving me a mindless beast, slashing about without reason." Liu Dong had felt that Orochimaru's bestowed curse mark upon Sasuke resembled the experience of being bitten by a rabid dog, whereupon the afflicted would unleash tremendous power in a frenzied state, akin to a rabid dog attacking indiscriminately. "You dare compare me to a dog?" Orochimaru's anger flared, causing his tongue to bleed anew, blood trickling down his chin like drool, which Liu Dong found utterly distasteful. "Speak quickly. What brings you here? To bite me once more?" Liu Dong glared at Orochimaru with impatience, having just fought with Tanza Shimura. He sought to rest and restore his mental energy for training. "Come to the lab tonight. I will show you my recent experimental results. Surely, you've been eager to see them?" "Understood, I shall arrive on time. Now, wipe that drool and leave before you dirty my floor." Liu Dong's expression was one of disdain, lacking any semblance of respect, nearly provoking Orochimaru to retaliate. But after a moment's hesitation, he restrained himself. "Just you wait, you little brat." Orochimaru swore silently, then melded back into the wall, departing in his unsettling manner. Once Orochimaru had left, Liu Dong sighed, feeling wearied from the past few days. Such fragility, Liu Dong mused. Accustomed to Yayozi's sharp tongue, he chose not to engage in banter. Instead, sitting on his bed, closing his eyes to meditate, Liu Dong did not employ the conventional methods taught at the Ninja Academy. Rather, he utilized a modern approach to meditation, focusing his energy, refining it, and tracing the flow of chakra within his body, gradually achieving tranquility. Ding! The host has discovered a new cultivation method. Mental capacity increased by 5. Physical capacity increased by 1. Liu Dong remained seated for the entirety of the afternoon, and as evening approached, Yayozi's voice echoed in his mind, prompting him to open his eyes. "Yayozi, is there any expedited method for leveling up? Perhaps a buff?" "No, don't even think about it. Cultivation cannot be achieved in a day. That if you continue to neglect your training, I will send you back to be remade." "You possess such a function?" "What does remade entail?" "Simple. First, I shall find a way to eliminate you, then extract the residual energy from your body and make my escape." Yayozi's tone turned frosty, causing Liu Dong to shudder involuntarily. Was this a threat of murder? No, no, no. I was merely jesting." Liu Dong quickly reassured that I took you seriously. It's time for dinner. I shall let you rest. I won't disturb you further. Farewell." With that, Liu Dong hastily closed the system's control panel. Outside, the sunlight dimmed, and dusk began to set in. Liu Dong took note of the time and stepped outside. Despite the ongoing war, Konoha village remained lively at night. Perhaps the multitude of life and death farewells necessitated the vibrant nightlife as a temporary escape from reality. "Kakashi, good evening." As Liu Dong strolled through the streets, passing a barbecue shop, he encountered his former classmates from the Ninja Academy gathered for a meal, the greeting having come from Anko Mitarashi. "Good evening." Liu Dong paused, turning to regard her with a detached gaze, his eyes lingering on her shoulder. "What is it, Kakashi?" Noticing Liu Dong's unwavering stare, Anko's companions exchanged puzzled glances. "Nothing," Liu Dong snapped back to reality, saying nothing further before departing. According to the timeline established in the original narrative, in just over a year, Orochimaru would attempt to implant the curse mark on Anko. It seemed he had also become a target of Orochimaru's experiments. Having failed this afternoon, the man would undoubtedly pursue him further. That guy is truly peculiar. Perhaps it has to do with Obito? Who knows? Ever since Konoha Whitefang's suicide, he has been this way. After Liu Dong departed, a group of youths began to chatter animatedly, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of speculation. Only Yashirashi Akane remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the direction he had taken. Contemplating the meaning behind the glance he had cast moments earlier, Orochimaru's laboratory was exceedingly well concealed. It took Liu Dong quite some time to locate it. He had arrived early, but the entrance was securely locked. And it was not the place where the two had initially agreed to meet. Chapter 15. Your breath stinks. It was likely that Orochimaru had not anticipated Liu Dong would discover the whereabouts of his clandestine laboratory. Liu Dong waited quietly for a while, but when Orochimaru failed to appear, he suddenly heard the familiar voice of Shimura Danzo nearby, prompting him to quickly find a hiding spot. Orochimaru, you had better not disappoint me. Danzo was accompanied by two members of the Root organization, who were tasked with his protection. Rest assured, that little brat will eventually be mine, Orochimaru declared with unwavering confidence, though his speech was slightly slurred. Perhaps a result of the two stabs Liu Dong had inflicted upon him earlier that afternoon. The four individuals arrived at the entrance of the laboratory, but the two Root members did not enter. Only Orochimaru and Danzo proceeded inside, and after a brief exchange, they emerged again 10 minutes later. As the time for Liu Dong's meeting with Orochimaru approached, Danzo departed with his subordinates, allowing Orochimaru to finally make his way to the agreed-upon location. Liu Dong had suspected from the outset that Orochimaru was neither sincere nor truly interested in collaborating. He was merely after Liu Dong for his own purposes. After Orochimaru left, Liu Dong emerged from his hiding place, glanced around, and approached the entrance of the laboratory. Yao Yaozi, are you there? He called. Why aren't you speaking Japanese? Being Japanese and all. Are you out of your mind? You called me out just to ask that? Liu Dong replied, No. I wanted to know if you had a way to pick a lock. Of course, there's a lock-picking toolkit available at the store, essential for window climbing and wall scaling. Great quality at a reasonable price. Welcome to purchase. Yao Yaozi instantly transformed into a standard customer service voice. I have no money. Get lost. After leaving behind a rather impolite utterance, Yao Yaozi fell silent. Liu Dong had no choice but to grit his teeth and pull out half a month's wages to access the shop within the control panel and buy a lock-picking toolkit. Welcome next time. Goodbye. The toolkit immediately appeared in Liu Dong's hands, and Yao Yaozi cheerfully accepted the payment. Resisting the urge to curse, Liu Dong opened the toolkit and proceeded to pick the lock. Although the items were expensive, they proved to be effective. Liu Dong swiftly unlocked the door and stepped inside. Inside, there was a large table cluttered with bottles and jars containing various unidentified liquids and reagents. Resembling a chemistry laboratory, after surveying the area, he found no useful information, as he was not well versed in chemistry or biology. With time running short, Liu Dong exited the laboratory and made his way to find Orochimaru. Good evening, Orochimaru. When Liu Dong arrived at the designated location, Orochimaru was already growing impatient, teetering on the brink of fury. I was delayed because I saw an elderly lady in need of assistance while crossing the street, Liu Dong said, maintaining a steady demeanor, but Orochimaru was clearly unconvinced. All right, enough of these trivial matters. Let us discuss the results of your experiments. What have you discovered? Come closer, and I will tell you, Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Liu Dong immediately discerned his intentions and shook his head vigorously, covering his nose. No, your breath stinks. Huh? Orochimaru visibly felt the sting of humiliation. Speak if you have something to say. If not, I'm leaving. You little brat, am I too lenient? Orochimaru was genuinely enraged, or rather anxious, as the pent-up frustration of recent days erupted at that moment, and he quickly formed hand seals. Liu Dong did not wish to engage in a fight with Orochimaru today, as the original narrative indicated that ninjas from the Mist Village would soon launch a surprise attack on Konoha, and he could not afford to be hindered here. Is it unacceptable for me to apologize? Big brother, why not retract that cursed mark of yours? Even if you were to bite me 10 times, it would be futile. Liu Dong barely evaded Orochimaru's assault. He could only utilize the analysis system once a day, so he needed to conserve it for countering the Mist Village ninjas. I don't believe it. Orochimaru pressed on with his attack, leaving Liu Dong at a loss for words. All right, you can bite me once. Just once, is that acceptable? Liu Dong reluctantly extended his neck. Without hesitation, Orochimaru opened his wide mouth and bit down. Hiss. Liu Dong gasped. This creature truly possessed a set of snake-like fangs, and it hurt immensely. Just as Orochimaru was about to release his grip, he realized his chakra and mental energy were swiftly being drained, rendering him unable to let go. This mental energy is quite pure. Not bad. He mused. Yao Yaozi, don't let him die from this. Orochimaru emitted muffled sounds as he clamped down on Liu Dong's neck until the system finally released him. You mutt. That hurt like hell. Liu Dong slapped him again. You little brat. Who exactly are you? Orochimaru felt as though 2/3 of his chakra had been siphoned away, his eyes displaying both astonishment and something else that I am, of course. Hatake Kakashi. Have you lost your mind? Liu Dong retorted. By the way, do I need to get rabies shots after you bit me? What is that? Oh, it's a vaccine that kills the virus left in humans if bitten by a dog that carries bacteria. Liu Dong explained impassively, and Orochimaru finally realized that the brat was just mocking him again. You infuriate me. Orochimaru pointed at Liu Dong's nose, utterly helpless. After all, he was left with only 1/3 of his chakra and was uncertain if he could overpower the boy. All right, enough with the anger. You're getting old, and being irritable can lead to dementia that I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Liu Dong rubbed his neck, realizing just how vicious Orochimaru could be. After bidding farewell to Orochimaru, Liu Dong returned home, changed into a black stealth outfit, and donned a mask before heading out. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow trailed him through the night. Liu Dong roamed the village until the early hours of the morning. Just as he began to doubt whether he had misremembered the timeline, several shadows darted from the nearby woods. As he was about to follow them, a noise erupted from behind him. Kakashi, what are you sneaking around for at this hour? Might Guy suddenly leaped out, nearly causing Liu Dong to throw a kunai in shock. Are you insane? What are you dressed like that for in the middle of the night? Liu Dong assessed Might Guy, who was clad in black with an eerie mask. He looked downright terrifying. Isn't that how you're dressed too? What is going on? Is there a special mission? Take me with you. Might Guy grinned, his teeth gleaming in the darkness like light bulbs, sending a chill down Liu Dong's spine. Chapter 16. Truly detrimental. Go back. There is no mission. Liu Dong urgently attempted to dismiss Might Guy, but the latter was annoyingly persistent and refused to believe him. Kakashi, although we are rivals, do you really need to be so petty? Liu Dong was on the verge of losing the trail of the Mist Village assassins and, thinking quickly, pointed to a tree across the way. Look, a ghost. A ghost? Where? Might Guy, predictably gullible, fell for the ruse, allowing Liu Dong to slip away in pursuit of the fleeing Mist Village assassins. It was uncertain whether Might Guy's voice alerted the two assassins. But halfway through the chase, Liu Dong lost their trail, leaving him quite distressed. He decided to head to Noera Rin's house to check on her safety. Peering through the window of Noera Rin's home revealed nothing but darkness within, obscuring any view. If only I had be a Kugan, Liu Dong lamented. Dream on. After lingering outside Noera Rin's house for a while, Liu Dong resolved to knock on the door, needing to ascertain her safety. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door, but there was no response, causing his heart to race with worry. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked harder, and after a moment, he finally heard some shuffling inside before the door slowly creaked open. Hakakashi? Bang! Noera Rin, clad in her pajamas and yawning, first expressed a puzzled inquiry upon seeing Liu Dong, but in the next instant, as if recalling something, she hastily shut the door before he could utter a word. What is her problem? Liu Dong narrowly avoided a collision with his nose and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. However, upon seeing that Yi Yuanlin was safe for the time being, he felt a sense of relief. After a while, Yi Yuanlin reopened the door, now dressed in a different outfit, her disheveled hair neatly arranged, and her face washed. Yet, Liu Dong had already departed, gazing at the empty doorway. Yi Yuanlin couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. As Liu Dong walked away from Yi Yuanlin's residence, he pondered the whereabouts of the two enemies from the hidden Mist Village. Logically, they shouldn't be here at this hour to capture Yi Yuanlin, but what could their intentions be? Or perhaps he had misremembered the timing. Maybe they were merely here to gather intelligence, despite his musings. He couldn't arrive at any conclusions, so he decided to retrace his steps, resolutely guarding Yi Yuanlin's home throughout the latter half of the night, only returning home at dawn, stifling yawns. Kakadong, I found you. Just as Liu Dong reached his doorstep, Might Guy suddenly leaped down from the roof, nearly scaring the wits out of him. What brings you here? Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, having already mentally scolded Might Guy numerous times, yet maintaining an aloof demeanor. Out with it. What were you doing last night? Why are you only returning now? Might Guy leaned in conspiratorially, still clad in the attire from the previous night, appearing somewhat comical. I was on a mission. Liu Dong, weary to the bone, was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Might Guy, but the latter had no intention of backing down. What mission? He pressed. Come inside, and I'll tell you. Liu Dong, growing increasingly impatient with the incessant questioning, pushed him into his home. The moment Mike Guy stepped inside, Liu Dong swiftly closed the door, poured a glass of water, and discreetly added a forgetting pill. Have some water, and I'll explain everything. Mike Guy accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp, while Liu Dong immediately formed hand seals and cast an illusion. 2 minutes later, Liu Dong had changed into his pajamas, feigning sleepiness, and looked at Mike Guy with a cold gaze as he dispelled the illusion. Huh? Cockadong. How did I end up here? Where is this? Upon regaining consciousness, Mike Guy surveyed his surroundings, and upon meeting Liu Dong's slightly irritated gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. I would also like to know why you were in my house. Mike Guy racked his brain trying to recall the events of the previous night. But to no avail, he could only scratch his head in confusion before leaving. Liu Dong sighed in relief. That you're quite the nuisance. Likewise, he muttered, having grown accustomed to bickering with Yayoi, as she rarely spoke kindly. He collapsed onto his bed and quickly fell asleep, only to be awakened in the afternoon by Yayoi's voice. After yawning and freshening up, Liu Dong stepped out to grab a bite. Cockadong, good afternoon. Just a few steps from his door, he was greeted by Yi Yinlin's voice. Good afternoon, Lin, he replied nonchalantly, continuing forward as she followed beside him. Cockadong, what was it that you wanted last night when you came to my house? I forgot, Liu Dong replied absently, his mind still occupied with thoughts about the two individuals from the Hidden Mist Village. It seemed their target was not Lin after all. Who could it be? Huh? How could you forget? I don't believe you. Yuanlin sounded somewhat dissatisfied, but Liu Dong pretended not to hear her, casually selecting a small restaurant to sit down and ordering a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Do you want something to eat? After placing his order, Liu Dong felt a pang of guilt and turned to Yi Yuanlin. She shook her head. Cockadong, 2 assassins came to the village last night and were captured. Did you know about this? As Liu Dong took his first bite of ramen, Yi Yuanlin's words nearly caused him to choke. When were they captured? Who caught them? What do they look like? He hurriedly swallowed the noodles and asked. I don't know. I just heard from Teacher Minato that they came to assassinate the Hokage. Cockadong, you're still not finished with your ramen. Forget it. Lin, I'll pay you back for the noodles later. Before Yi Yuanlin could finish her sentence, Liu Dong abruptly dropped his chopsticks and rushed off. This was an unparalleled opportunity. He needed to find Minato Namikaze and inquire about the whereabouts of the 2 assassins from the Hidden Mist Village and whether he could meet them to analyze their skills. At the Hokage building, Liu Dong searched for Minato but found no trace of him, so he headed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's office to inquire about the situation. The 3rd Hokage was currently busy processing information sent from the front lines. Cockadong, do you not know how to knock? Hiruzen Sarutobi hastily tidied away important documents and shot Liu Dong an exasperated glance. Old man, where are the 2 assassins from the Hidden Mist Village? Where are they now? Liu Dong gasped, his urgency apparent. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. Why do you want to know? Of course it's for a good reason. I need to see them. Liu Dong's insistence triggered doubts in Hiruzen's mind, reminiscent of Shimura Danzo's warnings. Cockadong, you must understand that your suspicions have not been cleared yet, and they are important prisoners, not just anyone can meet them. Chapter 17. Birthday celebration. Hiruzen rested his chin on his hands, scrutinizing Liu Dong with piercing eyes as if attempting to see through him. What if I said I saw them in the village last night? Liu Dong's words caught Hiruzen off guard, and his expression darkened. When did you see them? Why are you only mentioning it now? How was I to know they were spies? It was dark, and I only thought they looked suspicious. I couldn't be sure until I heard about the 2 captured assassins, so I needed to confirm. Liu Dong contemplated and altered his narrative. Regardless of the specifics, he merely needed to meet them. I see. After a moment of consideration, Hiruzen chose to trust Liu Dong's account and summoned an Umbu member to escort him to the prison. This Umbu member was none other than Mori no Ibiki, who had executed a mission with Liu Dong a few days prior. It's these 2. Ibiki indicated the pair locked away in the cell. They've been sealed with the tongue-cutting seal, so we couldn't extract any useful information from them. I see. Liu Dong felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially thought the assassins would be formidable opponents, but it appeared that was not the case. These 2 were likely not from the Hidden Mist Village, but rather pawns used to instigate conflict between the 2 villages. It seems the mastermind did not intend for them to return alive, Liu Dong speculated, stroking his chin. Ibiki nodded, his concerns about Liu Dong easing, and he reported his findings back to Hiruzen, having realized that the prisoners were merely minor players. Liu Dong left the prison with a sense of dissatisfaction. Previously, news had spread throughout the village regarding Liu Dong's solo mission where he had dispatched enemies without hand seals, becoming a topic of conversation among the villagers. As Liu Dong made his way home, he encountered no less than 20 different versions of stories about him, but they all concluded with a remark. What a pity, he is that man's son. The man in question was undoubtedly the Leafs' white fang, Tsukumo Hatake. This left him feeling quite disgruntled. Kakadong. As Liu Dong walked, he was halted by Yi Yuanlin's voice from behind, prompting him to turn slowly. Lin, how much was the ramen? Huh? Yi Yuanlin paused before responding. No. I'm here to invite you to celebrate. Celebrate? Liu Dong was puzzled, as today did not seem to be an occasion for celebration. Yes. Today is my birthday. And I want to invite you to celebrate with me. Yi Yuanlin's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she spoke, and Liu Dong suddenly remembered that indeed it was her special day. Alright, but I didn't prepare a gift. How about this? I'll give you something unique of mine. Liu Dong thought for a moment, retrieving 3 forgetting pills from his system space and handing them to Yi Yuanlin. These are my self-developed forgetting pills. They're quite simple to use and can save your life in critical moments. Thank you. I really like them. Yi Yuanlin beamed as she accepted the pills, offering Liu Dong a sweet smile that you're quite generous. If that's the case, I won't reward you next time. Just as Liu Dong handed her the gift, the voice of Yaozi echoed in his mind, prompting him to sigh. Special circumstances call for special measures. Yao ceased her speech, and Liu Dong, feeling disinclined to engage further, simply replied, let's go. With that, Yi Yuanlin took it upon herself to grasp Liu Dong's hand, prompting him to snap back to reality. Although he harbored no romantic interest in the girl, the mere act of connection stirred the dormant hormones within him, a reminder of his long-standing singlehood. Together, they made their way to Yi Yuanlin's residence. Although there was ample time before the dinner gathering commenced, her parents were already diligently preparing the evening's feast. Upon seeing Liu Dong, they warmly invited him in, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed as the birthday celebration approached. Guests began to trickle in, most of whom were contemporaries from Liu Dong and Yi Yuanlin's ninja academy, including Yashitai Hongdo, who was currently undertaking missions alongside Orochimaru. Liu Dong remained seated quietly, his aloof demeanor starkly contrasting with the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him, while Yi Yuanlin busied herself attending to the guests, leaving little room for her to notice him. Kakadong, do you have something to say to me? Yashitai Hongdo, recalling the peculiar look Liu Dong had cast her way the previous day, seized the opportunity to inquire and alleviate her lingering curiosity. Liu Dong, momentarily lost in thought, returned to the present. Yashitai Hongdo's face still bore an innocent, youthful expression, making it difficult to fathom the turmoil she might experience under Orochimaru's influence as an experimental subject. Yesterday, I sensed something in your gaze that suggested you had something to communicate. But perhaps due to the crowd, you had your reservations. In any case, you may share it with me now. Discreetly, she whispered, her words evoking a twinge of dissonance within Liu Dong. In the original narrative, Hongdo was characterized by her bold and spirited nature. Could it be that Orochimaru's impending curse mark had altered her demeanor? It's nothing major, merely curiosity. Your missions with Orochimaru are progressing smoothly. I trust. Liu Dong recalled the painful bite he had endured from that brute the night before, a throbbing ache returning to his neck. Hongdo, initially expecting a confession of sorts, seemed taken aback, her demeanor betraying her surprise at Liu Dong's inquiry. Are there any missions on the horizon? Liu Dong pressed on, prompting Hongdo to nod in response. Orochimaru's sensei mentioned that there are some significant missions coming up. Do you know the details of these missions? Liu Dong inquired further, to which Hongdo shook her head. I don't know. Sensei said the timing isn't ripe yet. Not wishing to pursue the matter further, Liu Dong recalled that Orochimaru had been scheming for quite some time regarding the position of the 4th Hokage. What's the matter, Kakadong? You seem rather pale. Has something occurred? Yi Yuanlin, having noticed Liu Dong and Yashitai Hongdo engaging in whispered conversation, approached him, interrupting Hongdo's attempt to probe deeper. It's nothing. I simply do not enjoy such boisterous gatherings. It's best I take my leave, Liu Dong stated coldly as he stood up and departed, leaving behind a sense of disappointment in Yi Yuanlin, who could only sigh as she watched his retreating figure. She had hoped to cheer him up during this occasion. Reflecting on her thoughts, Yi Yuanlin mused that this young man seemed more somber than before, almost unrecognizable in his demeanor. After leaving Yi Yuanlin's home, Liu Dong walked alone through the streets. According to his recollection, The following year would mark the final year of the Third Great Ninja War. As evening fell, the streets remained lively, filled with children at play and vendors haggling over produce, creating an atmosphere rich with the essence of daily life, devoid of the urgency associated with wartime. Kakadong, why are you alone? Aren't you going to celebrate Lin's birthday? Liu Dong, lost in thought about what he might have for dinner, suddenly encountered Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Kushina Uzumaki. The two were evidently a couple, and it appeared that their relationship was nearing a significant milestone. That I'm not going. They are simply too loud, Liu Dong replied, his tone betraying a maturity beyond his years, imbued with an air of weariness. Hey, Kakadong, are you perhaps too shy to converse with a girl? Kushina, spirited and reminiscent of her son Naruto, chimed in. All right, Kushina, no need to tease him. Minato interjected, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness that ensued when Liu Dong fell silent. By the way, Kakadong, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you join us? I'll be cooking tonight, Kushina said warmly, patting Liu Dong on the shoulder. Very well, I'll join, Liu Dong acquiesced, unable to refuse their kind invitation. The three of them set off to procure ingredients, with Minato and Kushina bantering cheerfully ahead, while Liu Dong quietly trailed behind. You two chat. I'll handle the cooking, Kushina declared as they arrived at Minato's home, promptly heading to the kitchen. Liu Dong couldn't help but glance around, noting the cozy atmosphere. Come in, Kakadong. You're the first guest in our new home. Soon, we'll be getting married, Minato stated as he ushered Liu Dong inside, pouring him a glass of water. Thank you, Minato-sensei, and congratulations, Liu Dong replied, his tone polite yet distant. He mused that had Minato not met an untimely demise, perhaps the third Hokage might not have fallen victim to Orochimaru's treachery. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had brought this upon himself by showing leniency to his wayward disciple, a matter for another time. Kakadong, why do you seem so downcast? Minato inquired, concern evident in his voice. It's nothing, Minato-sensei, Liu Dong replied, suppressing his thoughts. After taking a sip of water, he sensed that Minato was perceptive enough to recognize the turmoil lurking beneath his exterior. Yet Liu Dong remained reticent. A silence enveloped them until Kushina returned, declaring, dinner is ready. Kakadong, be sure to eat plenty, she insisted, serving him a generous portion. Thank you, Liu Dong replied, digging in earnestly while his companions continued their jovial banter, making him feel somewhat like an unwelcome third wheel. After dinner, Minato did not insist that Liu Dong stay longer. He bid farewell to the couple and made his way home. Once back, Liu Dong settled down on his bed to meditate. His training pace felt sluggish, and he pondered how he might thwart the impending threat from the Mist Village. Ding! The sound of completion echoed in his mind as he concluded his meditation. Mental capacity 5. Stamina 1. He exhaled slowly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Though meditation significantly enhanced his mental fortitude, it was also a demanding endeavor. Jumping off the bed, Liu Dong ambled toward the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar noise. Pausing mid-removal of his shirt, he called out, Yao Yao, what are you doing? What? You old pervert, you can't just undress in front of me without a word. That's indecent. Yao Yao retorted, I think you might be the one wanting to sneak a peek. How do my abs look? Had enough yet? Liu Dong quipped, unimpressed by her protestations. Ugh, I have no interest. Yao Yao shot back, her denial ringing hollow as Liu Dong dismissed the system interface and stepped into the bathroom. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Liu Dong opened his eyes. After a hasty breakfast, he set out, clad in his ninja combat attire, with a silver short blade slung across his back. He made his way swiftly to the Konoha Village Ninja Task Dispatch Department. With a swift motion, he leaped, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from the street, only to reappear atop a building moments later. In the blink of an eye, he was gone again, within mere breaths. He arrived at the entrance of his destination, where only a few ninjas were seen coming and going. Upon entering the Ninja Task Dispatch Department, he found the expansive hall sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals receiving their assignments. Approaching the task allocation counter, Liu Dong surveyed the wall adorned with tasks of varying ranks, distinguished by colors: white, green, blue, purple, and black, representing the different levels of missions in Konoha. As a system-equipped individual hailed as the prodigious Kakadong. He directly stepped up to the purple missions. Hello, are there any A-rank missions available, preferably those involving formidable enemy ninjas? The elderly man behind the counter, his hair a snowy white, looked up, his bleary eyes widening in astonishment. Kid, are you joking? A-rank missions are reserved for Jonin. Although we are in a time of war, it's not to the extent that a child like you would be assigned to such tasks. Liu Dong, upon hearing these words, let out a light huff and forcefully slammed the plate that symbolized his status as a Jonin onto the table. He promptly retrieved the corresponding mission, exclaiming, "You cannot bear the responsibility for delaying the battle." The elderly man cast a fleeting glance at the plate in his hand, then widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "So you are the son of the legendary Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, draped in a half-sleeved Hokage cloak. I apologize for my earlier oversight." With that, the elder hesitated no longer and unfurled a bamboo scroll. "Young genius, I propose you undertake the mission to ambush the enemy's supply convoy, thus creating an opportunity for our Konoha shinobi to strike decisively at the heart of the enemy. The adversary only has one ordinary jonin, 10 peak chunin, and approximately 100 jinin." Upon hearing this, Liu Dong no longer hesitated. He seized the mission scroll and strode purposefully towards the exit behind him. The elder's voice echoed with urgency. "That supply route is unpredictable, and the distance between the Land of Lightning and the battlefield is merely 10 kilometers. An enemy of shadow-level prowess could reach the battlefield in 10 minutes. Exercise utmost caution." A slight smile played on Liu Dong's lips as he shook his head in amusement. Touched by the elder's earnestness, he waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a silhouette as he dashed towards the village outskirts. "Teacher, Rin, Obito, wait for my return." That he mused that within a month's time, Uchiha Madara would likely commence his plans. Uchiha Madara, do not let me down. Chapter 19. The mission at the village entrance. Liu Dong encountered the ever-energetic Namikaze Minato, who was also preparing for a mission, his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Ohio, Kakato." "Ohio, Teacher Minato," Liu Dong replied, halting momentarily. Given that this was the period of the Third Great Ninja War, with nations embroiled in conflict, venturing alone was inherently perilous. "Why are you alone? Where is Rin?" Minato inquired, glancing around. "I'm on my own. Rin is probably at home," Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, as the temperature began to rise, indicating it was breakfast time. "Kakato, Teacher Minato, I'm sorry I'm late." The voice of Yuara Rin rang out from the village, momentarily catching him off guard. What was she doing here? "Ohio," Rin panted as she approached the two, appearing quite flustered. "Rin, what brings you here?" Liu Dong asked, a hint of concern in his brow. Although the mission he had accepted was not overly difficult, it was not as simple as the elder had suggested. Given Rin's relatively weaker abilities, bringing her along would only serve as a distraction, potentially compromising her safety. "Teacher Minato told me to wait for you here this morning," Rin explained, deepening Liu Dong's confusion. He had only accepted the mission early that morning, and it had been less than an hour when had Minato directed her to come. Liu Dong turned to Minato, his eyes filled with questions. It appeared that this world deviated from the original narrative. "Indeed, Kakato, I have a task for you that I intended to discuss yesterday, but with Kushina present, I found it difficult to broach the subject." Minato finally spoke, though he still did not clarify how he knew Liu Dong would be here. Had he arrived even a moment later, Liu Dong might have left without a word. "What is it?" "Teacher Minato," Liu Dong asked, frowning as he remained lost in his thoughts, somewhat distracted. That it concerns Kushina being the host of the Nine Tales. This revelation, Liu Dong's expression shifted, his thoughts snapping back to attention. He was well aware that Uzumaki Kushina was the vessel for the Nine Tails, but what was Minato implying by bringing this up now? The term Jinchuriki referred to those who were the hosts of tailed beasts or their chakra, serving as containers for sealing them. Minato continued to elaborate, and Liu Dong's countenance grew darker with every word. What was he getting at? Was this not the period of the Third Great Ninja War? He recalled no incidents involving the Nine Tails wreaking havoc at this time. The tailed beasts are powers that every ninja village covets, and with Konoha's combat capabilities currently stretched thin, I fear the enemy may target Kushina. Hence, I wish for you to ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong exhaled in relief. He had feared it was something far graver. Nonetheless, given Kushina's own formidable prowess, it seemed unnecessary for him to protect her, especially since the seal on the tailed beast would only weaken during her pregnancy. "Teacher Minato, I can agree to this, but I currently have a more pressing mission." Liu Dong contemplated briefly before responding coolly. His reluctance was not born from a desire to disregard Minato's request, but rather from his need to expedite his training, with the only viable shortcut being continued participation in battle. The Third Great Ninja War had endured for quite some time. Its origins rooted in the jealousy of the other four ninja nations toward the rich resources and favorable climate of the Land of Fire. This envy had led them to launch assaults against it, resulting in the current state of chaos. The conspiracies of the four ninja nations had only just begun when unexpected events unfolded. The disappearance of the third Kazekage caused Sunagakure to descend into internal strife, leaving them unable to focus on their offensive against the Land of Fire, indirectly leading to the chaotic scenario of the Third Great Ninja War. Kakato, are you planning to undertake this mission alone? Minato and Rin both expressed surprise. Indeed, Liu Dong replied calmly, exuding confidence that I'll accompany you. Kakato, Rin declared without a second thought. Precisely, Kakato. Although you have recently been promoted to Jonin, your battle experience against enemies is still insufficient. You cannot take such risks alone. Moreover, you are part of a team. Do not indulge in personal heroism. Minato began his lecture once more, causing Liu Dong to feel a headache coming on. He quickly waved his hand. All right. I understand, Teacher Minato. Rin and I will go together. Liu Dong assented, his agreement stemming not only from a desire to silence Minato's admonishments, but also from genuine concern for Rin's safety. Particularly given Uchiha Madara's extraordinary capabilities. Then let us depart. I am heading to the front lines. Where will you go, Kakato? Minato inquired. Satisfied, not accompanying his words. To intercept the enemy's supply lines. Just as I did last time, Liu Dong responded coolly, and both Minato and Rin's expressions darkened at his words. Kakato, I know you are still grieving for Obito's death, but, Rin, I appreciate your concern. Yet accepting this mission is not solely for Obito. In the midst of the Third Great Ninja War, with various factions poised to strike Konoha, I must take action. Liu Dong interrupted firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination, which in turn sparked a glimmer of admiration in Rin's gaze. The boy had changed. Very well. Kakato, I shall accompany you, Rin affirmed resolutely. Minato observed this exchange with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing the growth of both individuals. They would undoubtedly become the future hope of Konoha. Nodding in agreement, Liu Dong ceased further discussion, and the trio exchanged glances before hastening towards the front lines, if his memory served him correctly. The main battlefield remained near the borders of the Land of Earth, and this time, Minato would encounter the formidable A and B brothers from Kumogakure. In the original narrative, they had clashed numerous times without resolution. He was eager to witness their true strength. Should fortune favor him, perhaps he could seize another tailed beast for Konoha. Ha! You're dreaming. Before Liu Dong could contemplate the potential uses of a tailed beast, the mocking voice of Yao Yao shattered his fantasies. Why not? You can summon even the likes of Bonten. So why can't you capture a tailed beast for me to play with? It's easier said than done. Someone like you, who is so weak, wouldn't even be able to withstand the chakra of a tailed beast, let alone play with it. The beast wouldn't even bother with you. Chapter 20. A matter of respect. The trio journeyed for nearly half a day before reaching the border, at which point it was time for them to part ways. Kakato, Rin, your previous infiltration has led Iwagakure to heighten their defenses. This time, as you go to sabotage the enemy's supply lines, exercise extreme caution, Minato advised gravely, retrieving a kunai from his backpack, still marked as before. Liu Dong hesitated briefly before accepting it. Although his current abilities rendered him confident in battle, the uncertainties of the enemy's rear guard warranted such precautions. Be careful, Teacher Minato. Rin, you too. After Bo Feng Shui Min concluded his words, he and the two others parted ways. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, and Liu Dong understood that there was no time to waste. Lin, regardless of what happens, your first priority is to escape. Flee at all costs, and do not let yourself be captured, Liu Dong advised Yin Yuan Lin after Bo Feng Shui Min had left. But what about you, Kakashi? Yin Yuan Lin asked urgently. Do not concern yourself with me. Focus solely on your own survival, Liu Dong replied, his gaze fixed firmly on Yin Yuan Lin, displaying an air of complete disregard for his own life. No, Kakashi, I cannot abandon you. We are a team. Moreover, enough, Lin. My foremost duty is to protect you. This is my promise to Obito, Liu Dong interjected, before hastening toward the battlefield, secretly lamenting the troubles that women bring. Do not generalize all women in such a manner. Hey, why are you everywhere? Yin Yuan Lin retorted, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes at Liu Dong's words, but after a moment's hesitation, she quickly followed suit. At present, the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder were in a state of alliance. although the elder had briefly outlined the mission details when they received their assignment. Liu Dong remained unaware of whether they would be confronting ninjas from a Wagakure or Kumogakure. With a team of approximately 100 individuals, he could only hope to analyze the jutsu of a single opponent. He needed to think carefully before making a move. A decisive strike was essential for any chance of success. With this in mind, Liu Dong abruptly slowed his pace and eventually came to a halt. "Kakashi, what is it?" Yin Yuan Lin inquired, frowning as she glanced around cautiously upon noticing Liu Dong's sudden stop. "Lin, I believe we should devise a tactical plan. It would better prepare us," Liu Dong suggested, pulling out a map and laying it on the ground. "All right." Yin Yuan Lin, who had always trusted Liu Dong's abilities, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing his proposal. "Our current main force and the local ninja troops are engaged in the Land of Grass. The Land of Earth needs to transport supplies to the front line, and there are 3 routes available. Since we have already severed the direct supply line to the Land of Grass, the Land of Earth is left with only 2 routes." Liu Dong indicated 2 locations on the map with his pinpoint. One is in the Land of Waterfall, and the other in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain occupies a strategic position among the 3 major ninja nations. Any conflict there would inevitably involve the Land of Wind, so the Land of Earth will likely choose to transport supplies through the Land of Waterfall. "What should we do now?" Yin Yuan Lin nodded in agreement with Liu Dong's analysis. The Land of Waterfall is surrounded by waterfalls, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. That it seems we will have to infiltrate the enemy's camp. We should first locate Teacher Watergate. Liu Dong contemplated aloud. Currently, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were both keeping a close watch on him. Along the way, he had sensed a lurking presence, likely the subordinates of that old Coot Danzo, or Orochimaru's men. If he were to inadvertently encounter a formidable enemy, even with his system, escaping would prove challenging. Having settled on a strategy, the 2 immediately set off towards the borders of the Land of Grass, their figures darting through the trees, producing a rustling sound. "Yao Yao Zi, if anything were to happen, please ensure Lin's safety," Liu Dong solemnly reminded himself. "You can do it. I'll assist you this once." Yao Yao Zi hesitated, seemingly concealing something from Liu Dong. But with the impending battle, he had no time to ponder other matters. After traveling for over 2 hours, they finally caught up to Bo Feng Shui Men. "What brings you here?" Bo Feng Shui Men asked, somewhat surprised, his expression turning serious as they were now very close to the battlefield, where a moment's carelessness could lead to an ambush. "Teacher Watergate. We need to pass through the enemy's front line. It's currently the only route available." Liu Dong explained his analysis from start to finish. Bo Feng Shui Men nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if you circumvent through the Land of Rain, it will take a considerable amount of time, and with the recent surge in rogue ninja activities there, it poses significant danger. Moreover, Hanzo of the Salamander is a demigod in the Land of Rain. And with the Akatsuki's recent movements, it is hardly safer than the battlefield." Liu Dong's calm demeanor earned Bo Feng Shui Men's admiration. At such a young age, not only did he possess remarkable abilities, but his intellect was also on par with seasoned veterans. That it seems we have no other choice. "Sure." Just as Yin Yuan Lin finished speaking, Liu Dong and Bo Feng Shui Men simultaneously gestured for silence, exchanging glances as they both sensed something amiss. The 3 quickly concealed themselves. Liu Dong furrowed his brow as he focused on the front, his palms sweating with the presence of an unusual chakra, without a doubt. It belonged to the 2 individuals nearby. Bo Feng Shui Men hid behind a tree not far from Liu Dong, his expression equally vigilant. "Lin, stay hidden and do not come out," Liu Dong whispered to Yin Yuan Lin. Uncertain of the AB brothers' intentions, but from the original story, it seemed they were not inclined towards violence. "Yo, big brother, do you think they are hiding?" Just as Liu Dong finished speaking, the discordant rap of Karabi echoed in his ears, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuan Lin's expression shifted in alarm, immediately covering her mouth to avoid attracting attention. Liu Dong glanced at Bo Feng Shui Men. Coincidentally meeting his gesture, Bo Feng Shui Men signaled for him to distract the AB brothers while the 2 of them made their escape, planning to regroup later. Liu Dong had come to the front line to analyze and upgrade. Encountering such characters was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Bo Feng Shui Men had already leaped into action. "Don't steal the spotlight," Liu Dong thought. Exasperated. "If you don't, you'll be the one left embarrassed," Yao Yao Zi retorted mercilessly. "Say what you will," Liu Dong replied, feeling a mix of annoyance and exasperation. Chapter 21. The ambush. Yo yo yo. Big brother, he looks really impressive. Karabi exclaimed upon seeing Bo Feng Shui Min, showing no signs of fear, but rather excitement as he rapped another line to AI. The yellow flash of Konoha, who would have thought he was so young. AI scoffed, regarding Bo Feng Shui Min with disdain, convinced his own speed was equal to that of this so-called yellow flash. After all, he was lightning, possessing not only swiftness but lethality as well. AI, known for his speed akin to blue lightning, and Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails who can perfectly harness the beast's power. I too would relish a chance to spar with you, Bo Feng Shui Min replied easily. Though he was acutely aware that facing two opponents was precarious, he could only aim to buy time for Yan Yuan Lin and Liu Dong to escape. Let us see who is faster. AI laughed heartily, and Karabi joined in with his own laughter. Liu Dong, hiding not far behind, glanced cautiously at the three ahead, mentally urging, Yao Yao Zi, swiftly analyzed Karabi's jutsu, specifically the tailed beast ball. Sorry, but you are too weak. I cannot assist you, came Yao Yao Zi's replied. Do you think you're funny? Stop with the banter. Which one should I analyze? Liu Dong pressed, but Yao Yao Zi's tone shifted from playful to coarse, catching him off guard. Then analyze AI. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1, mental limit 4, physical ability 2, analysis attribute 1. Liu Dong silently marveled at the impressive gains, noting, no wonder he is the future fourth Raikage, such a significant boost. Do you wish to enter combat mode? Yes, after Liu Dong confirmed. AI suddenly felt an inexplicable drain of chakra within him, while Bo Feng Shui Min had yet to make a move. What is happening? AI exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise, prompting Karabi to look at his older brother in confusion. Yo, what's wrong, big bro? It's nothing, AI replied, casting a glance at Karabi before turning back to Bo Feng Shui Min. Dismissing the chakra loss as inconsequential, he was confident that he could handle a 2-on-1 situation. Bo Feng Shui Min noticed AI's unusual expression but couldn't discern the cause. After a moment's hesitation, he began to launch an attack. Yo, I'm coming, big bro. Karabi confidently stepped in front of AI, drawing his weapon with unwavering assurance. Seeing this, Bo Feng Shui Min quickly formed hand seals, but before either could attack, AI suddenly flew back 5 meters with a loud crash. What? Both Karabi and Bo Feng Shui Min were taken aback, looking up to find Liu Dong had mysteriously appeared behind Karabi. How is that possible? Killer B was so astonished that he forgot his rap, staring blankly at his brother lying not far away, coughing up blood, and let out a cry of surprise. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze gazed in disbelief at Liu Dong. His speed was even faster than his own. What terrifying power was this? Was speed akin to blue lightning merely a comparison? Liu Dong stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing AI, who was still struggling to recover on the ground. A sense of guilt washed over him. AI's speed was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, he had analyzed him. The sheer power and attacking force were utterly formidable, especially when combined with chakra-enhanced taijutsu. You little brat, are you attempting a sneak attack? AI finally regained his composure. Had Liu Dong not yet reached a certain level, that collision would have surely resulted in his demise. Perhaps it was due to his youth. With time, he would undoubtedly wield astonishing power. Indeed, deception is a part of warfare, especially since you two are ganging up on me. I simply cannot stand for such disregard for martial ethics, Liu Dong proclaimed, adopting a morally superior stance as he looked down at AI. To think you would dare harm my elder brother? I shall turn you into mincemeat. Killer B finally reacted, his face contorted in fury as he drew his sword, aiming a slash at Liu Dong's face. Not so fast. Faced with the tangible threat of the blade, Liu Dong froze momentarily. Having already used his analysis skill, he was unable to absorb others' jutsu and chakra, so he could not reach the same speed as before. Just as the sword was about to descend, AI suddenly shouted, Killer B. Killer B hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at AI, but ultimately sheathed his weapon. Brother, why can't I teach this brat a lesson? He questioned in confusion. AI slowly rose from the ground, his gaze cold as he looked at Liu Dong, then turned to Minato Namikaze. We are here to complete our mission. Fighting would only lead to mutual destruction. Let us postpone our duel for another time. While this sentiment sounded noble, one could interpret it less charitably as fear. After all, AI could not fathom Liu Dong's ninjutsu nor grasp his true strength. Brother, Killer B expressed his dissatisfaction, wanting to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by a look from AI, compelling him to remain quiet. Very well, let us not interfere with one another. We should depart swiftly. Minato Namikaze agreed, recognizing that he had no certainty of overpowering the two. With an opportunity presented, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, a confrontation was averted. AI and Killer Bee exchanged a deep glance with Liu Dong before hastily departing. Once they left, Lin Noera emerged from her hiding place behind a tree. Kakadong, what was that back there? Minato Namikaze inquired seriously, as he had always been confident in his speed but never expected to encounter a rival, especially one as young as Kakadong. That? Merely a diversion. While you were conversing, I stealthily maneuvered around to sneak up on AI and took my chance to launch a surprise attack, Liu Dong replied nonchalantly. Lin Noera was taken aback by his words, while Minato Namikaze wondered if she was unaware that Liu Dong had indeed moved in an instant. She hadn't even caught a glimpse of his actions. So that's how it was, Minato Namikaze said, his expression one of realization. Liu Dong cast a glance at Lin Noera, signaling her not to speak out of turn. Let us leave quickly. The commotion we caused has certainly drawn the attention of our enemies. We must depart before they arrive, Liu Dong urged. Eager to make his exit, it was clear that continuing the mission today was unfeasible. He had lost the opportunity to analyze further, and charging recklessly into enemy territory would only lead to his demise. You're right, Minato Namikaze nodded, and the three swiftly retreated deeper into the woods, leaving behind only 3 fleeting shadows. Lin Noera wore a pensive expression, occasionally glancing at Liu Dong's back. She felt an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. It seemed as though she no longer truly recognized him. Liu Dong was acutely aware of Lin Nohara's scrutinizing gaze trailing behind him. He needed to find an opportunity to clarify what had transpired earlier. Otherwise, the truth about the system would inevitably be exposed. Ever since he discovered that Yao Yaozi had a physical form, a suspicion had lingered in his mind. Half an hour later, the trio found a secluded spot to rest. While Minato Namikaze ventured nearby to scout the area, for a brief moment, only Liu Dong and Lin Noera remained, and she finally voiced her concerns. Kakadong, you clearly teleported behind Killer Bee earlier. Why didn't you tell Teacher Minato the truth? Liu Dong paused before replying. I was merely fortunate that I did indeed stealthily approach Killer Bee to ambush it. What you witnessed was just a shadow clone. Lin Noera was somewhat skeptical of this explanation, yet unable to come up with a better one. She merely nodded, refraining from further inquiries. You truly are a master of deception, Yao Yaozi couldn't help but comment. Liu Dong chose to ignore her remark. Instead, engrossed in his own thoughts. 10 minutes later, Minato Namikaze returned, but before he could speak, he was abruptly struck by Liu Dong's punch, sending him flying 3 meters away. Kakadong, what are you doing? Lin Noera exclaimed, momentarily stunned before quickly realizing the situation and angrily demanding an explanation, moving to assist Minato Namikaze. Don't go over there. Liu Dong quickly pulled Lin Noera behind him. Why haven't you revealed yourself yet? No sooner had Liu Dong spoken than a man appeared in the distance, bearing the emblem of a Wagakure on his forehead. It seemed they were indeed known there, which complicated matters. You little brat. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant, but what does it matter? With just the two of you, I can easily dispose of you. Who are you? Liu Dong asked warily, taking a step back. With Lin Noera following suit, equally on guard, I am Minato Namikaze. What's wrong with you two? Have you fallen under a genjutsu? The man asked, confusion etched on his face as he approached them. How fortuitous. In that case, I shall take care of all 3 of you, he declared arrogantly, his demeanor exuding contempt. However, Liu Dong was no longer as anxious as before. He was certain this was the true Minato Namikaze. As his speed was impossible to feign, and the kunai with the distinctive vertical design was a skill unique to him, without uttering a word, the man launched an attack. Doton, Retsudo Tens Ho. The ground beneath Liu Dong cracked and spread outward. Reacting swiftly, he grasped Lin Nohara's hand and leaped aside, evading the assault. Frustrated by his failure, the man attempted to form another seal, but Minato Namikaze had already flashed behind him, a glinting kunai poised at his carotid artery, preventing any rash movements. Tell us everything you know if you wish to live, Minato Namikaze demanded, his expression stern. The man, stunned, suddenly realized Minato's identity. Could it be? You are the legendary Yellow Flash of Konoha? Minato scoffed in response, affirming the man's realization. I can divulge everything I know. Just please, don't kill me. I have defected from a Wagakure. I no longer wish to fight. The man's voice trembled with desperation. A deserter. Liu Dong sneered, his tone dripping with scorn. He held a deep disdain for cowards who fled from battle. I don't want to either. I don't understand the conflicts between nations, but after all this time, With so many lives lost, who has considered our plight? I have a wife and children. I don't wish to die, the man shouted frantically, leaving the other three momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Warfare indeed brings devastation and suffering to the innocent. Now, tell us what you know, and then make your escape, the Bo Feng Shui Min said faintly. The man immediately nodded, but at the same time, a strange smirk crept upon his lips as he thrust a kunai straight at Bo Feng Shui Min's heart. Startled, he quickly dodged, causing the kunai pressed against the man's neck to be deflected. This is bad. The enemy's reinforcements have arrived. Bo Feng Shui Min retreated a few steps, frowning as he spoke. Liu Dong's expression also turned grave, clearly realizing that the man had deceived them. How despicable. Kakashi, take Lin and flee quickly. I will hold them off. While Liu Dong was momentarily stunned, Bo Feng Shui Min had already dashed out. He snapped back to reality and seized Yao Lin's hand, urging her to run in the opposite direction, that he would never allow Yao Lin to fall into the enemy's hands. The pursuing soldiers behind seemed to be hindered by Bo Feng Shui Min, allowing Liu Dong to lead her into a cave, where he set a trap at the entrance and concealed their presence. Kakashi, are you all right? Yao Lin noticed Liu Dong's pale complexion and asked with concern, scanning him for any signs of injury, but found none. I'm fine, Liu Dong replied, forcing himself to speak. Earlier, he had exerted a significant amount of mental energy while analyzing, compounded by the exhaustion from battle mode, leaving him feeling extremely fatigued. Come here, let me check you over. Yao Lin was quite worried, and just as Liu Dong was about to say something, he fainted. When he regained consciousness, it was already dark outside. Damn, stupid system. It's you again causing trouble, always failing at critical moments. Can't you do better? Try cursing me again. Who told you to be such a weakling with such low mental power? Just analyzing a slightly advanced ninjutsu left you like this. The mocking tone of Yaozi drove Liu Dong mad. Even so, there was no need to knock him out, right? Just then, Yao Lin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Kakashi, you've awakened. Do you feel unwell anywhere? No, I'm much better. Thank you. He was momentarily taken aback by Yao Lin's joyful expression. Feeling a stir within, he had always been a person of little sentiment, never considering that anyone would care for him so deeply. No need to thank me. You were unconscious for an entire afternoon, and I was quite worried. Thankfully, you woke up. Where's Teacher Watergate? Liu Dong, unsure how to respond to Yao Lin's enthusiasm, shifted the topic. Chapter 23, Eavesdropping. At the mention of Teacher Watergate, Yao Lin's eyes dimmed slightly as she shook her head gently. Teacher Watergate, in order to conceal our hiding place, led all the pursuers away by himself. Only a few stragglers remained, which I have already dealt with. Liu Dong let out a sigh of relief at their situation. Currently, he could not utilize the system to analyze. If enemies truly came, he wasn't certain he could retreat entirely unscathed, let alone protect Yao Lin. As for Bo Feng Shui Min, he was not someone Liu Dong needed to worry about. The yellow flash active on the battlefield was certainly not a mere title. This place is not safe. Let us rest a little longer and then move on. Liu Dong propped himself up, still feeling somewhat weak, and pulled a soldier's food pill from his pocket, tossing it into his mouth. When will you stop being so weak? It's quite difficult for me as well. Everything is late, but Yaozi's sarcasm never is. However, at that moment, Liu Dong had no interest in bantering with Yaozi, silently pondering. Yaozi, how long until you can use your analysis ability again? After midnight. But I advise you not to use it too frequently. Be careful not to exhaust yourself. Go away. I'm quite annoyed right now. If you can't utilize the system's function, just be quiet. No one will think you're mute. Humph. Yaozi scoffed, but indeed fell silent for a while, allowing Liu Dong to rest his eyes. The two took turns resting until just before dawn when Liu Dong approached to wake Lin. Lin, it's time for us to move. Now is when people are most relaxed, and after resting, both our bodies and the system are in optimal condition. Yao Lin rubbed her eyes and quickly got up, following Liu Dong closely as she quietly asked, Kakashi, where are we heading? To the rain-hidden camp, he replied succinctly, but Yao Lin was somewhat puzzled. Didn't Teacher Watergate say that Hanzo of the Salamander, from the rain-hidden, was nearly demigod level in strength? Shouldn't we be avoiding that? Although she was confused, she did not slow her pace, clearly still trusting him. Liu Dong explained, the ones hunting us are from the rock hidden. If we encounter each other, neither side will have a good outcome. I hope Teacher Watergate is thinking the same as I am. Even if Watergate is powerful, he cannot face a large group of pursuers alone. and the closest place to escape would be the rain-hidden space. Such an obvious tactic would not escape Watergate's notice. It has been 6 hours since they parted ways with Watergate. Considering both sides' strengths, they should have finished clearing the battlefield by now, and going there should not attract any formidable enemies that in reality. Liu Dong was also taking a gamble. Despite possessing the system, he still felt inadequate on this battlefield filled with ninjas. Then why don't you hurry up and strengthen your own abilities? You can only analyze one at a time, and once it's done, you're left weak. Instead of complaining here, why not scout the terrain and enemy situation? Just whining here makes you seem quite pathetic. I'm not falling for your provocations. Oh, so this system has grown smarter and knows about provocations now. Of course, otherwise, why would I be your system? Liu Dong could already envision the other party pouting in disdain. Hey, why do you imagine me to be so ugly? Don't you dare think that. I will not allow my image to be tarnished. Haha. Do you actually have an image? If you could transform and jump out of my head, I wouldn't think about it. I wouldn't argue with you. Yaozi was so furious she fell silent. Liu Dong snorted, finally managing to score a point, as listening to this guy's taunts all day long was unbearable. Behind them, Yao Lin noticed Liu Dong's inexplicably good mood, but their situation was certainly not favorable. While they were on the move, Bo Feng Shui Min was also not idle. After expending considerable effort to deal with the pursuers from the rock hidden, he quickly returned to the location where he had separated from his 2 students. He paused, glancing around, relying on his memory to locate the cave where Kakashi and Lin had been hiding. Upon entering, he found no one there and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Had they been discovered? No. Wait. He quickly stepped forward, touching the ground and walls of the cave, still warm to the touch, clearly indicating that someone had just left. Damn it. Bo Feng Shui Min couldn't help but slam his fist against the wall, creating a large dent. Last time, he had arrived too late and lost Obito. A regret he would carry for life. Kakashi, Lin, please don't let anything happen to you, or else teacher. Bo Feng Shui Min took a deep breath to calm himself, carefully examining the traces left by the 2. He followed the trail while concealing their tracks to prevent others from following. At this moment, Kakashi and Lin had already found a decent hiding spot. Shouldn't we move a bit further? Lin had gathered quite a bit of camouflage material to cover the cave. Liu Dong confidently replied, no need. I left traces on the way here. If Teacher Watergate sees them, he will definitely come looking for us. It's not wise to be too close to the enemy camp. Lin nodded, feeling increasingly reassured by Kakashi's reliability, and went to find some wild vegetables, all of which she carefully selected to ensure they were not poisonous. Liu Dong nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a ninja raised on the battlefield, she had completed the necessary tasks without him needing to say a word. Once the camouflage outside was completed, the 2 took out their rations. Now that there were no logistical supplies from Konoha, these provisions would last only about 4 days. Yao Lin divided a soldier's food pill in half, but was refused by Liu Dong. I already had one yesterday. I can manage. You take this one, and I'll take all the wild vegetables. Yao Lin, understanding the importance of conserving energy, did not insist further and ate a whole pill. Liu Dong stuffed the wild vegetables into his mouth, swallowing them down, and could only say the taste was quite unsatisfactory. I'll go fetch some water. He took out a small wooden bucket from his ceiling scroll and stood up to leave. I'll go instead. Yao Lin, having just eaten the soldier's food pill, volunteered to fetch water. Liu Dong shook his head, saying, you're a medical ninja. Your self-defense ability is certainly not as good as mine. So I should go. I promised Obito to protect you well. The moment this rationale was presented, Lin immediately acquiesced. After Liu Dong exited the cave, he traversed a considerable distance before stumbling upon a water source. Serendipitously discovering several berry bushes, which he meticulously gathered as provisions. Just as he was about to return with a bountiful harvest, he discerned a familiar silhouette in the distance. Chapter 24. The elusive pursuit of Iron Shoes. Liu Dong promptly concealed his findings and followed cautiously. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden cabin, evidently aged, with 2 figures lingering beside the window. He dared not approach too closely, lest he be detected. You need assistance. Yao Yao's tone carried an unmistakable hint of pleading. Hurry, be swift, there's no time for idle chatter, she exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident, yet she was resolute in her support of Liu Dong. This is truly a challenging endeavor, Liu Dong mused, with the system's enhancement. His senses were heightened. Even from 100 meters away, he could hear clearly. Tuanzong of Konoha, you summoned me here for what purpose? The voice of Hanzo of the Salamander, muffled beneath his mask, held a weighty gravitas, though none dared to underestimate this seemingly unremarkable individual. You are aware of Akatsuki, I presume? Tuanzong, a formidable character himself, exhibited no signs of intimidation in the presence of Hanzo. Hanzo scoffed lightly. I assumed you summoned me for something of great import. I have heard of this organization and even dispatched individuals to investigate. Surely, your inquiries exceeded mere investigation. You seek their lives, do you not? Tuanzong cut through the pretense with directness. Liu Dong, eavesdropping from outside, couldn't help but click his tongue, surprised to realize Tuanzong harbored murderous intent towards Yahiko and the others. Hanzo narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a glint of menace. But that does not concern you. This is a matter for our Rain Village. Tuanzong's expression remained as placid as a still pond, fully aware of Hanzo's character, extremely confident, yet equally suspicious and contemplative. Not only did he arrange for 24-hour rotating guards for himself, but he also treated even the novice ninjas of Akatsuki with utmost seriousness. If this fellow were to become any more arrogant, he might just be of use to him. Clearing his throat, he continued, These 3 ninjas hail from your Rain Village, yet they frequently traverse our battlefield. Thus, I propose we join forces to swiftly eliminate this uncertain factor. Hanzo, still at the height of his power, understood that allowing those few Akatsuki children to grow unchecked might lead to their seizing Rain Village. He could not permit the stability of Rain Village to waver. I comprehend your meaning. Let us bide our time. I permit you to dispatch Konoha ninjas to hunt them down. Rain Village shall not intervene. Hanzo replied readily. In truth, if he could leverage Konoha's strength to eradicate such a threat, it would be advantageous. Although Tuanzong received a satisfactory response, he chose not to pursue the matter further upon witnessing Hanzo's concession. Listening from the shadows, Liu Dong felt the weight of responsibility increase. Yahiko was a pivotal figure capable of influencing the entire ninja world. It seemed imperative for him to intersect with Yahiko and his companions before the impending ninja world war concluded. Otherwise, when Hanzo and Tuanzong truly allied, matters could become exceedingly complicated. The enhancement effects have been withdrawn. You ought to thank me. Yao declared triumphantly, You're so stingy with a mere sensory enhancement skill. We barely overheard anything before it vanished. Do you expect me to thank you? Liu Dong retorted, at a loss for words. Observing their continued conversation, he knew he could no longer linger there. He had already been absent for too long. Lin would soon begin to worry. However, just as he departed, Hanzo and Tuanzong's discussion reached its conclusion. As Hanzo exited the cabin, a sense of unease washed over him, detecting the scent of rain. He traced the path to where Liu Dong had concealed himself. Clever and cunning as Tuanzong was, he understood the implications immediately, summoning the Umbu members with a resolute command. Kill without hesitation. Yes, Lord Tuanzong, the Umbu responded, vanishing from sight. Hanzo squinted, and sensed that someone had dared to eavesdrop on him. Such a breach of privacy was an affront to the typically vigilant man. It seems we must be more discerning in our choice of meeting locations next time. I will instruct my subordinates to investigate. Tuanzong's eyes held a flicker of confusion. He was certain that this meeting was known only to the Umbu, yet someone had discovered it. At that moment, Liu Dong, blissfully unaware, returned to the cave, berry-laden and content, sharing his bounty with Lin. Yu and Lin, having grown concerned over Liu Dong's prolonged absence, brightened at the sight of him returning unscathed, laden with provisions. Wonderful. These will allow us to endure for a few more days. Lin exclaimed joyfully, carefully storing the food away. For the next few days, we should limit our activities and remain within the cave. Hoping that Teacher Minato arrives soon, Liu Dong suggested, taking a refreshing sip of water. He had procured a sufficient amount to sustain them for a while. Agreed. Lin concurred, preferring to wait for Teacher Minato rather than engage in combat. Little did they anticipate that following Liu Dong's eavesdropping incident, not only had the Umbu dispatched a portion of their forces, but Rain Village had also launched a sweeping search operation. The two, originally intending to wait quietly for reinforcements, were compelled to hastily relocate, converging in the opposite direction. Caught off guard, Liu Dong found himself in an unexpected predicament, and even Minato's side was unprepared, resulting in a missed opportunity as both sides retreated. As the saying goes, misfortune often conceals fortune. Liu Dong's astonishment peaked when, in a moment of desperation, Yahiko unexpectedly appeared before them. Initially, the pursuers tracking Liu Dong mistook Yahiko and his companions for suspects. preparing to execute them on the spot. Wake up! Stop sleeping. It's time to work. Liu Dong mentally raged, lamenting the lack of action when it was needed most. Here they come. What's all the commotion? I am here now. Faced with such a multitude, he pondered which one to analyze. Any will do. All of them wore masks, presumably UMBU members, rendering him unable to discern them. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental capacity 1. Physical strength 1. Analysis attribute 1. Liu Dong felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that even the UMBU had their share of incompetence. Would you like to enter combat mode? Engage. With Liu Dong positioned in the shadows and the enemy in the light. He struck unexpectedly. Who goes there? One of the UMBU members bellowed, only to realize they were confronted by fellow Konoha ninjas. Wait a moment. That white hair. Are you a disciple of Minato Namikaze? The UMBU immediately recognized Liu Dong, who had no intention of denying it. Your teacher is searching for you. Reunite with him swiftly. We are on a mission, so do not hinder our progress. With the realization that they were fellow villagers, the UMBU's wariness diminished considerably, especially since both Liu Dong and Lin were disciples of Minato. Chapter 25. The most unexpected reinforcements. Upon hearing news of teacher Minato, Yu and Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did you see him? Not long ago. He should have headed in that direction, the UMBU member instructed, guiding them. With their own mission at hand, the UMBU could not afford to protect these children. In the harsh realities of the battlefield, they could only leave their fates to chance. However, Liu Dong stepped forward, feigning ignorance of the situation. A mission? What kind of mission? Oh, could you at least pretend to be a bit more astute? Yao immediately criticized. Silence. Lin blinked several times, in disbelief at the absurdity of Liu Dong's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had been so resolute, yet now his speech was utterly peculiar. The UMBU waved their hands dismissively. This is not something for you lowly genin to concern yourselves with. Hurry along before the Rain Village captures you. Oh, I thought you were searching for the one who eavesdropped on the conversation between Tuanzong and Hanzo. Liu Dong remarked playfully. How do you know? The two UMBU turned to Liu Dong in unison, their expressions betraying their understanding. TSK. So it was indeed him who was discovered. He thought he had been cautious enough. Bingo, congratulations, host. You guessed correctly. Damn, why didn't you inform me earlier? Liu Dong couldn't help but curse. You never asked, Yao retorted, her tone annoyingly triumphant. This damn system. Liu Dong felt an overwhelming urge to greet her with some heartfelt hometown dialect. But now was not the time. Confronted by the advancing UMBU members, he remained unfazed. Retrieving a pill from the system, after immobilizing them, he pried open their mouths and administered the pill. You are here on Tuanzang's orders. Yet we are not the targets you seek, and neither are those three individuals. Liu Dong has redefined their parameters. Huh? Aren't we on a mission? Why are we here? Member A of the UMBU inquired. Somewhat dazed, Liu Dong replied with an innocent expression. Just now, you directed us to seek out teacher Minato. Right. Right. Member B nodded vigorously, and with that, the two departed. Yu and Lin gazed at Liu Dong in astonishment. Uncertain of how he managed this, Liu Dong himself felt a twinge of hesitation. Logically, he should have given Lin one of those pills too, thus avoiding the need for explanations. However, this body seemed to possess an emotion resisting such an act. Oh dear, cherishing the delicate. Why haven't you been so kind to me usually? Cherishing the delicate should at least involve something precious. You are merely a system. Humph, I won't hold it against you. Liu Dong waved his hand, signaling Lin to assist in treating them. Now, all three of Yuan, me, and Yin were in a state of unconsciousness, and he certainly didn't want to carry them back. It would be manageable if it were only Xiao Nan. Heh, LSP. Yao Yaozi's sarcastic remarks returned. Let me clarify. I am an SP, but I am not old. How shameless. Yao Yaozi was astounded by the audacity of this individual. Xiao Nan. Yin. The first to awaken was Nagato, who quickly sat up, sighing in relief upon seeing that they were unharmed. Liu Dong observed from the side. Indeed, the wielder of the Rinnegan awakens earlier than others. At that moment, Lin wiped the sweat from her brow, having healed the internal injuries of the last two individuals, though external injuries had to be set aside for the time being. Thank you for your hard work. Lin. Liu Dong nodded at her. Lin blushed, declaring, It's my duty. Xiao Nan and Yin gradually regained consciousness, although Xiao Nan remained wary of Lin and Liu Dong, who were both Konoha ninjas. However, Yin, exhibiting the demeanor of an elder brother, stepped forward to express gratitude. Did you save us? Thank you. It's all thanks to Lin. Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, "Oh, you have a place to stay?" The three exchanged glances. If they had such a place. They wouldn't have fallen to this state. "Follow me." Liu Dong tilted his head, gesturing for them to follow. Lin instantly trotted over to Liu Dong's side and whispered, "Kakadong, aren't you afraid of them?" "It's all right. You can trust me," Liu Dong reassured her, fully aware of her unease. They had already been on the run, and with limited provisions now that they were accompanied by 3 more individuals. It was indeed not an ideal situation. Seeing that he had said so, Lin ceased her inquiries, swallowing down the earlier matter of the miraculous pill as well. She followed behind Liu Dong, increasingly feeling that the person she once knew was becoming ever more enigmatic, making him utterly inscrutable now. Thus, Liu Dong and his party meandered back to the cave where they had previously sought refuge, and indeed, all traces had been erased. Minato had come. "This place is temporarily safe. Lin, please take out the food and share it with them." Liu Dong naturally assumed the role of the pillar of support. Lin nodded, recounting the provisions, distributing them to Yin and the others according to their needs. After finishing their meal, Lin felt her chakra replenished significantly, prompting her to begin treating their severe external wounds, while less critical ones were merely bandaged. With Lin's care and their bellies full, Xiao Nan and Nagato finally opened their hearts to the two of them. No longer harboring fear, Liu Dong observed this change with satisfaction. At least they had bridged the gap. During their rest at night, Liu Dong, along with Yin and Nagato, took turns keeping watch, successfully enduring 3 days. Just as their food supply was dwindling on that fateful night, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, causing everyone to become alert. Wow, who could it be out there? Who is it? It feels like a surprise box. How thrilling. Who is it? Hurry up and tell us. Lacking any sense of humor, it was Orochimaru. Liu Dong furrowed his brow. Why would Orochimaru appear here? Alas, it seems I'm not very welcome. Orochimaru's distinctive voice resonated within the cave. Lin's face lit up. Orochimaru-senpai. In Lin's eyes, Orochimaru was one of the Sannin of the village and would naturally not harm them. Indeed, this visit from Orochimaru was genuinely to offer assistance. Yin and the others, realizing he was an acquaintance of Lin's, collectively sighed in relief. "Orochimaru, what brings you here?" Liu Dong's tone remained as brusque as ever. Orochimaru chuckled. "I heard that the team led by the Yellow Flash was ambushed. So I was sent to assist and I was worried for your safety. So I came ahead, if you're wondering how I found you." "Well," the great Orochimaru extended his arm, revealing a slender snake curling around it. In this terrain, snakes were ubiquitous. Liu Dong cast him a sidelong glance. "So, you came alone? Oh dear, little brat, you were quite the realist," Orochimaru remarked as he pulled out a scroll from his robes and tossed it to Liu Dong. Chapter 26. A long-awaited reunion. Liu Dong caught the scroll, which bore the characters for supplies. It was presumably meant for providing resource replenishment. How could one survive without sustenance? Once the food issue was resolved, Liu Dong felt a bit of relief. "However, I didn't bring any water. Kakadong, why don't you come with me to find some?" Orochimaru said with a smile. Liu Dong was no fool. This was clearly Orochimaru's pretext to speak privately with him. He too was curious as to why this seemingly cold-blooded character had returned to assist them. All right. Thus, the two ventured a considerable distance away. "This should suffice." Liu Dong halted, breaking the tranquility. Orochimaru chuckled. "I suspect you are pondering my motives for coming to your rescue. Don't flatter yourself. I don't need your help. I can find food myself. Otherwise, do you think we could have survived this long?" Liu Dong shot him an unimpressed glance, dismissing his claim. "You little brat. Your words remain as irritating as ever." Orochimaru, having barely exchanged a few words with Liu Dong, found himself on the defensive again. Truth be told, ever since he met this little brat, he seemed to be losing ground, never having the upper hand in their verbal exchanges. Taking a deep breath, he shifted to the matter at hand. "I heard that Danzo has deployed a third of the Umbu to hunt down a spy." Upon hearing this, Liu Dong's interest piqued, and he turned to Orochimaru. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. "Heh, little brat. It's not as if he has you under his thumb. Danzo asked me to assist as well. And I obtained the list of individuals heading to the battlefield. I believe you are the only one capable of such a feat. But I didn't include your name on the list. So you owe me a favor." He watched the other with a playful smile, eager to see the response. Liu Dong felt somewhat disappointed. He had expected something of real value, but it was merely something he could have deduced himself. Moreover, if Orochimaru could guess from the list, then Danzo couldn't be blind. "Is that your reaction?" Orochimaru frowned. "What else should I expect? I thought you were more useful, But you're not even as good as that darn system. Orochimaru inquired. System? I don't recall anyone in Konoha by that name. Damn, you actually dare to compare me to that loathsome Orochimaru. I'll tell you, if you ever ask for my help again. You're out of luck. I'm furious now, the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. Yao Yaozi blurted out 4 sentences in one breath, clearly indicating her genuine ire. Liu Dong chuckled. I don't even know what you look like. If you're capable, come and bite me. Fine then. Orochimaru crossed his arms, no longer expecting Liu Dong to owe him a favor. I've already sent a snake to inform Minato to come meet you. Upon mentioning the reunion, Liu Dong indeed had a task for Orochimaru. Hey, could you take those 3 individuals from earlier off the battlefield and find a good place for them to settle temporarily? Orochimaru pondered for a moment about the 3 children he had seen earlier, thinking that it would be easier to just eliminate them. Regardless of whether the plot had changed, Orochimaru's attitude remained consistent. Such is the fate of the weak. Isn't it? He maintained his cheerful demeanor while speaking coldly. Liu Dong clicked his tongue. If it weren't for not wanting to let Minato see those Rinnegan eyes, he wouldn't have to deal with Orochimaru. Just as he was about to say that it was fine if he didn't help, Orochimaru interjected. I can assist you, but that means you owe me another favor. It seemed that your tongue was itching again. Would you like me to give you a few more cuts? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru surprisingly did not exhibit any anger. He maintained his usual demeanor. As a shrewd opportunist, Orochimaru excelled at discerning which individuals were most suitable for collaboration. In his view, Liu Dong's worth had far surpassed that of Danzo, igniting within him an insatiable curiosity to witness the fate of this ninja Liu Dong. Upon returning, Orochimaru took Yahiko and the others away, leaving Konan gazing wistfully at Rin. Liu Dong, however, assured them that once they were settled, he would come to visit. Not long after Orochimaru departed, Minato Namikaze arrived in a rush. His attire and demeanor revealing that he had spared no time, traveling with great urgency. Noticing that both were safe and sound, he embraced them warmly. Wonderful. You are both unharmed, he exclaimed, before inquiring. What happened to the flying thunder god kunai I gave you? Why isn't it with you? Upon hearing this, the 2 recalled the kunai and searched their belongings, realizing they must have lost it while fleeing. This cannot happen again. Minato chastised them seriously, expressing his deep concern over the potential consequences of the kunai's absence. I am sorry, sensei, Rin murmured, her head bowed. That I will be more careful next time, Liu Dong echoed. Seeing both students apologize, Minato's stern expression softened. You both appear to have rested well. Let us set off now and return to the village. This mission has concluded. Naturally, the prospect of returning to the village brought joy to both. No matter how formidable one might be, few relished the prospect of living on the battlefield, unless they were entirely unhinged. I believe you are the one who is unhinged, Liu Dong jested. Who could possibly be as unhinged as you? With 800 different voices in a single day, I thought I was hearing a banshee. Say that again, and I won't provide any further explanations. Liu Dong, weary from nearly a week of battlefield life, found the burden rather heavy for his youthful frame. They pressed on tirelessly back to Konoha. And after a refreshing shower, Liu Dong collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber, entirely forgetting about his report. The following morning, before he could awaken naturally, he was jolted awake by a persistent knocking at the door. Irritated, he made his way to the entrance, only to be confronted by an Umbu ninja wearing a mask, which startled Liu Dong, momentarily making him believe he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Kakato, Elder Danzo has summoned you, the ninja stated. Before he could finish, Liu Dong slammed the door shut, resolute in his need for sleep. Regardless of who was calling, he returned to his bed with determination. At that moment, Minato appeared, placing a hand on the shoulder of the masked Umbu member. My student has just returned from a mission and is quite fatigued. Might I trouble you to inform Elder Shimura to reschedule? Faced with Minato's imposing presence, the Umbu member nodded reluctantly and departed. Minato lingered at Kakato's door, silent for a time, seemingly lost in thought. By the time Liu Dong awoke again, the sun was high in the sky. He yawned and rubbed his tousled white hair, pondering if there had been something of importance that morning. Ultimately, he dismissed it as unimportant. It was Elder Danzo looking for you. How could you forget? You must be in a daze, a voice retorted. The pleasantness of the day soured upon hearing Danzo's name. Liu Dong could readily surmise why Danzo sought him. He had little faith that the old fox truly possessed evidence against him. Otherwise, he would not be resting comfortably in his own bed that he opened the door, intending to grab a bite to eat. only to find a bento box with a note left at his doorstep. I heard you were still asleep, so I placed this outside. Remember to eat. Rin. Upon opening the box, he found it brimming with delectable food, enough to make one salivate, yet an unwelcome fly buzzed around, ruining his appetite. Come out. I know you are there, Liu Dong stated coldly. I asked this how Danzo sends people to fetch me. Boy, you have no right to speak the name of Lord Danzo so casually. At that moment, two Umbu members materialized before him. Liu Dong rolled his eyes, dismissing their words with derision. You, one of them, irked, was about to reprimand this insubordinate junior, but was restrained by the other. The latter subtly shook his head, signaling to refrain from escalating matters, before proceeding with the established protocol. Danzo has issued an order. We must ask you to accompany us. Liu Dong ignored them entirely, nonchalantly clutching the bento box and retreating back into his room. Kakato, I assume you do not wish to make things difficult for Minato. The speaker's expression remained concealed beneath the mask, yet the chill in his voice was palpable. Disturbing my sleep at dawn and now preventing me from eating at noon. Do you conduct yourselves in such a manner? If I were Danzo, I would be driven to madness with subordinates like you two. Not only do you have mouths to chatter, do you take him for a mute? Liu Dong mused, having recently sharpened his skills in verbal sparring thanks to his exchanges with Yaozi, the two Umbu members. Recognizing Liu Dong's firm resolve not to leave without finishing his meal, had no choice but to bide their time, waiting outside as he savored his food. After a prolonged interval, Liu Dong finally placed the empty bento box in the sink, wiped his mouth, and emerged with a cheerful countenance. Lead the way. The two Umbu members sighed in relief, finally able to escort him on his way, cautious of any unforeseen incidents along the journey. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, Liu Dong was somewhat surprised. He had expected Danzo to summon him to his own domain, yet here they were at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he found not only the third Hokage and Danzo, but also Minato and Orochimaru present. Kakato, Minato greeted him with a reassuring smile, gesturing that there was no need for concern. Orochimaru remained inscrutable, his serpent-like eyes revealing nothing, while Danzo's gaze was sharp, piercing directly into Liu Dong's being. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat. Asserting the authority of the Hokage, Danzo, now that everyone is present, feel free to voice your concerns. Danzo shot a glance at Liu Dong, asserting, as a senior elder of Konoha, I remain suspicious of Kakato's true identity. Even Minato, usually composed, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Lord Danzo, such accusations must be substantiated with evidence. Orochimaru, meanwhile, appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Danzo snorted dismissively, slamming a report submitted by Minato onto the table. This report indicates that you and Kakato were separated for several days and did not undertake any missions during this time. Yet, in that interval, Kakato went silent and single-handedly completed a task. Do you not find this peculiar? Liu Dong, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of surprise. He had assumed Minato had managed to complete the mission while searching for them. But to his astonishment, Minato had not conducted any mission at all. How then had the task been accomplished? At that moment, a raspy voice interjected, Futi-sensei. Kakato's strength is evident. Prior to executing this mission, he was already a J-nin. Completing it alone is hardly impossible. As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a knowing smile at Liu Dong, who immediately grasped the implication. It was Orochimaru's handiwork. Despite Orochimaru's somewhat sinister nature, one could not deny his reliability in execution. Liu Dong seized the opportunity to respond. Indeed, I possess great confidence in my abilities and my capacity to fulfill the mission. The village entrusted me with this task out of faith in my competence that I, in times like these, Danzo, to question the village's core strength could only serve to undermine morale. His words turned the tide against Danzo. Hokage-sama, I can vouch for my student. I implore you, Lord Danzo, to refrain from making baseless accusations. Minato interjected, pulling Liu Dong behind him for protection. Orochimaru added, Indeed, I have experiments yet to complete, and I was summoned here instead. A fleeting shadow crossed Danzo's eyes as he retorted, Orochimaru, yes, Lord Danzo, do you require something of me? Orochimaru inquired with a disarming smile. Enough, Sarutobi interjected, effectively quelling their dispute. Danzo, Minato is correct. I hope you will exercise caution in your words moving forward. Rijan gazed deeply at his childhood friend, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, hoping fervently that he would refrain from his autocratic demeanor. Humph. Danzo let out a cold snort, choosing silence thereafter. Rijan had anticipated that today's events would devolve into a farce. With a heavy heart, he dismissed the crowd, instructing them to return home, asserting that he would take matters into his own hands. Yes, Lord Hokage, Minato replied politely, leading Kakashi away. Orochimaru chuckled softly, departing the Hokage's office without a second glance. Orochimaru! Danzo called out in the corridor, causing the latter to halt in his tracks. Danzo leaned in, questioning with a hint of incredulity. What did you mean by that earlier? Oh dear, Lord Danzo, what do you imply? I merely spoke the truth, and besides, that child is Minato's disciple. I have no desire to oppose him, Orochimaru retorted defiantly. Turning on his heel and leaving without a backward glance, upon exiting the Hokage building, he spotted Liu Dong waiting for him not far away. Chapter 28. Who is the kitchen assassin? Orochimaru casually cast a soundproof barrier and inquired. Are you here to ask about the whereabouts of those children? Liu Dong detested how Orochimaru could read minds so effortlessly, making it feel as though there were no secrets before him. However, he might not realize that, in Orochimaru's view, Liu Dong was perhaps the most enigmatic individual, drawing him in with an insatiable curiosity to know more about him. Liu Dong nodded. Orochimaru pulled a neatly folded note from his sleeve and handed it to Liu Dong. The address inscribed upon it. You may seek it out yourself. Liu Dong scrutinized the note and asked, This one T suddenly turn into a snake, will it? Orochimaru, somewhat irked, shoved the note into Liu Dong's hands. Look at it or don't. I care not. Liu Dong shrugged, having intended to tease Orochimaru, yet was taken aback by the latter's lack of humor. He examined the address, noting it was a place an hour's journey from Konoha. Not overly distant. Before departing, he had deliberately purchased some fresh fruits to bring to Yahiko, for it seemed unseemly to arrive empty-handed. By the time Liu Dong arrived, it was already afternoon, and only Conan was there to greet him at the door. Why are you the only one here, Conan? Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Liu Dong inquired, peering into the house, but failing to see them. Conan smiled and replied, Yahiko and the others have gone to hunt in the forest. They said they wanted to eat meat for dinner. Liu Dong nodded, acknowledging that they indeed needed some meat to replenish their strength. Conan quickly tidied up a clean room for Liu Dong to sit and rest. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the underground base appeared somewhat dilapidated, as if it had been long abandoned, likely one of Orochimaru's backup locations. Though it was somewhat worn, it was sufficiently equipped, ensuring that each of Yahiko's group had their own room. It was also relatively secure, with ample provisions, albeit mostly dry rations and lacking in seasonings, which explained why Yahiko and the others sought to hunt for something more appetizing. That he retrieved a scroll from his person and handed it to Conan. This scroll contains some fruits and seasonings. I believe you will find them useful. Conan gleefully accepted it, unable to contain her joy. Heaven knows how long it had been since they had savored a proper meal amidst the turmoil of battle. Just last night, they had only just settled into this place, and while they had toiled to clean it for a while, it was still far better than enduring the hardships of the battlefield. That snake-eyed man, though he seemed rather untrustworthy and brooding, had nonetheless provided them with a fair amount of provisions. Last night, they had attempted to cook rice into a warm porridge, with Yahiko and Nagato consuming 3 bowls each. And even the smallest eater among them had managed to, after a warm bath and changing into clean clothes, lying on a soft bed felt utterly foreign to her. It was her first realization that one need not always sleep on the ground. Contemplating this, tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you. She choked out. And that snake-eyed uncle who brought us here. Liu Dong, taken aback by the sight of the girl crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, floundered for words, unsure how to comfort her. Naturally, this was an opportunity for mockery that Yao would not let slip by, bursting into laughter. Is it that you're so ugly you scared her to tears? Well, you're not any better looking. Humph, I am nothing like you. I am a great beauty. Is that so? In my opinion, you couldn't possibly compare to Conan. As he spoke, Liu Dong recalled Conan's future beauty, noting a significant disparity in their elegance, likely influenced by the loss of a dear friend. That moment, Yahiko and Nagato returned, each carrying a rabbit. Upon seeing Conan in tears, they hurriedly dropped their prey. Conan, what happened? Did he bully you? Yahiko glared fiercely at Liu Dong, resembling a hissing cat. Liu Dong quickly waved his hands, insisting, this has nothing to do with me. Conan tugged at Yahiko's sleeve, saying, it's nothing. I just feel incredibly fortunate to have met such a kind person. Liu Dong silently scoffed, thinking, please, don't be too grateful. I fear I might end up like Jiraiya, and I apologize for being overly emotional just now. Yahiko said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, offering an apology. How about this? We plan to cook rabbit meat. Would you join us? Yahiko gestured towards the two rabbits lying on the ground, their throats slit. Liu Dong glanced at the two scrawny rabbits and fell silent for a moment, pondering if they would suffice. While he could manage a light dinner, given the breadth of tasks available to him as a Nin, he was never one to skimp on food. However, Yahiko and his companions were notably emaciated, and during their growth phase, not eating sufficiently would surely lead to malnutrition. Wait here a moment. With that, Liu Dong dashed outside. Shortly thereafter, he returned, triumphantly carrying several chickens and a plump rabbit. Upon seeing the bounty in Liu Dong's hands, the trio's eyes sparkled with delight. Good heavens, how did you manage to catch those? Would you like to learn? Liu Dong beamed at them. I can teach you. Yes, yes, yes. Yahiko and the others eagerly nodded in agreement. Liu Dong handed the chickens and rabbit to Yahiko. Why don't you prepare these? Got it. Thus, Liu Dong spent time in the living room chatting with Nagato and Conan about various topics, such as the customs of Konoha and when the war might conclude. When Conan heard him say that the war would surely end within a year, a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Conan, Yahiko, and I wish to form an organization. This organization will one day become a formidable force to halt the war, Nagato declared, his spirits soaring. Of course, it's just the three of us for now. He added, feeling slightly embarrassed, worried that Liu Dong might think he was boasting. That's a commendable dream. May I join? As a traveler from another realm, Liu Dong was well aware that they would indeed achieve this goal in the future. Though whether their initial ideals would remain intact was a question only they could answer. Let me serve as an honorary advisor or something, Liu Dong said, munching on a piece of fruit. Do you truly wish to join? Nagato exclaimed in delight, astonished that Liu Dong was willing to become a part of their still nascent organization. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted from the kitchen. Yahiko emerged with a face covered in soot, carrying a pot. I accidentally ruined the chicken Kakashi gave me. As Liu Dong approached to console him, he surveyed the kitchen, finding it covered in black soot, indicating something had gone awry. Conan, could you check if he is hurt? Nagato, help me clean this up. While directing the others, he reassured Yahiko, it's just a chicken. No need to fret. I'll show you a trick later. So just wait for a delightful meal. Gradually, Yahiko calmed down under Conan's comfort, prompting Liu Dong to reflect that, regardless of what the future held, he was still just a child. It was no wonder that Yahiko and Conan held such deep feelings for him. Sighed as Liu Dong continued to tidy up. He began to feel something was amiss. The chicken seemed not to have been fully plucked, and a strong smell of blood lingered, indicating it had not been properly bled out. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that he had overlooked the fact that these three kids were orphans. Who would have taught them how to cook? The two individuals swiftly tidied up the kitchen and summoned Yahiko and Conan, allowing Nagato to demonstrate the proper technique for handling a chicken. Wow, I never knew it could be done this way. Yahiko's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, realizing that his previous attempts at preparation were merely a matter of plucking feathers without true finesse. What flavors do you all enjoy? Liu Dong inquired, his hands continuing their work as his mouth moved. The trio appeared somewhat bewildered. Truth be told, the bland porridge they had consumed the previous night was the best thing they had tasted in recent memory. When it came to flavors, they were at a loss. Noticing their confusion, Liu Dong made a decision on their behalf. I'll prepare a variety of flavors for you to sample. Great. They all nodded in agreement. Observing that they had little to do in the kitchen, he directed the trio to wash the vegetables and fruits, a task unlikely to lead to disaster. Meanwhile, after processing the chicken, he set aside the wings to create a modified version of cola chicken, using a beverage that closely resembled cola in taste. The remainder of the chicken was stewed whole, resulting in a fragrant and tender dish, and he ladled out several bowls of chicken broth to warm their stomachs. He also stir-fried a dish with a mild flavor, combining the washed and chopped tomatoes with sugar, completing the vegetarian offering. The rabbit meat proved to be the most challenging to handle, as chicken, duck, and fish were relatively common, whereas rabbit was less familiar. However, Liu Dong was undeterred. Having lived in a nation renowned for its cuisine in his previous life, he was confident he could devise a method to prepare it. After dispatching a rabbit and cutting it into chunks, he opted to barbecue half while marinating the other half. Generally speaking, ingredients cooked in hot pots or barbecued are difficult to ruin. He sprinkled cumin on top, resulting in a perfect dish. The aroma wafted through the air, marking the first time they had experienced the enticing scent of meat, leaving them all ravenous. Initially, the three helped in the kitchen, but as the tasks dwindled, they were reluctant to leave, captivated by Liu Dong's culinary prowess. Yahiko and Conan, particularly attentive, quietly noted his techniques for future reference. At last, Liu Dong presented the dishes on the table, 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian ones. Nutritious, delicious, and wholesome. Turning around, he noticed Yahiko and the others had already served themselves rice, eagerly awaiting the feast. Go ahead, try it, he urged with a smile. Conan, intrigued by the chicken wings, promptly picked one up. The moment she took a bite, the heat within scorched her mouth, causing her to gasp yet unwilling to release her grip. Nagato experienced a similar reaction, the first bite of chicken causing him to puff and blow, but soon the tender, juicy flavors enveloped his palate, bringing immense pleasure. Yahiko, ever the composed one, first sampled the sugar-coated persimmons, marveling at the delightful taste of sugar for the first time. Satisfied with their responses, Liu Dong began to eat as well. But upon taking a bite, he furrowed his brow slightly. The chicken wings, while not unpleasant, tasted peculiar without cola, and after trying the stewed chicken, he found it acceptable, but since the meat was slightly overcooked, the vegetables were mediocre, but the sugar-coated persimmons were the most delightful. Sighing, he mused to himself, indeed, nothing compares to the flavors of home-cooked meals. During my time here, I've mostly had cold food, rice balls, soldiers' rations. If I had to name something warm, it would be the ramen from the shop at the village entrance. He had been unaware that this establishment had been a long-standing favorite for many years. The monotony of the meals prepared was disheartening, leaving his once pleased palate longing for more vibrant flavors. He could only be grateful for his generous compensation, otherwise, he might not afford such sustenance. Moreover, this was a time of turmoil. In fact, the land of fire was quite prosperous, yet they still faced scarcity. Reflecting on this, he understood why battles were so frequent. It was all about survival. As he ruminated, he noticed that much of the food on the table had already been consumed. He could tell that Conan was full, but her gaze remained fixed on the remaining chicken wings. If you enjoy them, I'll gladly share the recipe with you, but don't overindulge, you might upset your stomach. Liu Dong cautioned, concerned they might overeat. Such occurrences were common among those who had long faced hunger. Yahiko, seeing that Conan and Nagato had eaten their fill, finally took a few more pieces of meat for himself, leaving some behind, hesitating as he contemplated saving it for Conan and Nagato later. Eat, eat, eat. Hurry up, Liu Dong, noticing Yahiko's reluctance, swiftly piled the remaining meat into his bowl and removed the empty platter. Finish quickly. We must not waste food, and if it's in your bowl, don't expect anyone else to help you finish it. With that, he called for Nagato and Conan to wash the dishes while he indulged in some fruit on the side. Once they had all finished their meal, Liu Dong finally indicated he was ready to leave. Rest well tonight. I shall take my leave now. As he stood to depart, Conan hurriedly grasped the hem of his clothing, timidly asking, Kakashi, can't you stay here with us? I, too, wish you would remain, Kakashi. Nagato chimed in, you haven't even participated in the initiation ceremony yet. What ceremony? Painting my nails black, Liu Dong responded, amused by their sincerity, with little else to occupy his evening. He nodded in agreement. Hooray! Nagato and Conan's faces lit up with joy, while Yahiko remained contemplative behind them. Chapter 30. We want to survive. Remaining in this place, Liu Dong imparted his cooking methods and some seasoning techniques to them. What does this chili taste like? Conan inquired with curiosity. It's the kind of flavor that becomes addictive, Liu Dong replied, adopting an air of mystery, hoping they would all enjoy spicy food. As the hour grew late, he encouraged them to retire to their rooms for the night while he found a space to settle down for the evening. Just as he sat on the bed, unpacking the gear he carried, a knock at the door interrupted him. Kakashi, can I speak with you privately for a moment? Yahiko's voice came from outside. Liu Dong opened the door to find Yahiko's eyes flickering, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to voice it. Come in, Liu Dong invited. He retrieved a bottle of milk from his scroll and warmed it with a fireball technique before handing it to him. Yahiko stared at Liu Dong in astonishment. Still processing, is this ninjutsu? Liu Dong suddenly recalled that it was Jiraiya who had taught them their ninjutsu. Prior to that, their skills were virtually non-existent. Yahiko's gaze grew resolute as he gulped down the milk and knelt before Liu Dong. Please teach us ninjutsu. Liu Dong was taken aback by his actions, helping him to his feet while feeling uncertain. While he desired to cultivate a bond with them before events unfolded, he had only wished to do so as a friend. Teaching them would undoubtedly lead to deeper connections, which might complicate his situation in Konoha. However, if he refused, it would seem heartless, rendering his previous efforts futile. Seeing Liu Dong's hesitation, Yahiko grew anxious. I genuinely want to learn ninjutsu. Only then can I protect Conan and the others. Recognizing Yahiko's determination, Liu Dong ultimately acquiesced. Fine, but not just you. They must learn as well. You alone won't be able to safeguard all your companions. Yahiko nodded fervently, fearful of Liu Dong changing his mind. What can you teach? You're just a nobody, a mocking voice interjected, belonging to Yaozi. Such a marvelous system. Yet it has a mouth. Liu Dong retorted, dismissing her with a wave. Fine, just don't come looking for me when you encounter a crisis. I'll be mute then. All right, you think you're so impressive? Huh. Liu Dong, tired of their banter, changed into more comfortable attire and fell asleep. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of clattering outside. Upon opening the door, he discovered the trio preparing breakfast. Seeing them eat porridge again, he retrieved the leftover rabbit meat from yesterday's meal. Although the flavor was lacking, it was still edible, and he prepared a fruit platter alongside it. Once they had finished eating, Liu Dong sipped his tea and gradually declared, Yahiko should have informed you that starting today, I will teach you ninjutsu that I won't teach you in abundance, as my time is limited. I still have missions to attend to. How much you learn depends on your own abilities. Furthermore, they were bound to encounter Jiraiya in the future, so they need not worry about lacking a teacher. Understood. Teacher. The three responded in unison. The title startled Liu Dong, making his heart skip a beat as he quickly raised a hand to stop them. Please, do not call me teacher. I dislike that title that I in the future. You will meet someone far more suited to be your instructor. Seriously, that title doesn't suit me. Coward. All right, you're not backing down, are you? You can stay within my body that I want to let it go. I'll shout you to death. Yao Yao was throwing a tantrum in his mind, causing him immense discomfort, and his expression immediately darkened. However, Xiao Nan, unable to call the teacher by name, was left stammering in fear. Liu Dong interjected, Could you please be quiet? You are indeed the most beautiful, aren't you? Do you really think so? I love you. Yao Yao immediately transformed her voice into that of an adorable girl, beginning to act cute. Liu Dong ignored her, responding to Xiao Nan, You may continue to call me Kakadong. I am not much older than you all. Seeing that he genuinely despised the situation, Yahiko and the others had no choice but to change their approach. With that settled, Liu Dong commenced his rigorous training, starting with chakra sensing, and engaged in physical training throughout the day. To his delight, he discovered that this base contained a place for imprisoning bloodline limits, as well as numerous training grounds. This was indeed a safer alternative to running outside. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having learned from Rin that the little rascal Liu Dong had yet to return, decided to personally visit the base. Upon arrival, he found the living quarters eerily quiet, but the training grounds seemed to echo with activity. Upon entering, he spotted Liu Dong leisurely seated, indulging in fruits, while three others were engaged in physical training. You little rascal, you're still as shameless as ever. Orochimaru couldn't help but comment. He had merely lent them the resting quarters, yet it seemed they had taken over as if it were their own. Liu Dong casually replied, Well, you have so many bases. Letting them use one is hardly an inconvenience. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, pondering how Liu Dong had learned about his numerous strongholds. What brings you here? Liu Dong inquired, a look of confusion on his face, suggesting that Orochimaru could leave if there was nothing pressing. Can I return to my own territory and take a look? A couple of lines of annoyance etched across his forehead. Liu Dong paused, realizing the validity of that statement, and granted him a look that permitted his stay at that moment. Minato knocked on Liu Dong's door, only to find him absent. Sigh, where could that child have gone? Minato pondered, slightly troubled. Although the third Hokage felt that Danzo was overreacting, out of respect for the elder, he still assigned someone to keep tabs on Kakadong's whereabouts. He wouldn't monitor the child as long as Kakadong remained in the village, for he knew his student well. Yet, now that he had vanished, it left Danzo in a position to speak up. Have you dealt with it? Danzo inquired casually in the shadows. The Umbu member reporting the task trembled. And no, we haven't found any trace of those orphans. A bunch of useless fools, Danzo scolded. Ever since Kakadong had transformed, various matters had become entangled and obstructed. Now it seemed even Orochimaru was concealing something from him. Lord Danzo, another Umbu ninja, returned. Apologies, but we lost track of him. Orochimaru headed northeast after leaving the village and then vanished. Danzo, irked, pinched the bridge of his nose, then summoned an Umbu member over, whispering something in his ear. A sinister glint flickering in his eyes. Chapter 31. The return of the intelligence team. Orochimaru observed Yahiko and the others training for a while before losing interest and deciding to leave. Before departing, he shared some useful intelligence that by the way, on my way here, I heard that the captain of Sarutobi-sensei's intelligence team is returning, and he might have information you wish to know, such as regarding your former companion. Uchiha Obito, Liu Dong was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Orochimaru chuckled, remarking that the little rascal had appeared displeased from the start. Otherwise, he would have informed him earlier. Liu Dong hastily set down the fruit, telling Yahiko and the others, "Continue your training. I have matters to attend to. Don't think of slacking off. Orochimaru will keep an eye on you." "Hey, I never said I would help you train these brats." Orochimaru immediately protested, as he still had experiments to complete. His experiments were infinitely more crucial than these children, as they held the potential to revolutionize the ninja world. Liu Dong paid him no mind and dashed back to Konoha. Even though he had given Sarutobi Hiruzen a memory-erasing pill earlier, there was always a time lag. He initially thought the third Hokage had disregarded his words, which prompted him to administer the pill. But now there was a complication. If the intelligence team returned, they would be utterly baffled. Thus, he barged into the third Hokage's office without ceremony, slamming the door behind him. Hearing such impudent behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen, without lifting his gaze, already knew it was that rascal Kakadong. The guards outside were about to take action when he waved them off. "Kakadong, what is it this time? And I hope you can knock next time." He didn't expect the child to announce himself, but he felt compelled to remind him of basic etiquette. Liu Dong had no time for pleasantries. As soon as Sarutobi lifted his head, he activated a Jinjutsu and slipped him another pill. "The intelligence team will report to you shortly. You need not concern yourself with this task. Leave it entirely to me." After speaking, Liu Dong glanced at the vial in his hand, lamenting the waste of another pill, but deemed it worthwhile. Upon regaining consciousness, Sarutobi found Kakadong present and, slightly dazed, asked, "Kakadong, why are you here? Did you forget to knock again?" "I did knock, and you called for me, remember?" Liu Dong replied nonchalantly, "You mentioned the intelligence team was returning, and I came to accept their task report." "Oh right," Sarutobi exclaimed, a look of realization washing over his face. Perhaps due to recent events, he felt his memory slipping. He smiled and adjusted the task file's permissions for Liu Dong, his face showing signs of fatigue. Seeing Sarutobi in such a devoted state for Konoha momentarily made Liu Dong forget his rather questionable political acumen. Although Sarutobi lacked sufficient means and decisiveness, his heart remained fervently dedicated to Konoha. As humans are not mere grass or wood, one cannot help but be touched by such sincerity. Before departing, he couldn't resist saying, "Third Hokage, please remember to rest more, and perhaps show a bit more concern for your disciples. Orochimaru is rather worrisome, isn't he?" "Thank you," Sarutobi responded absent-mindedly, accustomed to the multitude of people expressing concern for him. Everyone urged him to take a break. Yet he understood that Konoha needed him, and he could not afford to pause his efforts. If he couldn't protect Konoha, how could he justify his existence to his mentors? However, he was taken aback to hear someone suggest he care for Orochimaru. Many had complained to him in the past, but this was the first time he had been prompted to do so. By the time he realized this, Kakadong had already vacated the office. He couldn't help but rise and move to the window, watching Kakadong's diminutive figure leaving the Hokage building, his shadow stretching long behind him. The look of contentment filled Sarutobi's eyes, realizing these children were indeed the future of Konoha. Reflecting on the once small Orochimaru transformed his expression of satisfaction into one of gentle affection, and he promptly summoned his subordinates. "Bring Orochimaru to me." Suddenly, Sarutobi recalled that aside from official matters, he hadn't seen Orochimaru in quite a while. The guard inquired, "Hokage-sama, is there a specific reason?" Generally, without a formal reason, they would hesitate to disturb one of the legendary Sannin. Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly. Does a teacher need a reason to see his student? "Ah, yes," the guard quickly replied and hurried off to find Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Liu Dong met the intelligence team at the village entrance as they arrived. He presented them with the document personally approved by the Hokage, asserting, "The Hokage has entrusted this matter entirely to me. You will report directly to me." The team captain, also a Jonin, recognized Kakadong and, upon examining the document, confirmed its authenticity before feeling relieved. This is indeed a genuine document. Please allow my subordinates to return and rest for now. I will report to you. With the document in hand, Liu Dong was now their superior, and his tone became notably more courteous. All right. Liu Dong nodded slightly. Leading the individual to a secluded spot where he established a soundproof barrier, the captain spoke with an air of regret, expressing his apologies for not having uncovered any pertinent clues, not even the faintest trace of Uchiha Obito. However, upon revisiting the battlefield from that fateful day, it was confirmed that the bodies were indeed missing. Logically, they should have been retrieved by the Umbu. Liu Dong ceased to pay attention to the ensuing conversation. He had already been aware that Obito's corpse was absent from the scene. That it seemed this endeavor would yield no results. That I understand now. You may return to rest, Liu Dong remarked coolly, turning away without a backward glance. Though he had not anticipated that these individuals would locate Uchiha Madara's stronghold, he could not simply let this matter rest. Currently, Obito had not undergone any ideological transformation, and if he were to delay further, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he resolved to formally request to undertake a reconnaissance mission independently. After all, with the pills at his disposal, he had no doubt the third Hokage would acquiesce. However, just as he was about to approach the Hokage tower to seek the third Hokage, he was informed that the third had gone out with Orochimaru to enjoy the scenery. Liu Dong was momentarily speechless. This fellow was remarkably proactive. He had merely suggested an outing, and the next moment, the third was off to converse with Orochimaru. Please have someone notify me when the third returns, he said, not lingering any longer as he made his way home, only to be greeted by a striking figure clad in yellow at his doorstep. Chapter 32. The so-called master-disciple bond. Master Minato? Liu Dong queried, gazing perplexedly at the figure of Namikaze Minato standing at his entrance. Upon seeing Liu Dong, the latter visibly relaxed. Kakadong, where were you yesterday? I ventured outside the village to procure some fresh ingredients, wishing to try my hand at cooking. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? Master Minato, Liu Dong replied, feigning innocence. Yet, Minato insisted on probing further. A mere superficial explanation would suffice, and no need for that. Your mother is waiting for me to return home for dinner, Minato chuckled, reflecting that if he dined out before returning, Kushina would surely be displeased. Very well, Liu Dong nodded, using his key to unlock the door, intending to step inside, only to notice that Minato had not yet taken his leave, which left him somewhat puzzled. Master Minato, do you require anything else? Minato regarded his increasingly enigmatic student, offering a gentle smile and shaking his head before departing. Regardless of the circumstances, his student would always remain his student. He had already lost Obito, and he could not afford to lose another student. Meanwhile, Orochimaru ascended to the summit of Hokage Rock, where a solitary figure stood, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He felt a twinge of confusion, having just returned from the stronghold without having conducted his experiments. He was summoned by his teacher. What's more, this meeting was not taking place in the Hokage's office, but rather atop Hokage Rock at that moment. Hiruzen was not donned in his Hokage robes, but had opted for plain attire. Without turning around, he acknowledged Orochimaru's presence. You've arrived, Orochimaru, he remarked, lifting his pipe and exhaling rings of smoke. Orochimaru stepped closer, addressing him as teacher. What do you think of the smoke rings I just blew? I find them satisfactory, Hiruzen replied, suddenly posing a rather nonsensical question, which took Orochimaru aback. He had not anticipated that his teacher would summon him merely to discuss such trivialities. If you have the time to seek me out, perhaps you should rest instead, Orochimaru retorted, lacking the enthusiasm to engage in the third's banter. Hiruzen shook his head with a sigh. You were much cuter as a child. Does that imply you regret raising me? Orochimaru's words were sharp, effectively terminating the topic. Yet Hiruzen did not hesitate, responding promptly, No, I shall never regret it. Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the scenery before them, and murmured, Is that so? Subsequently, the two remained in silence until evening fell. Even without exchanging words, both found comfort in this companionship until a ninja arrived to report the battle situation, disrupting the tranquility of their master-disciple moment. Shortly after Hiruzen returned, Liu Dong arrived to request permission to embark on a mission alone. Very well, Hiruzen consented, recognizing Liu Dong's dedication to his comrades and recalling the suicide of Konoha's White Fang. He wished to help Liu Dong resolve this emotional turmoil. Liu Dong had anticipated that convincing the third would require considerable effort, but he was taken aback by the third's prompt agreement. He immediately returned to gather his belongings, intending to set off the following morning. However, on his way home, he encountered Orochimaru once again. "What a coincidence to find you here. Are you stalking me?" Liu Dong expressed his exasperation. While he acknowledged Orochimaru's efficiency, he was not keen on a continuous partnership with someone of his nature. Given that Orochimaru had previously betrayed Danzo, Liu Dong wondered if he might one day turn against him as well. "Your curiosity is quite intriguing." Orochimaru candidly replied that I reviewed the report. Just before Obito's demise, he wished to transplant his Sharingan to you. Why did you decline? It is an exceedingly rare Kekkei Genkai. A glint of avarice flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. The Kekkei Genkai was something he had long coveted. Yet, the individual before him appeared utterly unmoved. What could he possibly be thinking? Orochimaru was utterly perplexed. "For there are always things more precious than Kekkei Genkai." Liu Dong replied coolly. "Is that so? Are you referring to insignificant comrades or emotions?" Orochimaru tilted his head, questioning him. "Moreover, he is dead, is he not? Why do you stubbornly cling to the belief that he still lives?" "Because I am a time traveler." Liu Dong could not articulate this directly, nor did he expect Orochimaru to empathize. "Perhaps you are indifferent. But what if it were Jiraiya who had perished?" "Ah, Jiraiya." Orochimaru seemed to savor the name, reflecting that such a person was destined to die eventually. Not just him, but everyone would meet their end. For life is inherently fragile, except for himself. However, I believe that if you were to truly leave the village and perish, Jiraiya would be profoundly saddened in that regard. We are kindred spirits. Liu Dong gazed skyward, fully aware that Jiraiya had carried the weight of guilt throughout his life, perpetually seeking to rescue Orochimaru, yet never fulfilling that wish. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, even Tsunade had remarked that had Orochimaru returned sooner, Jiraiya might not have died. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then broke into laughter. "Well, there are indeed quite a few fools in this world akin to Jiraiya Do. You speak as if you are particularly astute." Liu Dong shot him a derisive glance, as if the one who threw a tantrum, determined to destroy Konoha to prove himself to Hiruzen, was not him, ultimately losing 2 of his arms in the process. Orochimaru had intended to retort, but observing the look Liu Dong cast upon him, as if he were truly gazing at a fool, even he felt a hint of uncertainty. "Very well, if there's nothing else. Be on your way and cease your incessant circling around me. It's rather bothersome. If you have no other tasks, return to your experiments." Liu Dong waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was free to leave. Upon returning home, he packed his belongings and slept soundly until morning. As he made his way to the village gate, he was intercepted by Minato and Rin. "Kakadong, how can you venture out to find Obito alone?" "I wish to accompany you." Rin's gaze was resolute. She firmly believed that Obito would be just fine. Minato added, "This mission lies on the borders of Takigakure and the Land of Fire. As your teacher, I am aware of your capabilities, yet you should prepare further." "Not necessary." Liu Dong decisively declined their assistance. Primarily, he possessed a system, and their presence would indeed complicate matters. It was far better for him to act independently. He presented the mission documents to the guards at the entrance, then departed. Minato realized he could not dissuade Liu Dong, and instead sought out the 3rd Hokage, hoping to gain approval to accompany him. Chapter 33. The Casino and the Fat Sheep. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Minato found Danzo already present. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly addressed him. "Minato, you've arrived just in time. There's a mission that requires your assistance." Minato, anxious, replied, "Hokage-sama, could this mission be assigned to another? I wish to join Kakadong's mission." Danzo interjected, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Kakadong, as a Nin, chooses to abandon the village during wartime for his own personal desires. Do you, Minato, wish to follow suit in such recklessness?" Minato clenched his fists in silence. Danzo's words held a degree of truth. Though Kakadong was indeed a Nin, he was still but a child. Even if he was not present on the battlefield, the villagers would not voice their objections. However, as one of the key figures in the war, Minato's absence at this critical moment could drastically alter Konoha's standing in battle. Faced with this reality, he could only grit his teeth and prioritize the greater good. "Understood. I comprehend the situation." Upon receiving the mission, Wave-Wind Minato humbly requested Lord Hokage's permission to seek out his student immediately upon its completion. "No." Danzo's eyes darkened, fervently attempting to thwart Minato's intentions. You must return at once and remain on standby. That is the command you are obligated to obey. Minato's brow furrowed tightly, his typically placid demeanor giving way to frustration as he confronted Danzo. Such words are utterly excessive. Danzo, we are amidst a time of war. Unconventional methods are necessary. Do you not comprehend this? Danzo scoffed, doubting Minato's willingness to act against him. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. I concur, but you will require a reliable individual to bring back the mission report. Hiruzen, Danzo cautioned, yet his words fell on deaf ears. Having secured the Hokage's consent, Minato nodded, took the mission scroll, and promptly departed, leaving Danzo sulking in the room that on his way back to prepare. Minato arranged for Rin to assist at the Konoha hospital, advising her earnestly not to leave the village without permission. Do not worry, sensei. I will take good care of myself, Rin assured him with a smile, alleviating Minato's concerns as he finally departed the village. The pace towards Liu Dong was not swift, as this body was still that of a child, lacking considerably in physical capabilities. Hey, Yao Z, could you enhance my abilities so I can travel faster? Remembering your system at this moment. What about the last few days when you ignored me? Yao Z retorted. Was there any significant threat in Konoha recently? You seem to relish the peace. Very well, since you appear to have my best interests at heart, I shall assist you to as Yao Z's voice faded. Liu Dong felt a newfound lightness and an increase in his speed. How long will this last? 30 minutes. Seriously? That's short. It's your fault for being so weak. I can only grant you this enhancement for so long. Any longer, and you would collapse. Liu Dong fell silent. For as a man, nothing was more intolerable than being deemed inadequate. He noted this down. One day, he would ensure Yao Z would pay for her words. Seeing him quiet, Yao Z began her relentless mockery. Oh, what a pity for such an excellent system like mine. When it comes to narcissism, you take the crown. No one dares to claim the second place, that my self-love is justified. Unlike yours, you little weakling. You still rely on me. All right, I'll gladly cling to your coattails. He mused that it was beneath him to squabble with a woman. Thus, their banter continued as Liu Dong journeyed, soon arriving at the time for rest. He pulled out a map, locating a nearby inn, and extravagantly presented a silver note to the front desk. Please arrange for me a clean and quiet room. The receptionist beamed with delight, hastily leading him to a private room. How does this environment suit you? Liu Dong nodded in satisfaction, tipping the attendant and inquiring, where might I find a place to dine nearby? The attendant, polishing the silver, replied, this area has several inns, but for a meal, you must venture to the street ahead. The attendant, astute in recognizing Liu Dong's generosity, directed him toward the culinary street. Thank you. Not at all. Should you require anything, just call, as Liu Dong began to organize his belongings. Yao Z continued to chatter incessantly. Why are you still packing? Hurry to the food street. I have always wanted to see what it's like. I've only heard tales. Aren't you a system? Have you never seen a food street? Liu Dong was taken aback. Systems were typically well-informed. How could I possibly visit such a mundane place? But that does not hinder me from sending you. Hearing this, Liu Dong replied, if that is the case, I shall not go. I am quite fatigued. A meal from the inn will suffice. The ninja does not require indulgence. Yao Z was incensed. You lack appetite. Aren't you the one who enjoys a variety of dishes daily? And you complain about the lack of options here. The food in Konoha is hardly limited. I feel overwhelmed with choices. I do not care. If you do not go, I will ensure you cannot sleep. Liu Dong mused that Yao Z had truly never experienced the world. Could this era's cuisine truly be considered diverse? Just then, his stomach grumbled. He had merely been teasing Yao Z. He would never deny himself sustenance. Upon reaching the food street, Yao Z was in a constant state of wonder, her chatter becoming a source of irritation for Liu Dong. When purchasing food, he startled the vendors with his extravagance. As the saying goes, a food street is best enjoyed while wandering and tasting. Once Liu Dong had filled his belly, he heard a commotion nearby. Bet big or bet small? Small? It must be small. Following the noise, he discovered a gambling den. Hey, what is going on over there? Go take a look. Liu Dong was averse to such places, having been shaped by a socialist upbringing. While casual gambling might be acceptable, a casino was beyond the pale. Hey, the last princess of the Senju clan is actually there. Yao Z's comment piqued Liu Dong's interest, prompting him to reconsider his intention to leave. As he entered, He couldn't help but frown at the chaotic atmosphere surrounding him. Damn it. I've lost again. Tsunade's frustrated voice reached his ears. Liu Dong's gaze was immediately drawn to her, captivated by her striking presence. And he silently mused that she appeared even more robust than in the animations. Pervert, human nature revealed. You are brazenly so. Yao Yao Zi retorted. Tsunade leaned on her chin, observing the gambling table, while across from her were men resembling wolves, not seeking to prey upon her beauty, but rather targeting the fabled big fish of the gambling world. These debts will be settled later, Tsunade declared as she prepared to leave, having exhausted her funds. The casino staff objected, asserting, "We do not allow debts. If you wish to leave, you must pay up. Otherwise, alternative methods of repayment can be arranged." Unfazed by their threats, Tsunade continued her exit, beckoning Shizen to follow. At that moment, several burly men blocked their path. Liu Dong silently mourned for these thugs, for they were facing Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who could dispatch them in an instant. "You cannot leave without settling your debts," the leader of the thugs declared, looking down on Tsunade. Without hesitation, she retaliated with a punch. "Lady Tsunade, please be careful. Don't destroy everything." "Shizen cautioned, I know," Tsunade replied, vanishing and reappearing behind two of the thugs, delivering another punch that sent them crashing into the wall. Unable to extricate themselves, Shizen wiped the sweat from her brow, anxious as Tsunade's strength surpassed expectations. "Didn't I ask you to go easy?" Oh, they're just too weak," Tsunade remarked, glancing at the fallen men, "not even as satisfying as Jiraiya's punches." The casino owner rushed in, witnessing the chaos, and lamented, "What sin have I committed? You owe me money and have injured my staff." "They were not injured. They only need to rest for a couple of days," Tsunade countered. "Doe, look at what kind of people you are," the casino owner wailed, seizing the opportunity to amplify his grievances. Unfazed, Shizen presented a pre-written IOU to the owner. "Here's the IOU. We'll take our leave now. You refuse to pay, injure my staff, and still think you can leave?" the casino owner exclaimed, indignant. Tsunade crossed her arms, bemused by the owner's antics, having never encountered such a casino proprietor before. Typically, a written IOU would accrue interest, a scenario any casino owner would relish. Just then, a cool voice interjected, "Is this sufficient?" Tsunade glanced up to see a white-haired youth, youthful yet reminiscent of her late brother, holding a substantial amount of silver notes. The casino owner eagerly snatched the notes, calculating that after deducting the gambling debts, renovation costs, medical expenses, and compensation for emotional distress, there was still a surplus, and he beamed. "This is enough. You may leave." Having received the payment, he began ushering them out. "Do not disrupt my business. Everyone else, please continue." The crowd gradually dispersed as Tsunade approached. "Thank you, young man." Liu Dong smiled faintly, producing his Konoha headband. "No need for thanks. It is merely assistance for Lady Tsunade." Upon observing the forehead protector of Konoha, Tsunade quickly discerned the identity of the individual before her, realizing her earlier demeanor had been somewhat aloof. "So, you are a ninja from Konoha. How did you recognize Lady Tsunade?" Shizen inquired with a hint of curiosity. "I have heard my teacher describe Tsunade's features. The diamond-shaped mark between her brows is quite rare. Witnessing her in action only confirmed my suspicions," replied Liu Dong, maintaining a stoic expression. "Your teacher? Who is your teacher?" Tsunade asked, her interest piqued. Having been away from Konoha for many years, she surmised that anyone capable of recognizing her appearance must be an old acquaintance. "It's Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha." Tsunade's realization struck her as she conjured the image of that golden-haired child. It seemed that even that rascal Minato had taken on a pupil. How swiftly time passes. "So, you are a disciple of Jiraiya. Have you already passed the Chunin exams?" Tsunade's feelings toward Konoha were quite complex, an entity she both cherished and resented. Seeing this child as a student of an old friend prompted her to engage in further conversation. "I am already a Jonin," Liu Dong stated. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's pupils contracted momentarily before she coldly uttered a remark and departed. "What foolishness!" Shizen observed Tsunade's retreating figure and hurriedly explained, "Please don't misunderstand. Lady Tsunade simply has a strong aversion to children on the battlefield, believing that your age should be devoid of such violence and the constant threat of danger." Liu Dong nodded, unfazed, as he was well aware of Tsunade's temperament. Moreover, he was of a similar age to Tsunade's brother, who had perished on the battlefield. No doubt a painful reminder. "What is your name? I will send the money to Lord Hokage to return to you." Shizun gently inquired. Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing this surname and noticing his striking white hair, Shizun gasped. So you are the child of Shiboku. No wonder you were able to achieve Jonin status at such a young age. How is your father? Kakashi hesitated, taken aback by her question, realizing that she and Tsunade were indeed detached from worldly matters. Having not heard of this event, my father has passed away by suicide, he replied. Shizun's shock deepened. How could the revered Konoha White Fang, whom even the three Sannin admired, have met such an end? She hurriedly stammered. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Liu Dong shook his head. It's all right. It is merely the truth. Tsunade, she called impatiently. What are you still doing there? After hastily apologizing to Kakashi, Shizun rushed off, clutching her pig, to converse with Tsunade, who appeared equally astonished as she glanced back at Kakashi. However, neither anticipated that they were staying at the same inn. You little brat, why did you follow me? Tsunade exclaimed in displeasure. Kakashi produced the inn's key from his pocket, stating, I am also staying here. They each returned to their respective rooms, only to discover that their accommodations were adjacent. Kakashi, after a soothing hot bath, reclined contentedly on his bed. Just as he drifted into a deep slumber, a voice pierced through the tranquility. Someone! Wake up! Kakashi immediately stirred, though he kept his eyes shut, gripping a kunai beneath the covers. Attuned to the sounds outside, not only did Kakashi awaken, but Tsunade in the adjacent room also sensed an intruder, bolting upright. Chapter 35, The Daily Life of Orochimaru and Danzo. Members of the Umbu stealthily infiltrated Liu Dong's room, gazing at the sleeping figure before them as they drew a kunai, poised to strike mercilessly. However, the expected sensation of piercing flesh never materialized. Instead, a dull thud echoed as the figure morphed into a wooden dummy. What? The Umbu member gasped, caught off guard that Liu Dong's kunai now rested against the intruder's neck, his tone chillingly icy. I knew that old Coot Danzo wouldn't let me off easily, but I never expected him to send Umbu to assassinate me. You must have a lot of free time. The Umbu member was no novice. With a swift body flicker technique, he evaded Liu Dong's grasp, clutching the kunai tightly, nerves taut. Assessing the cramped quarters, Liu Dong decided it was unsuitable for confrontation. He shattered the window, leaping into a secluded alley behind the inn. This was precisely what the Umbu assassin desired. The quieter the location, the less likely they were to attract attention. The sound of shattering glass roused the majority of the inn's occupants. And even Shizun, typically slow to react, could not have failed to notice. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, Lady Tsunade, what happened? Tsunade signaled for silence, then vaulted out the window, taking to the rooftops to conceal her presence and observe Kakashi. Yao, analyze the situation. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental capacity 1. Physical ability 1. Analysis attribute 1 to D. Oh, you wish to enter combat mode? Enter. The Umbu assassin and Liu Dong clashed multiple times, failing to gain the upper hand and growing increasingly agitated. Just then, the assassin felt his chakra rapidly depleting, alarm coursing through him. What is happening? Liu Dong smirked, thinking of escaping. Since you harbored murderous intent, how could I let you go? The kunai was thrown with blinding speed, slicing through the air like silver, and the assassin collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Tsunade furrowed her brow. This boy indeed possessed Jonin-level strength. That last maneuver was so swift that even she struggled to track it. She questioned whether she, with her back turned, could have evaded such an attack. Moreover, the mask he wore clearly indicated he was a ninja of Konoha. Alone and under attack by Umbu, could he possibly be a rogue ninja from Konoha? Be cautious, Yao warned, but it was too late. Tsunade's chakra blade was merely an inch from Liu Dong's neck. The assassin demanded, Who are you? Why did Umbu attempt to kill you? Liu Dong shrugged, explaining, I am on a mission from the Hokage. The mission scroll is in my room. You may verify it. Tsunade gestured to Shizun, who vanished in an instant, returning moments later with a scroll in hand. Lady Tsunade, this is indeed the Hokage's personal seal. It cannot be forged, Shizun stated earnestly. Upon examining it, Tsunade recognized it was indeed signed by her mentor. Sarutobi, my apologies. We acted rashly, she said, a smile accompanying her as Shizun rolled the scroll and returned it to Liu Dong. Yet, Tsunade continued to scrutinize him suspiciously. Umbu serves Konoha. If you have not wronged Konoha, why would Umbu target you? It seems that Lady Tsunade is still quite concerned for Konoha. Liu Dong jested that this. Tsunade crossed her arms and turned her head away, asserting, What happens to Konoha is of no concern to me. Liu Dong chose not to delve deeper, stating, "It was Danzo, the leader of Umbut. I have a bit of a history with him." Elder Danzo, Tsunade had grown up under the watchful eyes of Danzo and his associates. Though she found him difficult to deal with, she recognized his genuine concern for Konoha. He would not act out of selfish motives. "That is impossible. Elder Danzo is not that kind of person," Shizen interjected. "Indeed, Kakashi, you must choose your words carefully." Liu Dong shrugged nonchalantly. "Lady Tsunade should know of Hanzo the Salamander, the one from the Rain Village. He once conferred upon you, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru the title of Sannin." Tsunade frowned, uncertain why he would bring up Hanzo. The battle of years past had been arduous, and she reminisced fondly of the time spent fighting alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "I witnessed the transaction between Danzo and Hanzo. He would not tolerate my existence." Tsunade's pupils dilated. Her fists clenched as she slammed them against the wall, producing a thunderous noise. "You better be aware of what you are saying." "Lady Tsunade." Shizen quickly raised her hands to shield against the storm of emotions. Liu Dong, however, remained unfazed. "Of course, I speak only the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you to know. And as for Orochimaru, after your brother's death, he began to pursue immortality, conducting numerous experiments that crossed moral boundaries, all of which were sanctioned by Danzo. As he spoke, Liu Dong smirked, suggesting that Orochimaru should not be overly grateful. Perhaps there was still a chance to salvage the situation before it circled back to Konoha. At that moment, Tsunade's anger flared upon hearing Kakashi mention her brother, leading her to respond with a bitter laugh. "If that were true, would you still be standing here?" Though she feigned anger, she knew all too well that Orochimaru was capable of such deeds. The only question remained. If it were true, how could he possibly be alive, even with Jonin's strength? What reason would there be? "Orochimaru simply couldn't overpower me," Liu Dong remarked with a smile. "Last time he attempted to ambush me, I managed to jab him several times on the tongue. He could barely articulate." Tsunade listened in astonishment as he casually recounted this shocking revelation. She was all too aware of Orochimaru's formidable strength. Could it truly be that this fellow managed to subdue him? Yet, judging by the lad's recent performance, it seemed plausible. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade gathered her thoughts and decisively turned to leave, declaring, "Shizen, we must go." "Tsunade-sama, wait for me." Shizen glanced back at Kakashi, who remained stationary, before hastily following. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with determination. "We are returning to Konoha. Orochimaru, Danzo, if what this boy says is true, I shall not let it go lightly." Meanwhile, Liu Dong was intent on seeking out Obito, curious if he would witness the chaos unfolding in Konoha upon his return. What a thrilling prospect. With that thought in mind, he settled his debts, and under the moonlight, embarked once more on the path toward the mountain graveyard. Chapter 36. The mountain graveyard. To Liu Dong's surprise, Danzo harbored such animosity towards him, as he encountered various ambushes and assassination attempts nearly every other day. Fortunately, they hadn't yet descended into the madness of attacking him multiple times a day. This was, in fact, a boon for Liu Dong, who relished the encounters, analyzing their abilities through his system, effectively gaining experience points. By now, he had grown accustomed to the sight of Umbu members, his eyes gleaming at the prospect of gaining further experience. However, as he drew nearer to the mountain graveyard and farther from the land of fire, the frequency of assassinations dwindled. By the time he reached his destination, he was no longer met with unexpected killers. In truth, it wasn't that Danzo's reach had diminished. Rather, the Umbu had reported that Minato's mission was nearing completion, and he could not act against his disciple in Minato's presence, leaving behind incriminating evidence. Thus, they hurried to erase any traces along the way and returned to Konoha for standby. Upon arriving at his destination, Liu Dong found himself somewhat at a loss. True to its name, the mountain graveyard was indeed riddled with caves and treacherous paths, explaining why Konoha's intelligence team had struggled to operate here. Yao Z, can you locate Obito's position? Do you think I can do everything?" She retorted, having been busy without rest throughout their journey. "I'm being serious here. Even if you can't find Obito, sensing Uchiha Madara or White Zetsu would suffice." "All right, I'll assist you this once." Yao Z's sudden shift in attitude caught Liu Dong off guard. He had expected to have to coax her. He didn't wish to ponder why she had become so eager, as long as it benefited him. "Over here, I can sense White Zetsu's chakra." Yao Z guided him tirelessly, and for the first time, Liu Dong found her to be quite dependable. Perhaps the heavens had taken pity on him and bestowed him with a new system. Not at all. I remain the unparalleled Yao Yaozi. Her tone shifted from reliable to menacing in an instant. Liu Dong nodded. Indeed, there was no other quite like her, both in the heavens and on earth. Right here, deep within this stone wall, I can sense an abundance of chakra, along with two mixed and impure auras. Well done. This is the first time you've been so reliable. I am truly gratified. Liu Dong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. All right, let's get to work. Your beloved Yao Yaozi needs a break. Fine, fine. Please do rest. We wouldn't want you to tire yourself out. Grateful for her lack of failure. He was pleased to offer her a few kind words. Having identified the location, the remaining tasks would be simpler. He concentrated chakra in his hand and delivered a powerful punch, though it could not compare to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Breaking through a hollow stone wall was well within his capabilities. At that moment, Obito, lying on a stone slab, heard the resounding noise from outside and abruptly sat up. Hey, old man, are you awake? White Zetsu also cried out, rushing back to deliver the news. Madara, trouble. Someone is invading here. Madara, frail and aged, reclined against the outer path's golem, slowly opened his eyes and spoke that a white-haired kid has emerged from somewhere, smashing through the outermost stone wall and is attempting to breach further in. I've already sent others to intercept. What should we do? White Zetsu twisted beside Madara, presenting an unsettling sight. Madara, intrigued, pondered how someone could find him when it was widely known he had perished in the Valley of the End battle. Even Hashirama had failed to locate him. Madara casually pulled a few unconscious White Zetsu towards him, absorbing their chakra and the continuously splitting young cells. Beside him, Obito watched in awe as the old man gradually transformed from white-haired to black-haired, his appearance rejuvenating. Whoa, old man, are you a monster? You're getting younger by absorbing others' chakra, Obito exclaimed, instinctively recoiling slightly from the creature. Madara isn't a monster, White Zetsu explained with amusement. It's because he has merged with the power of Yang, allowing him to temporarily restore his youthful appearance, though it cannot be sustained for long, roughly half an hour. Yang power, what is that? Hearing White Zetsu's explanation, Obito sighed in relief, grateful that Madara wasn't a monster. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Dong's explosive fist techniques wreaked havoc on the White Zetsu, yet they continued to swarm in relentless waves, causing him considerable frustration. This approach was unsustainable, so he mustered his strength and shouted, Uchiha Madara, I know you are here. That's Kakashi's voice. Obito, recognizing the familiar tone, was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, his eternal rival had come alone to rescue him. He anxiously urged Madara, old man, let him in quickly. My friend has come for me. With that, he curled up on the stone slab once more. Madara, perplexed, considered that Obito's two companions were supposed to be critical to instilling despair in Obito. How could they have broken free from his control and even located his stronghold? They even knew Obito was here. I advise you to allow me to meet with Obito swiftly. Otherwise, I shall set fire to all these White Zetsu. While fire could not eradicate these Yang-powered White Zetsu, the information he had revealed was substantial, and Madara certainly would not allow him to leave. Just as he anticipated, a White Zetsu that had clearly gained sentience emerged from the ground, and the others ceased their attacks. Seeing that the newcomer was just a child, the White Zetsu observed the fallen comrades Liu Dong had dispatched, exclaiming in wonder, are ninja in this world really so powerful at such a young age? Then, twisting its body, it beckoned him, come along, little one, follow me this way. Liu Dong felt a vain throb on his forehead. He was no child. Well, at least not in appearance. Once the White Zetsu arrived at another stone wall, it cheerfully declared, it's right inside. However, I need to envelop your body to let you pass through. Liu Dong thought to himself, Yao Yaozi, can my current mental strength resist the control of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu? You're too weak. While you might endure White Zetsu's will, Black Zetsu would undoubtedly overwhelm you. Yao Yaozi promptly replied, but fear not, I can assist you this time. Just proceed without hesitation. Liu Dong was somewhat puzzled by her sudden eagerness. Yet he nodded in agreement. Chapter 37. Breaking through Black Zetsu's mask. With Liu Dong's consent, White Zetsu immediately enveloped his body, guiding him through the wall. Oh, how marvelous, isn't it? After passing through, White Zetsu released him and cheerfully remarked. However, Liu Dong had no time for banter with White Zetsu. Kakashi, Obito choked out, calling the name with fervor, his movements intensifying, resulting in him tumbling off the stone slab. Ah, Ouch, ouch, Kakashi, Rin, and even Minato-sensei. Why did you come alone? Obito bombarded Liu Dong with questions in rapid succession. Liu Dong, standing face to face with the youthful Uchiha Madara, had no time to respond to Obito's barrage of inquiries. Obito, please be quiet, he said, somewhat impatiently. What kind of tone is that, Kakashi? Well, I'm glad you came to rescue me. Why are you so cold? Ignoring Obito's complaints, Liu Dong turned to Madara. I expected to find you frail and aged. But I see you've managed to regain your youth. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the white-haired boy. While his abilities were impressive for someone so young, they still seemed lacking compared to his former self. However, he was more astonished by how much this boy knew. How had he located this place? Little boy, do you know my identity? Ban remained seated on the stone bench, not rising, and coldly inquired. Liu Dong curled his lips into a smile. Of course, Uchiha Ban. Isn't that so? Yet, you did not perish at the Valley of the End. Rather, you utilized the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan to abscond with the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama, secretly merging them together. Upon hearing Liu Dong articulate these matters with such clarity, Ban's pupils constricted, and he severed the chakra conduit, vanishing from sight. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 4. Mental capacity limit 5. Physical strength 5. Analysis attribute 5. Life-threatening situation detected. Entering combat mode. With a clang, the kunai in Liu Dong's hand collided with Uchiha Ban's fan. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Uchiha Ban's eyes, as he intended to engage this individual in a few rounds, to alleviate the torment of years without a worthy opponent. However, in the next moment, he instantly retreated, glancing down at his hand, which was rapidly aging, reverting to a state of old age. Liu Dong couldn't help but exhale in relief. Grateful for the system's timely intervention, he dared not allow himself an ounce of complacency. Truly, this was the pinnacle of the Hokage world. Even at the end of his strength, Ban possessed such formidable power. Ban tilted his head in puzzlement, sensing that the rate at which his chakra was depleting was rather peculiar, that if used for combat, it should sustain him for at least 10 minutes. Yet it seemed to vanish in an instant. How intriguing! Uchiha Ban felt a surge of excitement, capturing a dozen or so white zetsu to replenish his chakra. After all, he had an abundance of white zetsu. He was keen to uncover what this young trickster was truly about. Observing Ban regain his state, Liu Dong furrowed his brow. His system was an external aid, yet the hundreds of thousands of white zetsu were an even greater advantage. Ban, I am aware of all your affairs. Even your future plans, including Yahiko and the others, as well as Obito and us, he stated with a diplomatic tone. The pieces on my chessboard need not possess their own intentions. They merely must act according to my design. Ban's gaze darkened, showing no sign of being swayed. Regardless of whether this individual spoke truth or fiction, he could not be allowed to live. You must be yearning to eliminate me now, to ensure the perfection of your plans. Correct? Liu Dong discerned the other's thoughts. But is your plan truly flawless? Or rather, is this new path you have chosen genuine? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban was convinced that the individual before him indeed knew all about him and was not merely boastful. Obito, standing aside, looked utterly bewildered. Kakashi, old man, what are you two talking about? Be quiet. Be quiet. Both parties simultaneously retorted, forcing Obito into a corner, with only white zetsu pitying him, coming over to offer comfort. Obito-kun, don't be so disheartened. Although you seem powerless right now, I still quite like Obito-kun. Thank you, white zetsu, but I'm feeling even more withdrawn. Obito faced the wall in despair. Huh, what did white zetsu just say? White zetsu scratched his head, not quite comprehending. Although Uchiha Ban was confident and rarely swayed, it did not imply he was incapable of listening to others. Since Hashirama's demise, he had never encountered someone as intriguing as this. He did not mind hearing him out, or perhaps even considering him as a subordinate would be a worthwhile choice. Speak. Then, Ban said, planting his fan into the ground and returning to the stone bench to conserve his strength. Seeing that Uchiha Ban had lost the desire to continue their confrontation, Liu Dong finally felt a sense of relief. His ultimate goal remained to alter the tragic conclusion. Killing Ban at this juncture would not resolve the issue at its core. What if I told you that the stone tablet has been tampered with, and that from the very beginning, the Eye of the Moon was a mere fabrication? Would you believe it? Uchiha Ban paused, and upon grasping the meaning of Liu Dong's words, anger flickered in his eyes. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Liu Dong remained silent for a moment, recalling that he had heard similar sentiments recently. He spread his hands and replied, "Well, I understand that convincing you of this fact may be a tall order, given that you have dedicated your entire life to it, but it's never too late to mend the fold." Before Ban could respond, a dark, ominous entity emerged, its voice piercing. "Ban, you must not be deceived by this young trickster. Consider your dreams." Kurozetsu glared at Liu Dong, furious that such a significant blunder had occurred during his brief absence. Ban's expression darkened like the depths of water as he pondered, casting a cold glance at Kurozetsu, then at the composed Kakashi. "Kurozetsu, you claim to be my will," Ban began, as though neither side trusted the other. "Indeed, I am the embodiment of your will." Kurozetsu quickly flattered. "How could you possibly doubt yourself in favor of an unknown child?" Liu Dong coldly regarded Kurozetsu's pretense. "Is that so? I had thought you were the world's most dutiful son, going to great lengths to resurrect your mother." Kurozetsu's heart trembled. How could this individual know about his mother? It was impossible. Uchiha Ban, being exceedingly astute, could easily deduce the implications without Liu Dong needing to elaborate further. "Kurozetsu, you had better provide me with an explanation." Ban tightened his grip, pulling the fan along with the scythe, pointing it menacingly at Kurozetsu. White Zetsu screamed, "Lord Ban is going to strike Kurozetsu." Kurozetsu hastily scrambled to concoct a justification. "Ban, do you truly doubt yourself and your dreams? Everything you have done thus far has been to achieve the day of the eye of the moon." Kurozetsu tempted, believing no one could accept that their life's work was a mere illusion. If he leveraged this, he could once more sway Uchiha Ban to his side. How could the inscriptions on the Uchiha stone tablet be false? "We cannot abandon our mission." However, Kurozetsu miscalculated Uchiha Ban's character. Perhaps discovering that this matter was a fabrication would cause him considerable distress. But for Ban, the more pressing concern was whether the principle was valid, and whether it could truly be pursued. Even if he had expended so much time and effort, if it merely proved the path to be erroneous, he would simply abandon it and seek another. Uchiha Ban had never been one to shy away from loss. Liu Dong coldly observed Kurozetsu, the architect of this turmoil, remaining unperturbed. The seeds of doubt had been sown, and when the time was ripe, they would naturally sprout. Rather than rely on mere words, it was better to allow Uchiha Ban to seek the truth himself. When the reality was unveiled, all issues would be resolved at the root. Uchiha Ban, being a man of action, coldly stated, "Kurozetsu, if you truly are my will, then enter this sealing scroll of your own accord. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall release you." Kurozetsu hesitated. Yet before Uchiha Ban, he could not afford to linger in indecision, and could only opt to enter the sealing scroll. He knew that even if he fled, Uchiha Ban would capture him, solidifying his identity. However, entering the seal now could earn him some goodwill, and he was certain that all content related to his mother had been manipulated or erased. He did not believe this young trickster could persuade Ban merely with words. Uchiha Ban was a rare opportunity he had awaited for a millennium, and he could not let it slip away so easily. Seeing that Kurozetsu had voluntarily entered the seal, Ban sealed it away once more. Having learned a fair share of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan during his time with Hashirama in the village, "What do you plan to do next, Ban?" Liu Dong inquired, dragging Obito from the corner. "Uncover the truth. I have no interest in divulging my thoughts to you." Even upon learning such matters, Uchiha Ban retained his aloof demeanor. Liu Dong shrugged nonchalantly and moved to hoist Obito, who was struggling. "I shall take this rascal with me. I hope you can uncover the truth soon." This fellow had yet to achieve perfect integration with White Zetsu, and if he was forced to be on the run like this, it would only harm him. Ban, considering this boy as a member of the Uchiha clan, offered a reminder. Kakashi set the lad down, rubbing his injuries, causing Obito to break into a cold sweat. The situation was indeed dire. He recalled that in the original narrative, there had also been a period of integration. It was a bit hasty to take him away now, that if you wait about a week, I will help him adapt hastily. Ban remarked, casting a glance at the boy. "You would be so benevolent. There must be conditions attached." Liu Dong's eyes glimmered with skepticism. Ban smirked, enjoying conversing with intelligent individuals. "Since you are aware of Yahiko, I need not elaborate further. I require his whereabouts." Originally, he had intended to arrange everything before awaiting revival, but it now seemed his plans would need to change. First and foremost, he needed to reclaim his Rinnegan. That would facilitate matters significantly. "Very well. This transaction was utterly effortless for him. Moreover, having the Rinnegan residing with Nagato might not necessarily be a fortuitous circumstance. The mission did not stipulate a specific time frame for his return. Hence, Liu Dong decided to take up residence there. Each day, he diligently analyzed and absorbed experiences from Uchiha Madara, witnessing his own progress flourish. He even contemplated persuading Madara to return to Konoha, thus allowing him to continue honing his skills under the guise of sparring. Liu Dong was indeed a man of decisive action. He promptly inquired, "Madara, do you harbor any thoughts of returning to Konoha? Perhaps to visit the grave of Senju Hashirama?" Uchiha Madara cast him a look that suggested he was jesting, almost incredulous that Liu Dong was unaware of the fierce enmity between him and Hashirama. Yet, upon reflection, Madara realized that Liu Dong was likely aware of his acquisition of Hashirama's cells, and thus understood that their animosity was not as absolute as it seemed. Nonetheless, while he did not particularly mind, it was also not a favorable notion. Whenever he recalled Hashirama, his mind was flooded with memories of the man's numerous foolish antics, such as the times he had sought Madara out for drinks in the dead of night, frequently abandoning his duties for gambling escapades, necessitating Madara to retrieve him. What did Konoha have to do with him? As Madara polished his ancestral fan and scythe, he expressed no interest in Liu Dong's suggestion. Speaking of which, it seemed that none of Senju Tobarama's disciples were particularly reliable. Perhaps he could also visit Hashirama's granddaughter. Liu Dong was truly relentless in his pursuit of experience. Upon hearing this, Madara was momentarily taken aback. Even in the cave, black and white Zetsu were transmitting messages, and he was not entirely oblivious. He had heard that Senju Tobarama had died protecting his students as for the Senju clan and Hashirama's direct descendants. He was unaware. Perhaps you could also return to assess the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Liu Dong persisted in his persuasion. You are indeed shameless in your quest for more analyses from Uchiha Madara, Yao Yaozi remarked, taken aback by his demeanor. Do you not often disdain my lack of skill? Now that I am eager to grow stronger, you seem displeased? Oh, how splendid indeed. Weren't you quite invested before? Why the sudden apathy now? That was when I was in good spirits. My mood is rather average now. Understood, akin to the few days every month for a woman. Uchiha Madara, noticing Liu Dong's persistent urging for him to return to Konoha, could not help but inquire. It appears you wish for me to return so that I may continue to guide you. Liu Dong immediately seized upon his words. Indeed. In truth, after hearing Madara's numerous reasons, Liu Dong felt somewhat swayed. Having resolved to remain there, it would be prudent to gather some intelligence from Konoha. Upon further contemplation, the Senju clan's archives should be located in Konoha, and perhaps they contained the answers he sought. Then let us return, Madara stated with indifference. Hooray! My experience-gathering machine can be relocated. Without delay, he penned a letter for a ninja pigeon to carry back to Minato, informing him of his discovery that Obito was alive and that he would be bringing back the individual who saved him. He refrained from mentioning Uchiha Madara's name in the letter, as the mere notion of Madara still being alive seemed too preposterous. He feared Minato might think he had lost his mind. Chapter 39. Namikaze Minato. The worldview is reloading when the ninja pigeon soared over the battlefield. Namikaze Minato had just completed his mission and was directing the Leaf Shinobi to swiftly clear the area. His thoughts were already far removed from the present. He wondered how Kakashi was faring, and just as he sighed in relief, a messenger hurriedly approached, delivering a letter from Kakashi. Upon seeing the spark of joy in Minato's eyes after reading the letter, the messenger inquired, "Lord Minato, is there good news?" Clutching the letter, Minato wiped his misty eyes and exclaimed, Kakashi was indeed correct. Obito is truly alive. The surrounding comrades rejoiced at this revelation, sharing in Minato's happiness. During the previous battle, Minato had been unable to arrive in time to save his student, leaving him riddled with guilt. He had not eaten well or slept soundly for an entire week, and they had all witnessed his distress. Now, upon hearing this uplifting news, they rushed to congratulate him, exclaiming how wonderful it was. It seemed that Obito was destined to survive. Minato carefully folded the letter, tucking it away in his clothing, and, taking a deep breath, declared with renewed vigor, "Everyone, hasten to clean the battlefield. I shall submit the report to the vice-captain and then depart." They all understood that Minato was eager to return to Konoha to see his student. This shared joy seemed to invigorate them, and their movements became more efficient, allowing for a swift retreat. Minato pulled out a map, cross-referencing the location marked in the letter, tucking it away as he set off while the sun was still up. Even now, he could hardly believe that Obito was truly alive. This was something he had never dared to dream of. He must express his utmost gratitude to the one who saved Obito. Yet, Minato could not help but think that the savior might be an elderly woman or an old gentleman. He never imagined it would be the infamous Uchiha Madara. Minato stood at the entrance, dumbfounded, observing the figure that resembled the statue at the Valley of the End, treating Obito with a somewhat brusque manner. What were those white, viscous substances he had seen upon entering? They seemed capable of taking on myriad forms. At that moment, Liu Dong was positioned slightly behind Minato. He stepped forward and patted Minato on the shoulder, signaling him to regain his composure. Nearby, Black Zetsu watched with concern as Obito endured his suffering. If it hurts, just cry out, little Obito. This is quite arduous. He could speak. Minato felt the upheaval of his worldview. He would need time to process this situation. All done, Uchiha Madara stated coldly, rising. This fusion had finally concluded. And Obito lay pale and exhausted on the bed, nearly devoid of the strength to speak. Minato rushed forward to check on Obito's condition. Upon seeing his teacher, Obito managed a weak smile. Teacher Minato. You came to see me. It's all right. The old man said this is the last time. And then I can return to the village for recuperation. But Minato's eyes were filled with guilt as he gazed at Obito. Had he not arrived late, Obito would not have suffered so, but thank goodness Obito was still alive. Rest now. I will stay here and guard you, conserving your strength for our departure tomorrow. Minato gently tousled Obito's sweat-soaked hair. The soft, reassuring touch only made Obito feel wearier, and he promptly shut his eyes and fell asleep. Not wishing to disturb Obito's rest, Minato removed his outer coat and draped it over him, beckoning Liu Dong to leave the cave with him. Just then, Madara emerged, casually summoning several white Zetsu to maintain their state, further bewildering Minato. Could these beings truly replenish chakra? How did they absorb it? Lord Madara, Minato addressed him politely, with utmost respect. Thank you for saving my student. Should you require my assistance in the future, as long as it does not contravene my principles, I would be more than willing to serve. Regardless of who this man before him was or what he had done, it could not alter the fact that he had saved Obito. Liu Dong, however, offered no deference, bluntly stating, Teacher Minato, it would be best not to express your gratitude. He intends to use Obito as a pawn, not out of genuine kindness. Madara glanced at the young man with striking golden hair, adorned with the Konoha headband, brimming with youthful vigor. He could be considered a valuable asset to Konoha. He dismissed Kakashi's words. The young man was correct. There was no need for thanks, especially since Madara had already agreed to his terms. This was a transaction. Terms? Minato's gaze sharpened as he turned to Kakashi. Realizing that Kakashi had not mentioned this in the letter, had Kakashi intended to negotiate with Uchiha Madara on his own? Do not worry, Teacher Minato. This fellow cannot utilize too much chakra, so he merely requested my assistance in finding someone. Liu Dong revealed, noting the concern in Minato's eyes while also admiring his care for his student. That is good to hear. Although Minato verbally assented, Liu Dong could see the determination in his gaze, indicating that he would require clarification soon. Deus a Konoha shinobi. It is my duty to report the appearance of a senior to the village, and I trust you understand my position, Minato stated with calm authority. A debt of gratitude for saving a life is one matter, but as a shinobi of Konoha, the stakes are high, and I cannot conceal this. Uchiha Madara paid him no mind and quietly returned to the stone bench to rest. Closing his eyes, Black Zetsu timely reminded, Lord Madara is resting. Minato, seeing that Madara did not refute him, breathed a sigh of relief. He had no chance against that legendary ninja. As the two emerged, Minato Namikaze solemnly inquired, This matter is of utmost importance. Upon our return, we must ensure that this information remains confidential. I will report to the higher-ups of Konoha and address this situation discreetly. After all, it concerns Uchiha Madara. If the people of Konoha were to learn of his presence, the entire village would be thrown into turmoil. However, that fellow intends to return to Konoha with us. Liu Dong feigned innocence, attempting to portray a scenario where Madara was simply returning, and he had no grounds to refuse. What? Minato was taken aback, instinctively running his fingers through his hair. That it was indeed extraordinary that Madara, who had been slain by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, was now alive. Did he harbor intentions detrimental to Konoha? Liu Dong, observing the fear and urgency in Minato's eyes, remarked, I don't believe that's the case. That guy should have no interest in Konoha. Chapter 40. Grievance against the Flying Thunder God. Hearing Liu Dong's confident assertion, Minato regained his composure and chastised himself for momentarily losing his calm, especially when his student maintained such poise. Kakashi, what do you think? Minato still had faith in his student. Liu Dong, of course, could not disclose that his understanding of Madara's character stemmed from having read the original narrative. He had to concoct an explanation of his own. Uchiha Madara once told me he considers himself at least half a founder of Konoha, having co-established it with Senju Hashirama. He has never acted against Konoha in all this time, and currently shows no interest in doing so. Furthermore, he mentioned that aside from Hashirama, no one in Konoha is worthy of engaging him in battle. Upon hearing this reasoning, Minato found it somewhat credible. After all, if someone of Madara's stature truly sought to annihilate Konoha, the death of the first Hokage would have presented the ideal opportunity. Yet, perhaps it was also possible that Madara sought revenge against Konoha for the first Hokage's betrayal. Minato murmured his analysis. Liu Dong silently scoffed, for he knew not just how close their relationship had been, having played together in their youth. Moreover, Hashirama's fatal blow had been coerced by Madara as part of his own scheme. However, upon reflection, it was evident that Minato truly was one of the few rational Hokage, possessing a mindset that aligned with that of a sensible individual. That it was entirely normal to be unable to comprehend Madara, a feat even Hashirama struggled to achieve. The limited descriptions in the original narrative served as an advantage, ensuring that characterizations did not fluctuate excessively. Liu Dong observed Minato deep in thought and chose to remain silent. Closing his eyes to rest for a moment, Minato could not fathom the mystery. Madara should have indeed perished at the Valley of the End, for he had heard from Sarutobi-sensei that the first Hokage had returned with Madara's corpse. But why was he alive now? Had someone performed a reanimation technique? Yet, there were no distinctive markings associated with such a technique on him. If one were to assume that Madara had survived the Valley of the End, he would surely have aged and been bettered by now. How could he still appear in his prime? Minato's mind raced with unanswered questions. Suddenly, it dawned on him. How had Kakashi known that Obito was still alive and managed to pinpoint Madara's hiding place? It was utterly perplexing. His gaze fell upon Kakashi, who was resting with his eyes closed, and his suspicions grew. It seemed his student harbored significant secrets. Never mind. I shall wait until Kakashi is ready to speak, he resolved. Minato, your gaze earlier was quite peculiar. You were likely suspicious of me, Liu Dong remarked nonchalantly, feigning sleep rather than genuinely resting. What a thankless task. Had I known, I would not have warned you that night. Upon hearing this, Liu Dong recalled the assassination attempt on the night they had stayed at the inn, feeling somewhat speechless about how long ago that incident had occurred. Time during rest always seemed to pass swiftly. And soon it was the following morning. Obito remained sound asleep, while Minato and Liu Dong had already charted their course. Minato marked the route with flying thunder god marks, allowing them to expedite Obito's return to Konoha. Liu Dong and Madara set off afterward, deliberately slowing their pace to grant Konoha the opportunity to gather intelligence and act. Even if Madara genuinely bore no ill will towards Konoha, they could not afford to relax their vigilance. At that moment, Madara emerged from the cave, squinting against the harsh sunlight that stung his eyes. He had just located a more suitable pair of eyes to replace his previous ones, allowing him to see normally again. He was also equipped with numerous sealing scrolls. Aside from the one meant for sealing Kaguya, the rest were designated for containing white zetsu. These were essential supplies for his journey. He had many more stored in the cave and instructed white zetsu to deliver them to him periodically. Uchiha Madara shielded his eyes from the glaring sun and took a deep breath of fresh air. He had spent the latter half of his life in this place, never expecting to emerge under such circumstances. Upon seeing Madara step out, Minato understood it was time to leave. He entered the cave to awaken Obito, only to find him still deeply asleep, showing no signs of waking. Not wishing to disturb him, Minato hoisted him onto his back and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport out. Before departing, he specifically cautioned Kakashi, handing him 3 kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. These kunai bear the Flying Thunder God markings. Should you encounter danger, do not hesitate. Teleport directly back to Konoha. Upon hearing the term Flying Thunder God, Madara's expression turned icy, and his tone grew increasingly disdainful. You can use the Flying Thunder God? He scrutinized Minato, who, at his age, did not seem to be the disciple of that scoundrel. He might be more akin to a great-grandstudent. Minato, perplexed by Madara's sudden hostility, positioned Kakashi behind him. Indeed, I am a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps you have heard of him. The Sarutobi clan. Madara searched his memories, recalling that Hashirama had taken on a few disciples, one of whom was indeed named Sarutobi. Ah, that young boy, he remarked dismissively. Liu Dong, watching the exchange, understood perfectly why Madara's demeanor had soured. After all, Madara's dearest younger brother had met his end at the hands of Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato, sensing the potential for conflict, swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God to transport himself and Obito back to Konoha. Madara observed the speed with which Minato executed the Flying Thunder God, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. This young man's mastery of the technique was exceptional, likely surpassing even Tobirama Senju. Let us depart as well, Liu Dong said, unfurling a map and indicating the route. After spending so long underground, he realized that significant changes had occurred in the ninja world, making it unrecognizable. Minato exerted every ounce of his strength, not daring to waste a moment as he hurriedly carried Obito along. Sensei, perhaps you should take a moment to rest, Obito suggested, unable to move on his own and relying on Minato's support. Feeling quite guilty. Yet, Minato was unwilling to pause, eager to get his student back to Konoha Hospital for treatment, so he could ascertain Obito's condition. Furthermore, Madara's pace would not slow. Every moment counted towards Konoha's preparation and deployment. Finally, after relentless travel, Minato managed to cover a week's journey in just 2 days and nights, arriving at the gates of Konoha. Thud, Minato half-kneeled on the ground, leaning against the doorframe, drenched in sweat. Isn't that the yellow flash? The Konoha guard ninjas noticed Minato, who appeared to be carrying someone, and rushed over to assist. Quick, lend a hand. The ninjas hurriedly gathered around, carefully lifting Obito from Minato's back. A sharp intake of breath was heard as they inadvertently jostled Obito's injured side. Obito, are you all right? Minato quickly asked, glancing at the ninjas. Please be cautious. My student has sustained significant injuries to his entire right side. Upon hearing this, the ninjas collectively gasped, their expressions filled with concern as they regarded Obito, losing half of his body. Would he ever be able to continue as a ninja? It was likely he would spend the rest of his life confined to a bed. Rendered powerless, having only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy at such a tender age, this child had suffered greatly. With the assistance of the gathered ninjas, Minato and Obito, both exhausted from overusing their chakra, were transported to the hospital. Rin, already at the hospital assisting, heard the commotion at the entrance and immediately knew that another patient in urgent need of surgery had arrived. She rushed over to investigate, only to discover that it was none other than her teacher, Minato, looking pale and haggard. Minato-sensei, are you all right? I'm fine. The one in real trouble is Obito, Minato replied with a reassuring smile, stepping aside to reveal Obito, who was being carried on a stretcher behind him. Obito greeted Rin with a smile, saying, Hey, Rin, I'm back. Rin was instantly overcome with tears, covering her mouth in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality before her. Immediately, she noticed the extensive bandaging on his body, and her heart sank. How could she, being here to assist, be unaware that such treatment indicated severe injuries? Tears began to flow uncontrollably at that moment. The emergency doctor emerged, his expression grave upon seeing the child's critical condition, urging them to hurry him to the operating room. Although Namake's Minato should have returned to rest, he lingered, reluctant to leave, his hand resting against the door of the operating room. A nurse, unable to bear his distress, handed him a few soldier pills. Thank you. Minato nodded in acknowledgement and then spotted Rin, who stood at the entrance of the operating room, visibly shaken. Rin, Rin, Rin. Minato called out thrice, pulling Rin from her state of terror, prompting her to choke out. Minato-sensei, is Obito? Do not dwell on it. There must be a way. Minato's heart was also tumultuous. He was uncertain about what Uchiha Obito had been fused with, and the sheer agony observed during the fusion suggested it was not something easily controlled. Rin, please deliver a message to the Hokage, stating that I have just returned and have urgent matters to report. Minato did not want to miss the latest updates regarding his student, nor could he afford to delay significant matters. Rin nodded and dashed out, arriving at the Hokage's office before she could even comprehend how she got there. Upon hearing that Obito, who was presumed dead, had actually returned, albeit gravely injured and likely to be incapacitated for life, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists behind the Hokage's desk. It was all his fault for lacking the strength to protect the village like the first and second Hokage. Such young children had been reduced to this state. He immediately rose, gesturing for someone to inform Tsunade to assess whether there was any hope left for Obito. The night before Minato's return, Tsunade had also arrived back in Konoha, much to the village's delight, who was unaware of the legendary Sannin. Even if Tsunade did not engage in battle, her reputation alone could intimidate enemies into reconsideration before taking action. The reason Tsunade had returned so late was not due to slow travel, but rather because she had gathered substantial intelligence along the way, confirming that Danzo indeed had unspeakable secrets with Hanzo of the Salamander. As for Orochimaru's clandestine experiments, Tsunade had someone monitoring them, but with Danzo's spies embedded throughout Konoha, it was challenging to uncover anything promptly. They could only proceed cautiously. Before long, the Hokage and Tsunade arrived at the hospital. Exchanging glances that conveyed their understanding of each other's intentions, Minato and Hiruzen entered an empty patient room, where Minato cast a soundproof barrier, his expression as serious as the situation warranted. "Minato, what is the report?" Hiruzen inquired. Minato uttered the name known throughout the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. "What?" Hiruzen, momentarily doubting his hearing, wondered if he had misheard the name of the Uchiha clan. "Indeed, you heard correctly. Uchiha Madara has returned." Minato's eyes were filled with gravity, leaving no room for Hiruzen to question further. He recalled his childhood under Tobirama's teachings, occasionally encountering Madara and witnessing his terrifying, destructive power. Only the first Hokage could contain him. A tremor ran through his hand, causing his pipe to fall to the ground with a resounding crash, echoing harshly in the silence of the room. Minato recounted his observations. "We must formulate a response plan." Hiruzen, however, chuckled bitterly. "Response? There is no need for one. Why?" Minato was taken aback. Surely, they should try something. Hiruzen bent down to retrieve the fallen pipe, dusting it off before taking a long drag and exhaling slowly. As if reminiscing, with both the first Hokage and Tobirama gone, no one could restrain Uchiha Madara anymore. If Madara learned that this old man had mentioned his name alongside Tobirama's, he would surely show no mercy. "All we need to do is prepare a negotiation plan. The rest will be left to fate." Minato witnessed his teacher, Hiruzen, stooping with weariness as he exited the room. He could not help but feel astonished that his teacher harbored no thoughts of resistance. At that moment, Hiruzen felt utterly drained. Having been a student of both the first and second Hokage, carrying the burden of protecting Konoha, he had lived to see the present day and believed that Konoha would continue to flourish. But now it seemed that the future of Konoha was on the brink of collapse in his generation. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the graveyard, standing before the tombs of Shinja Hashirama and Tobirama. Collapsing to his knees with a thud, "First Hokage, Tobirama-sensei, what are we to do?" The usually composed Hiruzen broke down in tears before the graves of the two former Hokages. After weeping, Hiruzen wiped his eyes and regained his reliable demeanor. Urgently summoning all high-ranking ninjas for a meeting, the gathered crowd was perplexed, unsure why such a large-scale meeting was convened amidst seemingly favorable circumstances. Chapter 42. Uchiha Madara. The entire village buzzed with speculation about why the Hokage would call such a significant assembly. Even summoning the dispatched captains back one by one. Danzo and the other elders took their seats at the head of the table, followed by the Sannin and the rising star, Namikaze Minato. Before the meeting commenced, Orochimaru and Tsunade sat on opposite sides. The former was irritated at being pulled from his unfinished experiments, while the latter observed him closely, seeking a weakness that moment. Hiruzen entered and took the seat reserved for him. "The reason I hastily called you all back is that Konoha is about to face an unprecedented calamity that I lack the confidence to guide everyone through this crisis." Hiruzen's declaration created a tense atmosphere, causing the hearts of those present to skip a beat, filled with confusion. Why, when Konoha's situation on the battlefield was favorable, would there be a crisis? Danzo, hearing Hiruzen's dispirited words, could not help but interject. "Hokage, you are our example. How can you speak like this? If you truly believe you are unfit for this position, it would be better to step down early, sparing us your unfounded remarks." Tsunade glanced at Danzo, aware of his hidden ambitions to ascend to the Hokage's seat, but she was equally perplexed as to why her teacher would utter such words. Hiruzen, undeterred by his friend's comments, sighed deeply and said, "Let Minato speak. He has the details." He took a weary drag from his pipe, and Minato then revealed the earth-shattering truth that a wave of disbelief swept through the assembly. With many expressing skepticism, Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Minato, I know you are Jiraiya's student and would not lie, but it is a fact that Uchiha Madara was slain by my grandfather at the Valley of the End. We witnessed the first Hokage bring Madara's corpse back. His expression filled with sorrow as if he had lost something precious. T.K. Kinomoto chimed in, affirming that he too had been present during that moment. Such a feeble fabrication, and you dare present it before us. Danzo scoffed, suggesting that perhaps Minato should be sent to a hospital for examination at this moment. Orochimaru, with a sly grin, remarked, "Why should you be so angry, Danzo? Does everyone not know the character of this young man? I, as one of the Sannin, vouch for him, if only for Jiraiya's sake." Although Orochimaru was also taken aback, he reasoned that since this matter involved Kakashi, it must be true, and thus he defended Minato. Tsunade naturally trusted Minato, but the notion was still too outrageous. Uchiha Madara, a figure from the Warring States period, had somehow survived to the present. What a relic! Even if Madara was alive, he would merely be an old man. Could it be that Konoha feared him? Not at all. The Uchiha Madara I encountered bore a youthful visage, identical to that from the Valley of the End. This declaration plunged the meeting room into a profound silence. Some scoffed, others furrowed their brows in concern, while some appeared frightened, and others contemplated deeply, with a few merely watching the unfolding spectacle. The atmosphere was thick with tension until Danzo finally broke the silence. Even if Uchiha Madara were in his prime, does that mean we will surrender, Konoha? Hiruzen, you are behaving rather cowardly. Danzo cast a cold glance at Hiruzen, then rallied the crowd. Everyone, the most pressing issue now is how to respond. Uchiha Madara, no matter how formidable, is not a deity. He will tire eventually, and we can always resort to a war of attrition. And what about the threats from other ninja villages? Tsunade interjected, her brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly with it. The conference room once again succumbed to a profound silence. Indeed, to withstand Uchiha Madara, they would need to muster all their strength at this juncture. Should other ninja villages launch an assault, or should the adversary forge an alliance with them? Their chances of victory would be utterly non-existent. My student once gleaned from Madara himself that he harbored no resentment towards the first Hokage for his demise. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for us. With renewed optimism, Namake's Minato spoke up. Currently, Uchiha Madara is in the company of my student Kakashi and is making his way towards the village. We still have time to deliberate on our strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved his pipe, placing it upon the table. Our paramount objective is to minimize casualties, striving to resolve this matter on the foundation of peace. We must not provoke the enemy. To do so would jeopardize the entire Hidden Leaf village. Furthermore, from this moment on, the entire village shall be on high alert. No, on the utmost alert, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for dissent. The news of Uchiha Madara must not leak, lest other villages extend their olive branches, thereby worsening their predicament. This information must remain confidential. Indeed, at that moment, in the hospital room, Rin was assisting Obito by peeling an apple, slicing it into pieces, and offering it to him with a kunai. Obito mused that perhaps this injury wasn't as unbearable as he had thought, for all of Rin's attention was focused solely on him. Yet, this was merely a bittersweet solace. Lying on the operating table, he had listened to the medical ninjas chatter away, using jargon that eluded his understanding. Moreover, he felt an unsettling notion that the medical ninjas themselves were not entirely certain about his condition. Each day, the pain from his grafted wounds drove him to the brink of despair, and at that old man's place, he could only endure in silence. Returning to the Hidden Leaf had at least afforded him some painkillers, providing a semblance of relief. "Obito, are you in pain again?" Rin inquired hastily upon noticing his prolonged silence. Over the past few days, as she cared for him, witnessing his suffering had pained her greatly. Yet she felt utterly helpless. She had discreetly inquired with other ninja seniors she was close to, and one of them had confided in her. It was certain that Obito's right side had been grievously injured. Beyond salvation, normally he would not survive. However, his right side had been infused with a vibrant cell tissue that staunched the bleeding, thus preserving his life. Yet, that very tissue would also erode Obito. Only by achieving a balance could he continue to live. The thought brought tears to her eyes. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? How about I tell you a story about that old man and the mysterious creature? He quickly reassured her. Chapter 43. The ceasefire agreement. Rin wiped away her tears, having stowed them away. Ever since Obito's return, He had incessantly recounted tales of an old man and some wondrous being, insisting that it was a first-hand account. With Minato-sensei as a witness, Rin dismissed it as mere ramblings, listening quietly, for the only time Obito could relax was during those few hours. Even if he wasn't in pain, he would still feel weak and feverish. Once Obito had drifted off to sleep, Rin quietly exited the room, glancing out the hospital window to see the vigilant ninjas outside, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. Something significant was about to transpire. And indeed, as she sensed, that day arrived swiftly. Liu Dong and Uchiha Madara approached the gates of the Hidden Leaf one after the other. By this time, the village had already set its preparations in motion. Having laid out surveillance in anticipation of their arrival, both Liu Dong and Madara noticed the watchful eyes but chose to disregard them. Liu Dong surveyed the attendees, the third Hokage, the Elder Council of the Hidden Leaf, and two of the legendary three, Orochimaru and Tsunade, alongside his teacher, Namikaze Minato, that he couldn't help but click his tongue, realizing that the mere mention of Uchiha Madara's name was enough to instill fear. All of the village's elite combatants were gathered here. Lord Uchiha Madara, the third Hokage, initiated, hoping to resolve matters before entering the village to prevent any repercussions within. The disciple of that insufferable Senju Tobirama was visibly irksome. Madara regarded them coldly, offering no pleasantries. There is no need for such a defensive stance. I have no interest in obliterating the Hidden Leaf that we cannot trust a rogue ninja. Danzo interjected, causing the atmosphere to tense. Yet, Liu Dong interjected. I recall that Senju Hashirama never deemed Uchiha Madara a rogue ninja. Rather, he awaited his return to the Hidden Leaf, did he not? You little brat, this is not your place to speak. Begone, Danzo retorted, already irritated with Liu Dong's presence in such a high-level meeting. It was unacceptable for him to disrupt with his unwarranted comments. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly uninterested in their words. His gaze instead falling upon Tsunade. Upon being scrutinized, Tsunade felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine, but refused to back down. Returning his gaze defiantly, in the blink of an eye, Madara vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of Tsunade, and before she could react, he had seized her by the throat. Ugh! Tsunade's feet left the ground, her breath becoming labored. Uchiha Madara, you truly intend to start a war? Danzo immediately signaled, and several ANBU members surrounded them, sealing off any escape route. Tsunade, caught in his grip, found herself inexplicably sapped of strength, and thus activated her Byakugo seal, the intricate patterns spreading across her body. Is this your ability? Madara scrutinized her, a derisive laugh escaping him. Is this the last scion of the Senju clan? Pathetic. Madara, you are crossing a line, Liu Dong interjected timely. You still require the Senju clan's archives. Antagonizing the princess of the Senju is not a wise course of action. The assembled crowd did not believe that Uchiha Madara would heed his words, especially since Danzo had covertly ordered that any sign of weakness from Madara would warrant immediate action. Upon hearing Liu Dong's statement, Madara glanced at him, visibly irritated, yet surprisingly, he relented and released Tsunade. Coughing, Tsunade was quickly shielded by the ANBU. Liu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had reached a separate agreement with Uchiha Madara on the way here. And for now, this individual remained within manageable limits. Although he possessed a system, he still needed time to grow. When the moment was right, such concerns would cease to exist. Madara utilized the body flicker technique, appearing behind the assembly, and then calmly walked into the Hidden Leaf, choosing a sushi restaurant to sit down. The staff trembled as they approached, stammering, hello, what would you like to order? Tofu sushi, Madara replied nonchalantly. Producing money from his pocket and placing it on the table, the owner cautiously accepted the payment. Yes, I'll be right back. You're still eating? Liu Dong expressed his surprise. During their travels, he had only seen Madara replenishing his chakra, assuming his digestive system was beyond functioning. Yes, Madara responded tersely, revealing no further information. Yet Liu Dong detected a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. That I will take my leave now. Your lodging has been arranged in a secluded area near the Uchiha clan's territory. With that, Liu Dong departed the sushi shop, leaving the restaurant owner in a state of bewilderment. However, before he could return home, he was intercepted by Orochimaru on the road. Speak quickly. I'm exhausted and need to rest. As he yawned, Kakashi remarked, having been incessantly grinding experience off Uchiha Madara lately. His experience points were indeed increasing rapidly, but his body was struggling to keep up. Orochimaru enthusiastically draped an arm over Liu Dong's shoulders, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Kid, how did you manage to do it?" When it came to forbidden techniques, none understood them better than Orochimaru. He recognized that what he had witnessed was undoubtedly not the reanimation jutsu. How on earth did this happen? Liu Dong pushed his arm away in disdain, understanding the man's intentions. Orochimaru, who had long sought immortality and developed new ninjutsu for that purpose, was undoubtedly thrilled to encounter an ancient relic from the Warring States period still alive. Why can't someone enjoy good health and live a few more years? Liu Dong had no desire to delve into lengthy discussions. His relationship with Orochimaru was purely one of collaboration. If you truly wish to know, ask him yourself. Orochimaru paused, recalling the strength of his opponent. While he sought immortality, he had no wish to court death. Liu Dong ceased his conversation with him, heading straight home, intending to indulge in a restful slumber, confident that upon waking, he would have recovered. Yet, as he slept, the news of Uchiha Madara's resurrection spread throughout the ninja world like wildfire. Initially, disbelief reigned, but as their intelligence ninjas returned with first-hand accounts, skepticism transformed into acceptance. Upon confirming the news, Iwagakure promptly declared a ceasefire, opting out of the conflict and choosing to compensate as a defeated nation, while other nations harbored similar thoughts. None were as decisive as Iwagakure. After some deliberation, they too submitted peace treaties to the Hidden Leaf, requesting the resumption of the Five Kage Summit. Currently, the ruling authorities of each ninja village include several individuals who have persisted since the era of Senju Hashirama, and they are undoubtedly cognizant of Uchiha Madara's formidable power. Until they fully comprehend the situation, they must refrain from any rash actions. In the ensuing days, Konoha received a series of ceasefire agreements, inviting him to preside over the Five Kage Summit. However, a common stipulation within these agreements was that Uchiha Madara must be present. Chapter 44. Edo Tensei. Uchiha Madara has been wandering around the village daily, instilling a sense of unease among the populace. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to drive him away from the village. Tsunade supported this notion. What if Uchiha Madara allies himself with other villages? This is a concern we cannot overlook. Mito Kazan also voiced his opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head of the assembly, listened to the discussions erupting around him, ultimately finding himself at an impasse. "Sensei, I have a suggestion." Orochimaru's hoarse voice cut through the clamor, capturing the attention of everyone present. "Speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen directed his gaze towards his disciple. Orochimaru smiled and said, "You are all aware that the second Hokage possessed a forbidden technique known as Edo Tensei. Since we cannot contend with Uchiha Madara ourselves, why not summon those capable of confronting him?" Upon hearing this proposal, the attendees appeared enlightened. Edo Tensei is a technique that summons individuals who have passed into the afterlife, originally intended to create fearless human bombs. However, the first Hokage deemed this practice too sacrilegious to life and gradually discontinued its use. Although the technique is no longer employed, it does not imply that the knowledge of its application has been forgotten. All this information is securely stored within the archives of the second Hokage, and there are individuals specifically trained to handle it. Absolutely not. Tsunade, known for her fiery temperament, slammed her hand on the table, immediately rejecting the proposal. My grandfather has passed. How could we disturb his eternal rest? This sentiment held merit, and as a direct descendant of the first Hokage, Tsunade's voice carried significant weight in this matter. "Tsunade, this is a critical moment for the village's survival. If there is a method available, we should at least attempt it, should we not?" Orochimaru replied with a grin. Danzo chimed in from the side. "This method seems viable. It could circumvent many issues and should be considered the optimal solution." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Kazan remained silent, battling their internal conflicts. Finally, Tsunade suggested, "How about we put this to a vote, allowing the outcome to determine our course of action? Is that agreeable, Hiruzen?" Sarutobi Hiruzen could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well, Hiruzen," Tsunade exclaimed with some dissatisfaction, yet she managed to temper her emotions. Ultimately, the vote concluded with a result of 8-2, thus enabling Orochimaru's proposal to proceed. Tsunade's opposition proved futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed that the scroll containing the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei be retrieved for Orochimaru to prepare the ritual, with the date for the Five Kage Summit set for 3 days hence. However, unbeknownst to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru had already mastered this technique and was merely feigning ignorance. The preparations for the ritual swiftly took shape, utilizing a rogue ninja imprisoned in the death row as a living sacrifice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to bear the sight, lamented his own inadequacy, which had led them to such desperate measures. Edo Tensei, with a loud command from Orochimaru, the surrounding dust swirled into the air, gradually coalescing into the form of Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru couldn't help but sweat nervously. This was his first time employing this technique, and he hoped to control the revived entity, yet there was no immediate response. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if the incantation had been misdrawn. At that moment, Senju Hashirama suddenly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar faces around him with confusion. "Who are you? Where am I?" He glanced at his hands, now adorned with the markings of Edo Tensei. And as he scrutinized the individuals before him, a sense of familiarity began to dawn upon him. "First Hokage," Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes at the sight of that familiar visage. "Ah, you must be Tobirama's disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen. If I am not mistaken, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. What brings you to summon me?" Hashirama quickly grasped the situation. It must be that his successors were facing difficulties that warranted his return from the afterlife. Just then, the door to the room was forcefully kicked open, shattering into fragments with a thunderous sound, startling everyone into evasive action. The intruder was none other than Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing Madara, Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Madara, what brings you here?" Madara regarded the Konoha assembly with cold disdain. "How amusing that to suppress me. You would even disturb Hashirama. Truly a pitiful lot. This is a question I ought to pose." Madara retorted sharply, "Please do not be angry. They must have sought me out due to an insurmountable problem, correct?" Hashirama chuckled, scratching the back of his head, appearing utterly carefree. "So, what troubles you? I shall assist you. And then I can return." Madara, satisfied with Hashirama's nonchalance towards his own existence, responded, "So you have returned to Konoha?" "Just a temporary stay, as I have matters to investigate." Madara replied calmly, "That's fine, as long as you are back." Hashirama exclaimed, "By the way, what of the new path you spoke of before leaving?" "That is precisely what I am here to investigate. Are you still intent on pursuing your own path?" Indeed, their exchange flowed effortlessly, as though they were long-lost friends, completely unperturbed by their past conflicts. "How long do you intend to stay?" "I do not know." "Then I shall remain as well." Madara raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "You wish to join me in battle?" "Must we fight?" Hashirama's enthusiasm waned at this suggestion. "Absolutely not." Hashirama turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. "Please assist me in tidying the room. I wish to reside next to Madara." Oh, very well." The onlookers exchanged puzzled and astonished glances as the two departed the room. Continuing their light-hearted banter, discussing their plans to dine at the old sushi shop together, is it true, third Hokage, that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara share such a close relationship? A nearby ninja remarked. His lips twitching. It seems that Hashirama does not mind having slain Madara, but why is Madara so unfazed? Not to worry. They have always had this sort of relationship. Sarutobi Hiruzen shrugged, unfazed. Had they witnessed the first Hokage being dragged out of Madara's home for neglecting his duties in favor of drinking with friends? They might have been left speechless. After all, the image of the first Hokage portrayed in textbooks starkly contrasted with the reality. Thus, the streets of Konoha bore witness to an extraordinary sight: the first Hokage dining alongside the rogue ninja Uchiha Madara. Chapter 45. The Five Kage Summit. Upon seeing Senju Hashirama resurrected through Edo Tensei, Yudo was taken aback, astonished that Konoha would resort to such a tactic. "And now, you intend to simply dine here?" "Doing nothing." Yao Yaozi's tone suggested her discontent. Yudo nonchalantly stuffed a piece of eel into his mouth. "Why should I bother? Eventually, Uchiha Madara will learn that it was Kurizetsu who deceived him. If we can resolve this issue at its source, then everything else will fall into place. He is merely a model citizen. The quieter his life, the better. I have no fondness for the violent world of ninjas, lazybones. And what of it? My dream is to be a lazybones." At the Hokage Tower, since Senju Hashirama's resurrection, he had shown no interest in governance, focusing solely on finding ways to enjoy himself alongside Uchiha Madara. However, Madara ignored him, engrossed in perusing the ancient tomes left by the Senju clan. Consequently, the bored first Hokage eventually wandered into the Hokage's office. First Hokage. Upon his arrival, everyone immediately expressed their respect. There is no need for such formality. Senju Hashirama casually picked up a document, perused it for a moment, then set it aside. The room collectively exhaled in relief, only to hold their breath again as he reached for another. For the entirety of that afternoon, the cycle continued, and productivity within the office plummeted. At that moment, Hashirama stumbled upon the peace treaties sent from various villages, reflecting the unending cycle of war. Thus, you and your village are at a standstill. Madara's voice pierced through the air. What brings you here? Madara? Hashirama inquired, astonished. Moreover, this is your village as well. Do not always distance yourself. Ban sat languidly on the sofa, his legs carelessly tapping against the table. He casually seized a pen, which danced in his hand like a butterfly, evoking a sense of dread that it might, in the next moment, pierce someone's throat in the room. Have you forgotten? You stabbed me at the Valley of the End, and then you spoke of doing anything for the village. Ban remarked, gesturing towards his chest, yet his tone was as nonchalant as one discussing dinner plans. All right, I remember now, Senju Hashirama replied, dejected. What do you want? Speak quickly, Ban said, a hint of impatience in his voice. I didn't summon you, Hashirama responded, puzzled. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. Apologies, sir, that I borrowed the name of the first Hokage to summon you here. If I hadn't, you likely wouldn't have come. Speak, was the succinct reply. Hiruzen then conveyed the peace proposal from the ninja villages, along with their demands to Uchiha Ban, who, as expected, rejected them outright. I refused. I have no ties with Konoha. Why should I participate in the 5 Kage summit? At this, Hashirama chimed in. Ban, let's go together. I've always wanted to attend with you. It's always been with Tobarama, who scolds me incessantly. Oh, he is right to do so. Although Ban had never held Senju Tobarama in high esteem, he was quite reliable when it came to disciplining his elder brother. I'm merely seeking peace, wishing for them to see my sincerity, Hashirama said cheerfully, showing no sign of self-reflection. So you casually let the tailed beasts go. If you dare commit such foolishness again, I want to accompany you. Did you agree? Hashirama's eyes sparkled. Attending the 5 Kage summit with Ban was an experience he had never had before. Ban rose from the sofa. I won't agree. You'll just pester me, which is bothersome. Then you can focus on your research. We'll meet tomorrow. The following morning, Liu Dong was roused from his slumber by a knock at the door. Yawning, he muttered, Sensei Minato, why are you calling me so early? Aren't there no missions? Uchiha Ban specifically requested your presence. We must leave immediately. Hurry and change your clothes. Though Minato urged him, concern clouded his eyes. This 5 Kage summit was fraught with peril and would not be easily navigated. Liu Dong couldn't help but curse under his breath, wondering why he was being dragged along, that he had already done enough for this body in this world. He had rescued Obito and thwarted Kurizetsu's schemes. Could he not continue to live a life of ease, the pinnacle of the ninja world? Let whoever wishes to stand do so. He merely sought a mundane existence, with a heart full of resentment. He arrived at the village entrance, where he saw Uchiha Ban and Senju Hashirama at the forefront of the procession. The last person has arrived. Let us depart, apart from the two of them. The leaders were Tsunade and Orochimaru. The third Hokage and Minato remained in Konoha to maintain order. This summit was set in a location close to the Land of Fire, allowing for same-day travel, thus making Konoha's group the last to arrive. As soon as they arrived, the ninjas from other villages were astonished to see the legendary Uchiha Ban alive. Moreover, there seemed to be someone beside him with whom he was conversing jovially, indicating a close relationship. Some older ninjas, upon closer inspection, were even more shocked to recognize Senju Hashirama. What was happening? Wasn't it said that only Uchiha Ban had been resurrected? Why was Senju Hashirama here as well? This news quickly reached the ears of the other 4 Kage, furthering their astonishment until the meeting commenced, with the 5 parties entering in succession. I recognize that Tsuchikage over there. The rest, I can't quite recall, Hashirama said as he approached the table and pulled out a chair, taking a seat, while Uchiha Ban stood behind him. Witnessing this, Raikage couldn't help but scoff. I never expected to see the two of you after the battle at the Valley of the End. It is truly astonishing. Yes, I too did not anticipate this, and it seems this 5 Kage summit has seen a complete turnover, Hashirama replied obliviously, not catching their sardonic undertone. It appears, Uchiha Ban, that your injuries from the Valley of the End have healed. Will you not suffer from them on a rainy day? The Mizukage, with a small beard, chimed in with a mocking tone, knowing that their village had suffered the most in this summit. Naturally, I have healed, Ban stated, casually thumping his chest, seemingly unfazed by their mockery. But then, he added, however, I have a thought that I'm contemplating whether it would be more efficient to eliminate you one by one or to take you all out at once. With that, Uchiha Ban flashed a devilishly charming smile that sent a chill through all present. This Konoha's stance on peace negotiations, that Tsuchikage remarked. Chapter 46. Sudden turn of events. You think too highly of me. I do not represent Konoha. This fellow does. I am merely accompanying him. Uchiha Ban replied nonchalantly, casually finding a sofa to rest upon. You all may continue. The four Kage, witnessing his demeanor, felt their noses crinkle with frustration. Yet they dared not act. Uchiha Ban was clearly aligned with Senju Hashirama. They, who had managed to sit as village leaders even amid the war era, were not reckless. They forced themselves to remain seated and engage in negotiations. However, they soon realized that even when discussing matters with Hashirama, every point required Ban's approval from his seat behind. Only with his consent could a proposal pass, though occasionally, the two would argue over differing opinions. This left them increasingly bewildered. What was their situation? At that moment, Liu Dong stood outside, yawning. Stop yawning. Something's amiss. You mean the ambushers outside? I've already sensed them. Then why are you still here? Why not lend a hand? Liu Dong shrugged. Those two inside are among the top tier of ninja, and one of them is in a state of Edo Tensei. He cannot die. Why should I worry? Besides, even if I was forcibly summoned, the others from the ninja villages weren't. Let them do the work while I enjoy some peace. With that thought, he yawned again. Just then, the conference room window shattered, and some nameless ninjas leaped inside, causing chaos. However, given that all present were elite ninjas and Kage-level powers, they quickly restored order, subduing the intruders. What is happening? The Mizukage grumbled, brushing off his clothing with a hint of fastidiousness. The Tsuchikage, noticing his fussiness, couldn't help but comment, how pretentious. Who dares to disrupt the 5 Kage summit? Reikage slammed his fist against the wall, creating a deep dent. To attack during the 5 Kage summit clearly showed a disregard for their authority, akin to declaring war against them. Just then, Liu Dong entered, tossing in a figure dressed like the intruders. That I believe you might need this, he said, leaving the individual in the hall before stepping out again. He did not wish to get involved, but he couldn't ignore a coward slipping past him while being pursued. Otherwise, he might also become a suspect. Standing outside, Liu Dong pondered who would want to sabotage the 5 Kage summit. Moreover, that individual appeared terrified and desperate to flee. What was the reason behind that? Yayoi, do you know what is happening? Yayoi, the other party did not respond. She hasn't fallen asleep again, has she? Whatever. It's not a big deal. Unbeknownst to Liu Dong, Yayoi was indeed awake and had her own thoughts. Mizukage-sama, I truly do not understand why I am here or why I am dressed like this, the ninja exclaimed upon seeing the Mizukage. Hastily defending himself, the Mizukage, startled, asked, You are a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village? Yes, Reikage scoffed. So it's you, huh? Seems you harbor discontent regarding this 5 Kage summit. The Hidden Mist Village had suffered the heaviest losses in this negotiation. That Tsuchikage added, but I doubt he possesses the intellect for such plotting. Tsuchikage, what do you mean by that? The Mizukage shouted, indignant. That Tsuchikage, wrapped in bandages, revealed no expression, speaking only literally. You. Ban and Hashirama turned their attention to Uchiha Ban, who was resting on the sofa. He rose, his Sharingan spinning, delving into the intruder's memories. However, the deeper he looked, the more his brow furrowed. This individual's memories contained no information regarding the assassination attempt, yet it was clear he had grown up in the Hidden Mist Village. Why is it like this? Whether it is his own volition or someone else's manipulation or bribery, there should be some trace left in his memory. Could it be that the other party is also a master of illusion? Shuei-ing is most concerned about this matter. If he cannot prove his innocence, he will become the target of scorn. At that time, if several villages join forces to swallow up the mist-hidden village, the war will come to an end, and that would be disastrous. There are no traces of illusion, yet these eyes do not belong to me. Their ocular power is unstable. Uchiha Madara stated the conclusion with a hint of indifference. He was not particularly interested in this ninja, but it seemed that there were indeed forces at play, hidden in the shadows, scheming something unknown to him. What about your eyes? Hashirama was taken aback. Madara's eyes were fused with Izuna's ocular power, making them his most treasured possession. They serve a different purpose and are temporarily stored elsewhere. I should be able to retrieve them soon. Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us conclude today's discussions and reconvene tomorrow. That Suchikage proposed. Take this ninja away, but be cautious of any self-harm. Also, each faction should send a representative to monitor Shui Ying and his subordinates. Hey, 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 are you really going to treat me as the mastermind behind this? Shui Ying hastily waved his hands. It is for your own good. If our personnel do not uncover any clues, it will also serve to prove your innocence. Otherwise, shall we simply end this meeting and return to war? After a deep sigh, Shui Ying had no choice but to accept. The losses sustained by the mist-hidden village were already substantial, and he could not afford to be reckless. All factions returned to their respective abodes, and on the way back, Senju Hashirama inquired, Madara, have you sensed something peculiar? He struggled to articulate it is quite possible that someone wishes to sabotage this meeting. As the interests of each village differ, perhaps some are more inclined towards war. However, just now, I noticed that those who struck had different chakra natures, originating from various ninja villages. Who could possibly gather such a diverse assembly of ninja from all corners of the land, leaving not a trace behind? Moreover, the strength of the dispatched ninja is such that anyone would know they could not kill us, the Kage-level powerhouses, so why even come? The only survivor was from the mist-hidden village, which raises suspicions, yet I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed, feeling as if I am shrouded in something. Indeed, I feel the same to this moment. Uchiha Madara's thoughts turned to Kakashi. To him, Kakashi was the most suspicious individual, but what benefit could this matter bring to him? Just then, Liu Dong sneezed. Achoo! You seem so weak. Should you not bolster your strength? You appear quite frail. You are back? When did I leave? Just a moment ago. I called for you, and you faltered once more. Yao Yaozi was startled. Perhaps you called too softly. I did not hear you. Chapter 47. A trap for you, Liu Dong. Disinterested in further conversation, found the system's unreliability a long-standing issue and did not dwell on it. For the next 2 days, Liu Dong continued to seize moments of leisure, and until the conclusion of the 5 Kage summit. No further mishaps occurred. The 4th Great Ninja War finally drew to a close, ushering in a temporary peace. By the way, Madara, would you be interested in becoming the head of the Yambu? Senju Hashirama posed this question during their return journey. The other responded with a hint of exasperation, not interested. Yet I believe this position suits you perfectly. After all, you are the Hokage of Konoha. Hashirama emphasized the title Hokage, indicating that Madara was the one who secretly safeguarded the village. The surrounding ninja responsible for their protection perked up their ears at this remark. Not a chance. Besides, your choice of positions is quite abysmal, Uchiha Madara retorted, pushing Hashirama aside, as he had other matters to attend to and no time for childish games in Konoha. But I adore the name Konoha, Hashirama, seemingly oblivious to defeat, continued. This statement struck a chord with the listeners, who suddenly realized the implications. Indeed, the Senju clan was not adept at fire release. Why would the title of Shadow contain the character for fire? It was originally derived from the Uchiha clan. However, they had not anticipated that the name Konoha was actually coined by Uchiha Madara, which was rather hard to believe. Throughout the journey, Hashirama persistently engaged Madara, who remained unperturbed. If you still cannot comprehend human speech, I shall simply destroy Konoha. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Hashirama finally quieted down considerably. Just as they were about to return to Konoha, Tsunade suddenly called Liu Dong aside. Liu Dong leisurely leaned against a large tree and asked, "What is it?" Tsunade frowned at him, perplexed by how he had cultivated such an indifferent demeanor. It seemed that the death of Shumo had profoundly affected this child. "I have a separate mission for you, and I hope you can complete it on time." With that, Tsunade produced a scroll from her bosom. Liu Dong appeared somewhat reluctant, having already been forced to attend the 5 Kage summit. And now there was yet another mission? He glanced at it and realized, oh, this is a task to gather evidence of Shimura Danzo colluding with the rain-hidden village. This is right up my alley. It seems you have validated the truth of my words. Liu Dong tucked the scroll away, but noted that this task did not bear the 3rd Hokage's seal, indicating it was arranged privately by her. You need not worry. I have obtained my grandfather's approval for this matter, and you will not find yourself beset on all sides. Tsunade was surprised by his attention to detail, as he had even noticed such a thing. Liu Dong nodded. That is good. The remuneration for this task must not be lacking. Consider it overtime. However, have you not begun investigating Orochimaru? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's gaze flickered for a moment, and she sighed. I have already sent a letter to Jiraiya. I fear I cannot manage him alone. Tsunade's expression was filled with reluctance, revealing that she still cared about their bond. Well, good luck, Liu Dong said, not turning back as he walked away. How cold, not even offering a word of comfort. What should I comfort him for? Rest assured, even if Orochimaru leaves Konoha, he can still thrive. He has achieved the art of immortality and may even seek to destroy Konoha in the future. All right, there indeed seems little need for comfort. Yao Yaozi found herself momentarily at a loss for words after hearing this. Lost in thought, Liu Dong happened to pass by Orochimaru, casting a glance at him. Almost sighing in disappointment, Orochimaru, noticing the gaze, was baffled, pondering that he had not intentionally provoked that brat recently. Why did he carry such an attitude? As the team approached Konoha, Liu Dong discreetly separated from the group. And Tsunade had provided a cover story to conceal the headcount. Following the marked location on the task, Liu Dong indeed discovered evidence of Danzo's clandestine communication with the rain-hidden village. Naturally, Danzo himself could not be present, as he needed to remain in Konoha. Otherwise, his absence would be too conspicuous when the main forces returned. Lord Hanzo was quite dissatisfied with the convening of the Five Kage Summit. Questioning, "Is this all you are capable of?" A ninja disguised as a rain-hidden villager spoke up, challenging them. The Konoha ninja, wearing a mask of the Umbu, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of presence. This was purely an accident. How could Lord Danzo have anticipated that Uchiha Madara was still alive? It can only be said that plans cannot keep up with changes, but Lord Danzo's intentions in dealing with Lord Hanzo are sincere. The Five Kage Summit has concluded. Do we really have to wait for the next war? Do not forget that one of the deals was to make the rain-hidden village a participant in the Five Kage Summit. Who was there? The members of the Umbu, maintaining a stable demeanor, quickly detected Liu Dong's presence and shouted. Liu Dong clicked his tongue. He had clearly concealed himself well, yet he was discovered. It must be a sensory ninja. Relying not on sight or sound. Come out. At this moment, the rain-hidden ninja also recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly united with the Umbu. With so many present, which one do you wish to analyze? Any of them. They are all mere underlings, not much different. Ding. Analysis complete. Analysis skill 1. Mental capacity limit 1. Physical ability 1. Analysis attribute 1. Liu Dong examined this figure and felt disappointed. It seemed that the Umbu dispatched this time was also a slacker. Should I enter combat mode? Enter. In the next instant, Liu Dong appeared behind one of the Umbu ninjas and delivered a swift strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious before he could react. You are that ninja who eavesdropped on Lord Hanzo last time. The Yui ninja, recognizing Liu Dong's actions, immediately connected the dots. You are not foolish. However, it is of little consequence now. He smoothly drew a kunai from his waist. But he was still troubled by the need to refrain from excessive force at this moment. Numerous ninjas hidden nearby revealed themselves, with the Umbu and Yuin each comprising half of the group. Liu Dong narrowed his eyes, realizing that the opposition had come prepared. Last time, you escaped. This time, how could Lord Hanzo allow you to succeed? The Yuin ninja revealed a cold smile and waved his hand. Attack! The rain shinobi, concealed in stealth, surged forward relentlessly towards Liu Dong's front and rear entrances, effectively trapping him in a deadly snare, intent on resolving the matter in this very location. What should he do? Should he flee? Liu Dong, unfazed by the prospect of escape, felt a thrill of excitement. He had been yearning for an opportunity to test his strength, and it had presented itself most fortuitously. It was the perfect chance for him to showcase his prowess. Chapter 48. A display of skill. Earth release. Earth barrier. Liu Dong swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping himself in a sturdy rock cocoon, rendering him impervious to the cold steel of a ninja's weaponry. Yet, these adversaries were not to be underestimated. Before long, they breached this rudimentary defense, driving a blade deep into Liu Dong's flesh. With a sudden thud, Liu Dong transformed into a wooden stump, collapsing to the ground. It was a substitution technique. Quickly ascertain the enemy's location. The leader of the rain shinobi issued commands, yet the opponent's figure remained elusive in an instant. A resounding crash shattered the transient silence as a ninja was discovered. Throat slit. The agonized cries of the enemy ninjas echoed, and soon, only the leader of the rain remained standing. However, he had yet to catch a glimpse of his foe. At that moment, a cold blade pressed against his neck. It seems you have failed. The rain leader shivered at the sound of those words, preparing to bite down on the poison capsule in his mouth, only to be seized by the jaw. Watching helplessly as the poison was extracted. "You wish to end your life? I did not grant you permission," Liu Dong remarked icily, delivering a swift chop that rendered him unconscious. Furthermore, he severed the chakra pathways of both leaders, rendering them incapable of resistance, and conducted a thorough search, confiscating all means of self-destruction. From his robe, he produced a signal flare, igniting it. Before long, Tsunade arrived on the scene, accompanied by a contingent of reinforcements. With the third Hokage following closely behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the fallen ENBU and rain ninjas strewn about, bewildered by the unfolding events. Liu Dong then kicked the two individuals lying nearby, remarking that they might divulge some information, and ordered them to be taken for questioning. He tightened the cloth binding their mouths to prevent them from biting their tongues in a desperate bid for self-destruction. "As that would render his efforts futile, I have completed my task. The rest is for you to handle," Liu Dong declared, reclining with his hands behind his head, whistling as he leisurely departed the scene. "What on earth happened, Tsunade?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired solemnly. Tsunade sighed, divulging all she knew, causing Hiruzen's expression to shift dramatically, particularly at the mention of Orochimaru, whose name darkened his countenance. "Bring them back for thorough interrogation. We must extract information from them," Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered, escorting the two ninjas back to Konohagakure, where they encountered Danzo. "Hiruzen, those ANBU ninjas are my subordinates. You have no authority to detain them," but Danzo's tone was laced with discontent, protesting Hiruzen's overreach. However, this time Hiruzen stood his ground that he was well aware of his old friends and scrupulous methods, yet had turned a blind eye for the sake of Konoha. Who could have anticipated that matters had escalated to this extent? No longer could he allow leniency. "Danzo, the first Hokage has decreed that the ANBU be entrusted to Uchiha Madara, so you may temporarily relinquish your position as captain of the ANBU and take a break." Hiruzen's words were cold and unyielding, affording Danzo no semblance of dignity. "Hiruzen, what do you mean by this?" Danzo's narrowed eyes widened in surprise. Could entrusting the ANBU to Uchiha Madara truly be a prudent choice? Whether it is a wise choice, I cannot say, but it is the first Hokage's decision, and certainly far superior to my indecisiveness over the years, Hiruzen stated, sweeping away as he left. "Danzo, perhaps you should consider how to explain this to the Hokage," Tsunade warned, casting him a disapproving glance as she passed. Meanwhile, Liu Dong had returned home, only to find Uchiha Madara indulging in sushi within his abode, leaving him momentarily speechless. "This is my home. How did you get in?" Madara gestured towards the broken lock on the door. Senju Hashirama quickly intervened, saying, "Apologies, I will ensure that Tsunade compensates you for this. It is part of our agreement." Madara replied succinctly, "I can provide you with results by tomorrow. For now, kindly vacate my room." Liu Dong gestured impatiently for him to leave. Unperturbed by Liu Dong's irritation, Madara continued to eat sushi as he strolled away, with Hashirama eventually closing the door behind him. Liu Dong exhaled in relief, tidied himself up, changed his attire, and proceeded to Orochimaru's hideout. Upon arrival, he observed signs of life, reassuring him that they had not yet departed. "Kakato, you came to see us," Yahiko exclaimed joyfully, showcasing their training progress. "We have not been idle." "Very good," Liu Dong nodded approvingly. "However, I have come to borrow Nagato. He needs to accompany me to meet someone." Nagato, puzzled, pointed to himself. "Me?" Liu Dong affirmed. "Consider this my repayment for rescuing you. Thereafter, I shall not intervene in your affairs." Upon hearing this, Yahiko and the others felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that something ominous loomed ahead. Liu Dong had no intention of concealing the truth, revealing all that he knew. After listening, Nagato felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that these eyes were not his, and thus he was not a harbinger of misfortune. Yahiko and Konan quickly reassured him. "I want to confront the one who caused my suffering," Nagato declared, summoning his courage. "I do not covet the power of these eyes, for they have only brought me pain. We will accompany you." Yahiko and Konan chimed in unison. Liu Dong pondered. With Jiraiya returning, it would indeed be beneficial to escort these three children to their destined path. Thus he consented to their request to join him. Time flew by, and soon it was dawn the following day. Falling asleep on duty was far from ideal. Even if the war had ended, one must not grow complacent. With that, the individual flicked the other's forehead. The sentry shinobi jolted awake, and upon recognizing Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, exclaimed joyfully, "Jiraiya-sama, you have returned. This is splendid news." It had been ages since the three Sannin had gathered in Konoha. Such a reunion was indeed rare. Jiraiya cast a wistful glance at the gates of Konoha. After years of wandering, he had finally returned, yet he had not anticipated that it would be due to the troubling content of Tsunade's letter. "Orochimaru, what have you done?" At that moment, in the interrogation room, the interrogators exerted their utmost efforts, finally extracting intelligence from the two captives. Chapter 49. Tsunade's fury. The interrogators trembled as they relayed the information, their hearts racing with trepidation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not slept the entire night, eagerly awaiting this crucial report. Upon receiving the document from the intelligence officer, he read it from start to finish, shaking with fury. "Have the A&B detained Danzo? I wish to confront him myself." Since their return the previous day, agents had been monitoring Danzo's activities, and now, with but a command, he was brought to the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Hiruzen's furious demeanor, Danzo understood that his misdeeds had been uncovered, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of calm. "Danzo, we were both taught by Tobirama-sensei. What has led you to this path?" Beneath Hiruzen's anger lay a tinge of sorrow. How could his friend resort to such unscrupulous measures? In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, Danzo merely scoffed. "I am merely employing my methods to protect Konoha. Your indecisiveness renders you unfit for the position of Hokage. Tobirama-sensei never instructed you to protect Konoha in such a manner, collaborating with other villages, leaking Konoha's intelligence for personal gain. Does that truly constitute the protection of Konoha?" Hiruzen clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms without him realizing it. "I have my own methods. There is no need to fear for Konoha's safety." Danzo continued to regard Hiruzen with disdain. "Since you are already aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Your beloved disciple, Orochimaru, has been secretly studying forbidden techniques, utilizing Senju Hashirama's cells to create artificial beings, and has conducted numerous human experiments. Those missing ninjas are undoubtedly connected to him." As Danzo spoke, he looked on with satisfaction at the heart-wrenching expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "So, faced with your most cherished disciple, what shall you do? Will you kill him? Where is Orochimaru now?" Even though Tsunade had previously informed him of this matter, and he had mentally prepared himself, he still could not remain calm, glaring at Danzo with eyes full of fury. If he was not mistaken, Orochimaru should be in the concealed chamber of his laboratory. Danzo chuckled, unhesitatingly betraying Orochimaru. Without uttering a word, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged directly to Orochimaru's laboratory, accompanied by a group of ninjas. After a thorough search, they finally located the concealed chamber. One door after another was opened, revealing the bodies used for human experimentation and Orochimaru's research embryos. It was only after reaching the end that they found Orochimaru. Turned away from them, engrossed in his experiments. At that moment, all anger had dissipated from Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving only a sense of desolation and guilt. How had his beloved disciple ended up like this? "Sensei, you have discovered it," Orochimaru said, slowly turning to face him, his face adorned with the same ever-present smile. "That it must have been Danzo who told you. Otherwise, you would have taken a while longer to realize." The ninjas beside him, witnessing Orochimaru's calm demeanor amidst such a revelation, felt an even greater sense of unease regarding his control. "So, what will you do, Sensei? Will you kill me here?" Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, resting his chin on his hand in a contemplative pose. "Lord Orochimaru, you are one of the legendary three ninjas. Why would you resort to such actions?" One of the ninjas questioned in confusion. Although Lord Orochimaru was usually more enigmatic than Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, he was still respected in their hearts. Why would such a figure commit such an unconscionable act? Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. "Lady Tsunade," one of the ninjas exclaimed, noticing the fury in her eyes. Before anyone could react, a sharp slap resonated in the empty underground laboratory. Orochimaru's head was knocked to the side, his typically pallid skin now tinged with red, revealing the force behind Tsunade's strike. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, but before he could speak, the other side of his face received another slap. "The first slap was from me as a ninja of Konoha, and the second was from me as your friend, to bring you back to your senses," Tsunade shouted in anger. To be honest, she understood that not only did she and Orochimaru have differing paths and pursuits, but she had never anticipated that Orochimaru would become so obstinate. "Is that so?" Orochimaru chuckled, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor as he brushed past Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, intending to leave, for he had long anticipated this day. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, someone called out, realizing that with their strength, they could not possibly stop Orochimaru. Yet neither Hokage nor Tsunade made a move. What should they do? Just then, several heavy footsteps echoed nearby, catching everyone's attention. Lord Jiraiya, and the first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. Ah, you've returned. Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted him with a smile, while the latter's eyes were filled with sorrow. Do you wish to stop me as well? Orochimaru inquired if there were anyone he found difficult to contend with. It would undoubtedly be Jiraiya, as he always found himself at a disadvantage against this man's earnestness in this tense atmosphere. Only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara appeared out of place. That if you woke me up this early. I hope you have a good reason, Hashirama. But isn't there a matter at hand? A junior wishes to leave the village, and as a senior, I ought to offer some advice. Hashirama laughed heartily while scratching his head. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Although this first Hokage had been reanimated by him, he could not control him and might be torn apart if he was not careful. You couldn't persuade me to stay. So save your breath. You lack the talent for rhetoric. If it were Tobirama, that would be different, Madara coldly pointed out, exposing the truth of Hashirama's lack of talent in that regard. Surprisingly, Hashirama did not seem disheartened by Madara's words. He stepped forward, hands clasped. With style, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Orochimaru before he could react, binding him tightly. So, I won't bother with persuasion. It's more convenient to take action directly. The onlookers sighed in relief at the first Hokage's decisive action. Knowing that Orochimaru could no longer escape. Chapter 50. Kushina and the Nine Tails. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. He had considered the obstacles to his departure, but had not anticipated Hashirama's appearance, as it seemed he had little concern beyond Uchiha Madara. Is there not a situation that cannot be resolved over a cup of tea? Can we not discuss this calmly? Hashirama maintained his innocent demeanor, yet his strength was evident, leaving little recourse as he spoke. The vines binding Orochimaru loosened slightly, wrapping only around his neck and limbs, piercing his skin to drain his chakra. This ensured his inability to flee. It was best to clarify any issues sooner rather than later. Hashirama wore a look of paternal satisfaction. Thus, Orochimaru was taken away, with Jiraiya and Tsunade responsible for the subsequent interrogation and confinement. With this matter concluded, the third Hokage felt a sense of fatigue. Yet there remained the mess left by Danzo for him to address. He subsequently informed Senju Hashirama of the situation. It seems I have failed to manage any affairs during my tenure. I leave the resolution of this matter to you. First Hokage. Regardless of the outcome, Hiruzen will not contest it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with shame. His mentor, Tobirama, had entrusted him with the position of Hokage. Yet he had allowed Konoha to deteriorate to such a state. Madara, what are your thoughts on this matter? Hashirama inquired after a thoughtful pause. I have said before that your actions are misguided. And sooner or later, they will give rise to unseen darkness. Madara, perched on the windowsill of the Hokage's office, absently plucked a drifting leaf, clearly uninterested in commenting on the troubling affairs. Hashirama was taken aback and could not help but sigh, regretting not heeding Madara's earlier warnings. However, the damage was done, and he could only ponder how to remedy the situation. Thus, I truly require Madara's strength. Hashirama spoke earnestly. Madara turned his head, observing the anticipation in Hashirama's expression, and sighed helplessly. Had he been able to refuse Hashirama, he would not have established Konoha with him in the first place. I can handle the Umbu, but beyond that, I will not assist. Uchiha Madara finally relented regarding this matter. Everything had transpired too swiftly, seemingly due to a ninja named Kakashi, who had unilaterally disrupted his plans, dragging him back into Konoha's turmoil. Yet, until he discovered a new path, remaining in Konoha was not a bad option. Contemplating this, he slightly furrowed his brow, realizing that he had tacitly accepted that Kagaya's actions were deceiving him. Once Hashirama had arranged matters concerning Danzo and Orochimaru, Madara finally spoke up. Hashirama, have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths? I have not, Hashirama replied thoughtfully. Could it be that Madara's new path was related to the Sage of Six Paths? Madara nodded. Since Hashirama was unaware of anything, it would be better to consult that fox and see if he could uncover any information. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. Yet, there was no response. It seemed the host of the Nine Tails was still within the Jinchuriki. Where is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Madara inquired. glancing at Saratobi Hiruzen. At that moment, Uzumaki Kushina, who had been enjoying a meal at home, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, collapsing onto the table, and even lost consciousness. Wave Wind Minato, witnessing this, hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport his wife to the hospital, anxiously awaiting her recovery. Great. You're all right, Kushina. Do you feel unwell? Minato bombarded her with questions. Kushina shook her head, placing a hand on her abdomen. It seems the nine tails within me stirred. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had also brought Uchiha Madara to the Konoha hospital upon receiving the news. Lord Madara, may I ask why you are looking for my wife? Minato queried, a sense of ominous foreboding washing over him. Red Hair, a member of the Uzumaki clan, upon seeing the crimson-haired figure, Uchiha Madara was reminded of Hashirama's beloved wife, who had come to Konoha to seal the nine tails. Kushina, upon learning that her counterpart was Uchiha Madara, expressed a measure of surprise. The village had long circulated tales of Madara's resurrection. Yet the legendary figure stood before her, remarkably youthful. Lord Mito had spoken of you in her lifetime, mentioning that the nine tails was your summoning beast. So, was that sensation I felt earlier your attempt to summon it? Kushina smiled warmly, displaying no hint of trepidation even in the presence of Uchiha Madara. Perhaps Mito's assessment of Madara had differed from the common perception, which was why she felt no fear. Nearby, Minato and Hiruzen were taken aback by Kushina's words. They were aware that Madara had once battled the first Hokage with the nine tails, but they never expected such a formidable beast to be his summoning creature. Suddenly, Kushina let out a soft groan. Kushina. Minato's eyes brimmed with concern. Kushina gestured to indicate her well-being, explaining that the nine tails had just communicated with her, expressing its disdain for meeting Madara and urging it to return. Madara sneered, activating his Sharingan as he directly entered the sealing space within Kushina's body. Beast, come out at once, he commanded coldly. This was Kushina's internal realm, and she could manifest here as well. She quickly interjected. Lord Madara, please temper your tone, or the nine tails will surely refuse to speak with you. With a huff, the massive form of the nine tails materialized behind the prison bars, its feral eyes radiating contempt and fury. Uchiha Madara, it growled. Have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara cut to the chase. The nine tails had intended to retort with some scornful remarks, but was taken aback upon hearing a name it hadn't encountered in centuries. How do you know of the Sage of Six Paths? It exclaimed, sensing something amiss. Aside from the nine-tailed beasts, no one else should be aware of that name. Noticing the nine tails' reaction, Madara was convinced it knew more about the matter and proceeded to recount the events involving Kaguya and the stone tablet. Upon hearing this, the nine tails laughed uncontrollably, disregarding its beastly dignity and rolling on the floor of the sealing space, its laughter echoing throughout. Madara's expression darkened. If you continue to laugh, you shall remain imprisoned forever. The laughter ceased abruptly, and the nine tails resumed its disdainful demeanor as it regarded Madara. The Sage of Six Paths indeed exists and is the creator of us tailed beasts, thus, apart from us. No one else should know that name. I cannot speak to the nature of this black Zetsu, but the Moon Eye plan is certainly not as you describe. Chapter 51, The Perfect Return. Upon hearing the nine tails' affirmative response, Madara's countenance grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, Kushina, though unaware of the specifics of the Moon Eye plan, sensed it was something dire and intentionally diminished her presence, wishing to listen further. Yet, in truth, this was Kushina's sealing space. And even if Madara wished to expel her, he could not. The nine tails lowered its massive body, pondering where to begin. You say the Moon Eye plan requires gathering the nine-tailed beasts to absorb the outer path's golem and cultivate the god tree, plunging the entire world into illusion. The nine tails scoffed at this notion. I can sense the power within you that belongs to White Zetsu, who enters dreams yet cannot escape. One cannot remain ensconced in illusion forever. The most critical figure here is Kaguya Otsutsuki. Should you enact infinite Tsukuyami, she shall be resurrected, which bodes ill for you humans. The nine tails expounded, sharing all it knew with Madara. This was not a moment to oppose Madara. If he truly believed Black Zetsu's claims, it could very well find itself trapped within the outer path's golem. The more Madara listened, the more intense the fury in his eyes became. Very well. This Black Zetsu dares to deceive me. Meanwhile, Kushina absorbed every word in shock, unable to fathom that Madara sought to ensnare everyone within an illusion for the sake of peace. This was utterly incomprehensible. And it seemed he had been misled. Even if he ensnared everyone in an illusion, His ambitions could not be realized at all. Truly, this is the legendary Uchiha Madara, capable of conceiving such a scheme. She recalled Mito's words, that only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could truly understand one another, while the rest were left outside their realm of thought. At the time, she had not grasped the meaning, but now it began to dawn on her. They were no longer on the same plane as mere mortals. When Kushina and Madara awakened simultaneously, Kushina glanced at Minato, feeling grateful that her husband was a normal person. Uchiha Madara, however, bore an expression of rage as he stormed out of Konoha Hospital. Heading for the Uchiha clan's grounds, the villagers hurried to inform Hashirama, fearing Madara might do something detrimental to Konoha. However, when the ninja returned with news, confusion reigned. What could have driven Madara to run to his clan's grounds and smash his own stone tablet? Only Uzumaki Kushina understood the situation, and she recounted the events to Minato, who was equally astonished, relaying the information to Hiruzen. Hiruzen felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He could no longer manage the affairs of Konoha. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he looked at Minato. Minato, Hiruzen said with a smile, you should return to care for Kushina as for Hashirama. There's no need to inform him. We'll hear it from Madara himself. Just then, a trembling Uchiha clansman entered the shrine where the Uchiha tablet was enshrined. There's a ninja named Kakashi who says he has found what Lord Madara wanted and urges you to hurry. Uchiha Madara was currently in a foul mood, yet recovering his Rinnegan would be a welcome development, freeing him from the constraints of his aging body. Upon arrival, he found Nagato waiting for him. The previous night, he had spent at Orochimaru's hideout, and upon his return, Danzo had been ousted and imprisoned, barred from participating in Konoha's affairs. The truth of Orochimaru's human experiments had also come to light, leading to his confinement, overseen by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Nagato was pushed forward. Here he is, the one you seek. Upon seeing Nagato's eyes, Hashirama immediately noted their resemblance to Madara's chakra. Madara, this child's eyes, I sense a chakra akin to yours. What is the meaning of this? This was the first time he had encountered such uniquely patterned purple eyes. Madara remained silent, stepping forward to extract the eyes from Nagato's sockets, causing the latter to collapse in pain. Yahiko and Konan quickly shielded Nagato. Hashirama, unsure of Madara's motives, could only tend to Nagato's wounds. At this moment, Madara produced a vial, placing a pair of Rinnegan within it, then retrieving another glass container containing his original pair of eyes. Reattach these for me, he instructed Hashirama. Despite his myriad questions, Hashirama had no choice but to proceed with the operation. Quickly, send him to the hospital. I will perform the procedure myself. Hashirama soon discovered that his body had grown accustomed to those peculiar eyes, leading to a rejection of his original ones. Mere medical ninjutsu would not suffice, and he would require surgical tools. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara exhibited no concern, gazing at the Rinnegan in his hands before gouging out his own eyes and reinserting the Rinnegan into their rightful place. Nagato's surgery was completed shortly thereafter, requiring only timely medication and rest for recovery. The thought of Nagato enduring such agony ignited a desire for vengeance within Madara. He vowed to hunt down the wretched individual responsible. Although Mihiko may be small in stature, his aspirations are anything but diminutive. Konan, standing nearby, nodded tearfully in agreement. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama hurriedly crouched down and said, I am a friend of the person you speak of. In light of my having saved your companion, could you possibly spare my friend? Though he remained unaware of the events that had transpired or why Madara sought to take this child's eyes, he trusted that Madara would eventually provide an explanation. Upon hearing his words, Mihiko and Konan exchanged a glance, both feeling a tinge of hesitation. Chapter 52. The Memories of Kurizetsu after a moment of internal struggle. They finally spoke. Very well, but the elder must promise us that he will never allow that person to harm Nagato again. Of course. Hashirama replied with a smile. He then briefed the other shinobi on how to care for the child before activating his sensory abilities to locate Uchiha Madara. I have told you that I dislike having others behind me, Madara remarked with displeasure, yet he did not turn to face him. Hashirama chuckled softly. So, can you tell me about the child's situation? With a sigh, Madara conceded, realizing that his plan had already unraveled and the path he had chosen no longer existed, thus sharing the details with Hashirama. Madara, how could you exploit such a young child? Hashirama said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Madara shot him a sidelong glance. There are plenty of children on the battlefield in Konoha, are there not? It is all a matter of exploitation. You have no right to judge me. Hashirama found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his spirit sinking. Very well. Madara found Hashirama's reasoning to be his most challenging aspect. However, he was indeed affected by it. All right, get up already. Stop pretending. Will you return to Konoha? Hashirama muttered, his head downcast. No. Madara replied curtly, without a hint of hesitation. Hashirama immediately grew agitated. Why not? If the Eye of the Moon cannot be realized, why do you refuse to come back? Konoha and the Eye of the Moon plan are no different. Both are paths I have forsaken, Madara stated calmly. Since the Eye of the Moon is unfeasible, I shall seek a new path. Why would I return to Konoha, a road I have already abandoned? Listening to these words, Hashirama fell silent, and the two stood together atop Hokage Rock, gazing into the distance, perhaps reminiscing about their past dreams here. It is of no matter. If Madara believes Konoha is not the right path, I shall make it the suitable one. Hashirama spoke with an air of calm, lacking any fervor, almost sounding boastful, upon hearing this. Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. Very well, I shall await your efforts. Hashirama was a man of action. Whatever he set his mind to, he rarely failed to achieve, thanks to his formidable strength. He was curious about how far Hashirama could go and what he might see. Since his path had gone awry, observing for a while would not be amiss. Shall you come to my home for drinks tonight? Hashirama suddenly said without context. We can celebrate. What shall we celebrate? Celebrating that Madara has discovered the truth and no longer treads roads unknown to me. Hashirama expressed his genuine happiness, although he had never regretted taking action against Madara. He did feel remorse for not managing many matters during his tenure, which ultimately led to Madara's departure to know. I have another way to celebrate. This, Madara smiled, causing even Hashirama to shiver. Under Hashirama's arrangement, the sealing formation was set up, ensuring that the entity known as Kurizetsu could not escape. It seemed that the sealing techniques he had learned from Mito were indeed quite useful. Madara produced a sealing scroll, stood in the center of the formation, and tore the scroll apart, allowing Kurizetsu to finally emerge. Sealing technique. However, as it emerged, another sealing technique was prepared for it. Master Madara, you have finally released me. Kurizetsu began to flatter, only to find itself sealed in place, unable to move. Upon closer inspection, it realized this was none other than Hashirama. How did Hashirama end up here? Kurizetsu exclaimed in shock. Madara, what exactly is this creature? I cannot sense its aura at all. Hashirama frowned, anger bubbling within him at the thought that this dark entity had deceived Madara for so long, intensifying the sealing formation that it claims to be my will. It should rightly be considered Kagaya's will. Madara scoffed with distrust evident in his eyes. Kurizetsu understood its predicament, but still refused to believe that the Uchiha had truly seen through its flawless plan. How do you know that name? Kurizetsu exclaimed, its composure unraveling. Seeing Kurizetsu's reaction only confirmed Madara's suspicions. He swiftly activated his Rinnegan, declaring, You need not speak. I shall see for myself. He then delved into Kurizetsu's memories. Hashirama maintained the sealing formation outside, and nearly a day passed without any sign of Madara awakening. That he felt a pang of concern, but could do little but wait. Finally, after 3 days and nights, Madara opened his eyes, his body aging rapidly back to that of an old man, coughing twice. Madara, what has happened? Hashirama rushed forward, sharing his chakra, knowing that since Madara bore his flesh, restoring him would be simpler. Madara retrieved White Zetsu from the sealing scroll, using its power to restore himself. It seems this fellow has kept quite a few secrets from me. Madara wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his body had endured far too long. Before Hashirama could inquire further, Madara spoke up. This creature has lived for millennia, seeking to resurrect its mother Kagaya, sowing discord between the Senju and Uchiha, inciting us to slaughter one another. He even mentioned Izuna, and upon uttering his name, Madara grew furious, spitting blood. Had I not been so oblivious, I might have uncovered this issue sooner. I feel utterly useless. How could I not have noticed that Izuna's death was suspicious? What kind of brother am I? Hashirama was equally startled, recalling that Tobirama's flying thunder god technique had not inflicted a fatal wound. Why then did Izuna perish? Initially, he believed Izuna had sacrificed his ocular power for Madara, yet it now seemed there was more to the story. Summon all Uchiha with Mangeki to this place. We must continuously extract its memories. Madara's gaze had turned frigid. After 3 days of observation, he had yet to uncover all of Kurizetsu's memories. Thus, with Hashirama's support, Madara, pale and weak, was taken to Konoha Hospital. I don't require your help. I only need more white Zetsu. Chapter 53. Identity Exposed? The Uchiha clan, who were on patrol, suddenly received a command from the first Hokage, instructing them to use their Sharingan to probe the memories of a pool of black mud. They were taken aback, but out of respect for the first, they complied to their astonishment. As they glimpsed Kurizetsu's memories, their surprise gradually morphed into outrage, culminating in a desire to rend the creature into 1,000 pieces. The memories they uncovered were compiled, categorized, and copied into several documents, which were distributed to various individuals. Once Hashirama and Madara had perused all the documents, they finally grasped the full context. Despite Kurizetsu's heinous deeds, it still provided some valuable information. Hashirama pointed to a section in the documents, noting that the fusion of Yang and Yin powers could potentially cure the Uchiha clan's bloodline disease, if you would permit the Uchiha to study your cells. Madara, still simmering with anger, found it difficult to remain calm, as the revelation about Izuna had struck him deeply. Hashirama chuckled. Tobirama has studied my cells before, but to no avail. We could bring him back to continue the research. The mere mention of Tobirama's name elicited a scowl from Madara. Even with the knowledge that Kurizetsu had orchestrated events from behind the scenes, he could not suppress his disdain for that man. If you dare to seek him out, I shall send you back, Ban spoke sharply. Well, it's true that Hashirama prefers to remain here to fulfill the wishes he could not accomplish before his demise. By the way, I must say, that descendant named Orochimaru has proven to be quite the talent, successfully cultivating an artificial life using my cells, such a remarkable feat. Allowing him to atone for his past misdeeds is not a bad idea. With a nod, Hashirama considered this a fine approach. At that moment, Orochimaru was confined in a prison, with Jiraiya as his warden. Orochimaru, Jiraiya stated firmly, I cannot possibly grant you your release. Before Orochimaru could elaborate further, Jiraiya made his stance clear. Orochimaru's forehead twitched with irritation. I wish to see someone. Kakashi Hitaki, surely, you wouldn't deny a friend this request? Jiraiya regarded Orochimaru's insincere smile and replied coolly, that depends on whether you still consider yourself a friend. Orochimaru merely chuckled softly, understanding that Jiraiya would not refuse his reasonable request. Shortly thereafter, Liu Dong was brought to the underground prison. Let me have a moment alone with him, Orochimaru said, casting a complex glance at Liu Dong while revealing the wooden ring on his wrist. With this in place, are you truly fearful I might harm this child? Jiraiya hesitated briefly, but ultimately complied with Orochimaru's wishes. Liu Dong yawned. What do you want with me? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes glinted dangerously in the dim light as he leaned closer to the prison bars and inquired. My affairs, Danzo's schemes, the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, and is Obito really still alive? Are you truly the son of Konoha's White Fang? Confronted with Orochimaru's probing questions, Liu Dong was momentarily taken aback. He then gazed at Orochimaru with admiration, acknowledging the latter's youthful vitality that persisted even into the era of Boruto. Your intuition is remarkably sharp. You've caught on. Hey, you don't intend to reveal your status as a time traveler, do you? Yao Yaozi's voice was tinged with urgency, as if she were anxious for him to keep that secret. Liu Dong felt an inexplicable sense that Yao Yaozi was hiding something from him. Though he could not pinpoint what it was, not wishing to disclose his identity, he decided to reverse the situation to discover what Yao Yaozi was concealing. You've done well, Orochimaru. Congratulations on your correct guess, Liu Dong said, leaning in closer. However, I must clarify that while the soul is not, the body indeed is. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, his heart racing with excitement. Possession? This indicates it is truly feasible. Orochimaru had been researching the art of immortality, seeking to inhabit another's body to live eternally. The living example of Kakashi, right before him, gave him hope for his research. You are indeed a genius in your field. In the future, you will certainly develop a ninjutsu that grants eternal life, Liu Dong remarked, choosing not to withhold information since Orochimaru had previously treated him decently. Orochimaru grasped the bars tightly, eager to draw closer. The future? You know of the future? Liu Dong found a clean spot to sit down and nodded. Indeed, for me, you are merely characters in a story. In my world, your tales have already concluded, and thus I am aware of your fates. Desire flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. The notion that someone could traverse time and space to arrive in a world so entirely different was profoundly alluring. He yearned to commence his research immediately, but alas, he was confined here. He understood his teacher and friends well. He would not perish nor be exiled, merely watched over to prevent him from conducting experiments. Would you like to hear your future? Liu Dong asked, resting his chin on his hand. Orochimaru appeared taken aback. You would actually tell me. You are the first to see through my identity. Perhaps it is a reward for your insight. Liu Dong smiled, albeit with an undercurrent of melancholy. Though you are familiar faces to me, I must admit that being alone in this world can be rather lonely at times. Conversing with someone feels quite refreshing. Thus, Liu Dong recounted the plot he was aware of to Orochimaru. Initially, upon hearing about Konoha's destruction plan, Orochimaru wore a contemplative expression, but as he learned of his hands being taken by Hiruzen, his countenance darkened. The narrative continued with Orochimaru's path alongside Sasuke and Kabuto, culminating in witnessing Kabuto's failure and ultimately returning to Konoha during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where he continued his research under scrutiny. He even learned that he would have 2 children, both artificial life forms. After absorbing this information, Orochimaru fell silent. Although the latter details were somewhat absurd, he could not deny that they were indeed within the realm of his capabilities. After finishing his tale, Liu Dong remarked, "Come now, Orochimaru, must you still sulk like a child? Why not coexist peacefully with the third Hokage? At least during the Fourth War, you summoned him with Edo Tensei. Your relationship was quite amicable, and he even spoke on your behalf." Chapter 54. Orochimaru enlightened. Huh? Orochimaru, recalling Liu Dong's admonishing tone and the disapproving look he had received before returning to the village, finally grasped the situation. Liu Dong shrugged. Did I speak incorrectly? It was simply because Hiruzen Sarutobi did not select you as the 4th Hokage, choosing Minato instead, so you went on to establish the Sound Village and aimed to destroy Konoha. Isn't that just throwing a tantrum? Liu Dong mimicked Orochimaru's tone, saying, What you denied me then, I can now destroy it. Well, if only I had known you would have been so generous. However, that old man truly could not let go of you. He was unable to kill you despite witnessing your experiments, and even wanted you to leave. Even if you intended to annihilate Konoha, he merely took your hands and later even spoke on your behalf during the Fourth War. Liu Dong counted on his fingers the small details he knew of their relationship. After hearing this, Orochimaru cast his gaze aside, seemingly lost in thought. To be honest, you were once a character I admired. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother discussing this much with you. With that, Liu Dong rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and departed the underground prison. As soon as Liu Dong left, Jiraiya returned to his post. Observing Orochimaru deep in thought, feeling increasingly unable to discern the old friend before him, Orochimaru sat quietly for a long while until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara arrived at the underground prison. Orochimaru, we have a research proposal for you. If you consent, you need only accept the supervision of one ninja, Hashirama stated solemnly. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, animated subjects are far more intriguing. The monotonous is simply tedious. Madara, what is he talking about? Hashirama blinked, puzzled by Orochimaru's sudden shift in demeanor. Fear not. I shall diligently undertake the research, Orochimaru assured, his eyes calm as he accepted the proposal for clandestine research. The ninja assigned to monitor him was none other than Jiraiya. Are you not off on a journey? Orochimaru queried, swaying the test tube before him to observe the changes within. I fear that by the time I return, you may have transformed into a version of Orochimaru that I no longer recognize. Jiraiya replied, unbothered by the monotony as he set up a desk to write while watching Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed the liquid in his test tube turn red and chuckled. People inevitably change, if they do not. It merely means they have died before they could evolve. Jiraiya paused, impressed. That's quite profound. I must include it in my book. Orochimaru felt a vain twitch on his forehead, realizing he should refrain from discussing such matters with Jiraiya in the future. Given their vastly different philosophies, Naruto's affairs reached a temporary closure. Danzo had also concluded his own matters. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally felt a sense of clarity after enduring a long wait. He retrieved a sheet of paper from his drawer, meticulously drafting a letter of abdication, intending to pass the position of 4th Hokage to Minato Namikaze. Previously, Orochimaru had been the third's disciple, while he lacked Minato's kindness. He nonetheless had a considerable following due to his status as a former student. However, once Orochimaru's experiments were unveiled, the position of 4th Hokage was left solely for Minato. The people of Konoha were not particularly surprised by this outcome, yet they were astonished that the 3rd Hokage, in the prime of his life, would choose to abdicate so suddenly. Third Hokage, why have you decided to pass on the position to me? Minato entered the room, finding Hiruzen with his back turned. Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled. Minato, I have grown old. It is time for the new generation to step forward, but you are still in your prime. How can you claim to be old? The gaze of Minato Namikaze was tinged with anxiety. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato with a sense of relief, reflecting, it is not the years that weigh heavily upon me, but rather my weary heart. Through these recent events, I have come to realize that perhaps I am truly ill-suited to be Hokage, that I feel deeply sorry for Tobirama-sensei, but I implore you to shoulder the responsibilities of Hokage for the sake of Konoha. Allowing this old man to rest and refrain from making further mistakes, A.S. Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette. He departed the Hokage office, marking his final occasion donning the Hokage robes. The succession ceremony for the fourth Hokage was rather rushed, with even the Hokage cloak being hastily altered from an old one before a new one was later added, this time. Obito's injuries had nearly healed, and with the assistance of Hashirama Senju, the fusion was progressing swiftly. He was already capable of taking action. Knock knock. Come in. Minato, having just taken on the responsibilities of Hokage, was overwhelmed with the demands of his new role. Minato-sensei, it's time for lunch. Kushina-sensei sent us to bring you food, Rin exclaimed, carrying a bamboo basket filled with the bento prepared by Kushina. Upon looking up, Minato was pleasantly surprised to see Obito accompanying Rin. He rose excitedly, glancing left and right, finally at ease upon confirming that Obito was indeed all right. Thank goodness for Hashirama's help in suppressing the cellular activity. Minato said with relief, but why aren't you resting properly? Rin chimed in, Minato-sensei, you still don't understand Obito's nature. How could he possibly sit still? It would be a miracle if he didn't cause chaos. I am not that severe, Obito replied bashfully, scratching his head, though he couldn't deny it, adding, but it has truly been stifling for me lately. As for Nagato and his companions, Liu Dong had naturally arranged for their former teacher to guide them. You want me to take them as my students? Jiraiya inquired, puzzled as to why he was specifically chosen. Attending the Shinobi Academy would be quite suitable too, although they are orphans from the Rain Village. They have been caught up in Konoha's affairs, so securing a spot in the academy shouldn't be too difficult. Minato would certainly agree. It's mainly because I think you have a bit of free time, Liu Dong casually offered as an excuse. Jiraiya fell silent. He too was on a mission, so how could he be considered idle? Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed to the cuteness of the three children and began to personally teach them, leading to a ruckus in Orochimaru's laboratory that resulted in both Jiraiya and the children being kicked out. Liu Dong was thoroughly satisfied with his current life. The issues with Uchiha Madara had been resolved, and the internal problems within Konoha had also been addressed. With the tragedies of the past averted, he could finally relax and look forward to a vacation in the land of hot water. Having earned a handsome reward from recent missions, everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. However, he was unaware that despite having reached this point, he could not alter the course of history. On the much-anticipated day of the Hokage's child's birth, the Ninetales went berserk once more. Congratulations, Minato-sensei, Rin joyfully exclaimed, one arm slung around a blushing Obito while the other tugged at a drowsy Kakashi. As they entered the Hokage's office, Minato lifted his gaze from the mountain of paperwork threatening to engulf him, and said, it's you all. Did Kushina send you to bring me lunch? After finishing his paperwork with a hint of resignation, he added, I told you not to trouble yourselves. I can make dinner at home. However, unlike usual, Rin did not produce the bamboo basket. Instead, she gazed at Minato with uncontainable joy. Is there something on Sensei's face? Minato felt somewhat uneasy under Rin's intense scrutiny. Liu Dong yawned and remarked, Kushina-sensei is pregnant. Rin was the first to learn of this while on duty at Konoha Hospital. After speaking, he yawned again, wiping away the sleepy tears forming at the corners of his eyes that he couldn't understand why he was increasingly fatigued lately. There were hardly any missions during this peaceful time. Yet he couldn't shake off the drowsiness. He had barely managed to get out of bed when Rin, bursting with excitement over the news, had dragged him along with Obito to the Hokage's office to share the joy. Kakashi, why did you have to reveal it so quickly? I wanted Minato-sensei to guess, Rin huffed indignantly. Upon hearing the news, Minato's mind momentarily blanked, as a wave of joy and responsibility washed over him, leaving him at a loss for words. Before Rin could say anything further, the trio witnessed Minato vanish from the Hokage's office and his destination was all too apparent. In an instant, a flash of yellow appeared at Konoha Hospital, only to disappear just as swiftly. With a rush, Minato flung open the door to Kushina's hospital room, and upon seeing her lying there, tears welled in his eyes. It must have been Rin who informed you, right? Kushina smiled, gently caressing her abdomen, where their child was growing. But it should be work hours. How could you leave so easily? Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Minato noticed Kushina's hair beginning to float as if she were about to take flight. He stepped closer, taking her hand. I will cherish this child, I promise. Thank you. Kushina softened her demeanor, gazing tenderly at Minato. Of course, but if you dare to mistreat our child, I shall take him and leave. With that, they exchanged knowing smiles, and a joyous atmosphere enveloped the room. Soon, the news of the Hokage's wife, legendary for her fiery spirit, having a child spread like wildfire, filling Konoha with elation. The current shinobi world was remarkably peaceful, devoid of war, and the village's policies and adversities had been resolved by the first Hokage, and Uchiha Madara. 1 had passed away, while the other had released the Edo Tensei, promising to share drinks together in the afterlife. Now, with the fourth Hokage in power, he had inherited the gentle methods of the third, while incorporating a sharper edge, earning the respect of many. Towards this youthful Hokage, everyone's lives flourished in happiness. And upon learning of the fourth Hokage's wife's pregnancy, the villagers spontaneously visited to offer their congratulations, bringing endless gifts of fruits and flowers, which overwhelmed Kushina. Eventually, under Minato's guidance, Kushina was relocated to a quiet underground chamber to await the birth. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she had to be kept safe, especially after Madara's warnings before his departure. I'm sorry for putting you through this, Kushina, Minato said, his heart aching. They say that during pregnancy, one should walk often to ease the heart, yet he could only confine Kushina to such a place. Although it was well equipped, he still felt a pang of sorrow. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket. This is a game that Orochimaru gave me. Kakashi asked him to invent it. You can play with it when you have some free time. Kushina opened the sealed scroll and found quite a few items, including several pregnancy guides. It seems Kakashi is still as inarticulate as ever. You shouldn't assign him so many missions. I've noticed he looks exhausted. Kushina recalled Kakashi's deep dark circles and felt a sense of injustice for him. Although the three children had grown considerably, reaching an age where they could handle themselves, was it truly necessary to burden them so during these peaceful times? Minato quickly waved his hands. I haven tea. But I have noticed that Kakashi seems perpetually tired. While he had always had a somewhat listless expression, he appeared particularly drained of energy lately. Make sure to take time to care for him, Kushina advised. Lying in bed. I understand, Minato nodded. Liu Dong had recently found himself inexplicably fatigued as well. Could there be an issue with his health? However, as someone with a system, if there were indeed a problem, Yao Yaozi would certainly have reacted. Yao Yaozi, is there truly nothing wrong with my body? He inquired. The only issue is that you are too weak, Yao Yaozi replied, upon hearing the first half of the statement. Liu Dong's heart tightened, but the latter half made him click his tongue in disbelief. I've checked. Your body shows no issues. The excessive drowsiness may simply be a trait of your constitution. He received as an answer, leading Liu Dong to accept it without suspicion. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Kakashi often appeared similarly drained. Perhaps it was a hidden trait not expressed in any animated depiction? Thus, time flew by, and Konoha peacefully passed several months until the day of Kushina's delivery arrived. During this time, the village remained unperturbed, continuing its routine, with even Team 7 receiving no word. Only Minato and a cadre of ANBU shinobi stood vigil, guarding the birthing process of Kushina from any disturbances. However, contrary to expectations, the moment the child was born, Kushina vanished from sight. What? A thunderous roar of the Nine Tails reverberated throughout Konoha, rousing the villagers from their slumber to ascertain the cause of the commotion. To their astonishment, they discovered that the tailed beast had manifested within the village, and with a mere flick of its jaws, a corner of Konoha was reduced to ruins. In an instant, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Kushina, who lay weakened upon the grass. He entrusted their child and Kushina's safety to the Umbu members. Curse be it, the machinations of the wicked have once again prevailed. Minato gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, awakened by the chaos, Liu Dong stood at his doorstep, momentarily stunned if his eyes did not deceive him. This was indeed the Nine Tails, was it not? Chapter 56. System Glitch. It was the Nine Tails in a rampage. Yayayozi's response confirmed for Liu Dong that what he witnessed was no mere illusion. How infuriating. He had thought he had eradicated this issue at its roots. Even that old Coot Madara had returned to the afterlife. How could there still be turmoil involving the Nine Tails? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly sensed Kushina's location and hurried over. Relieved to find Umbu members guarding her. However, upon seeing her frail condition, he turned his gaze to the colossal Nine Tails, where a flash of yellow was engaged in combat with it, striving to mitigate further damage to Konoha. If the Nine Tails were not promptly resealed within Kushina, even the physique of the Uzumaki clan would not endure for long. That he immediately exchanged for the most effective chakra-restoring pills from the store. Disregarding the cost, and shoved the pills into Kushina's mouth. "Kakashi, my child." Kushina weakly uttered those two words, but Liu Dong's pills obstructed her speech. "Mother, if you truly love your child, then live well. Do not indulge in the self-pity of sealing the Nine Tails within your child's body. Take the pills. They will sustain you for a time. Protect yourself, and I shall capture the Nine Tails," Liu Dong declared, not pausing for Kushina to respond. He was well aware of the life that awaited Naruto after their demise. Though he would ensure that Naruto did not experience the same hardships as in the original tale, saving the fourth Hokage and his wife was undoubtedly preferable. At that moment, Obito and Rin arrived, with the latter immediately employing medical ninjutsu to prolong Kushina's life. "Kakashi, what on earth is happening?" Obito exclaimed, activating his Sharingan. After years of growth, his eyes had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and thanks to Orochimaru's research on Hashirama cells, the Uchiha clan no longer suffered from the afflictions of their bloodline, nor did they need to fear blindness. They had become Konoha's elite force. "Obito, I will grant the Nine Tails a moment of silence. You must immediately use Kamui to transport the Nine Tails to your Kamui space, that we cannot allow it to wreak further havoc." Obito nodded, understanding the urgency to be why now. The village's ninjas had regained their composure, organizing a counterattack to assist the villagers in evacuating to safety. "Minato-sensei," Obito called out, and upon seeing that both Obito and Kakashi had arrived, Minato's expression changed to one of urgency. "Hurry, protect Kushina. Do not worry about me. I can still hold my ground." Liu Dong analyzed the situation immediately. Analyzing, system has crashed, rebooting, reboot failed, checking for bugs. Damn it, Liu Dong cursed inwardly. Over the years, Yayayozi had never erred, and he had thought her reliable at last, only for her to fail him at such a crucial moment. Fortunately, the abilities of the Sharingan were still his to command, allowing him to continue despite the system's malfunction. "Minato-sensei, teleport Obito and me to the level of the Nine Tails' eyes," Liu Dong shouted. Without hesitation, Minato appeared beside them, tossing a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal into the air while placing his hands on their shoulders. Time was of the essence. Liu Dong promptly activated the Heavenly Transfer technique, immobilizing the Nine Tails and preventing it from launching further assaults on Konoha. Kamui. The seamless coordination between Obito, Minato, and Kakashi activated Kamui, drawing the Nine Tails into the Kamui space. However, this exceeded the usual limits of his ability, causing blood to stream from his eyes. Despite the strain, he managed to send the Nine Tails inside. "System error, system error, system error." The system will forcibly enter sleep mode for one day, causing mental strain on the host. A sharp pain surged through Liu Dong's head, and as he attempted to steady himself against Kakashi, the agony overwhelmed him, sending him plummeting from the sky. Minato swiftly caught both of his disciples, noticing their pained expressions, and quickly sought out Kushina's location using the Flying Thunder God technique to return. "Rin, quickly check on them." Rin wiped the sweat from her brow and hurried over to provide assistance. Obito was merely exhausted from overextending his ocular powers, while Kakashi lay unconscious. "It's fine. He likely just fainted from mental fatigue. A good rest will suffice." Rin assessed Kakashi's condition, sighing in relief. Coughing, Kushina managed to sit up. The backlash from the tailed beast's extraction was swiftly consuming her vitality, but the pills Liu Dong had provided were indeed effective. Otherwise, she would have lacked the strength to rise. "Kushina." Minato rushed forward to support her. Obito, fetch Shursui immediately. Minato promptly began performing rudimentary medical ninjutsu, hoping to extend Kushina's time further. Currently, only the Uchiha clan Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, and Obito had already expended too much chakra in subduing it. The most powerful ocular users among the Uchiha were undoubtedly Shursui and Itachi. Shortly thereafter, Shursui and Itachi were brought by Obito. Shursui, I am counting on you. Kushina bit her finger, lifted her shirt, and inscribed a sealing array upon her abdomen. Obito first sent Shursui into the Kemui space, then transported Kushina and Minato, and by the time the latter two entered, the Nine Tails had already weakened, rendering Shursui's ocular techniques unnecessary. Shursui extended his hand to touch the Nine Tails. It seems someone has cast a jutsu on him that mimics the effects of my ocular technique. Idio, not worry. I have applied an additional layer to facilitate the sealing. Minato nodded, guiding Kushina toward the Nine Tails. Her hand rested upon its forehead, extracting its tailed beast chakra before she began to chant the sealing incantation. Subsequently, Kushina collapsed from exhaustion. Minato cradled her in his arms and checked her breath. Reassured to find that she had merely fainted from fatigue. You have worked tirelessly for both our child and the Nine Tails, Kushina, he thought, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. After some time, Obito returned to check on the situation. Discovering that it had concluded, and released the others. Of course, they were not the only ones released. The Nine Tails, having had its chakra absorbed and body diminished, was also freed. Chapter 57. The Reappearance of Clues. Upon realizing its body had shrunk and its strength diminished, the Nine Tails was visibly displeased. Hey, you are the husband of the Seal Master, aren't you? I want to rest, the Nine Tails grumbled, seeing this beast, which had caused such suffering to his master. Still speak with audacity, Obito seized the tiny creature by the scruff of its neck. That I believe you lack the authority to make demands. The Nine Tails promptly met Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, instinctively tucking its tail between its legs. Thanks to Madara, it had developed a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan's ocular prowess. Nine Tails, your sudden assault on the village requires an explanation. Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain sealed for the time being. When the moment is right, I shall release you, Minato declared, producing a sealing scroll from his pocket and pressing it onto the Nine Tails, sealing it without regard for its protests. After all, this creature had just gravely injured his wife. It deserved no leniency. The unexpected attack by the Nine Tails had caught everyone off guard, particularly in the dead of night, leading to catastrophic losses for Konoha. The hospital was overwhelmed with patients, forcing them to set up makeshift beds in the hallways. Damn it, if only I had been more vigilant, Minato lamented as he surveyed the scene of the injured. Minato-sensei, this is not your fault, Obito reassured his teacher, leading Liu Dong into a hospital room. While Rin immediately threw herself into the work of tending to the wounded at that moment, an Umbu member reported, Hokage-sama, we have apprehended a suspect believed to have unleashed the Nine Tails, and we require your presence for interrogation. Upon hearing the news, Namikaze Minato's eyes darkened. He adjusted his Hokage cloak and walked with heavy steps towards the underground prison. If you speak the truth, you may suffer less. As he entered, he saw Shinju Ibiki interrogating the suspect. What is the situation? Minato inquired as he approached with an air of authority. Ibiki received a forehead protector from one of his subordinates and handed it to Minato, stating, this is the only intelligence we have for now. But it's too conspicuous and could easily be a setup. Minato took the forehead protector, recognizing it as belonging to a Wagakure. He couldn't help but recall that Tsuchikage, who, fearing the power of Uchiha Madara, would likely not act so brazenly. It seems someone was deliberately trying to sow discord between them. Bring in the Uchiha. We must extract information from his mind. Minato's patience had worn thin, and he ordered the Uchiha to use their Sharingan to probe the suspect's memories. Understood. Ibiki watched as the fourth Hokage departed, calling for members of the Uchiha clan to commence the interrogation. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Minato found Nara Shikaku and the three legendary Sannin already waiting for him. Here is the casualty report. Shikaku placed the document on the table. Tsunade furrowed her brow, stating, I've sent the slug to assist in locating survivors. How many we can save depends on fate. The sudden attack of the Nine Tails had caught them off guard. Who was behind this chaos? Jiraiya slammed the table in frustration, unable to contain his anger. This was my most promising pupil. Just days ago, we discussed naming the child upon his birth. Had we not been in the village, Minato alone would have struggled against the Nine Tails, leading to utter turmoil. After reviewing the casualty report, Minato's expression softened slightly. The numbers were far less grim than he had anticipated. This was likely due to the presence of the three legendary Sannin guarding the village, allowing him to engage the Nine Tails without concern for their safety. Now that the Nine Tails had been resealed within Kushina, there was no immediate danger to her life, but she had just given birth and was too weak. So only half of the Nine Tails' power had been sealed. The room fell silent at Minato's words. The Ninetales was only half sealed. While they were indeed elite ninjas, facing even half the Ninetales would be a formidable challenge. Minato produced a scroll, and with a thud, the infant form of the Ninetales appeared before them. Despite knowing it was the Ninetales, everyone found it undeniably adorable. "Is this the Ninetales?" Tsunade exclaimed as she lifted it up. "Let go, you woman." The Ninetales attempted to express its anger, but in its diminutive state, even baring its teeth seemed more cute than threatening. "This is the creature that your grandfather sealed away. It looks rather cute now," Tsunade remarked, poking the Ninetales' belly, which felt incredibly soft. "Currently, its power is restrained by Kushina's seal, so there is no need for concern," Minato reassured with a smile. The Ninetales pondered Tsunade's words. "Your grandfather, Senju Hashirama?" Tsunade nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I am his granddaughter." The Ninetales fell silent, resigning itself to the fact that it would never escape the legacies of the Uchiha and Senju clans. "Why did you attack the village?" Minato asked, noticing the Ninetales did not appear to be the aggressor. The Ninetales broke free from Tsunade's grasp, leaping onto the Hokage's desk, fuming. "I want to know too. I was peacefully sleeping, and when I awoke, this guy, Minato, was battling me, only to be shoved back into some inexplicable space. So, you two are clueless as to why the sudden village attack," Minato mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the Uchiha clan secretly manipulated the Ninetales? Someone speculated, but Minato promptly dismissed the notion. Impossible. The current security team is composed of various clans working together, ensuring no bias. Even the bloodline diseases have been cured. They have no reason to resent Konoha. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. However, no one but the Uchiha can control the Ninetales. Another pointed out that at that moment, a member of the Uchiha clan knocked on the Hokage's office door. "Hokage-sama, I have come to report the interrogation results." They almost forgot this crucial lead. "I apologize, Hokage-sama, but this individual possesses no memories regarding the incident. However, we did discover a formation for a teleportation jutsu on him," the Uchiha stated, handing over the document. "This is quite strange. No one can lie before the Uchiha's ocular techniques, yet there are no memories left," Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. Meanwhile, Tsunade furrowed her brow, as if recalling something. A hoarse voice then came from outside. Drawing everyone's attention, it was Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, what brings you here?" someone questioned, displeased. Orochimaru chuckled. "My guardian is here, so naturally, I am as well." Only Tsunade grasped his implication. "You also find this situation reminiscent of the Five Kage summit, don't you?" Orochimaru nodded. The inexplicable attack and the memories that even the Uchiha's ocular techniques cannot uncover. This is all too coincidental. Minato recalled that before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara departed, they had warned him of an unknown force stirring in the shadows, urging him to be vigilant. Orochimaru and Tsunade recounted the events of that day, and Minato relayed the elder's caution. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. What kind of jutsu could evade even Uchiha Madara's ocular techniques? What was their enemy, and how could they manipulate these individuals to serve their bidding? The thought sent chills down their spines. Minato clenched his fists in determination. He would not let those who harmed Kushina go unpunished. The immediate priority was to restore Konoha. They could discuss this matter further once the village was secure. But vigilance remained essential. With information cut off, he could only make arrangements for the time being. "Understood." Before leaving, Tsunade pulled Orochimaru aside. "Did I haven't uncovered any more leads? Just a hunch." Orochimaru understood her unspoken question and began to respond. Tsunade sighed, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. She then placed her hands on her hips, pointing at Orochimaru. "You'd best be careful. If you fall under that guy's control, you might concoct another plan to bring Konoha to ruin." Orochimaru accepted her concern with a smirk. "Why not visit my laboratory more often? It would make it easier to keep an eye on me. Isn't my grandfather's cells enough for your research?" Tsunade shot him a glance, pretending not to understand his insinuation. Jiraiya, overhearing their exchange, interjected, "Speaking of which, haven't you been obsessed with space-time ninjutsu lately?" I've hit a bottleneck, so I'm looking for something else to occupy my time." Orochimaru replied with a grin. "How about we try using your genes to see if we can create a child? I doubt you'll ever win over Tsunade." "Hey." Jiraiya blushed furiously at the comment. "I'm one of the Sannin. There are plenty of kunoichi who like me. Don't underestimate me. That would be quite a blessing." Tsunade remarked wistfully before turning to leave. Jiraiya hurried after her. "Of course, my favorite will always be you." Tsunade, please don't misunderstand. Thus, Konoha gained yet another wall that Jiraiya had smashed through. Meanwhile, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory to continue his experiments. The next morning, blinding light roused Liu Dong from his slumber. As he sat up, a throbbing headache assaulted him, and it took a few moments to recall the events of the previous day. Yaozi, are you there? No response came from the system. It seemed the system's voice from yesterday was genuine. He furrowed his brow, pondering the cause of such a bug. Before he could think further, Rin and Obito entered the room. You're finally awake, Kakashi. Obito approached to assess his condition. How are you feeling? Liu Dong inquired. Rin and Obito recounted the events of the previous day. Unfortunately, we were unable to capture the mastermind. Liu Dong's brow furrowed even deeper as he recalled the events of the 5 Kage summit. Was there an unknown force at play that he was unaware of? He racked his brain, but could only recall those 2 Otsutsuki who appeared in Boruto. Given their personalities, it was certain they wouldn't be subtle. A dramatic entrance akin to the Chunin exams would align perfectly with their nature. Do not fret. Sensei's wife is merely a bit weak, but with the Uzumaki constitution, she will recover swiftly. Lin, noticing his furrowed brow, assumed he was worried about Sensei's wife and kindly remarked he threw off the covers, turned over, and resolved to return home to change into a clean outfit. Obito and Lin, seeing that he was unharmed, did not stop him. Once Liu Dong returned home and tidied himself up, he immediately dashed toward the Hokage's office. Minato sensed the exasperation of the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi, remember to knock next time, with a resigned sigh. He flipped over the documents he was reviewing. Although he trusted this student of his, it was imperative to maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters. I would like to request a leave of absence for a month, Liu Dong stated with a nonchalant expression. Minato was somewhat taken aback. His student was not one to request leave, and now he was asking for an entire month. Was he planning to leave with Lin and the others? No, I am going alone. Liu Dong had some speculations, hence the need for ample time to search for Kagaya's relics. Minato pondered. Previously, when Liu Dong had ventured out alone, he had brought back Uchiha Madara, which had allowed him to unravel the schemes of Black Zetsu, thereby revitalizing Konoha. He wondered what sort of shock Kakashi would bring back this time. Very well, I consent. Minato retrieved a mission scroll, drafted the leave approval, left the dates blank, stamped it, and handed it to Liu Dong, indicating he could fill it in as he saw fit. Thank you. Liu Dong took the scroll and departed the office. That night, the system reboot has been completed. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and Liu Dong sat up instantly. Yaozi, are you there? Of course, who else could possibly reside in your mind? The tone remained that of the original Yaozi. If she suddenly spoke differently, he would indeed find it disconcerting. He could only say he had grown accustomed to their banter. Liu Dong, that day, you dropping that chain was far too abrupt. Not only did you fail to assist, but you also landed me in trouble. That was an accident. The power during the Ninetales rampage was overwhelming, exceeding the system's analytical limits, resulting in a malfunction. Liu Dong sensed a hint of guilt in her words. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he said, You must offer some compensation, for I have not utilized the system even for a day. Fine. Yaozi readily agreed. Pulling up the system interface and arranging a lottery, the contents are all of orange quality. You may draw once, and whether what you receive suits you will depend on your luck. Liu Dong naturally did not hesitate and clicked on it. Chapter 59, Target Land of Soup. You have obtained Kekai Genkai, Dust Release. Oh my. Your luck is quite remarkable. You managed to draw a Kekai Genkai. Yaozi expressed envy toward Liu Dong's fortune. However, Liu Dong was not particularly pleased. What a pity. I was aiming for the Rinnegan. You certainly are ambitious, since it was placed here for me to draw. Why should I not be ambitious? Liu Dong closed his eyes, feeling the chakra flowing smoothly within him. His current physical condition was vastly superior to his former self. Such a Kekai Genkai could be absorbed swiftly and utilized. Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. Barely having acquired Dust Release, Liu Dong eagerly sought a vacant area to test it out. The surrounding rescue ninjas, witnessing the towering pillar of light, initially thought it was an enemy attack and rushed over, only to find that what should have been a forest had transformed into a barren wasteland, with a silhouette amidst the dust. They immediately grew wary, gripping their kunai and adopting a battle stance. As the dust settled, they discovered standing there was none other than Kakashi, the student of the 4th Hokage. This was Liu Dong's first attempt, having not yet mastered the power of Dust Release. He had created quite a commotion. He sighed and explained to the Konoha ninjas. Apologies, I was merely practicing a new ninjutsu, and lost control. His tone carried a hint of regret as he scratched his head. The ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Minato arrived in a flash using the Flying Thunder God technique, only to find it was Kakashi. What is going on? Minato was taken aback. Initially fearing that the hidden forces had struck so swiftly yet again that I lost control while practicing a new ninjutsu, Liu Dong was compelled to explain again. Minato glanced at the scorched earth beneath him. Somewhat astonished, it seemed his student's power was rapidly approaching that of his teacher. That's good. Minato smiled reassuringly. But you'll need to take responsibility for replanting the trees here. Oh, very well. Liu Dong acquiesced, watching them leave. The following morning, Liu Dong borrowed Yamato from the Umbu and brought him to the desolate area, pointing and saying, "Please use wood release to plant trees here until it is fully restored." Yamato appeared quite reluctant. "Why should I do this when it was Lord Hokage who told you to replant the trees?" Liu Dong was not at all courteous, promptly tapping his head. "If I have such a convenient method for planting trees, why would I do it myself?" Yamato, struck by the tap, instantly teared up, reluctantly using wood release to replant the entire scorched earth. Then he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. "Tsk, utterly useless." Liu Dong cast a disdainful glance at him. Realizing he ought to have asked Orochimaru to develop a more efficient method, Yamato, angered, puffed his cheeks. "I want to assist you next time." With that, he huffed and walked away without looking back. Is he really that sensitive? Liu Dong rubbed his nose, wondering if his previous remarks had been too harsh. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such thoughts. He had to set off. Upon reaching the village gates, it was no surprise to see two familiar figures. "Kakashi, you shall not embark on a mission alone this time." Lin's face was etched with anger. "We are a team of 3. Why do you always act individually?" Obito, on the other hand, seemed indifferent, preferring Kakashi to leave so he could have more time alone with Lin. "Lin, if he wishes to go alone, let him. You know well Kakashi has strength," Obito remarked evasively. "No, absolutely not." Lin insisted, hands on her hips, enunciating each word. Liu Dong chuckled, saying, "Very well, then we shall go together this time. But I am not on a mission. I am on vacation. Kakashi, you actually applied for a vacation?" Lin and Obito looked at him in shock. "Yes," Kakashi nodded. "But if you are coming along, you must promise not to inquire about my destination." Lin readily agreed, immediately dragging Obito into the Hokage's office, where they too secured their leave approval. Liu Dong couldn't help but admire Lin's decisiveness. He glanced at the somewhat dejected Obito and the vibrant Lin, unable to suppress a smile. When he first arrived, although he knew Lin and Obito were good friends, he felt a certain detachment, always acting alone due to the system. However, after living here for several years, he gradually became familiar with Konoha and built rapport with them, no longer feeling resistance. Liu Dong unfolded a map, gesturing. "My route will be approximately this way. We will first head to the Land of Soup, then proceed southward." "The Land of Soup? That nation renowned for its hot springs?" Lin exclaimed with delight. "Yes, our first stop is here." Liu Dong had initially thought to hurry alone, but with the two of them accompanying him, he had to at least feign a vacation. Moreover, he had long been drawn to the Land of Soup, making it a convenient detour. "Hooray! Let us set off quickly." Lin energetically pulled the two along toward the main road. After a bout of travel, they finally arrived in this nation famed for its hot springs. "Huh, what is that smell? It's rather unpleasant." Obito wrinkled his nose and waved his hand. Lin also caught the scent. Indeed, somewhat pungent. It must be the smell of sulfur, as this is the land of hot springs. Liu Dong glanced around, feeling that their attire was somewhat too heavy for the surroundings. Lin smiled and remarked, "Truly, Kakashi knows all about these things. Just common knowledge." Liu Dong was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected praise directed at him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Mai was not particularly close to their location. And given their upbringing amidst warfare, such occurrences were quite understandable. Seeing that Obito was overshadowed by Kakashi, he muttered, "Tch, I knew that too." At that moment, Rin was captivated by the fresh styles of clothing displayed in a nearby shop and dashed forward. Oh no, Rin was about to begin again, and Obito, exasperated, followed her. Liu Dong felt somewhat helpless as well, but since Rin was the only girl among them, he naturally indulged her. "Why don't you pamper me?" Yao Yaozi's voice suddenly interjected, shattering Liu Dong's reflection on the bonds of friendship. Liu Dong replied, Do you even deserve a key? How many do you think you merit? Chapter 60. Assassination Kakashi. Come take a look at this. Do you think it suits me? Before Yao Yaozi could say anything further, Rin called her over. It looks perfect. Liu Dong smiled as he replied, even though he couldn't discern any difference. TCH, prioritizing looks over friends. Liu Dong chuckled, adding, if you could refrain from being such a liability, I'm certain my attitude would improve tenfold. Beside them, Obito pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Rin, why don't you ask me? Obito, you can't even tell the difference. The last time I asked, you said they all looked good. Rin retorted, handing the chosen outfit to the shopkeeper, declaring, I'll take this one. All right, I'll wrap it up for you. The shopkeeper replied cheerfully, his hands moving swiftly. As the saying goes, when girls go shopping, time seems to slip away unnoticed, a sentiment both Obito and Liu Dong deeply understood. Though I won TB shopping. That's too broad a generalization. You read just a system. What do you need to shop for? Just as Liu Dong spoke, he recalled the time Yao Yaozi had insisted he accompany her to the food street that night. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have been assassinated in your sleep. You should thank me. Liu Dong fell silent. That was all ancient history now, and he saw no need to express gratitude. Thus, the afternoon passed in a flurry of playful banter with Yao Yaozi and assisting Rin with her purchases. Rin, surely this is enough. You must be hungry, Obito remarked, glancing at the items piled in his arms. Then at Kakashi, who was in a similar predicament that he could no longer endure it, and interrupted Rin, who was about to move to the next shop. Rin turned to them, thoughtfully resting her finger on her chin. You have a point. Let us find an inn first. Relieved, both Liu Dong and Obito sighed as they selected a well-decorated establishment, requesting 3 adjacent rooms. After placing Rin's belongings in her room, they returned to their respective quarters. Liu Dong closed the door and stretched his shoulders. Accompanying girls on shopping trips was indeed exhausting. That a soak in the hot springs was just the remedy he needed. It was evident that Obito shared his thoughts. As they bumped into each other outside the men's bath, due to Rin's prolonged shopping, their dinner was also delayed, and by that hour, the hot springs were devoid of other patrons, allowing them to enjoy the place to themselves. Wow, it feels like my entire body has become so much lighter. Obito sighed in comfort, leaning against the wall of the pool with his eyes closed. Liu Dong felt similarly. This was his first time experiencing a natural hot spring, as most he had encountered in his past life were artificial. However, just as they were succumbing to relaxation and drowsiness, Yao Yaozi's voice jolted Liu Dong awake. Watch out for hidden weapons. Liu Dong's eyes flew open, and he sprang from the water, pulling Obito up with him. Obito, who had been on the verge of sleep, was startled by the sudden tug, but the onslaught of shurikens raining down upon them quickly brought him back to full alertness. Kimui, within the blink of an eye, he had absorbed all the shurikens into his Kimui space. Damn, there's another ninja, the leader shouted, his voice laced with panic. The intel was inaccurate. Retreat. Obito's temper flared at the thought of fleeing. I am going after them, he declared, only to be halted by Liu Dong. What are you doing? Those two clearly intend to take our lives. Liu Dong remarked coolly. Do you plan to chase them down wearing just a towel? At that, Obito's face flushed crimson as he realized the absurdity of his intentions. Had Liu Dong not stopped him, he would have been on the verge of running around nearly naked. Let us clean up first, and then warn Rin, Liu Dong suggested, patting his shoulder and signaling him to gather the shurikens that had been dropped. All right, Obito replied, still blushing as he tidied the scene before he and Liu Dong returned. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered Rin, who had just finished her dip in the hot springs. Seeing Obito's face as red as a ripe apple, Rin approached and placed her hand on his forehead. Obito, are you feeling all right? Did you soak too long? No, I'm fine. Obito quickly stepped back, waving his hands. Were it not for Kakashi's intervention, he would have been utterly embarrassed in front of Rin. Looks like nothing happened on your end, Liu Dong observed. Noting Rin's demeanor did not suggest she had been attacked. He pondered if the assailant's true target lay between him and Obito. Moreover, the words they spoke before leaving hinted they hadn't anticipated the two of them being together. Hey, you both seem rather serious. Has something happened? Rin inquired, noticing their furrowed brows, devoid of the leisure typically associated with a vacation. Liu Dong proceeded to recount their assassination attempt to Rin, whose expression grew increasingly grim. But I don't recall having any enemies. Obito scratched his head, racking his brain for any grudges he might have. Liu Dong furrowed his brow. Since the end of the Ninja World War, peace has generally prevailed among the villages, with only a few missions to eliminate rogue ninjas that might lead to grudges. Regardless, Rin, you must remain vigilant. Obito grasped Rin's hand urgently. I know. Rin smiled reassuringly. I'm glad I insisted on coming with you. If they were targeting Kakashi, he would have faced them alone. Obito released her hand. Nodding in agreement, relieved they were together. In the face of such an incident, they could strategize. I apologize, my lord. The mission has failed. The leader was none other than one of the assassins who had attempted to kill Liu Dong earlier. The figure behind the curtain remained silent, leaving the assailant in a state of trepidation, unable to discern whether they were pleased or enraged. I have no use for failures, the cold voice resonated from behind the curtain. No sooner had the words left their lips than the two assassins found themselves choking, collapsing to the ground, lifeless before they could even react. And my lord, that individual was already difficult to deal with. And he had two companions with him. It was truly challenging to execute the mission. Was it necessary to be so furious? One of the bystanders attempted to placate the figure. Humph, if it weren't for that person, my grand plan would not have been interrupted. The voice from beyond the curtain was muffled, the figure wearing a mask that obscured half their face, yet their eyes radiated a fierce intensity. Send more people, alive or dead. I want to see them. Chapter 61. Fated confrontation surrounding the rain-hidden village. It was curious that Hanzo the Salamander's forces had suddenly diminished, and their surveillance had weakened. Gradually advancing towards the land of soup, Conan unfurled her wings crafted from explosive tags and swiftly descended from the heights, a paper bird landing delicately on her fingertip. Yahiko and Nagato furrowed their brows at her revelation. The land of soup? Isn't that a country renowned for its perpetual peace and hot springs, albeit not too far from the rain-hidden village? Yahiko stroked his chin, lost in thought. Aya-sensei taught us that if someone can suddenly withdraw from a power struggle, it signifies the emergence of something more threatening. Nagato added, should I go to the land of soup to gather intelligence? No, we recently acquired a new member. Let him go instead, Yahiko suggested, a glint of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Nagato expressed concern. Can we truly trust that person? It's the perfect opportunity for a test. If he passes, we won't have to worry about him in the future. Yes, she spoke. Conan folded another paper bird, sending it aloft. Go, bring me news from afar. Liu Dong and his companions temporarily lingered in the land of soup, a well-known neutral territory sheltered by the surrounding ninja villages. Should anyone contemplate violence here, they would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation, which was certainly preferable to their reckless journey onward. Although Liu Dong remained indifferent, the presence of Rin and Obito necessitated caution in all matters. After all, the unexpected chaos of the Nine Tails had indeed transpired in this timeline, and the specter of a second Shinano Bridge battle loomed ominously. In the ensuing days, they faced incessant assassination attempts that left the trio somewhat fatigued. Although the strength of these ninjas posed no real threat to their names, the sheer number of assailants was aggravating. Each night, they were disturbed, depriving them of restful slumber, which was utterly exasperating. That I cannot endure this any longer. Obito was the first to erupt, slamming his fist onto the wooden table, reducing it to splinters. Obito, remember to compensate for the table, Liu Dong remarked, lifting his lunch to eat nonchalantly. Rin, clutching her own bowl of rice, changed tables, saying, Obito, while your anger is understandable, we too are vexed, but it is mealtime. Could we not maintain a semblance of quiet? Upon meeting Rin's faux-smiling gaze, which held a hint of threat, Obito promptly complied. Refraining from further outbursts, satisfied with his newfound quietude, Rin suggested, this situation cannot persist. Kakadong, do you have any thoughts? At that moment, Liu Dong had finished his meal, wiping his mouth as he replied, there is no wisdom in a 1,000-day defense against thieves. If this continues, we shall be the first to falter. Splendid. Are we finally going on the offensive? Obito said, shoving food into his mouth. He had been feeling quite stifled lately, although he had captured a few of the enemy ninjas. They had taken their own lives before he could employ any genjutsu, indicating they were a cadre of death seekers. But who would employ such a cohort to incessantly harass the three of them? It was truly perplexing. Shall we proceed in this manner? Rin's eyes sparkled. She too disliked the constant hiding. Kakadong, why not take a look outside? Liu Dong gazed out the window, observing the pleasant weather. Why don't we each procure some local specialties to bring back to our teachers? We can buy those when we leave. Obito said nonchalantly, completely missing Liu Dong's point. Rin sighed. What Kakadong means is that we should split up, feign giving them an opportunity, and then strike them down one by one. Following the thread back to the source. Oh, I see. Obito responded, then turned to Liu Dong. Kakadong, could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Must I always decipher your meaning? It is you who are too dull. Ha! You are the dull one. Silly Kakadong. Thus, their meal concluded amidst the clamor. Liu Dong found himself hesitating before a specialty store, feigning interest in local goods while keenly observing his surroundings, out of the corner of his eye. A flash of a familiar hue startled him. Prompting a swift turn of his head to confirm his suspicion, he immediately set down the items in his hand and followed. Yet the individual in question was no ordinary foe, and swiftly sensed Liu Dong's presence, leading him into a narrow alley before slowly turning to face him. Come out, the stranger barked, their tone harsh. Liu Dong discerned there was no need for subterfuge, for he knew that regardless of how he concealed himself, he could not evade this individual, who possessed the prowess of a shadow. Chos Sasori, Liu Dong exclaimed, recognizing him. That I did not expect to encounter you here. He scrutinized Sasori's puppet shell, noting its resemblance to his recollection. Draped in the Akatsuki's fiery garb, since you are aware of my identity, do you dare to follow me to your demise? Liu Dong inquired with curiosity. By the way, have you entirely transformed yourself into a puppet? Or is it merely a portion of you? Sasori's puppet showed no reaction, but the real Sasori within was momentarily taken aback by Liu Dong's inquiry, his gaze hardening with coldness. Why did this individual know of his intention to convert himself entirely into a puppet? The sensation of being seen through was profoundly unsettling, prompting Sasori to command his puppet to attack Liu Dong, its poison tail darting toward his face. Clang. Analysis complete. Skill acquired. 1. Mental limit 3. Physical stamina 3. Analysis attributes 3. Would you like to enter combat mode? Engage. Liu Dong swiftly evaded the attack of the tail, exhibiting far greater agility. Sasori grew increasingly agitated, eager to resolve the encounter quickly. However, at that moment, his puppet inexplicably ceased movement, remaining utterly still despite his attempts to infuse it with chakra. How is this possible? He was intimately familiar with his own puppet technique and deemed it impossible to commit such a fundamental error. Could it be that his opponent had employed some form of ninjutsu? Sasori swiftly exited the puppet, intent on confronting Liu Dong in his true form. Liu Dong heard a crack as a breach appeared in the puppet, and, unable to manipulate it, Sasori resorted to this brute force method of escape. Upon seeing Sasori before him, Liu Dong recognized that he had not yet fully transformed. He remained flesh and blood. Sasori produced a scroll, tossing it into the air, and as it unfurled, 2 puppets emerged, his mother and father. Witnessing these figures, Liu Dong could not help but sympathize with Sasori, realizing that the father in this body was the very one responsible for the death of his own parents. How fortuitous, Sasori, Liu Dong sighed, gathering dust to form into a technique. My name is Hatake Kakadong. Upon hearing this name, Sasori's pupils constricted. You bear the Hatake name? Yes, precisely as you conjectured. My father is Hatake Sakumo, known as the Leaf's White Fang. Liu Dong replied slowly, noting the unmistakable fury in Sasori's eyes. Die, Sasori yelled, immediately commanding his parents' puppets to assault Liu Dong. Naturally, Liu Dong would not remain passive. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The dust release ensnared Sasori and the 2 puppets within a cubic space, and before Sasori could react, the explosion of the dust release ensued. However, Liu Dong had no intention of taking Sasori's life, refraining from employing the technique that would reduce him to atomic particles. After all, in the theater of war, all were fighting for their own villages. Who could truly delineate right from wrong? Are you feeling more composed now? Liu Dong inquired, hands on his hips, observing Sasori, who was maneuvering the 2 puppets for protection within the dust release cube. Yet, Sasori remained far from calm, his eyes blazing with hatred directed at Liu Dong. I have no desire to battle you. I merely wish to ask a favor. Liu Dong approached him, speaking as he gradually diminished the space of the dust release. Sasori's puppet technique was indeed formidable. Yet he was merely a child, and it appeared that he had not undergone significant transformation when he turned himself into a puppet. Why do you possess dust release? Sasori gritted his teeth. Having heard much about Hatake Kakadong, but never expected him to wield dust release. Should another explosion occur, he could withstand it, but those incomplete puppets would surely not survive. He absolutely could not allow his parents to be destroyed. Sasori's gaze toward Liu Dong grew even more venomous. His father had taken his parents from him, And now, would he allow the child of his enemy to obliterate them once more? Liu Dong sensed the deep-seated hatred in Sasori's eyes and sighed. Do you wish to see your parents? I can assist you, Liu Dong stated nonchalantly, waving his hand to dispel the dust release. As long as you possess even a fragment of your parents' cells. Sasori, intending to strike the moment the dust release dissipated, paused at Liu Dong's words, his face contorted with disgust. Do you think I would trust you? He held a grudge against this individual. How could he possibly be benevolent? Moreover, his parents were deceased, and this person dared to toy with their memory. Truly, he deserved to die. Impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique of Konoha, but I know someone who can perform it. Liu Dong, noting Sasori's skittishness, patiently continued. While it may not be a true resurrection, it could allow you to meet them. Sasori, upon hearing this, hesitated. He recalled hearing that Konoha had once invoked this technique to summon the first Hokage for the 5 Kage summit. His yearning to see his parents began to eclipse his hatred, causing his resolve to waver. I ask what you say true. Of course, why would I deceive you? Liu Dong shrugged. Your parents' demise was a consequence of the war between villages. War is merciless and shows no compassion for anyone. If harboring hatred toward me provides you solace, I have no objection to your continued resentment. Sasori gradually regained his composure, realizing that being ruled by such emotional turbulence was indeed unworthy of him. What must I do to repay you for your assistance? Scorpion spoke coldly, concealing his emotions and treating the matter as a frigid transaction. Liu Dong naturally would not lend his assistance without recompense. The fire cloud robe you wear belongs to the Akatsuki, does it not? I am a friend of the Akatsuki's leader. It has been quite some time since I last saw them. Please, show me the way. Is it really that simple? Scorpion inquired, perplexed. How did Liu Dong know of his affiliation with the Akatsuki? Was their organization truly so renowned? This robe had only been designed a couple of days prior to his departure. Oh, and by the way, I've been plagued by some bothersome flies lately. If possible, could you help me deal with them? Liu Dong recalled those assassins of unknown origin and recognized the opportunity for free labor before him. Why not take advantage of it? Certainly, Scorpion replied readily. Since entering the land of soup, he had sensed the presence of those individuals, and he had been dispatched to eliminate them while also gathering intelligence. Thus, their objectives aligned perfectly, leaving no reason to decline. After resolving this, will I accompany you to Konoha? Scorpion asked, as he was a rogue ninja, and traveling to Konoha was hardly a prudent choice. Liu Dong nodded. The one capable of utilizing impure world reincarnation is also a rogue ninja, kept under tight surveillance by Konoha. Therefore, you must accompany me. Will such a person heed your words? Scorpion's tone was laced with skepticism. If he was indeed a ninja closely monitored by Konoha, every action would be under their scrutiny. How could he possibly listen to Liu Dong? With a smile, Liu Dong replied, I have some rapport with that individual, and he has a penchant for intriguing matters, so he will undoubtedly assist us. Moreover, I am a student of the current Hokage. Offering you this assistance is hardly self-aggrandizing. Liu Dong elaborated, intending to steer Scorpion back onto the right path. After much contemplation, Scorpion had no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. After all, he was unable to overpower Liu Dong. However, he still voiced a concern. If I encounter the White Fang of Konoha, I will take action. I must make this clear in advance. Liu Dong was momentarily taken aback by this statement, then chuckled. You won't encounter him, for he is already deceased. Scorpion, initially displeased by Liu Dong's laughter, assumed it was a mockery of his inability to defeat the White Fang, only to be met with such a revelation. Who? Anger ignited in Scorpion's eyes. He had yet to exact his revenge. How could the White Fang of Konoha have been killed by another? It was suicide, Liu Dong stated matter-of-factly, even though the deceased was not his father. The mention of the event always tugged at his heartstrings. Scorpion was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the information. He suspected Liu Dong was deceiving him, yet the sincerity in his expression led him to believe otherwise. I will discover the truth for myself. Regardless, I am bound for Konoha. I shall ascertain whether you are lying. The White Fang had slain his parents. How could he have simply perished at that moment? Obito and Rin sensed Liu Dong's chakra nearby and approached. Kakashi, why are you so slow? We've already resolved matters on our end. Obito jogged over, gesturing to his eyes, indicating that he had already transported their adversary to the Kimui dimension. Upon seeing the scene before him, a sense of alarm surged within him as he noticed the disarray in the red-haired youth. Chapter 63. The Angel of Akatsuki, who are you? Rin and Obito immediately assumed a defensive stance, with the latter furrowing his brow, for the chakra emanating from this individual was faint. Had he not been close, he would have failed to perceive it at all. Liu Dong raised a hand, signaling for them to relax. He is not our enemy, at least not at this moment. Rin and Obito, trusting in Liu Dong, one sheathed his kunai, and the other retracted his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Scorpion, seemingly oblivious to their presence, began to stow away the puppets of his parents, carefully securing them while casting a fleeting glance at the damaged Scarlet Flow puppet. He retrieved another scroll from his bosom, containing numerous parts and materials. And within moments, he had restored the puppet. Wow, such incredible puppet techniques. Where did you learn them? Rin exclaimed, captivated by Scorpion's artistry. As a medical ninja, she held a keen interest in such restoration skills and approached him with curiosity. Scorpion was taken aback by Rin's enthusiastic inquiry and instinctively distanced himself, refusing to respond. Hey, Rin is speaking to you. Why are you not answering? Obito, noticing Rin's dismissal, was visibly irritated. Scorpion remained silent, and the trio watched as he retreated into the puppet, which was hardly aesthetically pleasing. Just as he was about to seal himself inside, Rin hurriedly intervened. Why do you wish to confine yourself within? Is it not possible to reveal your true self? You are rather handsome, after all, perhaps the most attractive boy I've encountered aside from Kakashi. At this remark, Liu Dong instinctively tugged at his mask. Though he was not accustomed to wearing it, he had maintained the habit for the majority of the time. Obito, upon hearing Rin's compliment, instantly felt dejected. What gives? Am I not good-looking? Scorpion's childhood had been marked by solitude, and he had spent so long within puppets that he was ill-equipped to handle such open and warm individuals. Release me, he stated coldly, his gaze emanating an unsettling detachment akin to that of a marionette. Rin flinched in surprise, instinctively retracting her hand. That it was her first encounter with a gaze so devoid of vitality. It was not mere indifference. Even indifference is a form of emotion, yet the look in his eyes resembled that of an inanimate object, bereft of any semblance of life. My apologies, Rin murmured instinctively. At that moment, Liu Dong observed Scorpion's fire cloud robe, coupled with the unmistakably extraordinary puppet, and remarked, "You are far too conspicuous. If you do not change before reaching Konoha, you will undoubtedly be discovered." Scorpion fell silent for a while, contemplating Liu Dong's words. Finally, he emerged from the Scarlet Flow puppet and stowed it away in the scroll. Liu Dong then produced a plain outfit from the scroll and handed it to him. After receiving it, Scorpion promptly shed his Akatsuki robe, revealing his fair skin. Rin let out a startled gasp, her cheeks flushing as she turned away. Obito, at a loss for words, pointed at Scorpion, exclaiming, "Do you not understand the difference between genders?" Scorpion tilted his head, somewhat perplexed by their reactions, as he continued to remove his clothing, revealing the partially transformed state of his body. Obito was taken aback into silence, for the arms of the individual before him were comprised of puppet joints. "Why your arm?" he stammered, realizing he had overstepped. Scorpion, perplexed by Obito's astonishment, donned the clothing Liu Dong had provided and replied indifferently, "I modified it myself. However, it is not yet complete, an imperfect creation." Obito was even more astonished by this revelation. "You did this to your own arm. You are quite the madman." At that moment, Rin, having heard the commotion, cautiously turned back to face them. She beheld the hand that had been concealed beneath the voluminous Akatsuki robe. Recognizing it as a puppet joint, she instinctively covered her mouth, stifling her gasp. It was no wonder she had sensed such a lifeless gaze earlier. "Now, you appear less conspicuous," Liu Dong remarked with a nod. "Go deal with those unnecessary nuisances, and we shall reconvene later. You should be able to locate us." Scorpion nodded apathetically and exited the alley. Rin could not help but inquire, "Kakashi, who is he? What sort of transaction did you engage in?" "He is a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, the Scorpion of the Red Sand." Upon hearing this name, both Obito and Rin widened their eyes in shock, exclaiming in unison, "What? He is actually the Scorpion of the Red Sand. No wonder he is so adept at puppet techniques. He must have trained under a master." Rin recalled the unparalleled skill displayed by the earlier figure, confirming that it indeed stemmed from a renowned lineage. "I made a deal with him. He will assist us in eliminating those lurking adversaries, and I will arrange for him to meet his parents." Liu Dong had no intention of concealing this from his two friends and stated his intentions plainly. As a girl, Rin's thoughts were particularly delicate. She had long heard of the circumstances surrounding Kakashi's father's demise and had even perused relevant archives. Concerned, She asked, Kakashi, is this really all right? Noticing the worry in Rin's eyes. Liu Dong chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Do not worry. I will be fine. Thus, they returned to interrogate the ninjas captured by Rin and Obito, only to discover they had been ensnared by a cursed technique. Should they divulge the mastermind behind the plot, they would be instantly reduced to dust. Sigh, why is Kakashi's eye technique a space-time ninjutsu? Rin lamented, resting her chin on her hand. If only his genjutsu were stronger. We could directly probe into their memories. Toby felt a deep sorrow, for he simply lacked the talent for illusions. What could he possibly do? Each time he encountered the head of the Uchiha clan, he would be scrutinized, their suspicion lingering over whether he truly belonged to their lineage. Having never witnessed such a dismal aptitude for genjutsu at that moment, a knock echoed from outside, and Rin went to open the door, only to find it was Sasori of the Red Sand. Upon realizing the identity of the rogue ninja before her, Rin's earlier warmth dissipated, a change that oddly comforted Sasori. Having killed them all, I shall escort you to the Angel of Akatsuki, Sasori remarked in a remarkably nonchalant tone, as if the act of slaying those individuals were as mundane as enjoying a meal. What? The Angel of Akatsuki? Rin inquired, her curiosity piqued. What sort of title is that? Liu Dong couldn't help but sigh, recognizing that their adolescent delusions were unshakable. That it's Conan, one of the three ninjas Jiraiya once taught. That must be her codename within the Akatsuki organization. In truth, Liu Dong felt a growing concern. Though he had altered history, the Nine Tails incident had still occurred. What then of the current Akatsuki? Chapter 64. Chakra Crystals and Flying Thunder God. Ugh, the weather in Amigakure is truly detestable. Toby grumbled, gazing at the incessant rain pouring from the sky. How much longer until we arrive? Ever since Sasori had dealt with the ninjas secretly trying to assassinate them, they had embarked on their journey to the Akatsuki stronghold. Initially, they were elated at the prospect of reuniting with long-lost friends, but the dismal environment of Amigakure proved challenging to endure. At that moment, Sasori produced several oil paper umbrellas from a ceiling scroll and handed them to them. Upon opening one, Liu Dong noticed the red cloud pattern, clearly a mark of the Akatsuki. Wow, your organization even provides these. Toby marveled at the umbrella, feeling its sturdy frame. It was evidently of superior quality compared to what his clan utilized. They are issued uniformly, Sasori replied succinctly, gesturing towards the east. That way, we shall arrive soon. Suddenly, Yahiko opened his eyes and declared, Sasori has returned, and he brings guests. The paper bird landed on Conan's shoulder, whispering tidings to her. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Our old friends have come. I shall go greet them. Nagato reached out to stop her. Are you certain they are friends? He too sends 3 familiar chakra signatures. Recognizing the visitors, but after so many years apart, he remained uncertain of their intentions. We shall know once we meet, Conan replied, unfurling her paper wings, gliding gracefully down from above. Meanwhile, Liu Dong and his companions, still on their journey, halted as they sensed the approaching chakra. As paper fragments descended from the air, Sasori looked up and remarked, she has arrived. Liu Dong and his group couldn't help but gaze upwards, spotting Conan, who floated effortlessly with her paper wings. Conan, Rin exclaimed, extending her hand in greeting, a radiant smile gracing her face. Your wings are absolutely amazing. I never imagined origami could be used in such a way. Is it protected by chakra so it won't get wet? Hearing Rin's words, Conan descended. Rin rushed forward, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Conan, you seem even slimmer than before. Have you not been eating well? In a place like this, where it rains incessantly, how could one find good food? Toby commented. Conan smiled gently. I apologize. Amigakure is indeed like this. It cannot compare to Konoha's environment. However, this is our homeland. Toby, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier words. I did not mean to imply any disdain for this place, he stammered, scratching his head in an attempt to amend his statement. Conan shook her head. There is no need to apologize to me. It is a fact that Amigakure has not developed as well as Konoha, which is why we chose to leave. That we hope that one day it can improve. As she spoke, she led them to Yahiko. It has been ages. Yahiko, Nagato. Kakashi stepped forward to greet them, relieved to see that both Yahiko and Nagato were well. Toby also warmly embraced them both. Wow, Yahiko, how did you get those muscles? However, he added with a hint of concern, Nagato, you still seem rather frail. You appear even weaker than Conan. Toby scrutinized Nagato's slender wrists, feeling as though they could be easily snapped. Nagato is our strategist. He usually doesn't need to fight, Conan remarked, acknowledging Nagato's frail condition. Despite past training, it had not yielded the desired results. Once inside, the brightly lit room was a stark contrast to the gloom outside. Rin finally took notice of the makeup on Conan's face and gasped, "Conan, where did you learn to apply such smoky eye makeup?" Conan tilted her head slightly, touching her face, revealing her black nail polish. Is it not attractive? I think it looks fine." Conan remained oblivious to any issues with her makeup. Liu Dong struggled to suppress laughter. "Honestly, I always wanted to critique the aesthetic choices of the Akatsuki. It's not that they are unattractive, but they certainly lack appeal. Why does a lovely girl like Conan need to wear such heavy makeup? I also feel it's a bit excessive." Liu Dong shared his opinion. Upon hearing this, Conan dashed out of the room, returning after washing her face. "I feel much fresher now. I think this suits you better," Rin praised. Giving a thumbs up, Conan found a mirror and examined her reflection. "Do I look less imposing now? Won't this make me seem easier to bully?" Being easy to bully is determined by strength, not appearance. Besides, this look makes you appear more innocent, almost angelic, Rin declared, patting her chest. Liu Dong and Toby couldn't help but recall Rin's fierce demeanor when she had scolded them by her hospital bed. It left them both feeling unnerved that moment. Sasori also reported his mission to Yahiko and the others, and Liu Dong and his companions chose to remain and listen. After hearing the details, Rin furrowed her brow. It appears that Hanzo's subordinates are targeting Kakashi, likely harboring resentment over his exposure of the truth regarding him and Danzo. Not only that, Nagato added, resting his chin on his hand, Amigakure is facing resource shortages. Hanzo, confident in his strength, has always been a proponent of war. However, Kakashi's return with Uchiha Obito resulted in the reanimation of Senju Hashirama, indirectly facilitating the Five Kage summit. No wonder. It seems Hanzo's animosity towards you runs deep, Toby remarked, resting his hands behind his head. Yet he cannot openly act against you. Otherwise, Amigakure would surely become a target. Indeed, if that happens, internal divisions will arise in Amigakure. There are quite a few supporters of us. He is eager yet powerless, perhaps hoping to sever our ties with Konoha to regain control over Amigakure. Conan speculated, pondering the adversary's tactics. This seems to stem from personal grudges, Toby murmured. These past few days, we've truly been riding on Kakashi's coattails, constantly pursued. Kakashi remained unfazed. If Hanzo were to intervene personally, there might be a chance of success. But sending these men is merely a diversion. By the way, you all must remain vigilant. If anything arises, you must inform us immediately. I will return to assist you. Saying this, he stepped forward, marking each of them with the Flying Thunder God seal. This mark will not fade even in death. Should you find yourselves in danger, you must alert me. He then handed his chakra crystal to the three of them. Shatter it, and I will know you require assistance. Chapter 65. Parents. Liu Dong's display of concern brought tears to the eyes of Conan and the others. While Nagato regretted his earlier suspicion regarding their intentions. "Kakashi, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God from our teacher?" Toby asked in astonishment, as he had never witnessed Minato teaching him. Liu Dong, naturally, refrained from disclosing the involvement of the system, instead responding casually, "I learned by watching. It's quite simple." Toby fell silent, feeling frustrated. Was this the chasm separating him from geniuses? The Flying Thunder God is not something one learns easily. How could he have mastered it simply by observation? He refused to believe that Minato had given Kakashi special instruction. He would also strive to learn it. Sasori, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, "I have made a deal with him. I am temporarily not accepting other missions." Pointing at Liu Dong, he continued, "He brought me to find you, and in return, I will take him to meet his parents. This transaction should not interfere with you." Conan nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Although he is a member of the Akatsuki, we do not restrict his freedom." As he spoke, Mihiko handed Liu Dong a sealing scroll along with a blank ring that had yet to be inscribed. "What is this?" Liu Dong asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as he accepted the items. "Kakashi, you surely haven't forgotten, have you? At Orochimaru's lair, you promised us that you would join the Akatsuki. This contains the Akatsuki's attire, and we haven't inscribed your ring yet," Nagato remarked with a smile. "Without Kakashi, they would not have had the opportunity to return to Amigakure, let alone vie for control of the village against Hanzo of the Salamander. Of course, I haven't forgotten, but I still represent Konohagakure to the outside world. So I'll just wear this ring. Liu Dong tucked the scroll away and adorned his finger with the ring. Rin and Obito could not help but protest. Why does only Kakashi get a ring? Can't we have one too? Mihiko was taken aback. Oh, I didn't expect you both wanted to join the Akatsuki as well. Liu Dong, somewhat helpless, observed Rin and Obito stubbornly clamoring for rings, and ultimately, as they were about to leave, both of them wore rings identical to his. In Konohagakure, Orochimaru was engrossed in his research on space-time ninjutsu when a ninja dog suddenly appeared. Orochimaru, Kakashi has sent a letter for you. Orochimaru set down the test tube in his hand, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. It was indeed rare for this little brat to seek him out. He bent down to retrieve the letter from the dog. Opened it, and out fell a transparent pouch containing 2 strands of hair of different colors. One was dark red, while the other was brown, clearly from 2 distinct individuals. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pondering what Kakashi intended by sending him these hairs devoid of their owners. He glanced at the letter, which also contained a piece of paper inscribed with the words Edo Tensei. A smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips. How intriguing. He wondered what kind of surprise Kakashi would deliver this time. I've delivered the letter, farewell. The dog, sensing Orochimaru's intrigued smile, felt a chill run down its spine and promptly vanished from sight. Just then, Jiraiya entered, asking, "Were you speaking with someone?" Orochimaru chuckled. It was Kakashi's ninja dog. He asked me for a favor. He then made his way toward the base where white zetsu was cultivated, as he was indeed the best material for Edo Tensei. Jiraiya chose not to question him further and simply followed. As he had grown accustomed to trailing Orochimaru closely every day, unable to obstruct his plans, Orochimaru captured 2 white zetsu and promptly inscribed the seal for Edo Tensei on the ground, a technique he had previously witnessed when summoning the first Hokage. Jiraiya observed closely. This time, the seal appeared to be much more refined, suggesting it had undergone modifications. Who are you planning to resurrect with Edo Tensei? Jiraiya inquired, his gaze deepening. Orochimaru replied with a smile. I'm not sure. I suppose I'll only know once they are summoned. After all, I'm merely following the instructions in Kakashi's letter that I need to report this to the Hokage. Do as you wish, Orochimaru shrugged, then clapped his hands against the ground, proclaiming, Edo Tensei. The surrounding dust coalesced around the white zetsu, gradually forming the silhouettes of a man and a woman. The male had dark red hair, while the female sported brown locks. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity as he gazed upon the 2 figures. Had he seen them before? At that moment, both opened their eyes simultaneously, appearing bewildered, and upon seeing the smiling Orochimaru and the contemplative Jiraiya, they instinctively assumed a defensive stance. They instinctively reached for their puppets, only to realize they were in an unfamiliar environment, and their puppets were nowhere to be found. 3 ninjas, Jiraiya. Orochimaru, the red-haired ninja, furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why these 2 figures appeared before him, for he distinctly remembered being slain by Konoha's White Fang. Indeed, they had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang. How are they still alive? The 2 exchanged glances, recognizing the peculiarities in each other, the cracks on their bodies and the absence of scare in their eyes, all indicating they were not in their normal state. Orochimaru clapped his hands, signaling for them to look at him. You 2 bear the forehead protectors of Sunagakure and recognize me in Jiraiya. If I'm not mistaken, your names are Kiryu and Chinaru. Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization. So it's them, the puppet master couple from Sunagakure. I remember they perished at the hands of Hatake Sakuemo. So we have indeed died. Kiryu murmured, glancing at his palm in astonishment. He couldn't believe he could still move after death. Chinaru remarked, I've heard tales of Konoha possessing a technique that can summon those from the afterlife. Could this be that technique? Indeed. I summoned you using Edo Tensei, Orochimaru affirmed. I merely acted on someone else's request. But I want to know their intentions until they return. For now, I must trouble you to stay in my laboratory for a few days. Do not think of leaving. Under the Edo Tensei technique, you are bound to me. Orochimaru maintained his cheerful demeanor as he uttered these rather irksome words. What of the war outside? Chinaru frowned, displeased at being controlled by another. In their memories, the Second Shinobi World War was still raging fiercely. Chapter 66. The warmth of parents. Many years have passed since the Second Shinobi World War concluded, and the position of Kazekage has now reached its 4th generation. Orochimaru, showing surprising patience, began to explain the situation to them. Both Kiryu and Chinaru's eyes widened in astonishment. They could hardly believe they had been summoned after all these years. What is your purpose in summoning us? Do you intend to manipulate us to attack Sunagakure? Chinaru's expression darkened. I merely resurrected you at someone else's behest. As for the reason, I will only know when they return, Orochimaru stated, his emotions remaining neutral as he spoke. However, you need not worry. For now, the shinobi world is at peace, and there is no war, Jiraiya added. Indeed, the war has been over for many years. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Sunagakure is an ally of Konohagakure. We harbor no ill intentions. Although both were filled with numerous questions, they had no choice but to comply with Orochimaru's wishes. Settling into the laboratory, their stay proved to be an eye-opener, especially regarding the peculiar white rubber substance that seemed to be in constant motion. What on earth was that? And they were astonished to discover Orochimaru's experiments with artificial life forms had Konoha's research advanced to such a level. Meanwhile, Scorpion was tirelessly making his way to Konohagakure without rest, leaving Liu Dong and his companions in a state of distress. Though they understood his feelings and silently persevered. Finally, as dawn broke, they arrived at the gates of Konohagakure. Liu Dong placed a hat on Scorpion's head, fabricating a story about returning from vacation with a friend to elude suspicion. Upon entering, Obito remarked, while it's convenient to bring Scorpion in without any hassle, the security in Konohagakure is far too lax. They just let him in like that. Rin also felt this was a significant security concern and contemplated informing Minato-sensei. Liu Dong, however, felt indifferent. After all, back when Uchiha Madara and Kisame Hashigaki brazenly entered Konoha to enjoy dango, they had gone unnoticed by the guards until Kakashi pointed it out. Where is the person you mentioned? Scorpion had little patience for their discussion about Konoha's defenses. Follow me. Liu Dong gestured for him to come along. Scorpion trailed behind them until they reached a building and entered a dimly lit basement, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Orochimaru, are you here? Scorpion called out as soon as they entered. The sheer size of Orochimaru's underground laboratory made it inconvenient to locate anyone. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure materialized behind them. No need to shout. My laboratory is protected by a barrier. I would know if you entered. He then focused his gaze on the red-haired youth among the four, tilting his head as he asked, Ah, this young man's hair is nearly identical to that of the person you asked me to resurrect. Could he be their child? You guessed correctly. Liu Dong nodded. Oh, this is a touching reunion. Let's take him over quickly. Orochimaru chuckled. Very well, red-haired boy. Come with me. Upon hearing the words of this serpent-like man, Scorpion felt as if his heart might leap out of his chest. Only someone from Sunagakure would know that he had inherited his father's hair color. Could this man truly have met his parents? If his parents were truly summoned, would they blame him for leaving Sunagakure? Would they hold him accountable for the death of the third Kazekage? Scorpion found his thoughts in disarray, a sensation he had never experienced before. Just as he was enveloped in anxiety, Orochimaru halted before a door, stating, This is the place. Will you enter alone, or shall I assist you? Scorpion feigned composure and replied, I can manage on my own. Orochimaru chuckled softly, turned, and departed, seeking out Kakashi, who was hesitating at the doorway. However, I am more curious as to why you would aid him. His eyes narrowed slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. He was aware that Konoha's White Fang was the nemesis of Scorpion's parents. How peculiar that this young man would exhibit such kindness. My affairs are not your concern, Liu Dong remarked coolly. Orochimaru chuckled. Do not forget, I am the one facilitating this Edo Tensei. Am I not entitled to inquire? At that moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared behind Orochimaru. Kakashi, I know you are the fourth Hokage student, but that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. That I require an explanation from you before the fourth regarding this matter. Liu Dong nodded. Shall we go now? Thus, under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, the two departed the laboratory. He couldn't help but click his tongue, resolving that should this brat seek his help again, he would absolutely refuse. It was a thankless task indeed. Scorpion stood at the entrance, hesitating, unsure whether to push the door open. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing two towering figures, his father and mother Do. Who are you? Chinaru inquired, gazing at the youth before her, only to cover her mouth in disbelief a moment later. Why, you are Scorpion. Beside her, Flame stood frozen, unable to fathom the sight before him upon noticing the boy's hair color. Tears welled in Chinaru's eyes as she knelt before Scorpion, caressing his face. My child, have you grown so much? Let me see. Scorpion beheld the familiar visage he had seen countless times. Yet, this time, it was not a cold, lifeless puppet, but rather his parents, alive and capable of speech. He felt moisture pooling in his eyes and, in an unexpected gesture, reached out, realizing he was indeed crying. Chinaru and Flame, noticing their child's hands had transformed into puppet-like appendages, were instantly enraged. Who did this to your arms? Scorpion stared blankly at his parents grasping his hands, momentarily unable to process. Yet a smile of happiness spread across his face. Witnessing their child in such a state, Shinaru and Flame could not restrain their emotions, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Although the Edo Tensei bodies lacked human warmth, Scorpion genuinely felt the warmth of his parents. Hesitantly, he raised his arms to return the embrace, using his puppet hands to gently stroke their backs. This is my own modification. No one can harm me. Upon hearing this, they released him and wiped their tears, exchanging glances that conveyed regret and guilt. During their absence, how had Scorpion endured? That he had altered his own arms into puppets was unfathomable. What could have transpired? As parents, their hearts ached. Chapter 67. The student has grown and can no longer be controlled. Flame and Shinaru did not rush. Rather, they soothed Scorpion's emotions after he cried himself to sleep. They exchanged glances and quietly decided to leave. However, Shinaru noticed Scorpion's hand clutching hers tightly, refusing to let go, which deepened her sorrow. After exchanging a knowing look, Flame quietly slipped out of the room. Casting a loving glance back at his wife and son, Flame arrived alone at Orochimaru's reception room and politely knocked on the door. Come in. Receiving permission, Flame entered to find Orochimaru sipping tea with a smile. Another cup of tea set before him. Clearly anticipating Flame's arrival, that he did not hesitate, but walked straight to the opposite seat and sat down. That I wish to know what transpired with my son and Sunagakure that led to this transformation. Flame's anxiety was palpable as he rubbed his hands together. Orochimaru chuckled. Though Konoha and Sunagakure are allies, I am unaware of the finer details. I can only share what I know. Very well. What must I offer in exchange? Flame replied readily. My wife and I seek freedom, he stated plainly. Flame understood that to uncover the truth about his child's plight, he would need to return to Sunagakure. Yet he was aware that he was at the mercy of this individual. And to gain freedom, a price must be paid. Orochimaru blew gently across his tea, removing the tea leaves. Konoha would not permit the Edo Tensei to roam freely, but with a rogue ninja from Sunagakure present. Konoha would initiate discussions, and Sunagakure would naturally come to Konoha for a visit. You need not worry about that. Flame, upon hearing this, realized that although he could not leave Konoha, there was a means to meet with Sunagakure's people, which was a relief. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly grasped a crucial detail, his expression darkening. Did you say rogue ninja? Both he and his wife had perished in the Second Great Ninja War. Thus, it could not refer to them, leaving only Scorpion. As you surmised, this child has defected from Sunagakure and is now classified as a rogue ninja, a target of the 5 great nations, according to recent intel. He has joined an organization called Akatsuki. Orochimaru recounted, sharing all the information he possessed, including the current situation in Sunagakure. After digesting this information, Flame felt a swell of guilt. Had they not perished on the battlefield, Scorpion would not have become this way. He could not help but shut his eyes in anguish, exhaling a deep sigh, and then gazed at Orochimaru with gratitude. That I never anticipated hearing such revelations from you, esteemed one. That my heartfelt thanks. Were it not for Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, he and his wife would never have had the chance to reunite with their son, nor would they have known the path he would tread. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward that boy named Hitaki Kakashi. Were it not for his request, I would not have aided you. Orochimaru smiled wryly, preparing to leave. Flame was momentarily taken aback by the surname. Abruptly rising, Hitaki? Could he be the child of Konoha's White Fang? Orochimaru departed without a backward glance, leaving only his silhouette and words behind. Indeed, the Hitaki lineage consists solely of this branch. Left alone in the reception room, Flame's thoughts swirled. He had not anticipated that the orchestrator of this incident would be the very one who had slain them. Was this their son's way of seeking atonement? Was it to grant them the opportunity to meet Scorpion once more? Regardless, he felt compelled to thank the child of Konoha's White Fang for this invaluable chance. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Liu Dong unexpectedly sneezed at tea that moment. Minato had just finished listening to Jiraiya's report on the recent events. Leaning on the desk with his elbows crossed, he rested his chin on his hands, feeling neither astonished nor surprised. It was rather within his expectations. He observed his student, who appeared indifferent, seemingly unaware of the significance of bringing a rogue S-rank ninja from another village into their midst. Minato ruffled his hair and remarked, in that case, Let us dispatch more Umbu to keep a close watch on them. As long as they do not act against Konoha, they may move freely within our jurisdiction. Jiraiya, not one to be cold-hearted, understood that this would complicate his surveillance efforts, yet he could not bear to confine them in Orochimaru's presence. After all, not everyone could endure Orochimaru's peculiar tastes. Furthermore, these were merely misguided children. Still young, it was best to expose them to some light. He sighed and nodded. I will head to the Umbu to count numbers and arrange this immediately. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied with a smile. Watching as his teacher exited the Hokage's office, that moment, only the two of them remained in the office. Kakashi stifled a yawn, saying, Minato-sensei, may I return to catch up on some sleep? The journey was exhausting. Minato felt a mix of exasperation and fondness for his student, nodding indulgently. Very well, but remember to return to the Hokage's office to clarify this matter once you've rested. Understood. As soon as Liu Dong's words fell, he vanished from the office. Minato found himself somewhat deflated as he slumped over the desk. The older his students grew, the more independent they became, and he truly found it increasingly difficult to keep them in line. This time, a rogue ninja from the Sand Village has returned to the village, leaving one to wonder what may transpire next. That he yearns for Kushina, longs for Naruto, yet it is currently working hours. And he cannot afford to leave. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face a scolding from Kushina. Minato Namikaze swiftly adjusted his mindset, immersing himself once more in the role of the fourth Hokage, and resumed the handling of administrative affairs. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had assembled a sufficient number of Umbu members to keep a vigilant watch on the movements of the scorpion from the red sand, requiring daily reports, prioritizing significant events to be communicated directly to the Hokage. On the other hand, Chiyo had learned everything from the flames, her heart heavy with sorrow as she gently caressed her child's crimson hair, the two embracing tightly, overwhelmed by their tears. Suddenly, Orochimaru pushed the door open, shattering the somber atmosphere, causing them to turn away and hastily wipe their eyes. Jiraiya is looking for you. There is an order from the Hokage that requires your attention, he stated bluntly, showing no regard for the emotional moment before departing. At that moment, Scorpion awoke to the noise, and upon seeing his parents about to leave him, he sprang from the bed, utilizing his ninja skills to grasp their arms firmly. Chapter 68. Reflections in the Mirror. Where are you going? Scorpion inquired, his eyes betraying a deep yearning, coupled with a fleeting shadow of unease that startled his parents, though both were in a state of impure resurrection and could not feel pain. The firmness of his grip on their wrists indicated considerable strength. They had not heard him rise, and in an instant, he had seized them both. Flames and Chiyo exchanged a glance, gaining a profound understanding of their child's abilities. Some ninjas from Konoha require our assistance. Do you wish to accompany us? Chiyo gently asked, gazing into Scorpion's eyes. Upon hearing this, the anxiety in Scorpion's gaze began to dissipate, returning to his usual demeanor. Yes, he replied, taking his parents' hands and proceeding together. Once again, they found themselves in the meeting room, where Jiraiya sat on one side of the sofa. Upon witnessing the family of three enter, a look of contentment crossed his face. Reminiscent of the Minato family and the child he had named, Lord Jiraiya, Flames and Chiyo greeted him respectfully with a bow, yet Scorpion had no such intentions, pulling his parents directly to the sofa and seating himself in the middle. The parents exchanged apologetic glances with Jiraiya, acquiescing to their child's desires as they each took a seat beside him. Jiraiya crossed his arms and cleared his throat, stating, I believe you are aware that the Scorpion of the Red Sand is a wanted criminal in the 5 great nations, thus posing a threat to Konoha. Instantly, worry etched across their faces. But Scorpion is just a child, Jiraiya interrupted them. You must understand, now that he has become a rogue ninja, he cannot be viewed through ordinary standards. Of course, I empathize with your feelings as parents that we do not intend to imprison him. You can rest assured on that front. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Flames and Chiyo exhaled in relief. We are immensely grateful for Konoha's understanding. Jiraiya's gaze naturally fell upon Scorpion, who appeared even more childlike than the previous day, yet still bore an expression of detachment. Konoha will monitor the Scorpion of the Red Sand from the shadows. As long as you do not engage in actions that threaten Konoha, you shall enjoy your freedom here. Jiraiya's eyes shifted back to Flames and Chiyo as he relayed the Hokage's decision. I will arrange accommodations for you in a standard room for middle-ranked ninjas of Konoha. Regarding daily meals, his gaze returned to Scorpion. You are in a state of impure resurrection, and for Scorpion, we will also provide the standard meals, delivered by a designated individual. If there is anything specific you wish to eat, do let me know, and I will make arrangements. This treatment left Flames and Shio astounded. Although they had heard about the alliance between Konoha and the Sand Village, they had not anticipated such favorable conditions. They were relieved not to be imprisoned and astonished that their meals would be arranged. Their loyalty to the Sand Village wavered slightly. "Thank you so much. We are truly grateful," Flames expressed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Yet he understood that mere words could not convey their appreciation, and perhaps they would never fully repay this kindness before their departure. Shio suddenly spoke. "Lord Jiraiya, may I inquire if I could meet the ninja who afforded us the opportunity to reunite with our child, Scorpion?" Upon hearing Shio's request, Jiraiya paused, hesitating, since that child was willing to overlook past grievances to allow us to reunite with Scorpion. He must be a kind-hearted individual. We have already departed from this world, and it would be better to end some resentments here. Flame supported his wife, expressing his desire to meet the child of the White Fang of Konoha. "Very well, I will convey your request, but whether you meet him depends on his willingness," Jiraiya replied, rubbing the back of his neck. "Moreover, you are free to move about Konoha without restrictions. You may even encounter him on the streets. That child inherited Shikamaru's striking white hair. You will undoubtedly recognize him if you cross paths." Jiraiya could not help but admire Kakashi, recalling how he had inherited Shikamaru's talents, enduring numerous trials without being crushed, instead shielding future generations to that moment. Even Scorpion, who had remained silent, spoke up. "Kakashi, I cannot see through him. He remains composed, unaffected by emotion." Flames and Shio, noting Scorpion's assessment, grew increasingly curious about the nature of that child. With matters settled, Jiraiya led them out of Orochimaru's laboratory, allowing them to bask in the sunlight once more. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, they could not help but feel envious upon witnessing the bustling, vibrant streets. This was far superior to the Sand Village, which relied on trade with foreign nations, constantly besieged by wind and sand, with few street vendors, as no one would dine in such conditions. Jiraiya arranged their accommodations and briefly explained the usage of modern amenities before taking his leave. Liu Dong's slumber extended to the following morning, rousing him with a yawn as he rose from bed. "After all this time spent on your physical transformation, how can you still be so weak?" Yao Ao's scornful voice echoed. Liu Dong retorted, "I too wish to know if the data you extracted has benefited me. Why do I feel even sleepier than before? Of course it has. Otherwise, what use would a system like mine be if I did not provide you with data?" Liu Dong brushed his teeth while bickering with Yao Yao. Though he indeed sensed a change in his physical strength, his body now comparable to that of Might Guy under normal circumstances, yet the persistent drowsiness baffled him. Logically, as his body strengthened, his energy should have surged, leaving him feeling less fatigued. What a useless system. Were it not for me, you wouldn't even be alive, and you dare to speak to me like that. Yao Yao's voice suddenly transformed, eerily whispering in his ear. Liu Dong spat out the toothpaste, glancing into the mirror, startled enough to step back. Seeing his reaction, Yao Yao assumed he was frightened by her ghostly antics and burst into laughter, showing him no mercy. Meanwhile, Liu Dong remained unfazed by her taunts, staring blankly at the mirror. Recalling the fleeting image he had just glimpsed, he rubbed his eyes, ensuring he had not misjudged. Chapter 69. Orochimaru's hidden agenda. Is this real? Is this real? Is this real? Have I truly been so frightened as to lose my wits? Yao Yao's mocking voice echoed incessantly in his ears that it took Liu Dong a while to gather his thoughts. Rinsing his mouth and splashing water on his face, and no matter how much Yao Yao teased him, he could not shake the memory of that fleeting silhouette of a girl in the mirror. Yet that image brought him more fright than anything else, for the girl bore cascading white hair and a pair of emotionless white eyes, reminiscent of Kagaya Otsutsuki. He rubbed his temples, pondering whether his previous thoughts of seeking Kagaya's relics had led to such hallucinations. Liu Dong exhaled deeply, burying that doubt deep within. After freshening up and having breakfast, he made his way to the Hokage's office, as he had promised Minato Namikaze the day before, knocking on the door. "Enter." Minato looked up, his expression brightening upon seeing Kakashi at the door. "Kakashi, it brings me joy to see you finally understanding the importance of knocking. Now then, you should explain the situation to me in detail." Boifeng Shuimin set aside his pen, adopting a solemn demeanor. Liu Dong, undeterred, recounted the events that had transpired during their journey, causing Boifeng Shuimin's expression to shift dramatically as he listened intently from behind the Hokage desk. I never anticipated that your vacation would be fraught with so many incidents, including the involvement of the Rain Village. This truly is unexpected. His initial words were laced with a gentler tone, exuding concern for his students, but swiftly transitioned to a chilling coldness, his gaze sharpening with intensity. If the matter regarding the Nine Tails indeed stems from Rain Village, I would not hesitate to act as a covert support for Akatsuki. A plan began to take shape in his mind, as he contemplated the nature of Hanzo of the Salamander. That a man brimming with confidence, possessing genuine strength, could hardly be content with peace, should he find a weakness. The leadership of the Rain Village would need immediate alteration. Kakashi stood before him, observing the transformation in Shuemin's expression, and thought to himself, it seems Buffing Shuemin is not as innocent as he appears. Yet, it was only natural. If Buffing Shuemin lacked any cunning, how could he have secured the position of the fourth Hokage solely based on his reputation? He had sensed this when Shuemin had decisively addressed the lingering issues from the second Hokage's tenure upon taking office. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Liu Dong stated, having conveyed all he needed to say and no longer wishing to linger. Wait a moment, Buffing Shuemin replied with a smile. Since you have been the one managing this matter, I shall entrust you with the negotiations with Tsunade. As he spoke, he extracted a telegram from a stack of documents and handed it to Liu Dong. As one of the most technologically advanced ninja villages, Konoha had provided ample support to its allies, and the telegram greatly facilitated communication between the two villages. Liu Dong accepted it, reading that Tsunade was already aware of the situation and would send a representative to negotiate with Konoha, hoping for the safe repatriation of Sasori. Understood, Liu Dong affirmed, recalling that the envoy from Tsunade would likely be Chiyo. He wondered what expressions would grace their faces upon encountering the likes of Akatsuki and Chiyo. It was bound to be quite a spectacle. Hey, Sasori, are you there? Obito knocked on the door with unceremonious fervor, worried that Sasori might not have heard him. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Chiyo, who looked at the Konoha ninja before her with a hint of confusion. And you are? Is this not the residence of Sasori of the Red Sand? I inquired with teacher Shuemin, and he mentioned he would be here, Uchiha Obito said, equally perplexed. Sasori indeed resides here. I am his mother. Do you have business with him? Chiyo replied with a gentle smile. My apologies, I failed to recognize you at first, Obito said, noting the markings of the Edo Tensei upon her form, which clarified the situation. Just then, Sasori appeared from behind Chiyo, inquiring, what is it? Obito scratched his cheek awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. Today, Rin is on duty at the hospital, and Kakashi mentioned he would be heading out early to meet the delegation from Tsunade. So I thought to invite you along to explore Konoha together. Chiyo's eyes lit up with delight. They had been concerned that Sasori, who was so attached to them, might lack friends. After all, as beings resurrected through Edo Tensei, they were destined to depart one day, and if Sasori could redirect some of his attachment towards friendships, it would bring them peace of mind. Your friend has come to take you out. You should hurry along, Chiyo urged, gently pushing Sasori forward. Sasori regarded Obito with a cold stare, stating, he is not my friend. Oh dear, Sasori, how can you say that? If you continue this way, mother might get upset. Chiyo feigned anger, ignoring him. Sasori found himself at a loss, stammering, Mother, do you want me to leave? With that, he sank into despair, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice choked with sobs, observing the once emotionless figure, who had even transformed himself into a puppet. Now shedding tears, Obito felt a chill run down his spine. No, how could that be? Chiyo, undeterred by her son's emotional display, knelt down to comfort him. I will always love you. She refrained from making absolute promises, knowing that departure was merely a matter of time. That a wave of sorrow washed over her as she realized she had yet to learn how to be a competent mother before leaving this world, leaving her child alone. Now that she had returned, she was uncertain how much time they could share or how to mend Sasori's emotional struggles. She felt like a failure as a mother. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya and Orochimaru observed from the shadows. One was monitoring while the other was studying. Orochimaru, what are you contemplating? Even if Kakashi entrusted you with this task, you are not one to be easily swayed. What do you hope to gain from them? Jiraiya inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Orochimaru, who was rarely seen outside his laboratory. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Jiraiya was unaware of his connection with the young boy, and thus could not comprehend his motivations. However, he had to admit that he, too, harbored personal interests. The loneliness of a child who had lost their parents, coupled with the parents who, after many years of death, discovered their child had become this way. What a fascinating subject for observation. Chapter 70. What is art? Huh? Jiraiya questioned, taken aback by Orochimaru's musings. Since when did you become interested in the emotions between people? Orochimaru smirked. I have never cared for trivial emotions, but I am quite intrigued by the notion of parenthood. Jiraiya's eyes widened at this revelation. Are you suggesting that you truly plan to create an artificial life form? Having spent countless hours in Orochimaru's lab, he was well aware that aside from space-time ninjutsu, Orochimaru dedicated most of his time to research on artificial life forms and genetic engineering. Why shouldn't I? Orochimaru replied, regarding Jiraiya as though his reaction were absurd. Advancements in technology are inevitable, are they not? Moreover, this technology could potentially assist many couples struggling with infertility in having their own children. Jiraiya fell silent. From that perspective, it was indeed a commendable endeavor. However, he couldn't help but ask, if you were to have a child, would you be their father or mother? Why can't I be both? Orochimaru responded with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving Jiraiya covering his face in disbelief. Unwilling to accept that his friend was such an eccentric, perhaps I could assist you in creating a child with Tsunade, Orochimaru jested, surprisingly in good spirits. Jiraiya immediately shook his head fervently. No. No. Orochimaru, you were trying to trick me. Orochimaru, observing Jiraiya's swift rebuttal, crossed his arms and scrutinized him. So, when do you plan to pursue Tsunade again? She was with Dan in the past, but he has been gone for ages. Aren't you going to make your move? As he spoke, his eyes glinted with an inscrutable light. He had long learned of Jiraiya's future from the young Kakashi. Who would have thought that the perpetually unlucky Tsunade would find fortune in Jiraiya? Jiraiya felt disheartened by Orochimaru's probing into his romantic life. Tsunade still harbors feelings for him. I do not wish to force anything. Oh, so you intend to wait until the day you pass away in a foreign land, allowing Tsunade to weep for you? Orochimaru remarked bluntly. Jiraiya grimaced, puzzled as to why Orochimaru was fixated on this topic. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Besides, you are single as well. Why lecture me? I have married my research lab. A child will soon be born. Orochimaru retorted with a cold laugh, seemingly unperturbed. Jiraiya was rendered speechless. He understood that given Orochimaru's obsession with his research, it was unlikely anyone could truly be with him. Only that young student named Kurenai seemed to care for him, unconcerned with the opinions of others. Reflecting on his own students, Jiraiya's gaze deepened as he turned to Orochimaru. The latter clicked his tongue. Why are you looking at me like that? If you have questions, just ask. Is it because of the death of Senju Rope Tree that Jiraiya was reminded of Akane? Thus recalling the time when he had once apprenticed under Orochimaru, the very same Senju Rope Tree. At that moment, Orochimaru had poured his heart and soul into teaching that child. Orochimaru paused, a nostalgic glint in his eyes, and softly remarked, perhaps he himself could not clearly recall. It might have been when his parents perished in the war, or perhaps when Senju Rope Tree and Cat Dan met their untimely ends. Yet, he felt a profound gratitude towards the impish Kakashi, or rather, that soul from another world, for illuminating his future and sparing him from many detours. While they engaged in their conversation, Obito had successfully persuaded Scorpion to explore Konoha. Jiraiya ceased his dialogue with Orochimaru and shifted his position to monitor the Akatsuki member, while Orochimaru remained in place, continuing to observe Na and the recently returned flame. Over there lies the laboratory you previously visited. We generally prefer not to venture into Orochimaru's lab, opting instead to communicate through Lord Jiraiya when necessary. Ah, and over there is the Hokage Tower. Is it not impressive? By the way, there is a sushi restaurant nearby, which was endorsed by both the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. How about I treat you to lunch there? While the bento may be decent, it pales in comparison to the street-side eateries. Obito placed a hand on Scorpion's arm, guiding him as they walked and incessantly introducing him to the surroundings, though it was uncertain how much of it he absorbed. That moment, a distinctive building caught Scorpion's attention, and he pointed, asking, "What is that?" "Ah, that is the art museum, filled with numerous artworks, sculptures, paintings, utterly mundane," Obito replied, scrunching his nose in disdain. However, he couldn't help but notice the curiosity and eagerness in Scorpion's eyes, prompting him to suggest, "Would you like to take a look? It's free." Scorpion finally exhibited some reaction, appearing more human, expressing his desire to go. Obito sighed. "All right, since you're interested, let us go." Thus, they lingered there for the entire day. with Obito even purchasing lunch to bring back, perplexed by the notion of dining in an art museum. Truly, art is eternal. Scorpion gazed intently at the artworks, reaching out to touch a sculpture at that moment. A staff member swiftly intervened, stating, "The artworks here must not be touched. They are for viewing only." "Apologies, I was merely captivated." Scorpion retracted his hand, expressing regret for his impulsiveness. Meanwhile, Obito stood in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Did Scorpion truly understand the concept of an apology? The staff member had been observing the red-haired youth for some time. In fact, he was not only an employee, but also the creator of most sculptures in the museum. Witnessing Scorpion's deep admiration stirred a sense of resonance within him, contrasting starkly with his boisterous companion, who completely failed to grasp the essence of art. Thus, a discussion ensued between them, leaving Obito bewildered. Ultimately relegated to the role of a mere observer. On the other hand, Liu Dong encountered the envoy from Sunagakure. Upon catching sight of the conspicuous white hair, Chiyo's pupils constricted. Liu Dong remained unfazed, for he had come to quell animosity. "Hatake Kakashi, the Hokage has sent me to liaise with the Sunagakure envoy that I will be responsible for arranging your accommodations and meetings in Konoha." Upon hearing this name, Chiyo's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Confronted by Chiyo's piercing gaze, Liu Dong remained remarkably composed. "Lady Chiyo of Sunagakure, I come representing the Hokage if you wish to obliterate the peace between our villages. You may proceed. However, I believe such an act would not be in Sunagakure's best interest, especially given that your village's third Kazekage is missing, funds are dwindling, and even the tailed beasts must be sealed within a newly born child." Liu Dong's words left Chiyo momentarily speechless, her expression darkening. Is this Konoha's stance, claiming to be allies while secretly prying into Sunagakure's secrets? No, you misunderstand. This is merely my intelligence network, unrelated to Konoha. Liu Dong shrugged. "I am merely reminding you not to let hatred cloud your judgment." With that, he moved to the forefront of the group, ceasing any further dialogue with Sunagakure's representatives, determined to lead them to Konoha as swiftly as possible. Although Chiyo was seething with rage, she could not act. Any rash move would escalate into a diplomatic crisis between the two nations. Though difficult to articulate, Sunagakure's situation was dire. Otherwise, they would not have recklessly sought alliances with other nations. Sitting in the carriage, Chiyo's anxiety grew as she sensed Scorpion's chakra, only to be astonished to detect two other familiar chakras nearby. But how could this be? Flame and Na had perished in the Second Shinobi World War. How could they possibly be here? I must see the Hokage at once. Chiyo could no longer wait. She needed to see that child, Scorpion. Liu Dong was not surprised by her demand, gesturing for her to follow as he led the way to the Hokage's office, summoning Scorpion to join them. Taking a deep breath at the door to the Hokage's meeting room, Chiyo pushed the door open. She beheld the kind-hearted ninja with yellow hair, yet she understood that surviving on the battlefield and being known as the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, was far from the benevolent facade he presented. "Fourth Hokage, greetings. I am Chiyo, the wife of the first Kazekage. I have since retired from the forefront of Sunagakure, but this matter concerns my grandson. Hence my personal visit." Chiyo articulated her identity and purpose with poise, adding, "Our fourth Kazekage is preoccupied and cannot attend. I hope for your understanding. Since you are a predecessor, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, have a seat." Namikaze Minato responded, rising upon her arrival and immediately smiling politely upon hearing her introduction. Just as Chiyo settled into her seat, Liu Dong spoke up. "Teacher Minato, if there are no further matters, I would like to excuse myself. No, your presence is still required for this discussion." "Kakashi," Minato gently declined. This matter was initiated by this young man, and it would not be so easy for him to shirk responsibility now. Chiyo hesitated, her expression flickering, before finally asking, "Fourth Hokage, you are aware of our grievances. Why send this boy as Konoha's envoy?" Minato's smile was disarming, making it hard to feel anger. "Firstly, this matter is closely tied to this child. Had it not been for him, Scorpion would not have appeared in Konoha. He must take responsibility for his actions. Furthermore, Kakashi is my most trusted student, and given the significance of this affair to both nations, I see no issue in sending him." Chiyo felt a twinge of shame at Minato's formal response. She had allowed her personal emotions to seep into the relations between their villages, lacking even the awareness of such a young individual. Having wasted her years, just then, a knock sounded at the meeting room door. "Hokage-sama." Scorpion has arrived. Chiyo's gaze had already pierced through the reporting ninja and was fixed upon the three individuals behind him. Just as she had sensed, not only was Scorpion present, but so too were Flame and Seichna. She abruptly stood, colliding with her chair, the overwhelming shock rendering her oblivious to decorum. The once frail Chiyo suddenly dashed forward. Minato waved his hand, signaling for the others to leave. The guards accompanying Chiyo were equally astonished. Lord Flame, Lord Chna. You were supposed to be dead. Chiyo, seeing the two children she had long missed, turned her gaze to Scorpion, her eyes brimming with emotion. She could not help but ask, what on earth is happening? Hokage-sama, why do my deceased children and their beloved appear here? And those eyes, clearly, they do not belong to the living. The impure world reincarnation technique. Before Minato could explain, Scorpion interjected, this was a transaction between me and Kakashi. I took him to meet the leader of Akatsuki, and he promised to let me see my parents. And thus, you were brought to Konoha. Chiyo found herself at a loss, as she had not anticipated that Scorpion's yearning for parental connection had reached such an extent, while it was indeed a reality at present. It seemed a deception until others fulfilled their promises. She had heard whispers of the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, allegedly invented by the second Hokage of Konohagakure, and was astonished that it was still in use within the village. Taking a deep breath, she remarked, while I am genuinely grateful for Konoha's assistance, I must insist on bringing Scorpion back to Sunagakure. After all, he does not belong to Konoha. We share the same sentiment. Hence we can discuss the particulars of extradition, for we have also facilitated the return of a rogue ninja to Sunagakure. Minato Namikaze stated with a smile, laying the terms upon the table. Sunagakure may owe Konoha a favor, but we cannot accept a ransom policy, Chiyo exclaimed, her heart sinking at the sight of the ransom for Scorpion. She was acutely aware of Sunagakure's financial situation. If they were to pay this sum, they would be facing dire straits the following year. At that moment, Kakashi's gaze fell upon the two individuals, Rain and Shinaru, who had been fixated on him since their entrance. Chapter 72. Successful negotiations. Are you the descendant of Konoha's White Fang? Shinaru stepped forward, scrutinizing the boy closely before breaking into a smile. Thank you. It is thanks to you that Rain and I have the opportunity to reunite with Scorpion. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Liu Dong was taken aback by their willingness to engage him, but responded nonchalantly, it is merely a transaction. There is no need to overstate it, especially considering that Sunagakure and Konoha are allies. Regardless, we must extend our gratitude to you, Rain added, also approaching Liu Dong to express her thanks. However, we are astonished that you are willing to assist us. After all, our impression has always been that Konoha and Sunagakure are adversaries. She remarked, her expression shifting to one of sharp scrutiny. Ninjas who have endured the era of war often harbor a sense of skepticism, as survival demands it. This was inevitable. Even Liu Dong had initially felt the same. Yet his soul was more shaped by the peace of his previous life. In times of tranquility, people are not burdened by the struggle for existence, and thus are inclined to perform acts of kindness. An understanding elusive to those who have never experienced true peace. Leaning against the wall, Liu Dong maintained a detached demeanor, observing Minato and Chiyo as they engaged in heated discussions regarding the extradition. War has never produced victors. It only leaves behind scars. I harbor no animosity towards any faction or ninja. Rain and Shinaru regarded the youth before them, taken aback by the profound statements spoken in the most unassuming manner. The reason some harbor resentment is due to the need for emotional anchors. Devoid of hatred, I possess no grievances. Is there any need for a reason to extend a helping hand? Upon hearing these words, Rain and Shinaru were instantly humbled, finding themselves in awe of this ninja younger than themselves. It seems you have endured much, Shinaru said, her eyes softening. She no longer viewed him as the enemy child of Konoha's White Fang, but rather as a new generation ninja born from the adversities of war. Astonished that they were being lectured by a child. But you are correct. This is all the fault of war. In truth, Sunagakure and Konoha bear no deep-seated hatred towards one another. Shinaru reflected, realizing that their enmity had only arisen with the onset of conflict. I hope this cycle of hatred can finally come to an end and cease its spread. Rain glanced at Scorpion, then at Liu Dong, sighing in contemplation. At this juncture, Minato and Chiyo had finalized the terms. The ransom for Scorpion would be payable in installments, during which Konoha would assist Sunagakure in its development, thereby reaping a portion of the profits, and any assistance provided by Sunagakure during allied actions would also be deducted from the costs. Chiyo could hardly believe how difficult the fourth Hokage was to negotiate with. Despite her reluctance, she felt a sense of relief that Konoha was filled with exceptional talent, which could only benefit Sunagakure. Moreover, she had just secured a major infrastructure project that would significantly elevate the living standards back in Sunagakure. Likewise, I have learned much from you, Chiyo-senpai, Minato replied graciously. I will send you suitable candidates for this project later. You can review them and address any issues promptly. Chiyo pondered for a moment before her gaze fell upon Liu Dong, a smirk forming as she declared, I want that brat from the Hitaki clan to oversee this project. Minato smiled slightly, responding, very well. I shall appoint Kakashi as the primary leader of this initiative. The others were taken aback, surprised by the ease with which he acquiesced. Minato was well aware of the underlying intentions. Given the long-standing grievances between their families, should any complications arise with the project, they would certainly seize the opportunity to demand compensation from Konoha, seeking to recover their losses from the ransom paid for Scorpion. Yet, Minato had unwavering confidence in Kakashi. If anyone could outsmart him, they likely had not yet been born. Thus, he held no concerns regarding potential issues, while Sunagakure's intentions were questionable. They were not foolish enough to sabotage a civil project, as that would ultimately lead to their own detriment. With matters settled, Minato swiftly organized the next steps, instructing Orochimaru to accompany Kakashi and oversee the project's advancement. Although Orochimaru expressed dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to comply, recognizing Minato's authority as Hokage. However, upon considering that he would be working alongside Kakashi, he was somewhat appeased and agreed, albeit only after securing 3 times the research funding. Of course, in the end, Minato only approved double the funding, a fact Orochimaru would discover upon his return. Meanwhile, the situation in the Rain Village could not be neglected. With Orochimaru and Kakashi on a mission, Jiraiya found himself with free time and was dispatched to investigate the Rain Village, seeking to establish contact with the Akatsuki organization to see how Konoha could assist. Tsunade was equally busy, having just reached an agreement with the Hidden Cloud Village regarding medical ninjutsu exchanges. Leaving the village at last, it was over. Minato pushed the stack of documents aside, clocking out precisely on time, and returned home to find Kushina feeding Naruto with a bottle. His heart swelled with tenderness as he approached and caressed Naruto's cheek. Naruto, did you think of your father today? Upon seeing Minato, Naruto beamed brightly. Papa, Minato, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Kushina, did you hear that? Naruto just called me Papa. Kushina's face lit up with joy. I heard it. I heard it, but first, put Naruto down. He hasn't finished his milk yet? Oh, Minato, caught up in the moment, lifted Naruto and spun around, only to realize he had perhaps overstepped the tier age. I should be setting a better example for Naruto. Kushina took Naruto from him, replacing the bottle, and shot him a playful glare. Minato, unperturbed, grinned. Perhaps Naruto simply prefers a father like me. Once Naruto finished his milk, they returned to the dining table, where a meal had already been prepared. Kushina, you've worked hard today. You too. I heard the negotiations with Sunagakure were quite challenging, but you managed to pull it off. Truly remarkable. Fourth Hokage. At a time like this, shouldn't you say, truly remarkable, my husband? Minato replied, slightly displeased. Chapter 73. Secret deal. 5 days later, Liu Dong surveyed the swirling sands before him, his hair still caked with dirt despite having washed it. He momentarily considered whether he should change his hairstyle, as this one was ill-suited for the sandy winds. Such was the geography of Sunagakure, though he knew it would improve significantly once they entered the village. Maki, noticing the Konoha members' discomfort, offered explanations as they quickly approached Sunagakure, which matched Liu Dong's expectations. Typical, utilitarian architecture. Upon their arrival, the fourth Kazekage greeted them at the village entrance. This displayed the strength among ninja villages, at least when Sunagakure arrived. Minato did not personally welcome them. Welcome, envoys from Konoha, the fourth Kazekage, appearing quite youthful, unlike the weathered visage remembered by Gaara, invited them. Please, take a moment to rest. I shall host a banquet in your honor this evening to as the commander of this exchange project. Liu Dong nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. The fourth Kazekage found himself in an awkward predicament. His earlier comments had been directed towards one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, but to his surprise, it was a reserved and reticent youth who responded. He could not help but furrow his brow. While it was true that Sunagakure was indeed weaker than Konohagakure, rendering the latter's stance justifiable, it was still unacceptable to belittle Sunagakure in such a manner. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Chiyo intervened, signaling him with her eyes to refrain from acting rashly, compelling him to suppress his indignation at that moment. Orochimaru unexpectedly spoke up. "Kakuto, I wish to explore a bit, if that is permissible." "Certainly," replied Yudo with a nod, feeling quite reassured by Orochimaru's request. Orochimaru particularly appreciated this aspect of the white-haired boy's demeanor, his trust. It allowed him to act without unnecessary restraint. Yudo was indeed confident. He understood Orochimaru well enough that, since the latter had been persuaded to return, he would not revert to his previous ways. There was no need for constant vigilance if you need anything. "Just let me know that I shall take my leave now," Orochimaru remarked with a chuckle, stepping away first. The fourth Kazekage, Sarutobi, observed that even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, required the permission of this white-haired youth to depart, indicating that this boy's status was far from ordinary. He must be the overall leader for this endeavor. Fortunately, he had been restrained by Chiyo earlier, or else it would have been quite embarrassing. Sarutobi instructed Maki and the others to arrange accommodations for the emissaries from Konohagakure, while he and Chiyo proceeded to the conference room, where many high-ranking officials from Sunagakure awaited the outcome of this matter. Upon witnessing the animated and articulate figures of Kiryu and Shinaru, they could not help but gasp in astonishment, even though they had received reports indicating that the two had been reincarnated through the Edo Tensei. Seeing them in person was still hard to believe. Chiyo approached the seat beside the Kazekage, placing her hands on the table, her expression grave as she declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to address regarding the third Kazekage." The expressions of Kiryu and Shinaru, who followed Chiyo, darkened as they recalled the puppet adorned in the robes of the third Kazekage that they had discovered within Sasori's scroll. It was a struggle for them to maintain composure. They remembered the hardships Sasori had endured in Sunagakure, but never anticipated that he would go so far as to slay the third Hokage. When Chiyo revealed this painful truth, she herself closed her eyes in anguish. Regretting her failure to show more concern for the young boy, Sasori, this revelation struck like a bomb in a tranquil pond, sending ripples of chaos throughout the conference room. "Silence," the fourth Kazekage, Sarutobi, interjected. "Regardless, Sasori remains an invaluable asset to Sunagakure. We cannot afford to abandon such a resource." The high-ranking officials of Sunagakure, known for their opportunistic tendencies, fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. But he killed the third Kazekage. If not for that, Sunagakure would not be in such dire straits. Came an objection. Had the third Kazekage not vanished suddenly, Sunagakure would not have lost its backbone, leading to our current predicament, another added. Kiryu and Shinaru exchanged glances before stating, "We will keep a close watch on that boy. You need not worry." Their previous status as high-ranking officials lent weight to their words, although their current deceased state made it difficult for others to accept their counsel. "The deceased should not interfere excessively in the affairs of the living," remarked one individual coldly, offering no quarter. After a lengthy silence, Chiyo spoke with conviction. "I guarantee, in my own name, that the boy will never commit such an act again. Should it occur, I am willing to exchange my life for his." Hearing Chiyo's declaration, Kara's eyes widened in shock. "You old woman, you can't possibly mean..." "Indeed, my unique jutsu allows for a life for a life." Chiyo affirmed resolutely. "If it comes to that, there will be no need for any of you to cast blame. I will take it upon myself." "Mother," both Kiryu and Shinaru exclaimed in unison. Chiyo gestured for them to cease. "In light of my many years of dedication to Sunagakure, grant me this small favor. When the time comes, I shall apologize to the third Kazekage in the afterlife." With her words, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure had no choice but to acquiesce to this outcome. Before long, it was time for the banquet. Yudo could discern that Sunagakure had spared no effort in their hospitality. The banquet spread was lavish, yet he found it difficult to adjust to the local cuisine. Having grown accustomed to the more modest fare of Konohagakure, he found the offerings of the resource-strapped Sunagakure somewhat lacking. The fourth Kazekage, sensing his discomfort, inquired, "Is the food to your disliking?" Yudo politely smiled. "No, it is merely a matter of acclimatization. As you know, the environmental differences between Konohagakure and here are quite significant, which affects my appetite. The dishes are exquisite. It is simply my issue." Sarutobi ceased his probing. Having learned during the earlier meeting about Konohagakure's developmental progress, and was overjoyed to hear of their willingness to assist Sunagakure in its reconstruction efforts. Furthermore, Chiyo had informed him of a covert deal with the fourth Hokage, which lifted his spirits, dispelling the earlier gloom. As midnight approached, a shadow appeared within the room. So, this is the child. Sarutobi stood by the bed, hearing a cold voice behind him, and turned to find it was Orochimaru. Yes, this is the child. I wonder if we can achieve a more harmonious fusion with the tailed beast within him. Orochimaru stepped closer, observing the child, who was merely an infant, yet bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. Indicative of prolonged sleeplessness, I temporarily suppressed the one tail. That is why he could finally rest. Chapter 74. You cannot wake those who pretend to sleep. How amusing. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips, which struck an unsettling chord with onlookers. Following this, he produced a syringe from a scroll, disinfected it, and injected it into the child's body. Instantly, the room filled with the child's cries, yet Orochimaru remained unfazed, as did Sarutobi. Where is your laboratory? Orochimaru withdrew the filled syringe, sealing it once more. We can lend you our laboratory, but the experiments must be conducted under the supervision of our personnel. Sarutobi's eyes darkened. He could not allow a ninja from another village to carry away blood samples. Orochimaru sighed, exasperated that even when seeking assistance, he was subjected to scrutiny. Very well. As long as I can conduct my experiments, he conceded. But do not disturb me while I work. Yakimaru, take him away, Sarutobi commanded. And a shadow promptly appeared in the room. The masked figure obscured his features, yet Orochimaru paid it no mind. Please, follow me, Yakimaru instructed. Leaving Sarutobi alone in the room, he gazed quietly at the moonlight spilling through the window. Karu, do you believe what I am doing is truly right? Sarutobi murmured to himself, then quickly shook his head, casting aside such cowardly thoughts that he was doing this for the sake of the village. Sunagakure was far too weak. Should they possess controllable weaponry for war, it would serve as the most reliable support. No one would dare to underestimate Sunagakure again. One day, Sunagakure would flourish under his guidance. Akin to the prosperity of Konohagakure, the following morning, Yudo paid an early visit to the fourth Kazekage to express his intentions, which startled Sarutobi, who almost believed their clandestine dealings had been uncovered by this youth. I am quite curious. Why do you wish to see my child? Sarutobi asked, skeptical of such a request, though the boy's expression revealed nothing. My teacher also has a child, and I heard that Lord Kazekage's child was born not long ago. So I wish to take a look, Yudo replied with a blank face, presenting a rationale that was far from convincing. However, the crux of the matter lay in his identity as a messenger from Konohagakure, which would compel the other party to relent. Indeed, after a moment of tense silence, the Kazekage finally acquiesced. Very well, but an escort is necessary. Yakimaru. Yes, Yakimaru responded without a hint of emotion, simply executing the Kazekage's orders. Yudo had prepared himself mentally, but upon seeing such a small child, already with dark circles under his eyes and incessantly crying, his heart ached. He approached, gently touching the child's forehead. What a pity, Gaara. I regret coming too late. Perhaps I could have altered your fate as a Jinchuriki. Suddenly, a kunai was pressed against Yudo's neck. How do you know such confidential information? Confidential? Yudo chuckled lightly. I merely know of the future person. You can predict the future? How absurd. Yakimaru was naturally skeptical of his claim, pressing the kunai closer. Speak. What is your true purpose? I merely pity this child. Yudo replied. In Liu Dong's eyes, a glimmer of compassion flickered, as he reflected on the tragic fate of a newborn child, whose relatives seemed indifferent to the burden of a tailed beast being attached to him. Even the higher-ups in Konoha offered no opposition, which was truly disheartening. Yachimaru's hand trembled momentarily before he resolutely declared, This is for Sunagakure. Such a sacrifice is worthwhile. As long as it is for the village, you misunderstand. I have no desire to alter your perspective. If you wish to lull yourself into a state of feigned slumber, why should I awaken you? Kakadong scoffed at these words, incredulous that one could justify sacrificing an infant for the sake of the village. Yet, one could not entirely blame them. They had grown accustomed to such a way of survival, which, admittedly, was an improvement over the tumultuous eras of the warring states. Sacrificing a few to secure the satisfaction of the majority was indeed a lucrative transaction. At that moment, he cast a sympathetic glance at Gaara, still swaddled in his blankets, and, unable to bear it, cast an illusion to soothe the tailed beast within him, allowing Gaara to enjoy a rare, peaceful slumber. By the time Yachimaru regained his composure, the individual who had threatened them had vanished. He sheathed his kunai and approached Gaara's bedside, mulling over the previous speaker's words. Orochimaru was meticulously examining a petri dish when he heard a commotion outside. With a slight instinctive awareness, he recognized it as Kakadong's chakra. Oh dear, what brings you here in person? I was curious to know what you were up to, Kakadong inquired, glancing at the experimental apparatus behind Orochimaru. The latter spread his hands, revealing no intention to conceal the truth, for he understood that the ruse could not last long. This is a clandestine transaction proposed by Tsunagakure to Minato, which I am facilitating. You should be the fourth person to learn of it. Did Minato-sensei agree? Liu Dong asked, somewhat taken aback. Orochimaru nodded, producing a scroll from his robe and handing it to him. Here, see for yourself. No need. I trust your word that I must admit, I was quite moved by your earlier statement. Even Jiraiya hasn't shown me such trust. Orochimaru found himself taken aback, realizing that he had been touched by this young boy's words. Just then, Yachimaru burst in, Sir, a critical report has arrived from the Hokage. The two exchanged glances and swiftly made their way to the Kazekage's office. Upon entering, Saro presented a telegram to Liu Dong. The situation is urgent. We in Tsunagakure will also take action that he had been troubled by how to repay Konoha and offset the cost of redeeming Scorpion, and now this opportunity had presented itself. Liu Dong clutched the paper as if attempting to see through it, with deep-seated rage concealed beneath his calm exterior. Orochimaru leaned in to glance at it, equally startled. How could someone abduct a person right under Minato's nose? Although I have my reservations about him, I acknowledge his strength. Not even the Flying Thunder God could be of assistance. Could it be that he was sealed? Orochimaru's mind raced, contemplating the conditions under which space-time ninjutsu would fail to activate. Liu Dong tore the paper in half, declaring, How dare they lay a hand on Lin? I shall depart at once. I'll go with you, Orochimaru replied, unwilling to remain in Tsunagakure alone. It is said that this was the doing of the Rain Village. As Kazekage, Saro's intelligence would be reliable. I've heard they are undergoing a regime change. Could it be the newly emerged Akatsuki organization? Chapter 75, The Two of the Three Sannin versus Hanzo of the Salamander. It cannot be Akatsuki. Liu Dong immediately countered Saro's assertion. Please ensure that the shinobi are ready. Orochimaru and I will lead the charge to provide support, while Konoha's shinobi will remain to negotiate the projects between our villages. Very well, but what makes you so certain? Saro nodded, recognizing this as a golden opportunity to repay a debt, one that must not be missed. However, he was puzzled as to why this young boy was so convinced it was not the work of Akatsuki. Perhaps you are unaware. The three ninjas who lead Akatsuki had past relations with us, hence they would not target Konoha's shinobi. Orochimaru sensed that Kakadong was not in the mood to delve into such matters and took the initiative to explain. This revelation startled Saro, realizing that Rain Village had connections with Konoha, thus opening the door for potential collaboration. The geographical conditions there were similarly extreme. Fostering cooperation could significantly benefit Tsunagakure's development. It remained uncertain who would ultimately triumph between Akatsuki and Hanzo of the Salamander. Liu Dong felt no time could be wasted, leading a group of shinobi swiftly to the outskirts of Rain Village, where they met with Jiraiya and Yahiko, who had been waiting. Where is Sensei? Liu Dong furrowed his brow upon noticing Minato's absence. It was inconceivable for him not to be present for such a significant event. Jiraiya replied solemnly, Currently, the three Sannin are not within the village. Minato cannot leave the village without authorization, so this rescue mission will solely be undertaken by us. Liu Dong sighed in relief. Although Minato could not come personally, the presence of two Sannin and Yahiko constituted a formidable rescue team for a single Konoha Chunin. Had Minato come himself, he would undoubtedly face criticism from Konoha. At that moment, a swirling vortex appeared beside them, and Uchiha Obito returned with intelligence. Upon seeing Kakadong, he nodded resolutely, sharing the information he had just acquired. There is an underground stronghold within Rain Village. I cannot enter, as the guards are all subordinates of Hanzo of the Salamander. It must be there without a doubt. As he spoke, Obito clenched his fist. Gritting his teeth in frustration, what could they possibly want with Lin? Liu Dong turned to Yaozi. Can you locate Lin's position? Alive again? Can't you take a break? I was hoping for some time off. Yaozi grumbled, yet complied and focused her senses on Lin's whereabouts. It seems she is subjected to some sealing technique. I cannot sense that little girl's chakra. Aren't you a system? How can you not see through a seal? Well, the system is not omnipotent, you know. However, I can sense a concentration of chakra in the southeast, while the other areas appear quite lax. Perhaps it's there. No. I suspect it might be elsewhere. Is there anything else unusual? The northern region has virtually no chakra presence. It is rather tranquil. That must be the location. The opposing side had deployed heavy guards there, almost inviting an attack from their enemies. He needed Konoha to divert attention while he acted alone to rescue Lin. At this moment, Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes suddenly narrowed, sensing an unusual chakra that stirred a sense of unease within him. He tugged at Kakadong's sleeve, stating gravely, "We must hurry. I have a foreboding feeling about that chakra." It is unsettling. Liu Dong's expression darkened further upon hearing this. If even Orochimaru felt disturbed by the chakra, it certainly boded ill. Lin had long since awakened, but was too fearful to move. She only recalled leaving her home on her way to her shift at Konoha Hospital, when she suddenly lost consciousness. Konoha is protected by barriers. How could they not have reacted? Moreover, why would they capture her? Compared to the renowned genius Kakadong and the space-time ninjutsu master Obito, she was merely an average medical ninja. "Since you are awake, there is no need to pretend any longer," a muffled voice startled Lin, prompting her to slowly open her eyes to her dismay. She found herself in a cavern, lying on an operating table surrounded by several unfamiliar ninjas sporting Rain Village headbands. "What do you intend to do?" Upon grasping the situation, Lin remained calm. "You should know that Konoha will not let you off easily. If you return me now, there may still be a chance for redemption. Proceed." Seal the tailed beast within her body. The masked figures surrounding her paid no heed to Lin's words. Upon hearing tailed beast, Lin's pupils constricted. She had never heard of Rain Village possessing a tailed beast. Where had it come from? Before she could ponder further, her chakra surged with resistance against the foreign energy. Just then, a syringe pierced her skin, injecting its contents into her. Lin could not struggle in time, and her consciousness faded. Calling out for Minato-sensei, Kakadong, and Obito as she slipped into darkness. Meanwhile, Konoha and Sunagakure swiftly reached a consensus and devised a strategy. Afterward, Jiraiya turned to Liu Dong. "It's in your hands. You must rescue her." Liu Dong and Obito exchanged nods, pledging not to disappoint their expectations and to do everything in their power to save Lin. "It's been a while since we've been in battle," Jiraiya, Orochimaru remarked, standing up and stretching his limbs. It brings to mind the Second Shinobi World War. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. "Indeed, it was there that we earned the title of the Three Sannin from Hanzo of the Salamander. Who would have thought we would have the chance to face that man again in this lifetime? If only Tsunade were here, it would be even better," Jiraiya sighed. Orochimaru chuckled softly, reminiscing, yet his thoughts were more filled with a fighting spirit. At that moment, Konan and her companions appeared behind them. "Sensei, we're here too." Before Jiraiya could utter another word, Konan's explosive tags floated into the air, almost as if they were alive, and flew towards the Rain Village. Yahiko and Nagato led the charge, guiding the ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure to storm the city, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru held the rear, awaiting the emergence of Hanzo of the Salamander. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Hanzo appeared, his face still adorned with that mask. "It's you two brats. That medical need not with you this time." Orochimaru, lacking the habit of exchanging pleasantries with foes, immediately launched a shadow snake hand toward Hanzo's face. "Just because Tsunade is absent doesn't mean we fear you, old man." Jiraiya joined his hands in a prayer, entering sage mode, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. Chapter 76. The Masterpiece of the Rain Village. Hanzo, upon seeing the three figures clad in Akatsuki cloaks, couldn't help but scoff. "I should have listened to Danzo back in the day and dealt with these orphans sooner. They've grown to this extent. To have time to observe others amidst battle, how leisurely indeed." Orochimaru, noting Hanzo's dismissive demeanor, felt a surge of darkness within him. He sent forth a snake that lunged at Hanzo, yet it could not sink its fangs into flesh. "How amusing. You still dare to speak, fearing not the inhalation of too much poison. After all, your medical need is absent." Hanzo truly regarded them with disdain, despite a noticeable decline in his strength over the years. He was confident they were no match for him. If that medical need were present, he might have had cause for concern. "Poison? Such a thing holds no power over me," Orochimaru cackled, having long since transformed his body to be immune to toxins. However, he acknowledged that Jiraiya might require his assistance. With that, he released a snake that bit Jiraiya, absorbing the toxins that had seeped into his body. "Thanks." Jiraiya felt a surge of relief as the poison's effects on his reflexes diminished. Meanwhile, Liu Dong and Obito were equally busy. One was scouting the heavily fortified underground chambers, while the other rushed toward a location devoid of chakra. As they drew closer, Liu Dong sensed the irksome chakra Orochimaru had mentioned. Accompanied by a chilling aura that made him shiver involuntarily, it seemed his judgment had indeed been correct. The seal is complete. Activate the technique immediately and let them witness our masterpiece. How perfect it was. This magnificent creation dedicated to my master. Lin's consciousness wavered. Faint sounds reached her ears, and she fell into unconsciousness once more. Unbeknownst to her, her body had fallen under the control of the tailed beast. Manipulated by a group of masked individuals. What is this? Liu Dong swiftly deciphered the sealing technique in the cavern and beheld the situation within. What? How did this kid get in here? One of the masked figures exclaimed. The leader remained unfazed. Perfect. We can test whether our newly acquired toy meets our expectations. Only through testing can we present it to our master. Indeed. Voices around him echoed in agreement. Liu Dong frowned, feeling as though he had stumbled into a cultist ritual. The next moment, he witnessed Lin, now a puppet with no consciousness, slowly raising her hand and performing a water technique she had never used before. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Liu Dong evaded in an instant, his eyes blazing with fury. Why, despite my evasion of the original plot, is Lin still captured to become a Jinchuriki? He could sense the tailed beast while clashing with Lin's original spirit. While the beast's power lay beyond its own control, Liu Dong's gaze darkened. It was evident that the figure at the back was the one pulling the strings. Very successful, the leader exclaimed cheerfully. We've completed our task. We can leave now. Leave Lin behind. Liu Dong could not allow them to take Lin away right before his eyes. Just then, a glowing formation appeared beneath their feet, ready to teleport them away. Liu Dong intended to have Yaozi dismantle their formation, but to his astonishment, they showed no intention of taking Lin with them. He hurried forward to catch Lin, who was unable to control her descent due to her loss of consciousness. When he regained his senses, those figures had vanished without a trace. Liu Dong muttered, "Useless system. What good are you?" He sighed. Well, I'm leaving, but it's pointless to dwell on it now. For the moment, it's enough to have saved Lin. However, why did they go to such lengths to capture Lin for this experiment only to leave her behind? In the original story, Lin was chosen because she was Obito's companion, and Uchiha Madara wished to plunge Obito into despair. But who were these people, and why had they selected Lin to be a Jinchuriki? Yaozi, which-tailed beast, is inside Lin. The three tails, Isabu. Just as I suspected, even the tailed beast was the same one. I advise against bringing her back directly. The sealing technique they implanted within her is extremely intricate and can control her at any moment. If you recklessly bring her back to Konoha, she could become a ticking time bomb. Hearing Yaozi speak in such a serious tone, Liu Dong felt a pang of guilt. If he hadn't been so careless after the Ninetales incident, this calamity might have been averted. Yaozi, can you temporarily suppress this formation to keep Lin stable? I can, but you've exhausted your attempts for today. You can try again after midnight. As long as it can be suppressed, that's sufficient to prevent Lin from inadvertently harming others. However, my suppression has a time limit. Each instance can only last 3 days, and it must be renewed punctually. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what issues may arise. Before Liu Dong could respond further, Obito appeared before him, using Kimui. Lin, are you all right? Don't wake her. Kakashi immediately covered Obito's mouth with his other hand. Let's first enter your Kamui space. Obito nodded and pulled both of them into the space. He looked at Kakashi, who carefully placed Lin on the ground, and asked, what happened? He wasn't blind. He could see the instruments in the cavern, clearly meant for surgical procedures. What had those Rain Village scoundrels done to Lin? I don't know the specific changes that have occurred to Lin, but it's certain that she has become a Jinchuriki. Obito gazed at Lin in shock. Are you saying Lin is now like Kushina-sensei? Turned into a Jinchuriki? Yes, but where did the tailed beast come from? Obito, even as a sage, understood that tailed beasts were vital strategic resources for ninja villages. How could they possibly appear in the Rain Village? At that moment, Liu Dong shared the same confusion, rendering him unable to answer Obito's question. Let's take Lin back first. We need to have Tsunade-sama examine her. Obito was filled with both concern and worry. I'll go to Kumogakure to find Tsunade-sama. Liu Dong did not stop him. After all, bringing Tsunade back to treat Lin would also help cover his system's involvement. I'll leave the situation outside to you. Obito. Liu Dong resolved to guard Lin within the Kamui space, ensuring that nobody could take her away. Should anything occur, he would be able to suppress Lin immediately. Chapter 77. The Deceived Hanzo. by the time Liu Dong was released from Obito's Kamui space. The conflict in the Rain Village had reached a temporary halt. Although Hanzo had aged, he had not been outmatched during battle. Jiraiya and Orochimaru did not wish to linger in combat with Hanzo. Upon receiving Obito's signal, they promptly withdrew from the battlefield, and given Hanzo's condition, he could not pursue them. The remaining battlefield was left to Yahiko and his group to manage, conveniently aiding their own agenda. Meanwhile, Hanzo received the news that the experimental subject had been rescued, and he was immediately enraged, his nostrils flaring as he realized he had been deceived upon returning to the empty cavern. Damn it, he slammed his fist against the wall. If it weren't for those 3 Akatsuki members, he wouldn't have been so eager to seek outside assistance. As a result, not only had he failed to gain any advantage in today's battle, but he had also lost many subordinates. Find them. I want their bodies shattered to pieces. Hanzo ground his teeth in fury. One of his subordinates hesitantly replied, "But, Lord Hanzo, we no longer have enough manpower to send out. Those who went to the land of hot water have been dealt with by the rogue ninjas from Sunagakure, and we lost a significant portion of our forces against Konoha's assault." The subordinate's voice grew quieter, unable to meet Hanzo's bloodshot gaze. "Then we shall rest for now." Hanzo closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment, but rather chose to act with reason and temporarily hold back. Yes, the organization's stronghold, Orochimaru, after observing for a considerable duration, "How is Rin faring?" Obito, anxiously pacing nearby, intermittently halted to glance at Rin, who lay there, and at Orochimaru, who was conducting examinations, could no longer contain his curiosity, and inquired. "Obito, do not disturb him." Jiraiya stepped forward to pat Obito's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm at long last. After what felt like an eternity, Orochimaru rose and moved to the side, beckoning everyone to gather around. "The condition of this child is exceedingly grave." Orochimaru had to admit, this was the first time he encountered such a technique, distinctly different from what he had previously understood, and could even be said to diverge significantly from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. "I can only temporarily suppress it using the power of the cursed seal. If we cannot swiftly discover a method to unravel it, she will have to live under this formation indefinitely. Otherwise, she poses an extremely unstable factor for Konoha. Moreover, the tailed beast within her is the 3 tails, belonging to the Mist Village. They will certainly not let this matter rest, but fortunately, I have heard that the newly appointed Mizukage is a mere child." Obito's complexion drained of color, and he rushed forward, gripping Orochimaru's collar, his Sharingan blazing with intensity. "What did you say?" Orochimaru immediately raised his hands in a gesture of peace, urging him to calm down. Obito continued to glare with his Sharingan, his emotions fluctuating wildly, making even Orochimaru feel somewhat breathless. "That I speak the truth. Obito-kun, could you please release me?" Jiraiya's expression grew solemn. "Can you unravel it?" "I cannot be certain. I will need to examine more documents upon my return at this moment." Obito finally regained his composure. "My apologies, Orochimaru-sama, that it is nothing." Orochimaru was too fatigued to hold a grudge against him. Subsequently, the group deliberated, deciding that Obito and Kakashi would escort Rin back to Konoha, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru would remain on standby, awaiting directives from the Hokage. As Rin was brought back, Minato Namikaze was anxiously awaiting at the gates of Konoha, having learned that his most gentle student had become a Jinchuriki. Although he had prepared the sealing team, he remained deeply unsettled. Beside him, Kushina Uzumaki grasped Minato's hand. "It will be fine, with Kakashi there. Nothing will go awry." Minato, in the presence of his wife, never feigned strength but instead revealed his most vulnerable side. He took Kushina's hand and placed it against his forehead. "Kushina, why does my student always encounter such misfortunes?" "Minato." Kushina cupped the face of the man before her, compelling him to meet her gaze. "These are merely coincidences. Do not burden yourself too much." "Are they truly just coincidences?" Minato murmured, yet he was not one to wallow in self-pity. Quickly adjusting his state of mind, at that moment, Obito and Kakashi's figures came into view. "Rin is in my Kimui dimension." Before Minato could pose a question, Obito interjected. Minato nodded. "A designated room has been prepared. Follow me." The two then entered a vast structure adorned with a greenhouse garden, arriving at the end where they pushed open a door leading into another spacious room. In the center stood a bed surrounded by numerous medical instruments, ceiling arrays, and talismans, as well as a floor-to-ceiling window through which the garden could be seen. "This is a temporary room that was hastily prepared," Later, I will arrange for Rin to be moved to a more suitable location for her recovery. Minato stated, feeling a twinge of guilt. Obito carefully released Rin from the dimension, gently placing her on the bed as the surrounding medical ninjas rushed forward to conduct a thorough examination. Kakashi, Obito, you two. Come with me to the office. Minato's expression was serious, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Thus, the two proceeded to the Hokage's office, recounting all they had witnessed. I understand, Minato replied, his face obscured behind his clasped hands. Betrayed an inscrutable expression, but both Obito and Kakashi knew that their teacher would not easily forgive those who harmed Rin. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Hokage-sama, the Mist Village has sent a telegram, requesting a face-to-face discussion regarding the Jinchuriki matter and requiring you to finalize a specific time. Minato's voice carried a hint of fatigue. I understand. Please leave it here. I will handle it. Also, you two should go and rest well. Obito wanted to say something, but felt that even if he spoke, it would not resolve the pressing issues at hand, so he departed the Hokage Tower in silence alongside Kakashi. It seems that Minato-sensei is quite weary, Obito remarked, kicking a pebble by the roadside, his spirits low. Indeed, being Hokage entails numerous responsibilities, Kakashi replied. However, from his perspective, there were many aspects of the ninja village system that required reform. Obito suddenly halted. Kakashi, do you think Rin can return to her normal self? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's internal alarms blared. Could it be that Obito was about to succumb to darkness once more? Of course she can. Obito declared with renewed determination, after all, it is Rin. And are you going to do nothing? Chapter 78, The Strange Tattoo. Absolutely not. Obito immediately regained his fighting spirit. I will certainly find a solution. That's the spirit. Kakashi grinned. Even through his mask, it was evident that Rin's future depended on them. Once reinvigorated, Obito dashed away without a backward glance. Where are you going? I'm heading to the library to gather information. Kakashi sighed, pondering what help the Konoha library could provide, as the truly valuable resources were likely hidden away. Yet, it was better than doing nothing. At least keeping himself occupied would prevent him from dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. So what do you plan to do? Yao Yaozi's voice suddenly broke the momentary tranquility. I won't give up either. I'll wait until Rin awakens to ask her. Thus, 3 days passed, when Liu Dong utilized the system to help suppress the technique once more. Rin suddenly stirred her eyelids. Rin, Liu Dong immediately grasped her hand. Rin, can you hear me? Rin, lying on the sickbed, slowly opened her eyes, attempting to speak, but found her voice had deserted her. Liu Dong hurriedly retrieved a water jug and cup from the bedside table, pouring a glass of water and bringing the paper cup to Rin's lips, moistening them little by little. Eventually, Rin regained some strength, took the cup from his hand, and drank eagerly, signaling for more with her eyes. Liu Dong replenished her cup, and it was not until the third that Rin felt her throat no longer parched, allowing her to speak. Cough, cough, cough. This sound immediately alerted the ninjas outside, who peeked in and exchanged glances, with one rushing off to report to Minato. The remaining medical ninjas filed in, conducting their examinations once more, and after confirming everything was normal, the sealing team also checked in. Finally settling into silence. Kakashi, what has happened to me? Rin felt as if her entire body had been brutally beaten, her limbs powerless, unable to even gather chakra. Liu Dong remained silent for a moment, peeling an apple as he explained the situation to Rin. She lowered her gaze, expressing her gratitude. It must have been so hard on you and Obito to bring me back, but my existence in this condition will only pose a threat to the village. Want it? Liu Dong forced a slice of apple into her mouth, insisting she eat. I advise you to cast aside those thoughts that might hinder us. He inserted another piece, intent on continuing to feed her. If you abandon yourself for the sake of the village, then what need is there for the village to exist? I do not favor the idea of sacrificing a few for the many. Obito feels the same. He gazed earnestly at Rin. Thus, you must strive to recover. He offered her another piece. Kakashi is right. Sacrificing a student for the sake of the village is not my ninja way. Minato, having overheard their conversation, pushed open the door with a radiant smile. Minato-sensei. Rin, moved, accepted the apple from Kakashi's hand, and instantly felt invigorated, consuming an entire plate of apples. Rin, before you lost consciousness, did you see or hear anything? Minato asked, pulling up a chair to sit on the opposite side of the bed. Anything at all? I only heard them mention sealing the tailed beast within me, and then they injected something into me. After which I couldn't resist the drowsiness. and my consciousness grew hazy. Rin placed her hand on her forehead, still unable to fathom that a tailed beast resided within her. However, I seemed to recall seeing a tattoo on someone's wrist before I fainted. Lin compelled herself to delve into her memories, yet the haze of that moment rendered her recollection unclear. Immediately, Feng Shuimin summoned the profiling team to deduce the implications of the mark Lin had witnessed. Ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Nearby, Liu Dong cast a glance, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the mark, though he could not pinpoint where he had seen it before. Lin, how is your health? I brought some hot soup. Would you care for a sip? At that moment, Jiu Shinai pushed the door open with a flourish, exclaiming, "Oh, you two are here as well." The others had long admired the spirited approach of this fiery red pepper and stowed away the intelligence they had gathered. Intending to pass it along to the intelligence department for further analysis. I am well, Jiu Shinai Shermu, Lin replied with a gentle smile, her warmth unwavering as ever. Upon witnessing such a Lin, Jiu Shinai felt a pang of affection. Placing the thermos beside her before stepping forward to embrace Lin. Who would have thought we would find ourselves in such similar circumstances one day? If anything feels amiss, do not hesitate to tell me. Although my relationship with this entity within me is not without its challenges, I possess some experience. Jiu Shinai gazed at Lin with maternal affection, her vibrant spirit somewhat uplifting the three present. All right, I will, Lin nodded, feeling immensely fortunate to be surrounded by such concern. Feng Shuimin and Liu Dong, sensing the moment, discreetly exited the hospital room, leaving Jiu Shinai and Lin to converse. That mark seems somewhat familiar. Yet I can't recall where I've seen it, Lin mused. Really? Feng Shuimin's eyes brightened. Please, you must remember quickly. I will instruct the intelligence department to commence an investigation and inform you at the earliest opportunity. Liu Dong nodded in agreement. Understood. Once outside the hospital, both men reverted to their task-oriented demeanor, exuding an air of decisiveness that starkly contrasted with their gentle treatment of Lin within the confines of the room. As evening descended, Feng Shuimin finally concluded this phase of his duties, allowing himself a moment to return home. Having slept in the Hokage's office for 3 consecutive nights, he felt an undeniable urge to see his family. Even though he knew Jiu Shinai would not hold it against him. Upon pushing open the door, he found Jiu Shinai emerging from the bathroom, her expression unperturbed at his arrival. The hot water is ready. Go take a soak. I consulted Lin about some medical matters and added a few herbs to help alleviate fatigue, she said, moving to Naruto's side, who was soundly asleep, eliciting a gentle smile from her. Feng Shuimin approached, glancing at the peacefully slumbering Naruto, and bestowed a kiss upon Jiu Shinai's cheek. How did you know I would return? Intuition, Jiu Shinai replied with a grin, playfully ushering him into the bathroom to hurry along his bath. She would not divulge that she had inquired with the Nara clan, learning that matters were nearly resolved, thus anticipating Shumen's return. As he luxuriated in the warm water, Feng Shuimin nearly succumbed to drowsiness, only to be pulled back to reality by Jiu Shinai, who had foreseen this eventuality. What did you discuss with Lin? Is she all right? Feng Shuimin inquired cautiously. Chapter 79. The fourth Mizukage. Lin is a perceptive child. Even in my presence, she refrains from revealing too much of her thoughts, preferring to take things slowly, Jiu Shinai observed. Noticing her husband's cautious demeanor, she playfully tugged at his cheek, admonishing, you shouldn't shoulder all the responsibility. You have many others to rely on, don't you? Feng Shuimin sighed, choosing not to respond further, sinking into slumber within his wife's embrace, only awakening the following morning to the sound of a baby's cries. Shuimin, please help me feed the baby. I'm busy cooking and can't leave this spot. Jiu Shinai's voice echoed through the living room. Reaching Shumen's ears, he promptly rose from bed, splashed his face with cold water, prepared the formula, and meticulously checked the temperature before offering it to Naruto. As soon as Naruto latched onto the milk, his cries ceased, prompting Shuimin to venture into the living room, where he beheld a spread of delicious food that made his mouth water. Jiu Shinai, I'm diving in, he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together before sitting down to indulge. This is absolutely delightful. How did you know I had been craving the sushi you make? Jiu Shinai emerged from the kitchen, cradling a bowl of hot soup, also taking a seat to enjoy breakfast. I am your wife. Such things are not beyond my discernment. She bit into a seaweed rice ball, her words slightly muffled. By the way, are you meeting with the people from the Mist Village regarding the issue of the 3 tails today? Feng Shuimin, who had been joyfully ladling soup into his bowl, sighed at the mention. Indeed, another fierce battle awaits. Being Hokage is truly arduous. After speaking, he stuffed a piece of sushi into his mouth, savoring a sip of hot soup and emitting a contented sigh. Gyoshinai's special spicy soup truly packs a punch. He continued to devour the food with fervor until he felt sufficiently satisfied. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, and Gyoshinai cheerfully rose. That must be Kakashi coming to fetch you for work. Why are my students more diligent than I am? Bo-Feng Shuemin groaned, reluctant to leave the comfort of home, wishing to linger a while longer. When Gyoshinai opened the door, indeed, Kakashi stood at the entrance. His expression nonchalant as he informed, Hokage-sama, there is an important meeting today. I am here to remind you not to be late. Understood, Kakashi. Why do you sound more like my teacher? As Bo-Feng Shuemin lounged on his sofa. Glancing at Naruto, he suddenly straightened up upon hearing this, hastily ruffling his hair. Gyoshinai, reveling in her husband's plight, showed no inclination to come to his aid. Well, I shall take my leave now. Liu Dong, too, wished to minimize his stay, heading off to join Obito for a visit to Lin. Take care. I will ensure your teacher arrives on time. Gyoshinai called out teasingly, then turned to see Bo-Feng Shuemin looking despondent, playfully kicking him in the leg. You truly lack the demeanor of a teacher. Though Gyoshinai's words were light-hearted, she understood how much Bo-Feng Shuemin valued these children, prompting him to reluctantly prepare himself. Donning the Hokage robe before vanishing in a flash to the Hokage office. All right, paperwork. I am back. Bo-Feng Shuemin exclaimed, pumping himself up in the office until a knock came at the door. Hokage-sama, it's time for the meeting that I have come to escort you. The polite ninja knocked and opened the door, finding their Hokage gazing out the window at the scenery. Understood, Bo-Feng Shuemin acknowledged, signaling that he would join shortly. The ninja did not linger, closing the door behind him at that moment. Bo-Feng Shuemin pondered a weighty question. Could the Konoha he led truly bring happiness to its people? Or was it that only Konoha thrived while other ninja villages languished in hardship? Could Konoha truly exist in isolation within the ninja world? Releasing a deep sigh, he found himself uncertain of what actions to take, and even more so, uncertain of what the future held. Did the revered Hashirama and Madara also experience such bewilderment? His musings halted abruptly as he recognized it was time to attend the meeting, acknowledging that the answers to his questions would require further contemplation. Upon his arrival, the fourth Mizukage appeared on the screen. A mere youth, yet Bo-Feng Shuemin would not underestimate him, for he too bore the title of a ninja. Mizukage-sama, I am Bo-Feng Shuemin, the current Hokage of Konoha. He initiated the conversation, hoping to reach a peaceful consensus regarding the three tales. The Mizukage nodded and replied, I am Yagura Karatachi. However, the last person I spoke with was an elder. That was my predecessor, the previous Hokage. Bo-Feng Shuemin responded with a smile. Previously, due to Uchiha Madara's covert manipulation of the Mist Village, the Hokage had engaged in negotiations, and the Mist had expressed no desire for retribution, instead seeking technical support. Unexpectedly, this incident had once again entwined them with the Mist Village. I am aware that Konoha would never resort to stealing tailed beasts, especially now that we have evidence of third-party intervention. Despite his youth, Yagura displayed no timidity in their discourse. Thus, our village hopes Konoha will purchase the tailed beast at a fair price. Based on the historical policies of Konoha's first Hokage, I believe this is not an unreasonable request. Bo-Feng Shuemin nodded, impressed that the young Mizukage was not making exorbitant demands. Very well, I will propose a suitable price, which will be determined by my subordinates. And once finalized, I will promptly transfer the funds to the Mist Village's account. As this discussion was approaching its conclusion, Yagura spoke again. Moreover, may I seek counsel from Konoha regarding the governance of our village? I wish to abandon the previous policies that I have heard whispers about the policies implemented by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and it is said that the ninja world refers to Kirigakure as the village of Blood Mist. Establishing a dialogue with Kirigakure is indeed a positive development. How could I possibly refuse? Minato observed his counterpart, noting that he was merely of a similar age to Kakashi and the others, yet he was already learning to manage a ninja village, which evoked a sense of sympathy that as long as it is a friendly exchange, Konoha welcomes it. However, I cannot guarantee that I can impart much to Kirigakure, as Konoha itself is still exploring its own path. Yagura was taken aback by the amiable nature of Konoha's newly appointed Hokage, expressing his gratitude. The meeting concluded, and the next step would involve discussing the purchase price and other details. Chapter 80. The Cult of the Evil God. At this moment, in an undisclosed forest, it seemed that this endeavor had yielded a bountiful harvest. A figure lurking in the shadows observed his old acquaintance with a chuckle. Deftly counting the rewards and handing them over. Not bad, but there haven't been any significant contracts lately, remarked the individual, half of his face obscured by a mask. What do you think of this commission? The other party smiled as he produced a document from the darkness, stating that the financier was not short on funds. As long as this individual could be dealt with, a handsome sum would be provided. He gestured with his hand. Indeed, the man was swayed by the amount, raising an eyebrow. Do you have any intel on this fellow? I'll take the job. Of course, I'll deduct the information fee from your next payment. So you want to lose out. The man grinned, promptly retrieving a prepared dossier from a shelf behind him. I knew you wouldn't let this opportunity slip. The other party remained expressionless as he accepted the dossier. Scrutinizing the information within, committing to memory the image of the white-haired figure with half of his face concealed by a mask. The target has just returned to Konoha, so you might want to try approaching that direction. If anything arises, I'll notify you immediately. The figure rubbed his hands together, as this individual named Kakuzu was his cash cow. He had never failed a mission, allowing him to earn a tidy sum in commission and intelligence fees. There's no need. It could alert the prey that I'll handle it myself, Kakuzu replied coolly. With a hint of threat in his tone, he was genuinely intrigued by this job and did not wish to rely on others to complete it. The other party appeared somewhat disappointed but maintained a friendly demeanor, saying, I look forward to your good news. Just as Minato Namikaze exited the conference room, he spotted Kakashi and Obito waiting at the door. He smiled and said, the negotiations have been finalized, so there's no need for concern. Obito immediately cheered, as expected of you, Minato-sensei. Minato continued, additionally, there is some intelligence from the Mizukage side that should assist in identifying the mastermind. At that moment, Raidong interjected, may I take a look at that information? Of course, Minato replied promptly. Both you and Obito are informed parties, so it's only right that I share it with you. We're still organizing it, but it should be concluded by tonight. You'll need to come by. Raidong nodded, while Obito remarked, then I'll go spend the afternoon with Rin. Rin can only move around in that room. It's quite stifling for her. The garden outside is also accessible. I've arranged a ceiling formation for it, Minato said apologetically, though it was the best he could manage. Obito exclaimed joyfully, really? That's wonderful. Rin just asked me to help her pick some flowers from the garden. With that, Obito dashed off, leaving only Minato and Raidong in the corridor. Watching Obito's retreating figure, Raidong felt a twinge of envy for the carefree Obito, who possessed a virtue rating of merely 2, living without a worry. Meanwhile, he himself was nearly overwhelmed by the unpredictable twist of this world. He had even noticed more hair falling out recently. With someone as vibrant as Obito around, Rin would likely not feel too despondent, Minato reflected with a sigh. After departing the Hokage building, Raidong was at a loss for what to do next. So he headed to see Rin. Thus, the afternoon passed in the trio's playful banter, and as evening approached, when Rin needed to rest, they finally took their leave. Rin needs to sleep for a long time every day. She's awake for too little of it. Obito sighed. Damn those from the Rain Village. I will not let them off the hook. Raidong patted his shoulder. Don't harbor resentment so easily. I have a feeling there's a true mastermind lurking behind the Rain Village. Obito frowned slightly. He had always trusted Kakashi's intuition, as it was Kakashi's relentless determination that had once rescued him from that dark cave. I believe in you, Obito affirmed, but how do we find this mastermind? We must first capture those from the Rain Village, right? Just then, an ANBU ninja suddenly appeared before them. You two, the Hokage is looking for you. Please proceed to the Hokage's office promptly. The two exchanged glances before hastily making their way to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they found Minato holding a document in his hands. You've arrived. Minato handed each of them a copy of the document. This is intelligence transmitted from the Mist Village. It contains traces left by those individuals before their departure. After receiving the documents, Obito read through it but found nothing remarkable, stating, I don't recall this mark. Raidong furrowed his brow, pointing at an image on the document. That's right. It matches Rin's description. But we don't know what this mark represents. We can only confirm it was left by the same group. Minato had also noticed that detail. Raidong shook his head, saying, I remember now. This is the symbol of the cult of the evil god. How had he forgotten? This symbol was the ritualistic emblem used by Haiden during battle. The necklace around Hayden's neck bore this same pattern. It could only be said that this design was rather simplistic, lacking any distinctive memory points, which was why he only recalled it upon seeing the similar diagram on the ground. The cult of the evil god? Minato inquired, puzzled, searching his mind for any information regarding this term. I've never heard of such a religious belief. The cult of the evil god? Kakashi, did you make this up? Obito burst into laughter, finding the name to be straightforward and incredulous. Surely no one would adopt such a name for a religion, as it would be impossible to find adherents. Liu Dong bit his lip, stating, "This is a highly elusive cult. They worship so-called evil gods, engaging in acts of slaughter and even self-mutilation." Obito couldn't help but shiver. There are truly people who believe in this self-harm for the sake of religion. It's incomprehensible. Obito, faith can be terrifying, Minato remarked. Though he was unfamiliar with the cult of the evil god, he understood the power of belief. Much like the will of fire was a form of faith itself, Obito pouted, reluctantly conceding. Minato then pressed, since this cult of the evil god is unknown to the world and so elusive. Kakashi, how do you know about it? Liu Dong anticipated Minato's skepticism, having prepared his explanation in advance that I once encountered a ninja who followed the cult of the evil god, which is how I came to know about it. Chapter 81. The Stalker? The Assassin. You've encountered a ninja from the cult of the evil god? Minato exclaimed in astonishment, quickly gripping Kakashi's shoulders. Are you all right? You don't bear any of those marks. Do you? Liu Dong was taken aback by the sudden concern, responding, No, I merely happened to witness that individual engaging in combat with other ninjas nearby. I was not detected. Of course, this was all fabricated. The individual trusted the cult of the evil god, and the techniques employed during battle could perhaps not even be termed ninjutsu, but rather a curse. They could transfer their injuries to the blood owner by seizing another's blood, which was exceedingly sinister. Furthermore, their recovery abilities were remarkably robust. They could even survive decapitation. Liu Dong had never truly witnessed Hayden's methods, but he had seen the anime depicting Hayden battling Asuma Sarutobi in his previous life. He merely summarized a general combat scenario, ensuring it sounded sufficiently authentic. Upon hearing Liu Dong's account, both Minato and Obito inhaled sharply. I only realized there was such a cult when that guy kept shouting about serving the evil god. However, I have no idea if everyone else is as formidable as he is. Naruto Uzumaki pondered deeply before responding. The individual you mentioned must be an anomaly. If the evil god cult truly possessed the power to grant immortality to all its adherents, it would have long since swept across the entire shinobi world. Liu Dong secretly admired Naruto's analytical prowess. After all, he alone understood that Hayden, as the sole successful test subject, was endowed with such formidable strength. While the remaining members of the evil god cult likely possessed abilities akin to ordinary ninjas, I shall ensure that the Leaf Village ninjas remain vigilant regarding this matter. With that, Naruto gathered the documents and added, You should return as well. Taking care of Rin for an entire day must have worn you out. Not at all, Obito proclaimed with vigor. It's just that Rin was awake for so little time. When she was with us, she seemed so fatigued yet forced herself to engage in conversation. Rin expressed her reluctance to succumb to slumber, for she felt that in sleep, the world turned cold, and she could only perceive a dormant-tailed beast. As Obito's lament grew heavier, Naruto felt a twinge of sadness too, but as a mentor, you took on the role of lightening the mood. We have already discovered a lead. It's only a matter of time before we unravel the seal on Rin. I assent it. Naruto smiled gently. Meanwhile, Liu Dong remained unmoved, reflecting that, compared to the original storyline, Rin's current condition was rather commendable. However, having lived here for many years, he genuinely felt sorrow for Rin's plight. How bothersome. Why must there be so many complications? Perhaps it is your alteration of the storyline that has caused the original timeline to persist, leading to this world's need for correction? Yao Yaozi's voice suddenly interjected, offering a rationale. While there was some merit to her logic, Liu Dong pondered why, in a world devoid of gods, the concept of correction existed. If any deities were to be considered, they would likely be figures of the caliber of Kagaya Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths, yet one was sealed away while the other had long perished. At most, there was the lingering presence of Otsutsuki Yuki monitoring from the moon. Never mind. Contemplating these matters is futile. We shall take it one step at a time. After all, with the demise of Black Zetsu, even if this world faced challenges, they could be resolved through human endeavor. and if necessary, they could always resurrect those two fellows using Edo Tensei. Teacher, allow me to investigate the evil god cult, Liu Dong asserted with unwavering resolve, feeling that none were better suited for the task than he. Naruto, observing Liu Dong's determination, hesitated momentarily before saying, "We know nothing about the evil god cult. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I believe that no one else can undertake this mission as I can," Liu Dong declared emphatically. Obito chimed in immediately, "I want to accompany Kakashi as well. If you also leave the Leaf Village, who will stay with Rin?" Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, hinting that this was the perfect opportunity to foster their relationship. Although Rin was an exceedingly gentle and kind-hearted kunoichi, Liu Dong felt no romantic inclination towards her. Rather than indulging in a romantic pursuit, he preferred to contemplate how to live a fulfilling life in the Leaf Village. Not having squandered the years he had occupied Kakashi's body, Obito hesitated upon perceiving Liu Dong's insinuation. "But I cannot help but worry about you." Naruto interjected at the opportune moment. "Obito, you should stay and care for Rin. This mission will be entrusted to Kakashi." He was well aware that his student had always been a lone wolf, reluctant to collaborate with others, and this time would likely be no exception. Furthermore, Rin truly needed a friend nearby to alleviate her spirits. He could not be by her side, and Kushina was not always available, making Obito's presence a necessity. "Very well. I shall take good care of Rin." Obito proclaimed with renewed vigor. Naruto thought he could see a flicker of determination in Obito, reminiscent of Kushina when she was angry. With this arrangement settled, Liu Dong wasted no time. He packed his belongings and prepared to depart the next day. Naturally, he felt it essential to inform Rin before setting off. She lowered her gaze, and after a long moment, she said, "Then I must trouble you, Kakashi, but please be cautious. After all, we know nothing about the evil god cult." "Yes, I will be careful. I must return in one piece. Otherwise, once I recover, I shall not spare you." Rin looked up, forcing a smile. Liu Dong recalled the times Rin had been angry, a smile creeping onto his lips. "I will. I'm off now." With that, Liu Dong vanished from the room using body flicker technique. Rin gazed out at the garden, then glanced at the silent Obito, and they both fell into a contemplative silence. After departing from the Leaf Village and traveling for some time, Liu Dong sensed he was being followed. Yaozi, is someone tracking me? Bingo. The moment you leave the village, someone will want to kill you. What a peculiar condition. Yaozi counted on her fingers. When heading to the mountain graveyard, it was Danzo. During the trip to the land of hot water, it was the Rain Village. And now, while searching for the evil god cult, yet another assassin lurks. Liu Dong's expression darkened as he too sought to understand the reason behind this peculiar situation. After enduring a relentless pursuit for a while, he finally found an isolated spot to halt his steps. "You've been following me for quite some time. It's time for you to reveal yourself, isn't it?" Liu Dong narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged before him. Surprising Liu Dong. Chapter 82. The temptation of wealth. Before him stood a figure not clad in the typical black cloak, yet Liu Dong recognized him instantly. Those eyes reminiscent of Edo Tensei, and the partially obscured face. It was Kakazu. "Kakazu!" Liu Dong exclaimed in surprise, unable to recall any prior grievances with this individual. However, in the next moment, the realization dawned on him. It seemed someone truly wanted him dead, enough to place a bounty on his head. "How much are they offering you to kill me?" Liu Dong inquired with curiosity. Typically, such a question would be followed with an offer of double the bounty, but he was merely intrigued about his own worth. Kakuzu, observing Liu Dong's expression and recognizing his name, pondered if perhaps he was familiar with him. Yet, Kakuzu could not recall any significant encounters with this person, which was understandable given his long life. Many trivial matters had faded from his memory. "Your reaction suggests you might know me and understand my purpose for being here." Kakuzu scrutinized Liu Dong, noting that he exhibited no sign of fear, which only heightened his curiosity. Why did Liu Dong appear rather exhilarated, as though encountering him was an amusing affair? Hey, this shouldn't be a secret. Just tell me, what am I worth?" Liu Dong feigned understanding. "I haven't even asked you to reveal your employer, have I?" Kakuzu, suppressing his irritation, answered Liu Dong's query. 50 million Ryo. Liu Dong's dissatisfaction was palpable upon hearing that figure. Only 50 million Ryo? That's far too little. Reflecting on it, he recalled that Asuma Sarutobi's bounty was around 35 million Ryo. Thus, 50 million seemed reasonable, considering Asuma was a jounin from Konoha, surpassing him by 15 million Ryo. Kakuzu, observing Liu Dong, found it perplexing that this individual, in the face of a bounty hunter, still had the composure to concern himself with the value placed on his head if he were not a fool. He must possess absolute confidence in his own abilities, and evidently, those who commanded such a bounty were far from the former. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing for an imminent confrontation. By the way, how about we collaborate? At that moment, Liu Dong suddenly suggested, smiling amicably at Kakuzu. Kakuzu tightened his grip on his kunai, uncertain of Liu Dong's true intentions. Oh, come now, don't be so tense. Liu Dong casually found a spot to sit on the ground. His legs crossed in a relaxed manner, displaying no signs of fear whatsoever. Aren't you afraid he might attack? Liu Dong replied. But you're here, right? I'm sure you wouldn't let anything happen to me. Would you? Humph, who told you I'm your host? With Yao Yaozi's answer in mind, Liu Dong felt emboldened. I know you have a fondness for money, which is why you accepted this bounty. I can offer you more, so would you consider it? I am not one to be swayed by money. Kakuzu scoffed at the proposition. He was indeed greedy, but he had principles regarding the types of wealth he would pursue. The best transactions for him were the ones where payment and delivery occurred simultaneously. He despised being bound by conditions. Oh, don't be so uptight. I am also aware that your defection was a result of your failure to assassinate Senju Hashirama, which undoubtedly has led to a certain aversion towards a Konoha ninja such as myself. Having uttered these words, Kakuzu felt an increase in tension. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Nearly everyone privy to this matter had perished. He had managed to survive solely thanks to the earth grudge fear. When he attempted to assassinate Senju Hashirama back then, he had not dared to act. And this incident remained a closely guarded secret. How could this young ninja be aware of such information? Furthermore, I am also cognizant that the earth grudge fear can seize the hearts of others to sustain you. Liu Dong chuckled softly, suggesting that killing you would necessitate piercing through multiple hearts, a rather cumbersome endeavor. At that moment, Kakuzu's back was drenched in cold sweat. Truthfully, he had realized he was no match for Hashirama upon merely catching a distant glimpse of him, which led to his acquisition of the earth grudge fear and subsequent desertion from the village. Since then, he had never felt such an oppressive force from any adversary. Yet today, he experienced a profound dread emanating from a mere Konoha Jr. What do you wish to trade? He had always been a man of opportunism. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken his mission back then. Liu Dong silently praised the situation, recognizing that Kakuzu's disposition made him relatively easy to persuade within the Akatsuki. Unlike the art group, whose members were driven by their own pursuits and could not be swayed lightly. Speaking of which, the immortal Haydn was the very individual he sought this time, a tough nut to crack. A quintessential warmonger. It seemed that force would be required to resolve that matter. It's nothing much, don't you fancy money? I wish to offer you a lucrative opportunity. Liu Dong smiled as he spoke. Surely you must have heard of the Akatsuki? Kakuzu nodded in acknowledgement. The three leaders of the Akatsuki were indeed prominent figures in the black market bounty, their rewards exceeding that of the person before him by a considerable margin. Yet no one dared to take on such a task. After all, those three were disciples of Jiraiya from Konoha and were rarely seen apart, making it an unappealing venture. The leaders of the Akatsuki are my friends. They are currently in need of combat strength, and I believe you would be an excellent fit, capable of assisting them with financial matters as well. In the original text, it was Kakuzu who managed the Akatsuki's finances, so his competence in this area should be unquestionable. Is it truly that simple? Kakuzu furrowed his brow, unable to fully trust what he was hearing. Liu Dong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, or else why would I be interested in this arrangement? I have no desire to engage in any form of servitude. It is solely due to the existence of a fitting opportunity for you that I propose this transaction. Kakuzu fell into a brief silence before ultimately deciding to acquiesce. He had wandered for far too long. If he could secure a place to retire while overseeing finances, it would be nothing short of ideal. Very well, I accept. Upon receiving Kakuzu's response, Liu Dong promptly removed his Konoha forehead protector and handed it over to him. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Accepting the protector, you trust me so much as to give me the Konoha forehead protector? Moreover, I have heard that Konoha is currently engaged in battle with Amigate Cure. Do you require my assistance? Liu Dong shook his head, stating that the situation there was well in hand by Konoha, as Minato-sensei would arrange everything, and as for you, simply take the forehead protector to Konoha. Kakuzu expressed his bewilderment. Although he had reached an agreement with the Konoha Jr., it did not imply that Konoha would accept an S-rank rogue ninja like him. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source Starshin downloader developed by Shinyu. If you obtained the novel file via proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software's source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me/fqtool chapter 83. Amige Cure negotiation. I wish to introduce you to my friends. You must have a respectable resume. Or do you intend to rely solely on your identity as a rogue ninja? Liu Dong could not help but roll his eyes. Thus I plan to have you assist in managing Konoha's accounts. Kakuzu could hardly believe his ears. Is there truly someone who would so readily entrust financial matters to a rogue ninja? If you are jesting, I would not mind returning to my mission. Kakuzu stated with utmost seriousness, his hand instinctively resting upon the kunai at his waist. Liu Dong shrugged, signaling his sincerity. I assure you I am earnest. This is my token. You need only present it to the Hokage. If you truly do not trust me, I can leave you a handwritten letter. How does that sound? Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of confidence that left Kakuzu even more puzzled about this individual before him. Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Kakuzu secured the forehead protector. For him, infiltrating Konoha and subsequently departing posed no significant challenge. Even if surrounded, he held confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Thus he would grant this young one the benefit of the doubt for now. I shall take my leave, until we meet again. With the persuasion complete, Liu Dong stood and departed, leaving Kakuzu in a state of deep contemplation. After a while, he carefully stowed the Konoha forehead protector and made his way to the nearest exchange bureau. Upon seeing him, the owner of the exchange bureau broke into a wide grin. Ah. I heard from the earless fox just a few days ago that you have taken on a significant task. Are you planning to exchange here? Kakuzu placed the bounty notice on the table. Turning without a backward glance, leaving only the words, inform the earless fox that I am abandoning this mission. The counter owner quickly stepped forward to intercept him. Hey, Kakuzu, you must provide a reason for abandoning the mission, or we will have difficulty explaining it here. Kakuzu paid him no mind, continuing forward as he remarked, the bounty for that fellow should be increased. The reward does not match the target's strength. The counter owner scratched his head at this, wondering if there were indeed missions that even Kakuzu would not take on. How peculiar. He then picked up the bounty notice from the counter and scrutinized it closely. Finding the listed ninja to be quite young, yet even Kakuzu could not handle him. He immediately relayed this information to his fellow exchange bureau colleagues. Upon hearing this, the earless fox gasped. Having worked at the exchange bureau for many years, he had always seen Kakuzu around, and he had rarely ever failed. The fact that he would abandon a mission due to a Konoha Chunin, coupled with the suggestion to increase the bounty, was truly a first. Thus, the black market relayed the situation to the bounty payer, indicating the need for a price increase, lest no one be willing to take on the task again. It is well known that news spreads rapidly in the black market, and bounty hunters possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell. If even Kakuzu would not lightly engage with a target, they would naturally avoid courting death. Amige Cure. Crack. Hanzo of the Salamander crushed the armrest of his chair, causing those nearby to break into a sweat, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of becoming the target of his wrath. Very well. Hanzo ground his teeth, exclaiming, is it truly impossible to eliminate that wretch even with a bounty of 50 million? How audacious to suggest raising the bounty. The black market, indeed, is filled with a bunch of inept fools. Hanzo tore the letter in his hand to shreds, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. It seemed nothing but misfortune had befallen him of late. My lord, why not take matters into your own hands? One of the attendants risked a suggestion, as that would ensure absolute success. Preposterous. Lord Hanzo is the leader of a ninja village. How could he lower himself to attack a junior? An immediate counterargument arose among the attendees. The current financial situation of Amige Cure is dire. Would it not be quicker for Lord Hanzo to act instead of relying on the black market? Enough. Hanzo slammed his fist down, causing the remaining armrest to meet the same fate. He cast a shadowy gaze over the assembly, truly a group of incompetent fools, unable to handle even such a trivial matter. How is the investigation regarding the cult of the evil god progressing? Hanzo inquired languidly, his eyes downcast. One of the attendants stepped forward, reporting that they had retreated swiftly, leaving behind only some materials they had gathered. Upon hearing this, Hanzo let out a long sigh, rising from his seat. Excellent. A bunch of useless gluttons. Let us seek peace with Konoha. As he spoke these words, his teeth were clenched in frustration. reflecting on the past. During the Second Shinobi World War, Amegakure had been in its prime, even defeating the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. He should have successfully ascended to one of the 5 Kage under a partnership with Danzo, leading Amegakure towards a more glorious future. Yet, Konoha's maneuvers had shattered that beautiful vision. Very well, Konoha, enjoy your peace while it lasts. When he returns from his seclusion, you shall make Konoha pay dearly. Following the enigmatic Hans of the Salamander and his entourage, each cast furtive glances at one another, hesitant to make a move, fearful that it might be a ruse. After all, ever since Lord Hans's plans were thwarted, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Were it not for the unparalleled power they had witnessed behind him, they would not have continued to follow him. Let us proceed, Hans murmured, having gathered his thoughts. His recent string of defeats stemmed from his impatience, which had only served to disarray his forces. However, this time he vowed to devise a meticulous strategy, ensuring absolute success. Outside the village of Amegakure, the Konoha and Sunagakure groups remained on high alert. At that moment, Conan's paper bird returned, delivering news of Hans's intentions for peace talks. Jiraiya-sensei, Hans intends to negotiate with Konoha. She glanced at Jiraiya, who was engrossed in a game of chess with Orochimaru. With a soft thud, Orochimaru placed his piece, smirking as he declared, "Jiraiya, you have lost." Jiraiya pouted, exclaiming, "I shouldn't have played with you." Yet, after having lingered for so long, it seemed their opponent was finally willing to reveal himself. They had been stationed there for a week, and Minato's position was clear. If the other party agreed to disclose information related to the Akatsuki, Konoha would not pursue Amegakure's culpability. Minato was indeed too benevolent. Merely seeking a truce, Orochimaru stood, lifting the tent flap as he exited. Jiraiya sighed, uncertain how to counsel his warlike old friend. Chapter 84. An unexpected visitor to Konoha. As anticipated, it was not long before Amegakure sent an envoy to express their desire for peace talks, to which Jiraiya relayed Konoha's demands. The venue for the negotiations was chosen to be midway between Konoha's encampment and Amegakure, a distance neither too close nor too far, allowing for immediate support should anything transpire. Who would have thought we would meet at the same negotiation table? Orochimaru remarked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. With the 4th Hokage absent, the responsibility of these discussions fell to the 2 of the legendary 3, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Hans subtly furrowed his brow, yet he endured the discomfort of being at a disadvantage. Time had indeed flown. The once mighty legendary 3 were now of advanced age. Hans indirectly alluded to the fact that the previous legendary 3 were merely his defeated subordinates. Jiraiya paid it no mind, but Orochimaru seemed to take offense. "What do you mean by this age?" Orochimaru's eyes glinted with malice, his focus on Hans's words entirely different from the latter's intent. Hans was somewhat bewildered by Orochimaru's inquiry, acknowledging that he had indeed entered middle age. Youth was a distant memory. After all, he too was on the path to becoming an old man. Was he not? He believed he had provided a graceful exit for their conversation. Yet why did Orochimaru's gaze remain so piercing? Jiraiya patted Orochimaru's shoulder, clearing his throat to signal him to temper his demeanor. Orochimaru huffed, "It's not me who is nearing the grave. At least I am still youthful." In this altered narrative, Orochimaru had indeed continued his research into immortality, though now he merely switched bodies from those possessing bloodline limits to the white Zetsu. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness towards his old friend, who could not grasp the crux of the matter. "Well, in comparison to me, you are indeed youthful." Hans, unaware of Orochimaru's immortality research, perceived the latter's fixation on trivial matters as an annoyance and awkwardly sought to shift the conversation. He reminded himself to remain calm and composed, for patience would yield opportunities for retaliation. "Ahem, we are aware of the actions of the Akatsuki, thus you must unconditionally assist us in investigating their presence," Jiraiya stated with gravity. Hans nodded, extending his hand as an aide promptly presented a document. "This is all we possess. We are unaware of anything further, but should the need arise, we will dispatch ninjas to assist." "Perfect. Our village shall investigate the Akatsuki in the Land of Water, and Amegakure could spare a few individuals to assist." Orochimaru grinned slyly, as if he had seen through Hans's superficial offer, deliberately seeking to put him in a difficult position. Negotiations and interrogations often required the roles of good cop and bad cop, and Orochimaru was naturally the latter, prompting Jiraiya to refrain from intervening. "Very well. Hans agreed readily, surprising both of them that I have heard that the 3 members of the Akatsuki have ties with Konoha. Surely they could help Amigakure. Hans smiled at the 3 figures clad in their red cloud cloaks, standing behind Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Conan immediately retorted, Hans, we have no connection with Amigakure. Do not impose upon us. The 3 were all too aware of Hans's intentions. Sending them would conserve Hans's own forces, and should anything befall them, the responsibility would fall entirely on the Akatsuki. Now, that is not quite right. Hans feigned innocence. We have just agreed to negotiate. Does Konoha not trust my people? With the 3 of them originating from Amigakure and having connections to Konoha, they were indeed the most suitable and trustworthy candidates. Hans spoke earnestly, presenting himself as genuinely concerned for Konoha, leaving others at a loss for words. Very well, I concede. Jiraiya acquiesced to the arrangement. In truth, they understood that this operation required little assistance. It was merely a pretext to gauge the other party's stance. Once the negotiations concluded, Jiraiya led the group back to Konoha, while the Sunigakure members parted ways midway, promising to send someone for follow-up discussions later. As they journeyed, an unexpected visitor arrived at Konoha. Minato, who had been diligently reviewing documents in the Hokage office, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his hand instinctively reaching for his kunai. Who goes there? Step forward. Upon hearing the commotion, the station ninjas burst in. While the Umbu materialized, encircling Minato. Indeed, he was the Hokage. The figure of Kakuzu emerged from the shadows, a testament to his skill at remaining undetected. Minato furrowed his brow as he regarded the rogue ninja's forehead protector. A rogue from Takigakure. You are Kakuzu. Quickly, he recalled the notorious rogue who had betrayed Takigakure after a massacre. The Konoha ninjas gasped, but he is not from the era of the first Hokage. How gratifying it is that someone in this era recognizes me, Kakuzu remarked, glancing at the Konoha Nin with a sneer, producing the forehead protector given to him by a certain white-haired boy. Be cautious, Hokage. The Konoha ninjas readied themselves, wary of Kakuzu's movements. Kakuzu waved the forehead protector, tossing it to Minato. As Minato caught it, he felt the familiar mark of the flying thunder god. A wave of dread washing over him. The owner of this forehead protector is in your possession. Minato's eyes burned with fury. With Rin's situation unresolved and now Kakashi in peril, what purpose did his role as a teacher serve? Hey. Kakuzu raised his hands, indicating his lack of hostility. That I haven't done anything to him. If anything, he's the one who did something to me. Minato's brows knitted in suspicion, refusing to relax. What do you mean? Kakuzu sighed, feeling exhausted from the lengthy discussion, so he succinctly recounted the events. Minato's expression flickered, still filled with ire. Someone is offering a bounty on Kakashi in the black market. That's hardly surprising. You also have a bounty in the black market. Though no one dares claim it. It's merely for show, Kakuzu replied nonchalantly. Understanding which bounties to pursue was part of the skill set for bounty ninjas. So, you are here to assist us? Chapter 85. Kakuzu's efficiency. That is essentially the case. Kakuzu seated himself on the sofa in the Hokage's office, exhibiting a complete disregard for his status as an intruder. How absurd. Why should we trust a rogue like you? A Konoha Umbu ninja scoffed. Kakuzu chuckled inwardly, retorting, I too would like to know why that white-haired brat claims to be the current Hokage's student. Even as a student, he shouldn't wield such power. Right? Yet he indicated that I could have this. Although he intended to give me a personal letter, which I declined. After making this admission, Kakuzu reflected on how foolish it was for him to accept such claims. Only to find himself in Konoha. I'm leaving. Having spoken, he rose, intending to leave Konoha and continue his life as a bounty hunter. At that moment, Minato Namikaze interjected, urging him to stay. Wait, I can arrange a position for you. But we will also need to assign someone to monitor you. Can you accept that? Hearing the response from the other party, Kakuzu halted his departure. Could it be that he had lived too long and was out of touch with the thoughts of today's youth? Was he really being offered a position as a rogue ninja? The Hokage? Naturally, the other ninjas were quite vocal about their objections. Hokage-sama, this is a rogue ninja from Takigakure. How can we so easily allow him into Konoha? Minato raised his hand, signaling for silence. The previous rogue, Sasori, was also a rogue ninja, yet I managed to resolve our issues with Sunigakure quite effectively. He is merely another rogue ninja. There is no fundamental difference. Lord Orochimaru and Jiraiya-sensei will return shortly. We can proceed as planned. Minato's remarks left everyone speechless, but they silently lamented. But your student is frequently bringing S-rank rogue ninjas into Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. It appeared he was not the first ninja to be favored in Konoha. Well, it seems Konoha is indeed a peculiar place. Kakuzu mused, surveying his surroundings. So, where will I reside, and when do I commence my duties? The other ninjas could not help but break into a cold sweat. Could it be that he was truly intending to manage Konoha's accounts? Even if our Hokage was unconcerned about this matter, could you, as an S-rank rogue ninja, not exhibit some self-awareness? Minato chuckled and inquired. So you genuinely wish to oversee Konoha's finances? Indeed, Kakuzu replied candidly, if it were not for this condition, even if that white-haired brat knew him well, he would never relinquish the bounty of 50 million ryo. Minato could not help but cover his face in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the other party would genuinely want to work. He called for an aide to fetch Konoha's expenditure ledger. The Konoha ninjas exchanged anxious whispers. Hokage-sama, are you truly going to let him see it? Minato calmly replied, it's fine. After all, those ledgers merely contain trivial procurement records. There is no need to be overly concerned. Upon hearing this, the ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that their Hokage had not been naive enough to reveal their innermost secrets. Kakuzu, however, was quite unceremonious as he seized the ledger and began flipping through it. He could easily discern that this was not a crucial record, and he did not believe that they would trust him enough to show him the core ledgers. Nevertheless, even the ledger concerning public expenditure encompassed the entirety of Konoha, and given Konoha's size as the largest in the ninja world, it required considerable effort to analyze, without any other arrangements for lodging. Kakuzu worked on the Hokage's office sofa and coffee table, leaving Minato, who was handling administrative affairs, feeling quite uncomfortable. It was not until noon that Uchiha Obito knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Slightly alleviating the tense atmosphere, Minato-sensei, here's today's bento, made by Rin as well, so you must eat it with heartfelt gratitude. Wait, why is there someone else here? Obito had intended to deliver lunch to Minato. But upon entering and not finishing his sentence, he was met with a cold, piercing gaze. Startled, he turned away. Minato, unsure how to explain the current situation, quickly accepted the bento from Obito's hands, thanking him profusely. By the way, Obito, could you do me a favor and bring this gentleman a portion of the J-Nin standard meal? Minato said apologetically, glancing toward Kanu. Kakuzu dismissed the notion. No need. Sure. But who is this, uncle? Obito scratched his head, scrutinizing Kaku. Hey, isn't that symbol the mark of a rogue ninja? Why is it here in Konoha? Obito's barrage of questions left Minato unable to intervene, and he hastily pushed the boy out the door. At that moment, a ninja guard approached, carrying a meal box to Hokage-sama. This is for you, the guard said, his gaze shifting toward Kanu. Minato quickly understood, clearing a space on the coffee table and placing the meal in front of Kaku. Thus, Obito, still puzzled, was escorted out by the J-Nin delivering the meal. Hey, you must be an elite J-Nin, right? What's the story behind that rogue ninja? Why is he in Minato-sensei's office, faced with Obito's rapid-fire inquiries? Kakuzu could no longer contain himself. That I also wish to know why your teammates keep bringing various rogue ninjas into Konoha. We have considerable pressure too, you know? Obito was momentarily taken aback by the J-Nin's outburst. If anyone had been bringing back rogue ninjas, it seemed to be that fool Kakashi. Could it be that Kakashi had brought back another rogue ninja? His excitement surged. Wow, did Kakashi bring back another rogue ninja? I think that forehead protector looks like it's from Takigakure. The J-Nin, observing Obito's excitement, felt that Hokage-sama's disciple was, indeed, beyond saving. Hey, don't go. Tell me more about that rogue ninja. I want to share it with Rin. Obito hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the two remained silent as they ate, the atmosphere as cold as ice. Minato wanted to weep. The next time Kakashi returned, he would firmly tell him not to bring just anyone into Konoha. Furthermore, Rin's suggestion to strengthen Konoha's barrier should be prioritized, as it truly allowed anyone to enter with ease, posing a significant security risk. By this time, Kakuzu had finished his meal and placed the organized ledger in front of Minato. I've marked the problematic areas. When can I review Konoha's accounts? Chapter 86. The eerie silence. Minato's gaze fell upon the ledger before him, rendering him so astonished that he could no longer eat. He flipped through the pages according to Kakuzu's markings. Every issue was highlighted in red, with problems clearly detailed. He could not help but review it from beginning to end. Realizing that the discrepancies Kakuzu had pointed out were exceedingly difficult to detect, yet collectively amounted to a substantial sum. It seemed Konoha also had individuals enriching themselves at the expense of others. Kakuzu commented with indifference. Minato immediately grasped that the individual before him possessed genuine skills, and he understood why Kakashi would want such a rogue to manage the accounts. He promptly stated, "Please hold on a moment." Minato called for the head of the procurement department to confront him directly. Initially, the procurement chief attempted to maintain his bravado, but once Kakazu began questioning him, the situation swiftly reversed. "I apologize, Hokage-sama. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me this once." Minato stared at the procurement chief, a man he had personally promoted, who had indeed committed such acts of embezzlement. He closed his eyes in dismay. Following proper protocol, he issued the necessary orders for judgment. The guards outside promptly entered and escorted him away. As the sounds of his pleas faded into the distance, Minato turned to Kakazu and "I apologize for the embarrassment. Also, I regret doubting your capabilities earlier." Kakazu could not help but admire the character of the man before him, who would genuinely apologize for such matters. It appeared that Konoha was indeed different from Takigakure. If he had been born a ninja of Konoha, perhaps those future events would not have transpired. Contemplating this, Kakazu was inwardly startled. Was it possible for such an old relic like him to harbor such thoughts? Perhaps engaging with Konoha, a place that consistently led the way in the ninja world, was not such a bad thing after all. But please understand my position, Deus Hokage. I acknowledge your abilities, but I cannot fully trust you just yet. Minato's earnest words stirred something within Kakazu. "It matters not. Simply being able to reside in Konoha is already beyond my expectations. You may return to rest now. The ninjas outside will escort you to your lodgings." Seeing that Kakazu bore no resentment, Minato let out a sigh of relief and subtly requested his departure from the Hokage's office. Kakazu complied and exited without issue. Minato sank into his chair, exhaling deeply. He truly wished to bring Sarutobi-sensei back, as being Hokage was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Naturally, the news of another rogue ninja infiltrating the village could not be kept under wraps, and when Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned, they soon heard of the situation. "Minato, are you being a bit too lenient with that brat?" Jiraiya remarked. "Last time, you brought in one rogue ninja. How could you manage to bring in another?" Orochimaru, however, was quite intrigued. "It seems that brat has quite the talent. I'm curious about what other rogue ninjas he might bring in the future." The somewhat helpless bluffing Shuemin gazed at his two esteemed predecessors, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and said, "Please, do not jest with me any longer. This matter weighs heavily on my mind, and I shall speak with him earnestly upon his return." Meanwhile, the source of bluffing Shuemin's distress, Liu Dong, was reveling in his regained holiday at the hot spring village. "Were you not sent to gather intelligence? How did you find yourself ensnared by such comforts?" he mused. "Are you not aware that such a mixed crowd is the best for gathering information?" Liu Dong luxuriated in the hot spring, relishing the sensation of relaxation permeating his limbs. During his previous visit to the land of water, he had not been able to rest properly, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the hot springs here rivaled those in the land of water. It was indeed a tranquil haven, untouched by the ravages of war. Yao Yaozi could not help but express her thoughts aloud. After a brief period of mental repose, Liu Dong emerged from the hot spring clad in a yucca. The weather in the land of rivers was splendid year-round, which surely contributed to their peaceful existence. He retrieved a significant amount of silver notes from his pocket and approached the innkeeper, who was engrossed in watching a romantic film, and handed over the notes. The innkeeper promptly straightened up, his face beaming with delight, and inquired, "How was your soak, esteemed guest?" "Quite satisfactory," Liu Dong replied nonchalantly. "This amount suffices. With plenty to spare. I have a few questions to pose." The innkeeper, recognizing Liu Dong's generous demeanor, eagerly nodded. "Please, ask away. I assure you, I shall share all that I know. Have you ever heard of a ninja named Faden?" Liu Dong inquired directly. "Or perhaps the cult known as the Evil God Sect?" Upon hearing the first part of the question, the innkeeper appeared contemplative. However, upon hearing the latter, his expression shifted dramatically. "Oh dear. I run a modest establishment. I cannot accept such a generous offering," he stammered, hastily counting the bills in his hand and returning the appropriate change to Liu Dong. Liu Dong was not taken aback by this response. With a subtle flicker in his eyes, he accepted the returned money and refrained from pressing further. Theo inquired too closely could indeed alert the adversary. Once Liu Dong departed, the innkeeper let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, his wife emerged from the back, asking, "It sounded like you were speaking with a rather generous patron. Why did you return the money?" The innkeeper shot her a knowing glance and gestured subtly. Her face turned pale, and she quickly patted her chest, relieved that the guest had not pressed the matter further. Be sure to inform our neighboring establishments to remain vigilant. We cannot allow those rascals to disrupt our lives. The innkeeper urged, patting his wife's shoulder to comfort her. She nodded and proceeded to the nearby shop. Liu Dong dined at a modest establishment, contemplating how he might find a breakthrough. Just then, his gaze fell upon a table across the room, where an elderly woman sat with a child who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old. Their table held but a single bowl of wontons, which they took turns sharing, each only able to consume one at a time. Liu Dong narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an opportunity, and signaled for a server. Please bring a hearty meal for both the child and the elderly woman over there. I shall cover the cost. If they cannot finish, pack it up for them, he instructed, gesturing toward the table. The server initially wore a disapproving expression upon seeing the two, but, recognizing the necessity of business, begrudgingly retreated to the kitchen to place the order. Observing the server's reaction only heightened Liu Dong's conviction that they could serve as his breakthrough. Chapter 87. The breakthrough. The server returned, placing 2 bowls of noodles before the grandmother and grandchild, curtly stating, "Eat." They were taken aback, expressing their gratitude effusively. However, the server rebuffed their thanks, wearing an expression as if he had been sullied, and gestured to Liu Dong, indicating that the food was a gift from him. As their eyes met, Liu Dong offered them a gentle smile. The elderly woman promptly led the child over, instructing her to kneel, and pretended to do the same. But Liu Dong quickly intervened to assist her upright. "Dear lady, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, alarmed, for this elderly woman appeared to be at least 60, and he could not bear the thought of her kneeling. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl chirped, her voice filled with innocence, before her gaze fixated hungrily on the remnants of Liu Dong's tea snacks. Liu Dong, taking pity, offered the plate of pastries to her, stating, "I have no need for them. It would be wasteful to discard them. Could you help me finish them?" The girl's eyes lit up with delight, and she nodded eagerly, but was halted by the elderly woman. "The child is naive. I, as her guardian, should know better. We have already received a bowl of noodles. We cannot accept more," she insisted, gently retracting the child's outstretched hand, offering Liu Dong an apologetic smile as they returned to their original position. Liu Dong did not press the matter further, understanding their dignity at that moment. The previously unfriendly server approached once more and inquired, "You must be visiting the hot spring village, sir?" Liu Dong welcomed this opportunity for information and nodded, feigning a demeanor of innocence and kindness. The server's expression softened, and he encouraged, "In that case, do enjoy the local culture and the hot springs." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of intensity. "Though we shun them, we do not deny them a living. I would advise you to steer clear of such misfortune." Liu Dong's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he produced a silver note from his pocket and, with an air of innocent curiosity, asked, "Is this sufficient to cover the meal? The remainder is yours. Could you share more information with me?" Upon seeing the denomination of the note, the server's eyes darted around furtively before he tucked it away and leaned in closer to speak quietly. Their parents were once involved in a cult, causing much harm. Now, only the grandmother and grandchild remain, and many villagers harbor deep resentment toward them. Yet, the child is innocent. They cannot find work, and if they pass by kind shopkeepers, people are often willing to spare a bowl of food. A glimmer of astuteness flickered in Liu Dong's gaze as he smirked slightly. "I appreciate your caution. Otherwise, I would have been unaware." He then retrieved another silver note, saying, "Please pack up a portion of your shop's pastries for me to take away." "Certainly. I shall prepare that right away," the server exclaimed, his spirits lifted by Liu Dong's generosity as he eagerly dashed off to gather the treats. Even adding a few samples of other snacks, Liu Dong accepted the packaged pastries and departed without delay, presenting himself as a mere passerby who had acted out of kindness. However, he had already inscribed a chakra mark on the 2 individuals when he assisted them, allowing him to sense their location with ease. After perusing the food street and temple, he gauged the time had come and set off in the direction indicated by his chakra sensing, feigning a chance encounter with the grandmother and grandchild. "What a coincidence to see you again," Liu Dong exclaimed with a smile. The little girl instantly recognized him as the kind man who had treated them to noodles and rushed over, presenting him with a flower she had picked from the roadside. "Big brother, this is for you. Thank you for the noodles. I haven't eaten so well in ages." The girl's bright smile belied the melancholy truth of her words. Liu Dong glanced at the elderly woman behind her, who was carrying a bag, evidently having saved her portion to take home. "But I truly appreciate the flower you gifted me. If you happen to gather more, I would be glad to exchange these pastries for them, Liu Dong suggested, hoping to draw closer to the child through food. The tactic proved effective, as the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. And she eagerly dashed into the flower bed, soon returning with an armful of blossoms. Yet, instead of simply handing them over, she meticulously arranged them on the ground, demonstrating a seriousness that was endearing. The elderly woman stepped forward, expressing her gratitude for Liu Dong's kindness, yet implored, "We hope not to cross paths again. It would be better for you." Liu Dong understood her implication and decided against beating around the bush. "Let us strike a bargain," he proposed, his gaze penetrating. "Surely you do not wish to continue living in these circumstances with your granddaughter? I can guide you away from here, but only if you disclose what I wish to know." The elderly woman was deeply moved by this proposition. She had initially expected merely some monetary assistance to improve her living conditions, but to her surprise, the offer was grand, an escape from this place. However, such a feat is far from simple. Our roots are entrenched here, and venturing into unfamiliar territories is daunting. She sighed, casting a glance at her granddaughter, hoping fervently that Nai Ling would soon mature and leave this place. As for her frail old bones, wherever they may be laid to rest, is inconsequential. At that moment, Nai Ling bounded over, presenting a bouquet she had lovingly tied together to Liu Dong. "Big brother, do you think this bouquet is worthy enough to trade for the treats in your hands?" Liu Dong, taken aback by her confidence, accepted the flowers from her, though they were merely wildflowers picked from the roadside. They displayed a remarkable aesthetic appeal, rivaling the creations of renowned florists. "That I truly adore this bouquet. May I keep it?" Liu Dong smiled as he handed over the packaged delicacies. Nai Ling's face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously. "Of course, this is a gift for Big Brother." The elderly woman gazed affectionately at Nai Ling, her heart swelling with love, as she gently tousled her hair, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is our Nai Ling." Chapter 88. A successful operation. In my view, this child's talent for floral arrangement is on par with that of some esteemed disciples. Perhaps this could be a promising path for her. Liu Dong, while admiring the bouquet in his hands, spoke candidly yet enticingly, challenging the elderly woman's resolve. "What is floral arrangement?" Nai Ling could not comprehend such terminology. She merely fashioned the flowers into a bouquet in a manner she found pleasing. "No, Big Brother is simply praising your flower selection." The elderly woman quickly interjected, unwilling to let Liu Dong's words sway her. Nai Ling, with her innocent trust, nodded enthusiastically. "Of course, I can tell how long these flowers will bloom just by observing their condition. The flowers I gave to Big Brother will last for several more days." Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing that this child's perceptive abilities were indeed remarkable, capable of discerning such nuances, even if she did not pursue apprenticeship under a master florist. He recalled a flower shop in the mountains that could use her assistance. Surely, it would be a fruitful endeavor. "Nai Ling, it's getting late. We must return." The elderly woman, eager to avoid further entanglements with Liu Dong, hastily led the child away. Nai Ling cast a wistful glance back at Liu Dong, waving her goodbyes, and lamented, "How wonderful it would be if Big Brother could stay in Tangren Village forever." Yet, Liu Dong was merely a transient visitor, and it would not be long before he departed. The elderly woman sighed, recognizing the rare joy in Nai Ling's demeanor. Nai Ling murmured, "When can we leave Tangren Village?" "Nai Ling, you must wait until you come of age. I have said this many times." The elderly woman replied sternly, her brow furrowing with concern. "Leaving now would render us defenseless." Nai Ling, however, felt no profound disappointment. She had heard this reasoning for many years, yet the people here did not embrace her, and life with her grandmother was fraught with hardship, with no one appreciating her floral creations. The bouquet she had gifted to Big Brother was undoubtedly her favorite work to date. It was evident that he understood her artistry. Were all outsiders like him? Or was it merely the village's hostility that led others to dismiss her work? Nai Ling was puzzled, but Liu Dong's mention of floral arrangement illuminated her thoughts, as if she had discovered a purpose in life. How splendid! If she could endure until adulthood, she would strive to uncover the true essence of floral arrangement. Upon returning home, it was a stretch to call it home. It was merely a makeshift shelter constructed from iron sheets, barely sufficient to shield them from the elements. Thankfully, Tangren Village enjoyed a temperate climate year-round, sparing them the fear of freezing during winter. Their original dwelling had long been destroyed by furious villagers during the incident. The elderly woman realized that, despite the events that transpired, the village's tolerance allowed them to remain. It was a pity for Nai Ling, so young yet burdened with such hardships. She coaxed Nai Ling to sleep, while she herself lay awake, gazing at her granddaughter's peaceful face, her mind swirling with thoughts about the proposal they had encountered that day. To truly leave this place, to venture into an environment where no one knew them, was a dream they had never dared to entertain. Yet, she was acutely aware of the man's intentions once she committed. There would be no turning back. What if he were to renege on his offer? The elderly woman had spent her entire life in Tangyin Village, never having ventured beyond its borders. Nai Ling's parents were not ninjas, but ordinary villagers who ran a small shop to make ends meet. Thus, she found it difficult to fathom what life outside Tangyin Village might be like. However, fatigue eventually overtook the weary woman, lulling her into a deep slumber amid her contemplations. Meanwhile, Liu Dong captured an image of the bouquet with his camera and dispatched it back to Konoha via a messenger hawk. Awaiting a response in the following days, Liu Dong orchestrated encounters at every turn. The elderly woman, though reluctant, could not resist the allure of food. As long as Nai Ling was well fed, she was willing to acquiesce. Liu Dong sensed her defenses gradually weakening, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Big brother, this is delicious. It's my first time tasting it," Nai Ling exclaimed, her mouth full of candied fruit, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It was the sweetest treat she had ever had. Typically, she only indulged on special occasions. Just then, a hawk swooped down, startling the people nearby. "Apologies, this is my messenger hawk," Liu Dong said sheepishly, retrieving a note from its leg before releasing the bird once more. Nai Ling's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Wow, how cool. Is that Kakashi's hawk?" After spending several days together, they had exchanged names, and whether she referred to him as Big Brother or Kakashi depended on Nai Ling's mood. Indeed, Liu Dong unfolded the note, a smile spreading across his face. The final blow was about to land. Nai Ling took another bite of her candied fruit, mirroring Liu Dong's joy. Liu Dong grinned as he handed her the note. "This is good news regarding you." Curious, Nai Ling accepted the note, her brow furrowing as she looked up at Liu Dong. "Big brother, I cannot read." Liu Dong had forgotten this detail. He proceeded to read the contents of the note aloud, conveying that he had shown Nai Ling's work to a friend who was immensely impressed and insisted that Liu Dong must recruit this talent, offering a generous salary. Nai Ling gasped in astonishment. "Is my work truly that good? Someone is willing to pay for it?" "Absolutely. You must persuade your grandmother. As long as she agrees, I can take you away to a place that will welcome you." Liu Dong replied with a beaming smile. Being a child, such temptation was overwhelming for Nai Ling, and she dashed home, her candied fruit melting in her hands. "Nai Ling, what happened?" The elderly woman, seeing Nai Ling, rushed back. Worried that her granddaughter had been bullied by her peers, Nai Ling felt a newfound courage and determination as she looked at her grandmother, earnestly declaring, "Grandmother, let us leave this place." "Nai Ling, why do you keep saying this?" The elderly woman fell back on her usual evasive tactics, but before she could finish her sentence, Nai Ling interrupted. "But someone is willing to pay for my bouquet and wants me to work for him." Nai Ling spoke hesitantly, but with conviction, reasoning that it could not be worse than her current situation in Tangyin Village. The elderly woman paused, incredulous. "You mean someone is willing to pay you for your bouquet?" Chapter 89. Returning to Konoha when Yamashiro Kai first saw a messenger hawk perched at his doorstep, he was puzzled. He did not recall anyone using a messenger hawk to contact him. With a sense of curiosity, he detached the note tied to the hawk's leg. After reading the contents and examining the accompanying image, his eyes lit up with excitement. Such talent existed. If he could recruit this genius, he would no longer worry about competing with the rival flower shop. He immediately grabbed a pen and wrote a heartfelt letter, hoping to bring this extraordinary talent to his flower shop. The Yamashiro clan had always been adept at tending to flowers and plants, likely due to the mutual support and influence among the boar, deer, and butterfly clans. The Nara clan enjoyed raising deer, while the Yamashiro clan cultivated herbs and crafted secret medicines. Thus, they held a natural affinity for flora, perhaps even an obsession. Just then, Yamashiro Kai's wife emerged from behind, observing her husband in an unusually fervent state. Bewildered, and playfully smacked him on the back of the head. "Get back to arranging the flowers and preparing for the grand opening." Indeed, in a state of delight, Shanzhong Hai cheerfully set off. As for Nai Ling, the elderly woman was finally persuaded by her granddaughter and agreed to accompany her. The two of them sought out Liu Dong, who, upon their arrival, immediately recognized their success. That it appeared that this time she had acquiesced. Liu Dong was enjoying a late-night snack in the hotel restaurant and was not surprised by their appearance. They had both come this far, and naturally, they trusted that neither could refuse the other. The elderly woman, despite her age, declared, "If I were to die, so be it. But if you dare deceive my granddaughter, I shall haunt you even in death," her piercing gaze fixed upon him, demanding a promise. Liu Dong, reassured, nodded and offered the snacks on the table once more to Nai Ling this time. The elderly woman did not intervene, watching her granddaughter indulge with "It is getting late. We must return." She urged her granddaughter as Nai Ling finished her meal. Liu Dong tilted his head, puzzled. "Where do you intend to return to? Since I have agreed to assist you, I shall not allow you to stay in that shabby dwelling. I have reserved a fine room for you. Simply settle in." With that, he produced a key from his pocket and tossed it to Nai Ling. "It's right next to mine. Should you need anything, seek me out." The elderly woman felt the key was rather burdensome. No, staying at a hotel is too expensive. We cannot impose on you." Liu Dong sighed, explaining that the best room in the inn cost less than 10,000 Rio a night. While his earnings from a single mission amounted to several million. Consider this in advance. If it proves too difficult, you may repay me once you earn some money. The elderly woman's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. "You do not intend to sell Nai Ling to some brothel, do you?" she exclaimed, hastily shielding her granddaughter. Liu Dong chuckled at her protectiveness. "Come now, the money from such a sale wouldn't even cover the cost of a trinket for Nai Ling." He then produced 2 scrolls, one for each of them. "I have purchased new clothing for you both. Return to your room and freshen up." He poked Nai Ling's nose playfully, then added, "Oh, you don't know any jutsu. I'll retrieve it for you myself." Thus, the grandmother and granddaughter had just finished bathing, feeling rejuvenated in their new garments. Seated on the soft bed, still in a state of disbelief, Nai Ling was the first to react. Leaping onto the bed, exclaiming, "Ah, it's so soft, like cotton candy. How delightful." Observing Nai Ling's happiness, the elderly woman felt that this experience was indeed worthwhile. The following morning, both parties arose early, coinciding perfectly for breakfast. The elderly woman had a pressing concern weighing on her mind. After escorting Nai Ling back to their room, she took the initiative to speak with Liu Dong. "Shall we get straight to the point? You wish to inquire about the cult of the evil god, do you not?" Her eyes reflected a hint of dread, as if broaching a deeply taboo subject. Liu Dong nodded, clarifying his intentions. "I have come in pursuit of the cult of the evil god. Child, I advise caution. The cult of the evil god is not one to be trifled with," the elderly woman lamented, her voice heavy with reminiscence. "Were it not for the cult, our family of 4 would not have fallen to such dire straits." Liu Dong's eyes flickered with recognition as he recalled Lin, his companion, who had been sacrificed to the cult. "I seek to locate them and eradicate their presence." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, the elderly woman's expression grew somber, realizing that this youth, like herself, was a victim of the cult. However, upon hearing the latter part, her countenance shifted to one of alarm. "You truly wish to pursue this?" she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "You must think this through." Liu Dong chuckled lightly. "You have harbored doubts about me. Now that you are willing to confide, I shall not withhold the truth. I am a ninja from Konoha, sent by the Hokage to investigate the cult of the evil god. You need not fear, for your protector is the entirety of Konoha." At this revelation, the elderly woman was taken aback. She recognized that the person before her was indeed a formidable ninja. But to discover he was from Konoha was beyond her expectations. Even in her isolation, she had heard of the recent events where Konoha single-handedly turned the tide of the shinobi world war. She had encountered such a powerful ally. Letting out a sigh of relief, she finally composed herself. "Since you are a ninja from Konoha, I can rest easy. However, may I disclose the details of the cult once we arrive in Konoha?" Her hesitation was not born of distrust in Liu Dong, but rather in the malevolent forces of the cult. She had been cast out from Ninja Village, yet she was acutely aware of the insidious power of such a vile belief system. It was likely that there were covert adherents within the village. If she spoke of it in Ninja Village, they would surely connect it back to her, potentially jeopardizing their journey to Konoha. Liu Dong shrugged, indifferent to her concerns. Ultimately, the truth would surface regardless, and it was far more critical to ensure the safety of key witnesses as they made their way to Konoha. "Very well then. I shall procure supplies today. Is there anything you require? We shall depart this evening." Liu Dong was known for his decisive actions. Having concluded his investigations in Ninja Village, he deemed it best to return promptly. "You need not bring anything. I will acquire new items for you." The elderly woman nodded, exiting the room to inform Nai Ling of their intended departure that evening. Chapter 90. The Duel of the Paper Figures. "Ah, how unbearably dull. Why does no one stumble upon my blade?" Fei Duan lamented, listlessly swinging his blood sickle, reclining on the ground after completing his prayer to the evil god. Should I return to Yu Ninja Village and create a ruckus? He pondered, rising from the ritual. But alas, they are all mere commoners without sacrificial worth that he hefted his sickle, indifferent to his surroundings. When he overheard a conversation as he passed through a village. Did you hear? Konoha has taken in a rogue ninja, one from Takigakure. Even with Konoha's current prominence, they shouldn't be so reckless as to harbor rogues. And I heard that this one is particularly ruthless. Konoha wouldn't be attempting to whitewash this rogue for their own use. Would they? I don't know, but I've heard that Konoha has ties with that Akatsuki organization. After eavesdropping on the gossip, Fei Duan abruptly stood, heading towards the direction of Yu Ninja Village. Akatsuki, you say? Sounds intriguing. They could make for excellent sacrifices. The evil god shall surely be pleased. He nodded to himself. As if affirming the validity of his thoughts, they journeyed towards Konoha. What should have been a week-long trip was prolonged to twice that duration due to the presence of a 60-year-old woman. Yet this was under the assumption that the elderly woman felt a pressing need to reach Konoha for safety. At last, the three of them beheld the grand gates of Konoha, far more magnificent than those of Yu Ninja Village. With the lively and prosperous atmosphere palpable even from the outside. Halt. The guards of Konoha stopped Liu Dong. May I inquire who these two are? Important witnesses. Your authority does not extend to this matter. Liu Dong replied frostily. The affairs of the cult of the evil god were not for a mere Konoha guard to know. The guard's expression changed, yet he remained resolute. Please wait. The Hokage has issued an order. If you bring anyone back, their identities must be confirmed before entry. Huh? When did this regulation come into effect? Liu Dong questioned, bewildered, recalling how effortlessly he had brought others into the village previously. Just then, a voice interjected, isn't it because you keep bringing back rogue ninjas? That has given Minato quite the headache. Lifting his gaze, Liu Dong recognized Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, Liu Dong acknowledged with a nod, a sign of respect. What of Lord Minato? The individual you brought back a few days ago possesses quite the skills. They immediately ousted the corrupt minister. The minister's position is now vacant, and they are in the process of reclaiming embezzled funds and resources. Minato is currently overwhelmed. Jiraiya spoke with a hint of schadenfreude. However, whom have you brought back this time? They do not appear to be ninjas, Jiraiya remarked, stepping closer to scrutinize the two. Nai Ling, feeling intimidated, hid behind her grandmother, whispering, Big brother, this strange uncle is quite frightening. The elderly woman quickly interjected, Nai Ling, you mustn't be rude. Having lived long enough, she had certainly heard of the legendary Sannin, and the man before her was undoubtedly the esteemed Jiraiya. No worries, no worries. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, scratching the back of his head. What brings you to Konoha? Nailing replied, Big brother said there's a flower shop that wants to hire me with a high salary. A flower shop? Jiraiya was momentarily puzzled, his mind immediately drifting to the flower shop run by the Yamashiro family. However, being someone who has always been able to connect well with children, he smiled and said, Is that so? That's wonderful. You're quite impressive at such a young age. Nailing giggled, scratching her nose. Not really. In that case, I would appreciate it if you could help me arrange for these two, Jiraiya-sama. They are important intelligence providers. I need to see Rin first. Seeing them becoming familiar, Liu Dong entrusted the two individuals to Jiraiya. Hey. I still have the task of monitoring that guy. Yagura, why do you always find me work? Jiraiya hurriedly attempted to call him back, but before he could finish, Liu Dong had already vanished from sight. TCH, just like his teacher with that flying thunder god technique, Jiraiya grumbled, but he dutifully arranged for the two. Meanwhile, in Rin's hospital room, laughter filled the air, with Kakashi and Kushina present. He pushed the door open. Rin's eyes lit up, joyfully exclaiming, Kakashi, you're back? Yeah, Kakashi responded. Rin scrutinized him from head to toe, relieved to see that he bore no injuries, and said, That's wonderful. Since you're back, does that mean there has been progress? Kushina inquired. The person has been brought back, but it may not be of significant use. We still need to find that Haiden fellow. Liu Dong frowned, a worried expression settling on his face. Any progress is better than none. But who is Haiden? Is he the immortal ninja you mentioned encountering? Kushina appeared to have heard of Kakashi's experiences from Minato. Kakashi nodded, having inadvertently mentioned Haiden's name while distracted, though he deemed it not a major issue. Is this really the land of rain? This incessant rain is truly bothersome. Surely, Lord Jashin despises such weather. Haydn muttered to himself. Shortly after he entered the land of rain, an angel descended before him. This is the territory of the land of rain. You cannot proceed further. In the downpour, Conan appeared, carrying countless explosive tags made of oiled paper. Her expression cold and impassive as she blocked his path. Upon seeing her, Haydn exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, you must be one of the leaders of the Akatsuki. I will present you to Lord Jashin." No sooner had he spoken than his blood scythe was flung towards Conan's face. Yet, Conan did not evade. She allowed the blood scythe to strike her, the affected part dissolving into paper before gradually reassembling. "Paper person?" Haydn tilted his head, puzzled. "Is your true form not here? Hey, come out quickly and fight me with your true self. If I can't obtain your blood, my curse technique will be useless. Once again, I must insist you leave the land of rain. You are not welcome here." Conan maintained her stoic demeanor. "Otherwise, I shall not be responsible for what ensues." "Ha, that suits me just fine. Come out. I have no desire to battle a bunch of paper." Haydn waved his blood scythe at Conan, laughing uproariously, as he had come looking for a fight. "You're the one who's going to regret this." Haydn continued to boast, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 91. The Alarm of Konoha's Barrier. Under the guidance of Yahiko and his companions, Haydn found little advantage, particularly since the land of rain was their home turf. TCH, to think my head was actually severed. How troublesome. Just as Conan and her group dealt with this uninvited guest, the severed head, lying a distance away from the body, suddenly spoke up. Startled, the three turned to look. They saw the head and body straining to reunite, but the distance seemed quite far, and both were exerting considerable effort. Conan was momentarily speechless, while Yahiko and Nagato exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. But they were no longer the naive ninjas of their youth, having encountered numerous bizarre bloodline limits over the years. Yahiko stepped forward, separating the head from the body by grasping Haydn's hair and lifting it. Hey, let go of me." Haydn could only move his head, shaking it vigorously to signal the ninja to release him. At that moment, Nagato noticed a necklace that had fallen to the ground, recognizing the design as very familiar. "Conan, Yahiko, come look, this should be the emblem of the Jashin cult." Nagato called the others over, and before they could confirm, Haydn's head spoke up that, "Oh ho, you actually know of the Jashin cult. Impressive, impressive," even when his head was in someone else's grip. Haydn remained unperturbed, taking the opportunity to commend their awareness, perhaps hoping they might become followers of Jashin. "Isn't that the organization that turned Rin into the Three-Tails Jinchuriki?" Conan's gaze sharpened. That it would seem so. Yahiko replied, looking down at the head in his hand, his expression growing cold. Haydn, confused, exclaimed, "Hey, what do you mean by Three-Tails Jinchuriki? That doesn't align with our Jashin cult's doctrine. It seems we should hand this over to Jiraiya-sensei and see if we can extract any information from him." Conan thought, finding the immortal before them rather troublesome. The three ignored Haydn's incessant chatter, swiftly resolving matters in the land of rain, sealing Haydn's body in a scroll, and packaging his head before setting off towards Konoha. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander had been unusually quiet lately, likely biding his time, and Yahiko's group felt unafraid, confident that victory would ultimately belong to them. Along the way, they made an effort to stick to quieter paths. Considering they were transporting a head that could still speak even when detached from its body. Even more absurdly, the head seemed to require sustenance. If they did not feed it, it would make such a racket that they could find no peace. Thus, they begrudgingly shared some military rations with the head. However, the head seemed completely oblivious to the situation, exclaiming, "Huh, is this all you've got? If you can't provide me with gourmet food, at least let me reattach my head so I can hunt for some delicacies myself." "Where are you taking me? When will my head be put back on?" Haydn rambled on, and finally, Conan could no longer tolerate it. Channeling her chakra, she used paper to seal Haydn's mouth shut, leaving him to emit muffled complaints. Nagato couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of organization is the Jashin cult that it can produce such a creature?" Upon hearing this, Haydn clearly wished to respond, only to realize that his mouth was sealed, rendering him unable to speak. After a considerable journey, the three finally beheld the gates of Konoha, their hearts swelling with emotion. They truly wished to part ways with this bizarre head. Once they handed this fellow over to Konoha, they would be free from his presence. With this thought in mind, they quickened their pace, filled with hope as they approached the gates of Konoha. "Halt. Please present your identification." The guards of Konoha furrowed their brows. Observing the three clad in matching attire, Suspecting they were not of good character, "We are students of Jiraiya-sensei. Could you kindly summon him?" Conan stepped forward, speaking politely. Upon hearing this, the guards' demeanor shifted, showing them more respect as they called for someone and instructed briefly. Before long, Jiraiya appeared at the entrance. Jiraiya still looked somewhat languid. "Recently, Konoha's guards have tightened considerably, which is why you were stopped. Follow me. I will assist you in registering at Konoha's barrier." Yahiko and his group had heard whispers of Kakashi's actions in bringing rogue ninjas to Konoha.